Chapter 1. The surprising second pick? Larry, the owner has delegated the draft rights to you, not for you to act recklessly. What on earth were you thinking selecting a player from the Dragon Kingdom? Okay, I acknowledge that Yao Ming plays exceptionally well. However, Lin Ke, a player from the Dragon Kingdom, is utterly unworthy of a second pick. You are being ridiculous. Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, even Chris, come on. Are they not superior players compared to Lin Ke? In New York, at Madison Square Garden, the draft for the 03-04 season was on the verge of commencing. In the Pistons section, General Manager Joe Dumars and head coach Larry Brown appeared to be embroiled in a heated argument. They had significant disagreements regarding their draft choices. This draft event was undoubtedly the center of attention, for it heralded the arrival of the prodigious LeBron James into the league. He would bring unparalleled talent and stature to the NBA. At this moment, LeBron had already secured a staggering 7-year contract worth $93 million, a starting point akin to that of Michael Jordan. No other player could compare. Meanwhile, Kobe Bryant of the same era was offered only a 5-year, $45 million contract by the same franchise. Numerous factors contributed to this disparity. Yet, Kobe, a 3-time champion, found himself outshone in sneaker endorsement deals by an 18-year-old, leaving one to ponder the emotions swirling within him. The Pistons possessed the second overall pick this time. LeBron was undoubtedly out of reach. However, Wade, Anthony, Bosh, and others were available for the Pistons to select. The class of 03 is often dubbed the next golden generation, following the 96 class. It was precisely for this reason that General Manager Joe Dumars felt a mix of anger and confusion. Joe Dumars, a Pistons legend and former member of the Bad Boys, traditionally wielded absolute authority in the draft as general manager. However, the team owner had granted considerable authority to Larry Brown, who had just recently taken over, with the intention of advancing the team's pursuit of a championship. Under the pressure and persuasion from the owner, Joe Dumars reluctantly had to cooperate with Larry Brown in making selections. Joe, stay calm. I understand your intentions are valid, but you seem to have forgotten our objectives for the new season. The boss has issued clear directives to pursue the championship at all costs. In this context, the draft has become inconsequential for us. Even if you handed me LeBron, I would not prioritize his development in the upcoming season. When it comes to the championship, everything else takes a back seat. Let me give you a hint. Regardless of who we select as a rookie, his average playing time next season will not exceed 5 minutes. Thus, I have chosen a tall player from the Dragon Kingdom, who can also bring substantial commercial benefits to the team. Yao has already helped the league penetrate the Dragon Kingdom market. I believe the team management is now well aware of what needs to be done, Larry Brown remarked with a subtle smile, confident in his ability to persuade Joe Dumars. Not to mention, he possessed the power of a decisive vote. Larry Brown was quite pleased with the delegation of authority by the Pistons owner. What? 5 minutes? You've won. Joe Dumars was genuinely taken aback by Larry Brown's words. Did this not imply that Lin Ke, the young talent from Dragon Country, saw his prospects in the league come to an abrupt end even before they began? If he did not receive proper development during his rookie season, coupled with his limited innate talent, what hope could there be for him to excel? It seemed Lin Ke would merely serve as a mascot to open up the Dragon Country market for the Pistons. Having once been a player, Joe Dumars felt a pang of sympathy. He understood the significance of opportunity for any player. Receiving such a ludicrous treatment as the second overall pick was outright humiliation. Nevertheless, all he could do was silently wish Lin Ke good luck. It's a pleasure to see you all again. Perhaps in a few seasons, it will be someone else standing here with you. After all, I have occupied this position for far too long. At that moment, as in previous years, the familiar figure of Commissioner Stern graced the stage. His words elicited laughter from the general managers of various teams in attendance. Joe Dumars had no choice but to compose himself and prepare for the commencement of the draft. Let's get started. The Cavaliers, with the first pick, select high school small forward LeBron James. As Stern's announcement echoed, cheers erupted throughout the venue. The chosen one, the undisputed number 1 pick. In the green room, James sprang to his feet, fully aware that his professional journey had officially begun. Aside from Michael Jordan, few players had a higher starting point than James. Given his age, one could argue that his launch was even loftier than Jordan's. He had ample time to vie for more honors and ultimately surpass Jordan. claiming the title of the GOAT. Indeed, before even entering the league, James had already begun to map out his career trajectory. With a cap upon his head, he ascended the stage to join Stern. Stern regarded James with satisfaction that Jordan's emergence had propelled the league onto the global stage, solidifying its standing, while James's arrival held the potential to elevate the league to unprecedented heights, surpassing even football in popularity. Such thoughts lingered in Stern's mind. The future is yours. Work hard. Good luck. Stern smiled at James, who nodded vigorously in response. The draft continued. Joe Dumars reluctantly handed over the slip of paper bearing the name Lin Ke. The Pistons, with the second pick, select the small forward from Dragon Country, Lin Ke. As Stern announced the Pistons selection, there was a noticeable pause. Lin Ke, a small forward from Longwa, standing at 2.13 meters, playing small forward? Another Yao Ming? Yet, this name seemed rather unfamiliar. Naturally, Stern could not be expected to keep track of every rookie's name. The unfamiliarity suggested that Lin Ke's prospects prior to the draft were not particularly promising. Given that Yao Ming had already established himself, another player from Longwa might not significantly impact the market there. It is worth mentioning that there are other Longwa players in the league besides Yao Ming. Wang Zhizhi and Bader are also part of the league, but for various reasons, their visibility in Longwa is nearly non-existent, and their recognition in the league is equally minimal. A commotion erupted in the audience upon hearing the Pistons' choice. What on earth? The Pistons must be out of their minds to select an unheralded player. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, seated in the last row, was momentarily stunned. Did they just call my name? Have I been selected? Am I the second overall pick? Wait, what? The Pistons. Their head coach is Larry Brown. Oh no, am I destined to be the most disappointing second overall pick in history? Memories from his past life flooded Lin Ke's mind in that previous life, the Pistons had drafted Dako Milicic, who became synonymous with the term bust. Chapter 2. System Activation. Lin Ke, standing at 2.13 meters and weighing 110 kilograms, played as a small forward. Indeed, he was a small forward. The reason being, Lin Ke's physique, strength, and ability to contend simply could not hold his ground in the paint. However, his agility and speed were commendable, though they paled in comparison to that of guards. Among small forwards, he was of average caliber. Consequently, his performance in the paint was dismal, yet he managed to hold his own at the small forward position due to his height advantage. Regardless of how well he performed, he could never truly embody the stature associated with a label of a second overall pick. With a bewildered mindset, Lin Ke ascended the stage and shook Stern's hand. Following this, he encountered the Pistons' general manager Joe Dumars and head coach Larry Brown in a state of daze. Ultimately, he signed his name on a 4-year rookie contract. For 4 years, he would earn $16.83 million. With a starting salary of $3.6 million. One must concede that, despite the high probability of becoming the most disappointing second overall pick, this sum was indeed a fortune. The rookie contract for a second overall pick is significantly more lucrative than those of later selections, second only to that of the first overall pick. Alas, the Pistons had hardly glanced at Lin Ke, and thus he would not be receiving a sneaker endorsement contract. As he signed the contract, Lin Ke felt a tumult of emotions. He understood that being a second overall pick was a dream for many players. However, he could not muster any joy. The memories of his past life revealed to him that Dako Milicic averaged a mere few minutes per game in his rookie season, only 4.7 minutes. Indeed, such a meager amount. Considering that Dako Milicic was the second overall pick, this is utterly absurd. The average playing time is even less than that of a second-round draft pick. If he were to perform well, it would be miraculous. This won't do. I must devise a way out. System, rescue me. Lin Ke silently chanted within his mind. Naturally, Lin Ke was no exception to the rule of traversing with the system. However, the system had remained dormant until now. No matter how much Lin Ke called upon it, he could not activate it. Surely it wouldn't be the case that I've already entered the factory to work, and only then does the system activate. Would it? It might ding. Detected that the host has become the chosen second overall pick. The system is officially activated. The crisp and melodious prompt of the system suddenly echoed in Lin Ke's mind, causing him to startle. What? It's finally here, brother. Lin Ke's heart surged with joy. He was well aware of his true abilities. At best, he could barely become a water boy for an NBA team. With the team's full support, transitioning into a rotation position as a decent role player or even a piece in a championship puzzle would be the utmost limit. As for securing a starting position and subsequently becoming an all-star or a superstar, that was utterly impossible. However, with the system, everything would be transformed. This was not merely a hopeful future, it was a future destined to soar high. Excellent. Lin Ke began to scrutinize the system meticulously. System name: Minimum Consumption System. System description: in each game, the host can acquire minimum consumption data. Within the range of minimum consumption data, it is categorized as guaranteed acquisition. For instance, if the host's current minimum consumption data is 2 points and 1 rebound, then during the game, as long as the host makes a move, be it a jump shot, mid-range shot, layup, or dunk, the host is guaranteed to secure 2 points, disregarding any interference or blocks, whether it be offensive or defensive rebounds. The host will surely contend for them. However, once 2 points and 1 rebound have been secured, the effect will no longer apply. Minimum consumption. This name is intriguing. Moreover, it comes with guaranteed acquisition. This is simply a divine skill. With this, wouldn't I be invincible on the court? Invincibility can be quite lonely, but I relish it. After reading the description, Lin Ke was overwhelmed with exhilaration. To be invincible from the outset would be an absolute delight. However, as Lin Ke continued to explore, he realized his elation had been premature. Ding! The host must select the type of minimum consumption data. Once chosen, it cannot be altered. The system's prompt echoed once again in Lin Ke's mind. Oh, I need to select a type? Lin Ke continued to read attentively. The types of minimum consumption data are divided into scoring, rebounding, assisting, blocking, stealing, and all around. A total of 6 types. The first 5 types, once selected, will see the primary data surge dramatically, even to exaggerated levels, while the other data will be relatively lesser. The all-around type, however, will lead to a more balanced distribution across all data points. I see. Lin Ke contemplated earnestly. Once chosen, the type cannot be changed, which compelled Lin Ke to proceed with utmost caution. He had to select a type that aligned with his current circumstances. Upon being selected by the Pistons, Lin Ke will find himself bound to the team for a considerable duration, unless a trade is proactively arranged. Even after the conclusion of his 4-year rookie contract, he will be classified as a restricted free agent. The Pistons can match any offer made by other teams, thus ensuring Lin Ke remains with them regardless of the contract's terms. Therefore, it is imperative for Lin Ke to contemplate the Pistons' trajectory over the forthcoming seasons. The upcoming season undoubtedly marks the pinnacle of the Pistons' prowess. The formidable quintet, known as the Pistons 5, is poised to lead the team in their quest to vanquish the Lakers' F4 and secure the championship narrative that unfolded in a previous life. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it is unlikely that this course will deviate significantly, for the discord within the Lakers' OK duo will not diminish merely due to Lin Ke's presence. Should scoring take precedence, the Pistons are destined to remain a formidable Eastern Conference powerhouse for years to come, characterized by strict tactical discipline, which may hinder Lin Ke's opportunities for unrestrained offensive freedom. What of rebounding? That would equate to competing for resources with the great Ben Wallacean unfeasible endeavor. If assists are the focus, Chauncey Billups stands as a formidable presence, AS for blocks and steals. Should those be his sole contributions, he risks becoming inconsequential should he exhaust his minimum statistical requirements. Perhaps I should be versatile, Lin Ke mused after much contemplation, arriving at a resolute decision that in the forthcoming season, he anticipates that his average playing time will not significantly exceed that of Dako Milicic in his previous life. Lin Ke has mentally prepared himself for this reality. With limited playing time, he aims to fill the statistical columns consistently, thereby capturing the attention of both media and fans alike. Lin Ke is also acutely aware that, in the considerable span following 2005, advanced metrics such as player efficiency rating (PER) will become the predominant standard by which media and fans evaluate player performance. It may even serve as one of the criteria for the MVP selection. But how does one attain a lofty PR? It is predicated on the comprehensiveness of one's statistics, much like LeBron James exemplifies. With this thought, Lin Ke could not suppress a smile. System. Set the minimum consumption data type to versatile. He silently affirmed. Chapter 3. The future is mine. Ding. Congratulations, host. The selected minimum consumption data type is all-purpose. Ding. The initial minimum consumption data has been generated. Tier 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Points, assists, rebounds, blocks, steals. Ding. Achieving the minimum consumption data in each official match, regular season playoffs, while ensuring the team wins will earn system points 1. Ding. You require an additional system points 10 to upgrade to Tier 2 minimum consumption data. A series of system notifications echoed in Lin Ke's mind, momentarily leaving him in a daze. What? The initial minimum consumption data amounts to only 21111? Although the data fields are filled, Lin Ke still feels it is somewhat insufficient. However, upon reflection, considering his circumstances in the rookie season, it seems rather appropriate. Securing such figures in under 5 minutes of average playing time is quite commendable. Thus, one thing must be clarified. I must not neglect my playing time during the rookie season. I must strive for full attendance. In other words, I must endeavor to participate in every game. Otherwise, even if the team wins, I shall not earn system points. Lin Ke organized his thoughts. Upon further contemplation, he realized that joining the Pistons was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. The Pistons are strong, which means there will be ample opportunities for victories. Consequently, the potential acquisition of system points becomes significantly easier. If he were with teams like the Cavaliers, Heat, or Raptors, winning would be considerably more challenging. Yet with the Pistons, Lin Ke could effortlessly bask in victory. This truly exemplifies the adage, a blessing in disguise. Indeed, many situations, when viewed from a different perspective, often transform disadvantages into advantages. In light of the current system's design, the Pistons are undeniably Lin Ke's destined team. He can confidently focus on his development. Once he accumulates sufficient system points, he will undoubtedly make a remarkable breakthrough. Yes, Lin Ke enthusiastically waved his arm. The future is mine. Time passed swiftly. For the rookie newcomers, the first competition of the summer was the Summer League. However, since the Summer League does not qualify as an official match within the system, regular season playoffs, Lin Ke could not benefit from the minimum consumption data bonus. He could only rely on his genuine abilities to compete. Nevertheless, the current Tier 1 data of 21111 holds little merit in the Summer League. Unsurprisingly, Lin Ke performed poorly during the Summer League. In comparison to the illustrious 2003 draft class, Lin Ke quickly faded from view, as if he had never existed among the ranks of the second overall pick. As September drew to a close and October commenced, various teams in the league gathered. The new season was on the horizon. Following the Summer League, Lin Ke maintained his training regimen diligently. However, the limits of talent are set, and mere effort is futile. Ultimately, Lin Ke must rely on the system. Yet, before Lin Ke can flourish through the system, he still needs to engage in some semblance of training. On one hand, this provides ample justification for the future. All my accomplishments stem from diligent training. On the other hand, the daily training also instills a greater sense of security in Lin Ke. Compile the physical condition of each player for me. I require detailed information. This is the tactical manual for the new season. Every player must memorize it. Starting tomorrow, we will add an extra training session each day focused on defensive footwork. I demand that defensive movements be accurate to within 1 centimeter. In Detroit, at the Palace of Auburn Hills, head coach Larry Brown has immersed himself in a fervent work ethic. One directive after another is issued to his coaching staff, all conducted with meticulous organization. While Larry Brown may face criticism regarding his coaching style or personal demeanor, his unwavering commitment to his work is beyond reproach. Otherwise, in his previous life, he could not have become a coach with 1,000 victories and a championship title. Larry, aren't you concerned about our second overall pick? He performed terribly in the Summer League. Moreover, his performance in recent training matches has been quite dismal. Perhaps we truly misjudged him. Assistant coach Monroe couldn't resist voicing his concern. Terrible? I am indifferent. His poor performance diminishes the weight of my own guilt. Monroe, pay no heed to the rookie. Our goal for the new season is the championship, not to develop new talent. Larry Brown tapped the table, emphasizing his point to Monroe. I understand. Monroe scratched his head in response. This rookie is indeed unfortunate to encounter such a head coach. Never mind. Let us get to work. Monroe shrugged and proceeded to convey Larry Brown's directives to the players. The head coach's disregard often determines a rookie's standing within the team. At this moment, Lin Ke feels like a mere shadow in the Pistons locker room. However, after spending some time here, Lin Ke increasingly believes that joining the Pistons was the right choice. Because in this locker room, there is no bullying. The Bad Boys of Detroit, a team of the people. If one were to assess who the true leader of this team is based on player accolades, one would inevitably conclude that it is Ben Wallace. DPOY All-Defensive Team and All-Star honors are not concurrently found among other players on the Pistons. Were it not for Ben's somewhat lackluster scoring average, there would be no question regarding who the leader of the Pistons truly is. Due to Ben's early experiences, having risen from an undrafted player to his current esteemed position, he possesses a profound understanding of the struggles involved. Thus, even though he has not closely followed Lin Ke, he nonetheless exudes a sense of goodwill. Rasheed Wallace may be known as the roaring deity on the court, yet he embodies the essence of a gentleman off it. Prince, the Little Prince, remains unobtrusive and composed, often maintaining a quiet demeanor in the locker room, a trait he shares with Hamilton. Chauncey Billups, on the other hand, is somewhat of a rebel. However, lured by the allure of the championship, he has matured significantly and no longer resorts to bullying rookies. As for the role players, Lin Ke need not concern himself with their actions. If core players do not create obstacles for him, the role players are unlikely to overstep. Furthermore, Lin Ke's cheerful disposition, coupled with his willingness to assist others without causing trouble, has rendered his presence in the Pistons locker room quite comfortable. In such a nurturing environment, Lin Ke is set to embrace the season opener, where the Pistons will host the Raptors. The foremost task for Lin Ke is to persuade Larry Brown to grant him playing time. Simply stepping onto the court, even for just a minute, would allow him to commence his journey. Chapter 4. The flowers have withered while waiting. Coach, I wish to speak with you. After the afternoon training session, Lin Ke approached Larry Brown with a serious expression. Tomorrow evening, the Pistons are set to host the Raptors. Lin Ke must secure his playing time now. Certainly. I appreciate players who come directly to me with matters at hand. Larry Brown replied, a knowing smile on his face, as if he had anticipated Lin Ke's intentions. Coach, our objective this season is the championship. I am eager to contribute to the team, even if it means limited playing time. Lin Ke declared. If you are aware that our goal is the championship, you must also realize that I cannot afford to grant you significant playing time. Wait a moment. Did you just say limited playing time? Larry Brown looked at Lin Ke in bewilderment, almost doubting his own hearing. It seemed extraordinary that a rookie would possess such self-awareness, voluntarily seeking to diminish his own playing time for the team's benefit. Larry Brown found himself intrigued by Lin Ke. Indeed, I believe that playing under 5 minutes aligns well with my current capabilities. Given my present skill set, excessive playing time could be detrimental to the team. I possess self-awareness. Lin Ke continued to express his thoughts. Larry Brown could hardly suppress a laugh. It was indeed rare to find a rookie with such self-awareness. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if this attitude reflected a lack of ambition. Since we have reached a consensus on playing time, what else did you wish to discuss today? Larry Brown inquired, his curiosity piqued. Coach, I am indifferent to playing time, even if it amounts to just 1 minute per game. However, I hope to secure that 1 minute in each regular season game, provided I remain injury-free. Lin Ke stated earnestly, locking eyes with Larry Brown. Larry Brown was genuinely taken aback. He could certainly accommodate 1 minute of playing time, even in the most intense matches. Yet, Lin Ke's request for more frequent appearances, rather than additional minutes, struck him as peculiar. Was he aiming to break the league's record for consecutive appearances in the regular season? If talent were lacking, perhaps creating a spectacle in these unusual ways would draw attention. It could serve as a strategy. All right, I can agree to that. And rest assured, it won't be limited to just 1 minute. However, it cannot exceed 5 minutes. Be prepared for that. Larry Brown consented. As long as Lin Ke remains composed and collaborates with the team, he is not incapable of earning a sweet reward. After all, Lin Ke is the second overall pick, and if he were to stir up the media, Larry Brown would certainly have to contend with the press. It is indeed quite unfathomable for the second pick to receive less than 5 minutes of playing time on average. Larry Brown is undoubtedly aware of this, yet he remains indifferent. His singular focus is on the championship. The coach is formidable. As for everything else, I harbor no grievances. Hey, Lin Ke also smiled widely. All set. Let us soar, young man. The Raptors are on the attack. On October 31st, in Detroit, at the Palace of Auburn Hills, the Pistons season opener is about to commence. Lin Ke has already donned his gear in the locker room, feeling a slight sense of nervousness. From this night onward, his professional career shall officially commence. There are several players within the Raptors with whom Lin Ke shares a connection. For instance, the fourth overall pick, Bosh. In the lead-up to the game, some media outlets have generated hype, labeling tonight's match as the second pick versus the fourth pick. Additionally, Lin Ke's fellow townsman, Badier, is also on the Raptors. Badier has wandered through several teams over the past 2 seasons and has ultimately been signed by the Raptors. However, his contract lacks guarantees, implying that he could be cut at any moment. In fact, in Lin Ke's previous life, Badier was indeed released by the Raptors, marking his permanent farewell to the league. Lin, don't be anxious. Opportunities must be seized. Play well, and you will undoubtedly become an integral part of our team. As the time to take the court approached, Big Ben came over to Lin Ke and patted him on the shoulder. It is no secret that Lin Ke will not receive many chances this season, although Larry Brown's decision may seem somewhat harsh for a rookie. For the sake of the championship, Big Ben and others have little recourse to voice their concerns. The championship is the common pursuit of all Pistons players. Nurturing Lin Ke is not. Moreover, Lin Ke's performances in practice games have been somewhat lackluster, leading many teammates to believe that he is underperforming. Thank you, Big Ben. I will strive to fulfill my role. Lin Ke chuckled, maintaining a positive mindset. Big Ben nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the game is about to begin. The starting players from both teams have taken to the court. Lin Ke and Badier exchanged glances from the sidelines and nodded in mutual acknowledgement. Currently, both find themselves in less than ideal circumstances within their respective teams, leaving little room for casual conversation. After the game concludes, Lin Ke intends to treat Badier to a late-night snack. With the season underway, Lin Ke has also received his first paycheck as a rookie, alleviating any financial concerns regarding his living expenses. This season, the Raptors, at least on paper, do not appear to be lacking, boasting players of considerable caliber, such as Carter, Jalen Rose, and Donyell Marshall, alongside the fourth overall pick, Bosh. However, after being injured by Bowen's relentless fouls, Carter has become somewhat indifferent, both physically and mentally. Once the king of dunks, a demigod of sorts, he now exhibits a demeanor reminiscent of merely clocking in and out. His once fiery spirit seems to have diminished, signifying a shift from a candidate for superstardom to a mere ordinary star. Bosh was granted the opportunity to start in his very first professional game, while Lin was relegated to the far end of the bench. The starting lineup for the Pistons was the quintessential Pistons 5. With Larry Brown newly at the helm this season, time was of the essence for team cohesion, leaving little room for Lin to hone his skills. Seated on the bench, Lin watched the first 3 quarters unfold. Against the Raptors, the Pistons performed commendably, with the formidable twin Wallaces fortifying the paint into an impenetrable no-fly zone. Carter's 2 attempts to dunk were thwarted by Ben Wallace, showcasing the true terror of the Defensive Player of the Year. Consequently, the Raptors were compelled to rely more on their outside shooting, which played to the Pistons' defensive strengths. Billups, Hamilton, and Prince stifled the Raptors' perimeter shooting, leading to a substantial 20-point lead for the Pistons at 81-61 by the end of the third quarter. The match had lost all suspense, rendering the final quarter a mere exercise in futility. In a previous era, trailing by 20 points might have seemed trivial, yet in this current age, the stakes feel markedly different. Surely, it was now time for me to take the court. Lin gazed longingly at Larry Brown, hoping he would honor his promise and allow him to play in the fourth quarter. I had waited so long that the flowers had wilted. Chapter 5. With the system in hand, the world is mine. I never anticipated that the second overall pick would be relegated to the bench by Coach Larry Brown. Surely, he wouldn't deny him even a single opportunity in this match. In stark contrast, the fourth pick, Chris Bosh, has been granted ample playing time. His performance has been commendable, currently boasting 6 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist. The much-hyped matchup of the second pick versus the fourth pick has yet to materialize on the court. In the Turner Sports broadcast room, Kenny Smith chuckled, seated alongside his longtime partner, the rotund Charles Barkley. The fourth quarter has devolved into garbage time. It seems only reasonable that Larry Brown should allow Lin Ke to showcase his talents. The Pistons have been playing quite comfortably, having kept the second pick on the bench for 3 quarters, which feels rather unjust. Barkley also had a word for Lin Ke. His remarks were not born out of any personal affection or support for Lin, but rather a straightforward observation. Should Lin falter upon his entrance, Barkley would likely not hesitate to unleash his usual mockery. After all, wasn't it how Yao Ming faced Barkley-esque ridicule back in the day? Of course. Yao subsequently silenced Barkley, even earning the title of Yao's fan to some extent. On the sidelines, Raptors benchwarmer Badier oscillated between standing and sitting, unable to integrate himself into the circle near the coach. He understood that his time in the league was likely limited. How could Lin, as the second pick, also fail to earn playing time? He mused, I hope he doesn't end up like me. Ugh, that was uncalled for. Badier felt a pang of anxiety for Lin Ke. Fortunately, as the fourth quarter began, Badier spotted Lin making his entrance onto the court. Ah, here he comes. Lin Ke swiftly shed his jacket, rubbed his hands together, and strode onto the court. In this moment, Lin felt a surge of ritualistic significance. Should he contemplate a flamboyant celebration in advance? There are numerous classic celebratory gestures from the future to draw inspiration from. For instance, Trae Young's bowing celebration, Damian Lillard's watch gesture, or Steph Curry's head-shaking celebration. Lillard's watch gesture is quite appealing. However, it requires one to execute game-winning shots or buzzer beaters to render the watch celebration meaningful. For me, that shouldn't pose too much of a challenge. With the minimum consumption data buff, I could easily position my scoring plays at the last second of each quarter to achieve the watch effect. Lin Ke made his decision. Yet for this match, it would remain unutilized. At the onset of the fourth quarter, Lin Ke found himself uncertain of how long Larry Brown would allow him to remain on the court. He felt compelled to swiftly accumulate his minimum consumption statistics. The Pistons initiated their offensive, and to everyone's surprise, Big Ben won the jump ball. As Mike James crossed half court, he disregarded Lin Ke's call for the ball and casually attempted a three-pointer. Lin Ke was somewhat exasperated. Was there no sense of teamwork? Nevertheless, he resolved to create his own opportunities in the absence of support from his teammates. Observing that Mike James's shot was destined to miss, Lin Ke charged into the paint. The Raptors' defense on him was rather lax, allowing him to glide effortlessly into the key. The unmistakable clang of the iron reverberated through the arena. Minimum consumption statistic. Rebounds. Here we go. Lin Ke silently chanted within himself, activating the rebound data, certain buff. Simultaneously, he propelled himself into the air with tremendous force. On the other side, Bosh also leaped into the air. The showdown between the second and fourth draft picks was now vividly materializing. Interestingly, despite Lin Ke playing as a small forward, he stood 2 centimeters taller than Bosh. Ridiculous. The rebound is mine, Lin Ke bellowed, seizing the basketball with both hands while suspended in midair. With the enhancement of the certain buff, the outcome was entirely predictable. Damn it, Bosh muttered under his breath. He had been on the verge of securing the ball. How did Lin Ke manage to snatch it away first? Yes. Minimum consumption statistic. Assists. Here we go. Lin Ke continued to chant internally, his hands in motion as he tossed the ball to Mike James, positioned beyond the three-point line. Although you did not pass the ball to me, I shall pass it to you. This is what one might call repaying virtue with kindness. But if you fail to score, I shall surely give you a piece of my mind. Lin Ke's inner dialogue played out like a dramatic performance. Beyond the arc, Mike James received Lin Ke's pass. At the moment he caught the ball, a warm surge coursed through him, bringing an immense sense of comfort. It felt as though an unseen force was urging him to execute a three-point shot. What was he waiting for? Up it went, without a hint of hesitation. "Make it!" Lin Ke exclaimed. Swish! The basketball seemed to heed Lin Ke's call, smoothly falling through the net. Very good. 3 points secured. Assist achieved. In less than 20 seconds since stepping onto the court, Lin Ke had already recorded 1 rebound and 1 assist. Fantastic. Rookie. That was a solid pass. Mike James eagerly exchanged a high five with Lin Ke. "I'll pass to you next," he added. "A peach for a peach, a plum for a plum, indeed. All right, I'll help you rack up assists. Let us engage in a mutual display of integrity." Lin Ke diakled heartily. You rascal. Quite humorous indeed. Mike James joined in the laughter. Oh dear, Kenny, the second overall pick, is no slouch. His awareness in seizing offensive rebounds is commendable. The finesse in his interior and exterior passes is impressive. In the broadcast room, Barkley expressed his astonishment. For a rookie debuting in his first professional game, such a performance is remarkable. It is evident that Lin Ke is unfazed by the stage. Truly, the generation of 03 deserves the title of the Golden Generation. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement with a smile. On the court, Lin Ke was filled with such joy that he felt like dancing the cha-cha. The sense of inevitability is utterly exhilarating. Lin Ke felt as if he were playing the game at a higher dimension. The only regret is that the current minimum consumption data is still rather meager. However, once he accumulates sufficient system points and elevates the minimum consumption tier, Lin Ke will truly embark on an invincible path. The mere thought of it sends a thrill through him. Lin Ke felt an exhilarating sense of with the system in hand. The world is mine. Splendid. Chapter 6. An indispensable buff. What a delight. This young man appears quite promising. On the sidelines, Monroe, the assistant coach for the Pistons, expressed his excitement to Larry Brown. The enthusiasm and vigor that Lin Ke exhibited during the game were markedly distinct from his usual demeanor in practice. Could it be that he is a player who thrives in high-pressure situations, born for the grand stage? Are the routine scrimmages simply too mundane to ignite his interest? His composure under pressure is indeed commendable. Nevertheless, he still only receives a maximum of 5 minutes of playtime each game, including this one. Larry Brown offered a subtle smile. Renowned coaches share a common trait, a certain obsession. In a sense, their unwavering dedication is what enables them to achieve such remarkable success. Their perspectives do not waver in response to unfolding events. However, when they're cast aside by the league's new wave, it is often due to this very obsession. Yet, the reason they're hailed as great coaches is due to their past triumphs, whereas many other coaches have yet to taste success. Upon hearing Larry Brown's remarks, Monroe's initial excitement began to wane. Poor lad. Monroe could only offer a silent tribute to Lin Ke in his heart. On the court, the Raptors were on the offensive. Despite the game being heavily lopsided, the Raptors aimed to further cultivate Chris Bosh, providing him with ample opportunities to shine. The ball swiftly found its way into Bosh's hands. Although Bosh is likely to evolve into a dominant force in the future, he currently embodies the traditional power forward style, primarily operating in the paint, while possessing a respectable mid-range jump shot. This time, Bosh opted for a classic back-to-the-basket move. After 2 successive shoulder bumps, he executed a swift half-turn to break through. As he approached the basket, Bosh came to a sudden stop, catching the veteran Campbell of the Pistons off guard. This sequence of moves flowed seamlessly, showcasing Bosh's inherent talent. Just as Bosh was ready to marvel at his dreamlike footwork, an unexpected figure emerged. Exclaiming, "Get out of the way! System! Minimum consumption data! Block! Incoming!" With precision, Lin Ke's outstretched hand intercepted the basketball that Bosh had released mid-air. Block 1. Oh, my God! It's that young man from the Dragon Country again. Is he this formidable? Wasn't he labeled a bust? This certainly does not appear to be the case. In less than a minute on the court, his presence was overwhelmingly felt, dominating both offense and defense. Have we stumbled upon a gem? The home crowd of Pistons fans erupted in astonishment. Lin Ke's block against Bosch was nothing short of explosive. This is precisely why one needs the support of peers. At this moment, Bosch played the role of the straight man, laying the groundwork perfectly, awaiting Lin Ke to deliver the finishing touch. Lin Ke's contribution was undoubtedly exquisite, a stroke of perfection. Roar. Upon landing, Lin Ke seized the basketball with one hand and raised his arm in a triumphant roar. A brief moment of flair ensued. Subsequently, Lin Ke passed the ball to Mike James and sprinted towards the frontcourt. With 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 1 block already secured, only the elusive 2 points and 1 steal remained to fulfill the minimum requirements. Regrettably, the minimum consumption for the top-tier performance was still rather modest. Without the certain buff, it would be exceedingly challenging for Lin Ke to replicate such a dazzling display. Soon, his true capabilities would be unveiled. Reflecting on this, Lin Ke suddenly considered that Larry Brown substituting him out early might not be such a bad thing after all. It would allow him to maintain his aura. Otherwise, he might just falter. As Mike James crossed half-court, he remained true to his word, promptly passing the ball back to Lin Ke. Positioned in the mid-range zone, Lin Ke received the ball and, without hesitation, executed a jump shot. Swish! The crisp, melodious sound of the basketball finding the net resonated. Under the influence of the certain buff, Lin Ke's shot was nothing short of exquisite. A sight to behold. The 2 points were secured. Only 1 more steal stood between him and the completion of his performance. With that jump shot, Lin Ke had achieved his first career points in the league. Oh, how exhilarating. Let me see. Goodness, he had nearly filled the stat sheet. Was a steal next on the agenda? In the broadcast booth, Barkley observed Lin Ke's statistical performance, nearly choking on his drink. The rapidity with which he filled the stat sheet was astonishing. Even more surprising to Barkley was Lin Ke's swift acquisition of that final steal. On the court, Lin Ke was enveloped in exhilaration. He had just heard the home crowd cheering for him. Such applause intoxicated him. What a thrill! As the Raptors launched their offense, upon seeing Bosch receive the ball once more, Lin Ke decisively dashed forward, achieving the minimum consumption with a steal. Whap! Bosch, contemplating his next move with the ball, suddenly realized it had vanished. Lin Ke had snatched the ball from Bosch's grasp. Steal 1. This was outright thievery. A little rascal. Bosch was incensed. However, just as Bosch resolved to dominate the remaining minutes of the fourth quarter against Lin Ke, he abruptly discovered that Lin Ke had been substituted out by Larry Brown. Oh, what on earth was this? Did he falter? Bosch concocted a rationale he himself found hard to believe. Lin, quite commendable. Yet, only this brief window of time. Larry Brown rarely offered encouragement. Yet he did so for Lin Ke. Now seated on the bench, upon hearing Brown's words, Lin Ke flashed a broad smile. Coach, no problem at all. Lin Ke gestured an okay sign, perfectly executed. He had achieved the minimum required statistics: 2 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, 1 block, and 1 steal, filling every category. His shooting percentage stood at an impeccable 100. Delightful. Lin Ke resolved that, even with increased playing time, he would refrain from taking additional shots until his minimum statistics improved, thus preserving his flawless shooting percentage. How remarkable! Lin Ke is poised to become the first player in the league to complete an entire season with a 100 shooting efficiency. Should he accomplish this feat, he would create a remarkable anomaly in the annals of league history. Exciting prospects lie ahead. Lin Ke felt his heart racing with exhilaration. The future is bright. Yes. He clenched his fist and vigorously waved his arm. Chapter 7. The runner-up versus the first overall pick. Oh, did Larry Brown really pull Lin Ke from the game so swiftly? It is already garbage time, and he is not granted more playing time? In just 3 minutes, Lin Ke's performance was nothing short of stellar. In the broadcast room, Barkley expressed his astonishment at Larry Brown's quick decision to substitute Lin Ke. At that moment, Lin Ke's statistics stood at 2 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, 1 block, and 1 steal. His stat sheet was filled. Moreover, he boasted a shooting percentage of 100. Based on these few minutes alone, Lin Ke undoubtedly deserved the runner-up position. Chris Bosh was thoroughly subdued in his direct encounter with Lin Ke. Beside him, Kenny Smith chimed in with a smile. remarking that this was rather perplexing. Perhaps Larry Brown was merely experimenting with the bench lineup, considering their ultimate goal this season is the championship. Barkley shrugged. Every time the term championship was mentioned, it sent a slight tremor through his heart. Having never won a championship throughout his career, it remained a lingering pain for Barkley. Thus, it would be challenging for Lin Ke to receive proper development within the Pistons, unless he, like Tim Duncan of yore, burst onto the scene at his peak. Kenny Smith chuckled and shook his head. In the fourth quarter, remarkably, Larry Brown did not reintroduce Lin Ke into the game. However, Lin Ke was unfazed. Everything was just right. 3, 2, 1. Lin Ke glanced at the timer, murmuring to himself. The red light illuminated, signaling the end of the match. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned system points 1. The system notification resonated in Lin Ke's mind, bringing him immense satisfaction. One must accumulate small steps to traverse great distances. System points must be collected one by one. If the Pistons win another 10 games, and Lin Ke participates while achieving the minimum statistical requirements, those 10 system points will be within reach. At that point, Lin Ke could upgrade the minimum statistical requirements to a higher tier. After reaching the second tier, one can only imagine the significant enhancement the minimum statistical requirements will undergo. At that time, he believed that Larry Brown would make the necessary adjustments. Currently, striving for more playing time from Larry Brown held no real significance, as Lin Ke's raw abilities were still developing. Once his skills were fully honed, no one would be able to impede Lin Ke's ascent. Lin, you performed admirably in this game. Keep it up. Big Ben approached Lin Ke, patting him on the shoulder. Hey, just a drizzle. I still have much to improve upon. Lin Ke's response was humble and understated, which only served to further please Big Ben, who was quite displeased with anyone trying to show off in his presence. Keep pushing forward. With great joy, Ben took his leave, his spirits soaring. Lin Ke, too, was in high spirits as he approached the Raptors side to greet Battier. Hey, Big Ba, are you free to step out for a late-night snack? Lin Ke extended an invitation to Battier, who readily accepted. Of course, no problem. That evening, Lin Ke and Battier enjoyed a delightful conversation. Aware that his time in the league was limited, Battier generously shared his experiences with Lin Ke, offering a wealth of invaluable advice. Although Battier's tenure in the league may not have been particularly successful, his insights far surpassed Lin Ke's nascent understanding of the game, which was precisely what Lin Ke needed as he embarked on his journey in the league. Big Ba, what's the current situation with the national team? Is it easy to get in? After some casual banter, Lin Ke broached a topic that piqued his interest. Now that he had entered the league and activated the system, who wouldn't aspire to become a hero in Chinese basketball? Leading the national team to an Olympic gold medal would be a lifetime honor. Well, the situation with the national team is a bit complicated. It's quite deep. Right now, it's all up to Yao Ming, Battier replied with a smile. Understood. Lin Ke refrained from pressing further. It seemed Battier's experience with the national team wasn't as pleasant as one might hope. With the 2004 Olympics just a few months away next summer, Lin Ke knew he would miss out. However, he felt no urgency. Making a mark at the 2008 Olympics on home soil would suffice. By then, with the system's enhancement, Lin Ke's prowess would undoubtedly reach formidable heights. Being selected for the national team was a foregone conclusion. Following their triumph over the Raptors in the season opener, the Pistons officially commenced their championship journey. Larry Brown's training regimen was exceedingly rigorous, bordering on the extreme. A mere disagreement would prompt his ire. Lin Ke sometimes mused that perhaps only a modest team like the Pistons' Five Tigers could endure Larry Brown's fiery temperament. Lin Ke's performance in training remained, as always, rather unremarkable, leading Larry Brown to revert to his previous, more tempered assessment of Lin Ke after initially viewing him with heightened expectations. That dazzling 3-minute display in the season opener seemed to have been but a fleeting moment. In this context, Larry Brown remained true to his word, allowing Lin Ke to play in every game while still tightly managing his minutes, never permitting him to exceed 5. Lin Ke, however, remained unfazed by his limited playing time, consistently posting minimal yet effective stats: 2 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, 1 block, and 1 steal with a shooting percentage of 100. Now, everyone knew that this season's second overall pick was truly a unique character. After the first 5 games of the regular season, the Pistons boasted a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. Such a performance cannot be deemed exceptional. It reflects the challenges of initial team cohesion. Meanwhile, Lin Ke has amassed 3 system points, just 7 short of the threshold for an upgrade in minimum consumption data. Progress is being made steadily. Soon, the Pistons are set to face their 6th game of the season, an away match against the Cavaliers. For the Pistons, this encounter is rather unremarkable. However, for Lin Ke, it is filled with anticipation. The second overall pick is about to clash with the first overall pick, LeBron James. The prelude to the game has ignited considerable media fervor. Since his debut in the league, the Little Emperor James has been under immense scrutiny, and he has not disappointed the media or fans. In his inaugural professional game, James played for 42 minutes, scoring an impressive 25 points, along with 6 rebounds, 9 assists, and 4 steals, boasting a remarkable shooting percentage of 60. An extraordinary start indeed. In the subsequent 4 games, he scored over 20 points each time, truly living up to the title of first overall pick. In stark contrast, Lin Ke, as the second overall pick, presents rather lackluster average statistics. 2 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, 1 block, and 1 steal per game. The only noteworthy aspect is his shooting accuracy, a flawless 100. What a display. Chapter 8. I bear grudge. LeBron, what are your expectations for tonight's duel with Lin Ke? Can you still score over 20 points? As James arrived at the Gund Arena in Cleveland, he was immediately besieged by a throng of media reporters. The topic of discussion, naturally, revolved around the first encounter between the top 2 draft picks. Given Lin Ke's statistics and playing time, he would typically not pique the interest of reporters. However, Lin Ke's performances have been consistently identical, boasting a remarkable 100 shooting percentage. This peculiar circumstance indeed captivated the attention of the media. Who is Lin Ke? I do not slay nameless individuals, James remarked nonchalantly. Oh my. The surrounding reporters' eyes brightened. This response was rather explosive. James was clearly disregarding Lin Ke. To him, Lin Ke seemed to be a nonentity. The reporters felt a surge of relief. Their monthly KPIs were saved. Extracting sensational quotes was a fundamental skill for journalists, yet it required substantial material. Had James lavished praise on Lin Ke, the reporters would have struggled to find an angle for their sensationalism. But here was James, practically handing them a pillow to support their narrative. Nevertheless, James's indifference towards Lin Ke was not entirely unfounded. For prior to the commencement of the match, Lin Ke was once again seated at the far end of the Pistons bench, quietly awaiting his scant opportunities to play. In stark contrast, James was on the sidelines basking in the adulation of the enthusiastic crowd. The broadcast cameras also played their part, deliberately capturing close-ups of both James and Lin Ke, exposing their contrasting circumstances to the audience. In the stands, the Cavaliers' home fans erupted in derisive laughter. How comical! How could he possibly be worthy of being the second pick? How could he be compared to our king? Indeed, I believe that if LeBron even cast a glance at Lin Ke, it would signify defeat. The most pathetic second pick in history, confirmed. A chorus of laughter reached Lin Ke's ears at the end of the bench, igniting a surge of anger within him. However, he quickly suppressed it. He decided to jot down his grievances in a small notebook he always carried with him. The mockery of the Cavaliers' home fans. James's indifference. Lin Ke inscribed these 2 lines in his notebook before closing it and setting it aside. At that moment, he had attained a state of tranquility. The game had begun. In his rookie season, it was evident that James would struggle to pose a genuine threat to the Pistons. Upon joining the Pistons, Lin Ke increasingly felt that this team was grossly underestimated by everyone. In the previous season, the Pistons triumphed over the Lakers' formidable roster to claim the championship title. However, many media outlets and fans perceived the Pistons' victory as if it had been stolen. It seemed as though, had the Lakers' Shaq and Kobe duo not encountered discord, the Pistons would have been unable to secure the championship. Such a perspective is exceedingly biased. Lin Ke believes that while no individual Pistons player can rival the prowess of Kobe or Shaquille, The collective strength of the Fab Five is more than capable of contending with the dynamic duo. As for Gary Payton and Karl Malone, they could be disregarded. One is injured, and the other is performing at barely 30% of his peak capability. Should the Pistons face the Lakers in a rematch for the finals, victory is far from guaranteed for the Pistons. From the onset of the game, the Pistons established a firm dominance over the Cavaliers. LeBron, who had been unstoppable in the previous 5 matches, found himself rendered ineffective against the Pistons' formidable Wallace duo in the paint. Ben Wallace relished the challenge posed by LeBron's penetrating style, delivering block after block with the finesse of a volleyball spike. The clash was a harsh awakening for LeBron. At that stage in his career, his shooting ability was notably lacking. Larry Brown's defensive system places a strong emphasis on individual defensive skills, rarely allowing for double teams. Fortunately, the Pistons quintet excelled in their defensive capabilities. Ben's defensive prowess is undoubtedly S, while the other 4 players also achieve at least an A rating. This combination results in a truly formidable defensive unit, significantly diminishing LeBron's passing effectiveness, as his teammates struggled to evade the Pistons' relentless defense. Though Ben has a penchant for help defense and shot blocking, he typically waits until the last moment to make his move, often arriving just in time due to his remarkable vertical leap. This timing is what makes Ben a valuable asset on the defensive end. Lin Ke realized he would need to unleash his ultimate buff to match up with Ben in this contest. As the first half concluded, the Pistons led the Cavaliers by 11 points, with a score of 45-34. The low score reflected the prowess of the defensive powerhouse. Lin Ke couldn't help but express his admiration, pondering that he might finally receive some playing time as the fourth quarter commenced. However, Lin Ke miscalculated. With just 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Larry Brown waved his hand, signaling Lin Ke to enter the game. This surprised Lin Ke somewhat, as he was eager to compete against the #1 draft pick. He feared that the fourth quarter might devolve into garbage time, leaving LeBron on the bench. Larry Brown, in a cheerful mood, smiled at Lin Ke as he entered the fray. At this juncture, the Pistons have extended their lead to over 15 points, approaching 20. The team's synergy has markedly improved. A commendable coach indeed. Within this limited time frame, I shall make him acknowledge my superiority. Lin Ke also grinned. In his heart, he murmured, "Coach, is it true that James won't take the court during garbage time? You must be mistaken. That is an opportune moment to amass statistics." All right, just a jest. The version 1.0 of James is not as flamboyant as his past iterations. Initially, James genuinely aspired to traverse the path of Jordan. His mentor, Nike, shared this sentiment. However, subsequent developments veered slightly off course. "You rascal," Larry Brown chuckled, shaking his head. Lin Ke removed his jacket and stepped onto the court. "Ah, James. Come on. Chapter 9. The top scholar. Let's take him on." The young lad from the Dragon Nation has made his entrance. To be candid, the moment I relish most in the commentary is witnessing Lin Ke's appearance. In the broadcasting room of Turner Sports, Barkley was on the verge of dozing off. Faced with the formidable Pistons, it was evident that this #1 draft pick, James, was utterly lost. This realization struck everyone. If James truly wishes to embark on the path of the king, he has much to improve. Such a one-sided match failed to pique Barkley's interest. Meanwhile, Lin Ke remained firmly confined to the bench by Larry Brown. Honestly, Barkley was nearly asleep moments ago. "Charles, have you become a fan of Lin Ke? That's rather uncharacteristic of you. Wasn't your criticism of Yao Ming quite spirited back in the day?" Kenny Smith chimed in with a jest. "Hey, let's not dwell on the past. I'm not a fan of Lin Ke. I'm merely curious when his game statistics will finally shift. When will his shooting percentage no longer be a perfect 100, although he only attempts 1 shot per game? Maintaining perfection is no small feat." Barkley chuckled. Coincidentally, Lin Ke hasn't taken a single free throw in the past 5 games. If he had, Barkley wondered if Lin Ke could even make it. If he succeeded, it would no longer just be 2 points. Lin Ke remarked, "Hey, free throws are just left to fate. They don't factor into shooting percentage anyway." On the court, Lin Ke swiftly positioned himself before James. At this moment, the Cavaliers were on the offensive, and the two were perfectly matched up Both are small forwards. James controlled the ball beyond the three-point line, gazing at Lin Ke with a look of disdain. How audacious! James's drive was remarkably decisive. If it were another player from the Pistons defending, James might have hesitated to call for a pick. But with Lin Ke as his defender, James felt that not making an aggressive move would be an affront to himself. Bam! With a powerful stride, James surged forward, ready to engage in physical confrontation. To be fair, Lin Ke's physical attributes are utterly incomparable to those of James. In that instant, Lin Ke was knocked back 2 steps. James's bull-like charge was profoundly effective at that moment. On the sidelines, Larry Brown shook his head in dismay. This defensive performance was clearly subpar. James's physical prowess surpassed Lin Ke's by several tiers. However, in the next moment, Larry Brown widened his eyes, nearly leaping from the bench in astonishment. On the court, after effortlessly breezing past Lin Ke, James surged into the paint, preparing to unleash a ferocious dunk. Get down! Lin Ke, having just been somewhat humiliated by James's collision, decided to employ the minimum consumption data block. I'll send you packing. A dimensional strike from a higher latitude. James could hardly fathom that a dunk he deemed certain would be thwarted by Lin Ke in such a spectacular fashion. In a breathtaking display, Lin Ke's right hand pressed firmly against the basketball, forcefully stripping it from James's grasp. With a resounding thud, James found himself dunking nothing but air. Upon landing, he instinctively gestured to the referee for a foul, yet the official remained unmoved. Not only was the block remarkably clean, but even if the referee wished to call a foul, it would have been impossible. The outcome was unequivocally destined for success, and there was no alternative result. Such audacity. Block 1. What a delightful turn of events for Lin Ke. Oh my God, this moment surely deserves a place in the top plays of the day. That block was truly sensational. In the broadcast room, Barkley let out a jubilant shout. He certainly knows how to set the mood. However, Lin Ke's emphatic denial was undeniably electrifying. As a player, Lin Ke defies description. While he may appear to lack the polish of top-tier talent, such as LeBron, he consistently manages to astonish everyone in those pivotal moments. Kenny Smith remarked with admiration. Indeed, it is true. That is why I relish watching this young man play. You can never predict the surprises he will unveil in the next instant. Barkley chuckled. On the court, Lin Ke retrieved the ball, swiftly dribbling past half-court, then executed a no-look pass to Hamilton. Assist. Swish. Hamilton caught the ball and shot instantly, his motions fluid and seamless. It felt a bit peculiar, yet exhilarating. Hamilton shrugged. Hey. Lin Ke grinned and bumped fists with Hamilton. 1 assist, 1 block. It came effortlessly. I said that during these 2 minutes, he could overshadow James. So what if he was the first overall pick? He can still take him on. As Lin Ke witnessed, James regained control of the ball and cross half-court. He beckoned with a hand gesture. This scene instantly ignited a stir among the fans in attendance. Damn, this so-called bust is incredibly audacious. Indeed, it was merely a block. What is there to be so proud of? LeBron, get him. In the stands, some Cavaliers fans began to chant. On the court, James heard the rallying cries. He was ready to teach Lin Ke a lesson. He believed Lin Ke's block was merely a fluke. He doubted Lin Ke could replicate the feat. While Lin Ke might not be able to block him again, he could certainly steal the ball. Seizing the moment as James dribbled between his legs, Lin Ke lunged forward. Before James could react, smack, Lin Ke deftly poked the ball away from James's hands. Steal 1. At this moment, James found himself slightly rattled. Charging toward Lin Ke like a madman, Lin Ke promptly passed the ball to Hamilton and retreated to the corner to smoke a cigarette. Currently, Lin Ke lacked the ability to shoot three-pointers, as his minimum scoring data reflected a mere 2 points. He simply could not make a three-point shot. However, he understood the importance of creating space. Seeing Lin Ke standing idly by, seemingly uninterested in the offense, only fueled James's irritation. If Lin Ke did not attack, how could he possibly defend against him? Lin, are you just going to stand there? Do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? James hurled trash talk at Lin Ke. To be fair, at that moment, Lin Ke perceived James as nothing more than a naive little lamb. Childish indeed. Watch closely. I'm going for the rebound. Before his words had fully left his lips, Lin Ke swiftly darted past James and charged into the paint. Bang! Hamilton effectively played his role, forcefully missing a shot, which created an opportunity for a rebound. The rebound is mine, Lin Ke bellowed, soaring into the air, and with audacity, snatched the offensive rebound right over the head of Z, the Cavaliers center, who stood at 21 meters. What the hell? James stood there utterly astonished. Chapter 10. The moment of the clock. After Lin Ke seized the offensive rebound, he swiftly passed the ball to Hamilton. Hamilton took a mid-range shot and swish. This time, it found the net. Lin Ke and Hamilton were performing a delightful duet. Oh my assist count seems to have risen to 2. A flicker of joy danced in Lin Ke's heart. Indeed, his statistics for this game were poised for transformation. The minimum consumption data was safeguarded at a baseline, but imposed no upper limits. However, given Lin Ke's true prowess, it was challenging to enhance his statistics in high-stakes matches. It now appeared that accumulating assists was the most feasible route. As long as his teammates converted the passes into points, regardless of the quality of the delivery, it would be deemed a successful assist. On the other side, James felt utterly speechless. At this moment, he genuinely felt overwhelmed and powerless. The score gap was approaching 20 points. Of course, that was no longer significant. What truly mattered was that he was being held in check by Lin Ke. Since Lin Ke entered the game, James had been thoroughly schooled by him. What in the world was happening? No wonder James was being so candid. His first thought was not to manipulate post-game statistics or shift blame, but rather to confront Lin Ke directly and defeat him. Growth is always a gradual process. As the Cavaliers initiated their offense, James dribbled past half-court, continuing to face Lin Ke without signaling for a screen. However, at this moment, Lin Ke felt a twinge of anxiety. Blasted! The stats for blocks and steals and the minimum consumption data had vanished. Under such circumstances, he feared he might not be able to contain James. Seizing the initiative was essential. Scare him a little. Lin Ke resolved to turn the tables, not waiting for James to make his move, and charged forward to execute a death grip. Richard, double team. Simultaneously, Lin Ke called out to Hamilton. He certainly couldn't handle James alone, yet with a double team, they could manage it. Upon hearing Lin Ke's shout, Hamilton rushed over. Having received 2 assists from Lin Ke earlier, Hamilton decided to reciprocate. As James faced the dual pressure from Lin Ke and Hamilton, he indeed felt a bit rattled. After all, this was young James. In a moment of distraction, James was once again stripped of the ball by Hamilton. He was on the verge of losing his mind. Those 2 minutes had been excruciatingly poor for him. Fortunately, Hamilton missed the shot, but the offensive rebound was fiercely contested and secured by Campbell. At this point, only 20 seconds remained in the third quarter. This meant the Pistons had one last opportunity for an offensive play in this period. "Give me that damn ball," Lin Ke shouted, seizing the moment. The timing was absolutely perfect. It was time to wear the watch. Campbell glanced at Hamilton before passing the ball to Lin Ke. Lin Ke retreated near the logo area, meticulously consuming time. This possession must be extended to the last 4 seconds before launching an attack. The seconds ticked away. As the shot clock dwindled to a mere 4 seconds, Lin Ke sprang into action. With a powerful stride, he initiated a physical confrontation with LeBron James. In terms of physicality and strength, Lin Ke was at a distinct disadvantage. However, under the influence of mandatory buff, he managed to maintain his balance. With 2 swift steps, he crossed the 3-point line and immediately executed a drifting jump shot. Practicality and stability were of no concern. Style was paramount. Mandatory buff would handle everything. LeBron leapt with all his might, attempting to block the shot. Yet, Lin Ke not only drifted midair, but also angled his body, leaving LeBron unable to contest the shot. He could only watch as Lin Ke released the basketball in the final second. As the ball soared, the red light on the timer illuminated. Swish! A perfectly timed buzzer beater. Upon landing, Lin Ke immediately composed his expression, tapping his wrist with his right hand. "Time is up. Oh my God, what a celebratory gesture. Such audacity. Hitting a buzzer beater is quite an accomplishment. To be fair, That shot was undeniably impressive. Buddy, are you betraying? No, I'm merely stating facts. No, you must unconditionally stand your ground. In the stands, the Cavaliers' home fans nearly erupted into a commotion. Lin Ke maintained his smug expression until reaching the bench, where he finally broke into a grin. The feeling of showing off was simply delightful. Well done, Lin, exuding an aura of dominance. This move could become your signature if you nail a few more clutch shots. His teammates all came over, playfully tapping Lin Ke on the chest. The moment Lin Ke executed that clutch shot, the Tau crew on the sidelines erupted with excitement. Lin, outstanding performance. However, your time on the court is nearly up. Larry Brown shot Lin Ke an apologetic glance. Coach, thank you. Lin Ke chuckled. Isn't this just perfect? If he were to stay on the court any longer, he might falter. Larry Brown was momentarily taken aback, never expecting such a response from Lin Ke. This made Larry ponder for 5 seconds. Was the kid sincere or sarcastic? Thank you? Thank for what? Larry Brown shook his head slightly. He would easily alter his rotation plan. Lin Ke's remarkable performance was still too brief. LeBron, you need to calm down. That kid was merely lucky. As long as you maintain your composure, you can easily outplay him. On the sidelines, Cavaliers head coach Paul Silas addressed LeBron. Currently, Paul Silas primarily encourages James, recognizing that he is still a mere child, not yet 19. Although he may appear mature, he remains quite inexperienced. On the other hand, Paul Silas has discerned numerous inconsistencies in Lin Ke's performance on the court. He believes that Lin Ke lacks genuine talent, as evidenced by his modest statistics of 2-1-1-1-1, which can easily be attributed to luck. The true measure of prowess would be reflected in averages of 5.5-5.5.5. I understand. My mentality is quite stable, and I am prepared to outperform him. James, too, has become agitated, asserting his status as the first overall pick, declaring that no one can surpass him. Fueled by this competitive spirit, he remained on the court as the fourth quarter commenced, only to suddenly realize that Lin Ke was no longer participating. Wong Defa, after finally building up the atmosphere, you choose to withdraw. Chapter 11. Confrontation is my specialty. To be frank, James appeared somewhat taken aback. This was primarily due to Lin Ke remaining on the bench for the entirety of the final quarter, without stepping onto the court again. Consequently, James found himself waiting in vain during that period. Truth be told, this was not merely James lingering on the court to accumulate statistics. Rather, it was an expression of his frustration. After all, how could one simply deliver a slap and then flee without consequence? Following the conclusion of the match, an irate James approached Lin Ke. However, before he could utter a word, he noticed the formidable presence of Ben, resembling a muscular titan, who inadvertently positioned himself one step in front of Lin Ke. In an instant, the fierce aura that had engulfed James dissipated, and his gaze softened. My apologies for the interruption, he thought, as he turned away in silence. Upon reaching his fellow Cavaliers players, James felt a semblance of safety. Yet, as he surveyed his teammates, he suddenly realized the absence of a staunch protector. This simply would not do. An elite bodyguard was essential to ensure their competitive edge in future games. Such were the thoughts that swirled in James's mind. In this era, the remnants of violent conflict still lingered. Altercations on the court were not uncommon. It was only after the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills that the league, under Stern's stringent measures, underwent a transformation towards a more gentle atmosphere. James, ever the strategist, resolved to empower his management team to recruit a hard hitter for the roster. Whether or not this individual would see playing time was inconsequential. What mattered was their capacity to provide bodyguard services. Ding! Congratulations, host. The team has triumphed. You have earned system points 1. The notification resonated in Lin Ke's mind. Splendid. Lin Ke nodded in approval. Associating with a strong team certainly expedited the accumulation of system points. The Pistons were harmonizing splendidly, and forthcoming matches promised an increasing tally of victories. Though Lin Ke's playing time was indeed limited, he had nevertheless contributed to the team's success. During the transitional phase of the bench, Lin Ke often managed to slightly extend the team's lead, as evidenced by his positive plus-minus rating. Throughout the 6 games he played, Lin Ke maintained a positive plus-minus in each encounter. Regrettably, this era lacked media and fan interest in advanced statistics. The focus remained on whether star players dazzled on the court and could secure victories for their teams. As Lin Ke prepared to head back to the locker room, he noticed 3 reporters approaching him. Oh, did they intend to interview him? Indeed, they did. Lin, your statistics for this match have finally shown some variation. 2 points, 2 assists, 1 rebound, 1 block, and 1 steal. Your shooting percentage remains flawless. How did you manage to achieve this? A blonde girl raised the microphone, directing her question towards Lin Ke. Her looks were quite appealing, and Lin Ke couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Her figure was equally impressive, quite remarkable indeed. With a grin, Lin Ke thought to himself, I am truly multifaceted. Yet, why could he not gather more data? The blonde girl wore a mischievous smile, anticipating the opportunity to ensnare Lin Ke in her verbal trap. Because I still have room for improvement. I am but a novice, treading carefully on my path, rather than aspiring to be a king right from the outset like some others. Lin Ke shrugged. It seemed that the more attractive the woman, the more perilous the encounter. Initially, he intended to inject a bit of humor by teasing the elderly Larry Brown, but upon recalling Brown's stern demeanor, he thought better of it. Should a misunderstanding arise, leading to Larry Brown denying him the chance to perform, Lin Ke would be utterly despondent. Upon hearing Lin Ke's response, the blonde girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been contemplating how to steer the conversation toward James, and here Lin Ke had brought him up unprompted, albeit in a subtle manner. Lin, what is your perspective on LeBron? In this match, he achieved 21 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, showcasing a near triple-double performance. Do you concede that LeBron's performance has overshadowed yours? She extended the microphone slightly closer to Lin Ke. Dear girl, you have numerous questions. This shall be my final one to answer. Is it your first day as a reporter? Does 27-7 qualify as a near triple-double? What about 29-9? Does that not qualify as a true triple-double? Furthermore, if you had actually watched the game, you would know that I had LeBron completely outmatched. During the 2 minutes we faced off, his statistics were 0 points, 0 assists, 0 rebounds, 0 blocks, 0 steals, and 2 turnovers. Who, then, is truly overshadowing whom? Lin Ke raised his hands in a gesture of nonchalance, chuckling as he turned to leave, leaving 3 reporters exchanging bewildered glances. This rookie's verbal prowess was impressive. He certainly knew how to deliver a retort. Wait a moment. The other 2 reporters realized they hadn't even posed a single question yet. Goodness, is that all the coverage? All praise for James? Lin Ke, feeling overlooked, pulled out his notebook and inscribed the phrase, media's disregard. Larry Brown, let us swiftly lead the team to a streak of 6 consecutive victories. If we win 6 more, I will accumulate enough system points to reach 10. At that point, I can upgrade the minimum consumption data. Lin Ke murmured to himself. It remains uncertain whether Larry Brown truly heard Lin Ke's wishes or if he felt a twinge of guilt for granting Lin Ke so little playing time. Nevertheless, the Pistons delivered an awe-inspiring performance. With a flurry of vigorous maneuvers, they turned around to find themselves enjoying a seamless 6-game winning streak. After a brief period of adjustment, the Pistons swiftly unleashed a historically formidable defensive prowess, making it exceedingly difficult for their opponents to score over 80 points in any given match. Meanwhile, the Pistons' average score hovered around 90. Who else but the Pistons could claim victory, following their triumph over the Wizards at home? The most melodious system notification finally resonated in Lin Ke's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! The team has emerged victorious. You have earned system points 1. Ding! A reminder for the host. Your current system points have accumulated to 10. You may now proceed to upgrade your minimum consumption data. Chapter 12. Minimum consumption data, promotion. Since the commencement of the regular season, each team has played at least 10 games. Now, let us take a moment to summarize the performance of this season's rookies. Dubbed the Golden Generation of 03, this year's newcomers have indeed showcased their potential, living up to the expectations of their fans. LeBron James has delivered an impressive stat line of 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, exhibiting remarkable versatility. Carmelo Anthony has excelled in scoring, currently boasting figures of 22 points, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists. Chris Bosh has shown promise as well, with a near double-double of 11 points and 8 rebounds, indicating a bright future ahead. Dwayne Wade's statistics of 16 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists are also commendable. Overall, the competition for this season's Rookie of the Year is clearly centered around LeBron and Carmelo. In the Turner Sports studio, Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith hosted a segment titled Rookie Analysis. At this moment, Kenny Smith was delivering an introduction and summary. "Wait a moment, Kenny. Have you forgotten someone?" Barkley prodded Smith with his pen, reminding him. "Who? Are you referring to Lin Ke? His 2 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 1 steal are hardly noteworthy." Kenny Smith replied with exasperation. He was not intentionally disregarding the second overall pick, Lin Ke. Rather, mentioning him at this juncture seemed almost a deliberate humiliation, as Lin Ke's average statistics are inferior to many second-round picks and undrafted players. This, of course, is primarily due to Lin Ke's limited playing time. However, many fans, when solely focusing on the statistics, fail to consider his playing time and mindlessly deem him inadequate. Lin Ke boasts an impressive shooting percentage of 100. Who among others can claim such a feat? I firmly believe that by the end of the season, Lin Ke will astonish everyone. Barkley remarked with a smile. "Charles, why do I sense a hint of sarcasm in your praise?" Kenny countered. "Lin Ke has already faced enough adversity with the Pistons. Let us not heap additional pressure upon him." To be fair, Kenny Smith has expressed discontent towards Larry Brown. Clearly, Lin Ke has performed commendably during his limited minutes on the court, yet Larry Brown remains reluctant to grant him even a minute more. Quite peculiar indeed. Absolutely not. I genuinely have faith in him. So, let us refrain from discussing Lin Ke for now. Come the postseason rookie analysis, I shall ensure Lin Ke occupies the spotlight," Barkley declared earnestly. "Suit yourself." Kenny Smith shook his head, perplexed by Barkley's peculiar reasoning. "At long last, the moment for promotion has arrived. The mere thought of it fills me with excitement." Upon returning to his residence in Detroit, Lin Ke rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Due to the considerable distance from the Palace of Auburn Hills to downtown Detroit, Lin Ke has opted to reside at the Auburn Hills Hotel. Given Lin Ke's current salary, maintaining a hotel stay is certainly within his means. This arrangement conveniently addresses his dining and housekeeping needs, emphasizing simplicity and ease. Renting a decent apartment would not be cost-effective, and Lin Ke has no immediate plans to purchase a home. The uncertainty of the future looms large. Acquiring a luxurious mansion only to be traded shortly thereafter would indeed be nonsensical. Thus, residing at the Auburn Hills Hotel proves to be the most convenient option, being right next to the arena. Upgrade the minimum consumption data, Lin Ke silently commanded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The minimum consumption data has successfully upgraded to the second tier, 52211. Consumed system points 10. Ding! Reminder to the host. To advance to the third tier of minimum consumption data, 20 system points are required. The system's prompt echoed within Lin Ke's mind. How delightful! The data of 52211 significantly surpasses that of 21111. At the very least, Lin Ke can confidently attempt a guaranteed three-pointer or draw a foul for a 2-1. His offensive strategies have now expanded considerably. It appears that with each tier upgrade, the consumption of system points required for further advancement increases. However, if the Pistons can secure another 20 wins in the regular season, that should pose no problem at all. This implies that before the conclusion of the regular season, reaching the third tier is entirely feasible. By then, calling himself the all-purpose prince should be a mere formality. Ascending to the fourth tier this season may not be within reach. After careful consideration, Lin Ke has clarified his potential trajectory for improvement. What a thrill! Time for rest. Tomorrow night, he will face off against Flash Wade. Lin Ke collapsed onto his bed, reveling in the vitality of youth. Regarding playing time, he has decided to maintain the status quo and refrain from proactively discussing it with Larry Brown. In the approximate 3 to 5 minutes of playing time, he can effectively demonstrate a performance of 5-2-2-1-1. A brief yet explosive display will surely leave an impression. Therefore, more playing time is not necessarily better. Once Lin Ke elevates the minimum consumption data to the third tier, he will engage in a conversation with Larry Brown. On November 21st, in Detroit, at the Palace of Auburn Hills, the Pistons are set to host the Miami Heat tonight. This season, the Heat are not to be underestimated, boasting a lineup that includes Eddie Jones, Lamar Odom, Dwayne Wade, Rafer Alston, and Karen Butler. Additionally, one must not forget Wang Zhizhi. They present a well-balanced scoring team. However, they are not overwhelmingly strong, as Wade has yet to fully mature and Shaquille O'Neal has not yet made his Eastern Conference debut. The Pistons should have little trouble continuing their winning streak. The focal point of tonight's game will undoubtedly be the showdown between Lin Ke and Wade. Although Lin Ke's average statistics may appear unremarkable at present, some fans have affectionately dubbed him the 3-minute Pippen. In those fleeting 3 minutes, Lin Ke indeed showcases a versatility reminiscent of Pippen. Wade, in his rookie season, seems to have fallen somewhat behind. If we categorize LeBron and Anthony in the elite tier, Wade occupies a secondary position among the 2003 generation. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, holding the second pick title, has audaciously aligned himself with the players of the first two tiers. At 8 p.m., both teams emerge from the player tunnel to warm up on the court. Lin Ke appeared unusually exuberant. "Hey, Big Ben, I feel like you bulked up again," he exclaimed. "Wow, Rashid, your three-point shooting is impressive." He continued, "Yo, Channing, make sure to pass me the ball tonight. I can shoot threes too." Lin Ke nearly danced out of the tunnel, greeting each teammate in turn. Big Ben, Rashid Wallace, and Billups exchanged bewildered glances. What has gotten into this young lad from the Dragon Kingdom? Why is he so spirited tonight? Chapter 13. This feel is simply exquisite. Larry Brown, too, sensed Lin Ke's unusual demeanor. A flicker of guilt crossed his mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. Larry Brown consistently honored his commitment, ensuring Lin Ke's participation in every game, which was commendable in itself. The match commenced rapidly, and once again, Lin Ke found himself seated at the far end of the bench. Just as he was about to greet Wang Zhizhi for a brief conversation, he noticed Wang's demeanor was somewhat evasive, as if he were reluctant to engage with Lin Ke. A sigh escaped Lin Ke's heart. He understood the reason. At that moment in Longwa, Wang Zhizhi was nearly a ghost, having appeared in some textbooks and examination papers as a negative example. Frankly, it was rather disheartening. Lin Ke felt powerless in this situation. During that relatively complete season with the Mavericks, Wang Zhizhi averaged 9 minutes on the court, scoring 6 points, with a three-point shooting percentage of 41.4. Many fans failed to grasp the significance of such statistics. These numbers epitomized those of a standard role player within the league, and they were quite impressive. If he continued to develop normally, it was not inconceivable for Wang Zhizhi to become a starter on a weaker team, even if he did not reach starter status. Averaging 10 minutes as a role player posed no issue whatsoever. Without those unfortunate events, Wang Zhizhi could have easily remained in the league for a considerable time. He might wander among several teams, yet he would undoubtedly leave his mark. Moreover, he could occasionally deliver a remarkable performance. When one identifies Wang Zhizhi as a role player, his weaknesses become less fatal. His prowess in three-point shooting and his elegant low-post ball handling were sufficient. Much like Nick Young, who, apart from scoring, offered little else. Yet, Nick Young has enjoyed a 12-season career in the league. Similarly, Novak, a former teammate of Yao Ming, also thrived for 11 seasons in the league, with average points comparable to Wang Zhizhi's. A little-known fact: after his rookie contract, Wang Zhizhi secured a mid-level contract with the Clippers, a feat that Yi Jianlian could not achieve. Following his rookie contract, Yi Jianlian found himself on a minimum salary with the Mavericks. The game progressed swiftly, and Lin Ke sat on the bench, watching intently while lost in thought. During the first half, Lin Ke was unlikely to receive playing time, allowing his mind to wander. The Pistons handled the Heat, a so-called strong team, with ease. By halftime, the Pistons had restricted the Heat to a mere 37 points. It appeared that the Heat would struggle to surpass 80 points in this match. As the third quarter approached the 3-minute mark, Lin Ke felt a stirring in his heart. He sensed his time to shine was nearing. Sure enough, Larry Brown gestured towards him, almost simultaneously granting Lin Ke the opportunity to face off against Wade. This moment felt eerily familiar. At this moment, Lin Ke unleashed a fierce attack on James. It must be said that Larry Brown certainly knows how to create an atmosphere. Lin Ke sprang to his feet, ready to take the court. Meanwhile, at the far end of the Miami Heat's bench, Wang Zhizhi observed Lin Ke's entrance with a look of envy. Within the Heat, Wang Zhizhi had become accustomed to only playing during garbage time. However, things were quite different during his tenure with the Mavericks. In Dallas, he had participated in the playoffs and frequently shared the court with Nowitzki. Just imagine, two interior players capable of shooting three-pointers on the court simultaneously. If such a tactical system were to be fully developed, it would surely be ahead of its time. In the most recent season of his previous life, a center who could shoot three-pointers was a tremendous asset. Reflecting on such matters evokes a sense of regret. On the court, as soon as Lin Ke entered, he sauntered over to Wade's side. "Dwayne, prepare to face my wrath. I challenge you to a one-on-one." After delivering this proclamation, Lin Ke dashed back to his half, leaving Wade in a state of bewilderment. What the heck? What is happening? While Wade was momentarily dazed, he also felt a twinge of annoyance. By position, they were not matched up against each other. During his rookie season with the Heat, Wade often played at the point guard position due to Eddie Jones occupying the shooting guard spot. Back in his days with the Lakers, Eddie Jones had Kobe as his backup. Eventually, as Kobe blossomed, he displaced Eddie Jones. The Lakers management opted for Kobe over Eddie Jones. Tragically for Eddie, he might soon be traded to make room for Wade. Riley was nurturing Wade as a miniature Jordan. How could a mini Jordan play point guard? He was destined to be a shooting guard. "Let me take Lin Ke," Wade shouted to his teammates. After a brief moment of contemplation, the team's leader, Eddie Jones, nodded in agreement. Although Lin Ke was a small forward, he stood at an impressive height of 2.13 meters, which many found astonishing. Wade, standing at 1.93 meters, would surely exploit the mismatch against Lin Ke, making it a classic case of a smaller player overpowering a larger one. Defensively, Wade appeared at a disadvantage. However, Lin Ke averaged merely 2 points per game, posing little threat. Both Eddie Jones and Wade shared this sentiment. Wade was ready to dominate Lin Ke. As the Heat initiated their offense, Wade dribbled past half court, and Lin Ke naturally positioned himself in front of him. The Pistons players had grown accustomed to Lin Ke's frequent positional switches. Given Lin Ke's brief playing time, his dazzling performances had garnered them a degree of leniency. Even Larry Brown regarded it as a form of compensation for Lin Ke. "Lin, I will drive past you before you even know it." As Wade skillfully dribbled the ball between his legs, seeking his rhythm, he cast a taunting remark towards Lin Ke, exclaiming, "Is that so? Brace yourself. I'm about to steal the ball." A devilish grin spread across Lin Ke's face. In the next instant, Wade realized that the basketball had vanished from his grasp. What had initially seemed like a flawless maneuver was disrupted by Lin Ke's long reach, which had deftly snatched the ball away. At this moment, Lin Ke had every reason to be grateful for his impressive static attributes. Standing at 2.13 meters tall, coupled with an exceptional wingspan, he possessed an undeniable advantage in the small forward position. This enabled many of his statistics to appear remarkably plausible. Had Lin Ke been shorter with a diminutive reach, such a steal would have seemed almost preposterous. With a resounding smack, Lin Ke activated the guaranteed buff of minimum consumption data, Steal 1. The thrill of the game was exhilarating. Chapter 14. The best is yet to come. "Damn it," Wade muttered under his breath after Lin Ke intercepted the ball. The theft was utterly bewildering, igniting a spark of frustration within Wade. Youngsters thrive on competition. Wade swiftly pursued Lin Ke with fervor. Although Lin Ke's speed was not particularly remarkable, Wade managed to catch up to him at the free throw line. However, just as Wade prepared to snatch the ball from Lin Ke's grasp to execute an answer steal, he suddenly realized that Lin Ke had secured the ball, launching himself into the air with a powerful push off the ground. What on earth? Is he attempting to take off from the free throw line? This defies all logic. Does Lin Ke possess such physical prowess? Wade was taken aback. At that moment, it was too late for him to intervene. Lin Ke's heart raced with exhilaration. A dunk from the free throw line. Who would T1 experience that? Especially in a live game. Given Lin Ke's genuine physical talent, executing a dunk from that distance was unlikely. Yet, with the activation of the minimum consumption data, guaranteed buff, Lin Ke could perform any action conceivable on the court in that fleeting moment. Naturally, the dunk from the free throw line was among them. He was going to slam it. Lin Ke grasped the ball with his right hand and forcefully hurled it toward the rim. Thanks to his large hands, securing the ball posed no challenge whatsoever. Bang! The thunderous dunk reverberated through the entire hoop. The visual spectacle was utterly explosive. Oh my God! In the stands, the Pistons' home crowd instinctively clasped their heads in astonishment. Lin Ke's physical talent was on full display. This was the prowess of a second overall pick. Who claimed our rising star had diminished? Not at all. On the sidelines, Larry Brown wore a perplexed expression. He instinctively turned to assistant coach Monroe and inquired, "Has he demonstrated such physical talent during practice?" "No." Cough. "It seems this kid only showcases his true self during games. He tends to coast through training." Monroe could only provide such an explanation. "Is that so?" Larry Brown nodded, then shook his head. Lin Ke appeared to possess genuine skill, causing a flicker of doubt in Larry Brown's mind. Should he increase Lin Ke's playing time and integrate him into the team's rotation? Yet, recalling Lin Ke's tendency to coast during practice, dissatisfaction brewed within Larry Brown. His standards for training were exceedingly high. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of effort behind the scenes. Coasting is unacceptable. Larry Brown felt it necessary to continue applying pressure on Lin Ke. Currently, the Pistons' tactics were operating seamlessly, displaying an epic level of defense, thus eliminating the need for Lin Ke to become the X factor. On the court, Wade was utterly frustrated. He undoubtedly became the backdrop for Lin Ke's dunk from the free throw line. This is utterly dreadful. Based on historical precedent, it is unlikely that Lin Ke will score again. Next, it is my turn to shine, Wade thought to himself. As the Heat launched their offense, Wade exhibited a noticeably steadier ball control this time. He deliberately maintained distance from Lin Ke, preventing him from encroaching and avoiding another steal. However, in reality, Lin Ke could no longer easily snatch the ball from Wade. It cannot be said that there is no hope. It is merely a faint glimmer of possibility. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of between-the-legs dribbles, Wade suddenly executed a crossover. With a powerful lunge of his right foot, his first step was as swift as lightning. Oh my! Lin Ke was almost instantaneously left behind by Wade. At this moment, Lin Ke's lateral movement and pivot appeared somewhat sluggish. Once he penetrated the paint, Wade showcased his signature Euro step. Left, right, left. The Pistons' backup center Campbell was completely deceived, left only to watch as Wade floated past him. And then there's me. Just as Wade concluded this offensive play with a delicate layup, a loud shout echoed in his ear, startling him to the core. It was Lin Ke's voice. Oh no! Wade immediately sensed impending doom. Yet at this moment, the ball had already left his hands, leaving him unable to make any corrective actions. I'll block you. Lin Ke's hands simultaneously met the basketball, delivering an emphatic volleyball-style rejection to Wade. Bang! After Lin Ke swatted the ball against the backboard, it rebounded, and Campbell secured the board. Block 1. Lin Ke's performance on the defensive end continued to astonish everyone. Incredible. Truly explosive. Such displays are almost a staple for Lin Ke, offering fans a spectacle in nearly every game. Larry Brown is undeniably stubborn. In the broadcast room, Barkley was once again inclined to shout 666 for Lin Ke. Perhaps the coach's perspective differs from that of us fans. From the fans' viewpoint, Lin Ke's defense in these two sequences was nothing short of spectacular. However, in Coach Larry Brown's eyes, it was a different story. Lin Ke's lateral movement was evidently inadequate, allowing Dwayne to breeze past him with ease. Kenny Smith provided a professional analysis on this matter. There is truth in that statement. Lin Ke's subsequent block was merely a remedy for his earlier subpar defense. He simply succeeded in blocking it. In the eyes of Larry Brown, Lin Ke's defense was indeed lacking. Nevertheless, there is a saying, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. When Lin Ke's remedial blocks or steals accumulate sufficiently, they're enough to overshadow his earlier deficiencies of being easily bypassed, whether in offense or defense. The process is essential, yet it is ultimately the outcome that determines the victor of the game. Sometimes, despite achieving perfection on defense, the opponent can still effortlessly score against you. You must accept defeat regardless. Similarly, Lin Ke, with his defensive prowess, manages to recover with a block after being momentarily surpassed, which constitutes a successful defense. This is quite comprehensible. Now, what Lin Ke needs to do is to quietly accumulate system points until he ultimately ignites a qualitative change. At that time, the title of defensive master will undoubtedly be rightfully bestowed upon him. On the court, Wade's expression has turned exceedingly serious. He has been thwarted by Lin Ke not once, but twice. At this moment, Wade begins to comprehend the sentiments of James and Bosh. Previously, Wade had mocked James and Bosh, believing they could not even handle the most mediocre top pick. Now, this metaphorical boomerang has returned to strike Wade himself. I wonder what else you have up your sleeve. Unleash your best. Wade calculated in his mind that Lin Ke has already secured 2 points, 1 block, and 1 steal. Based on prior game experience, Lin Ke can now possibly attain 1 assist and 1 rebound at most. This implies that Lin Ke poses little threat on both offensive and defensive fronts. Lin Ke, apologies my friend, but I have shifted gears. The best is yet to come. Chapter 15, The Moment of Revival. The Pistons launch their offense, with Mike James skillfully dribbling past half-court. Lin Ke, stationed beyond the three-point arc, eagerly signals for the ball. The bond between Mike James and Lin Ke is blossoming into a genuine friendship, forged through their mutually beneficial statistical exchanges. This instance is no different. After passing the ball to Lin Ke, Mike James executes a swift backdoor cut, darting toward the paint. Lin Ke's pass is perfectly timed. They are in sync. Swish. Mike James receives the ball and seamlessly executes a layup. Splendid. The basketball settles securely into the net. 2 points for Mike James, and an assist for Lin Ke. Magnificent teamwork. The two share a celebratory high five, exchanging smiles that reflect their camaraderie. However, the integrity of teamwork pales in comparison to the audacity of statistical exchanges between rivals. What I mean by that? When trailing by 10 points, I allow you to score 2 points, and you reciprocate by letting me score 2 points as well. This continues ad infinitum. This is what we call a commercial exchange. Since both teams are scoring 2 points each, the deficit remains unchanged. Such exchanges do not impact the outcome of the game. How delightful is that? On the court, Dwayne Wade is increasingly frustrated. He feels utterly ineffective. Just moments ago, Lin Ke orchestrated the play from the top of the arc, and Wade's positioning proved to be futile. Given their height disparity, Lin Ke's pass to Wade faced no obstruction whatsoever. How disheartening. The game presses on, with the third quarter dwindling in time. Once again, Wade charges towards Lin Ke, yet hesitates on the finish, clearly wary of Lin Ke's shot-blocking prowess. Although mathematically, Lin Ke would not have the opportunity to block again. What if, at this moment, Wade, a rookie, lacks the mental fortitude to dismiss such concerns? Clang. Wade's furious shot hits the iron. The rebound. Lin Ke leaps to seize the ball. Previously, with only 1 rebound to his name, Lin Ke would focus on offensive boards, maximizing his value and showcasing his skills. However, now that he has achieved the minimum requirement of 2 rebounds, he no longer discriminates between offensive and defensive boards. To earn system points, Lin Ke must not only secure victories, but also fulfill the minimum statistical requirement. Currently, Larry Brown is granting him too little playing time. Lin Ke cannot afford to be complacent. If he inadvertently fails to meet the minimum statistical requirement, it would feel like a monumental loss. Lin Ke hands the ball to Mike James and swiftly races toward the frontcourt. After Mike James crosses half-court, he passes the ball back to Lin Ke, who continues to orchestrate for the top of the arc. This time, center Campbell is the target of Lin Ke's playmaking. Campbell positions himself deep. If Lin Ke delivers the pass, he will have a clear path to the basket. Such an opportunity is one Lin Ke cannot let slip away. With a precise high lob, Lin Ke delivered the ball into Campbell's hands. Swish! Campbell, without dribbling, effortlessly executed a close-range floater. Solid. Another assist in the bag. At this moment, Lin Ke boasted impressive statistics: 2 points, 2 assists, 1 rebound, 1 block, and 1 steal. There remained 3 points and 1 rebound still untapped. Lin Ke glanced at the timer, calculating his next move. With only 30 seconds left in the third quarter, fortune might favor him for another watch moment. The Heat initiated their offense, and Eddie Jones's back-to-basket play found success, steadying the Heat's rhythm. The Pistons took their turn, but Corliss Williamson disregarded Lin Ke's request for the ball, opting for a solo attack. After all, Lin Ke was merely a water boy. It was entirely normal for teammates to overlook his plea. Bang! Williamson's mid-range shot failed to find the mark. With just 6 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Lin Ke felt as if he were enveloped in flames. It was his moment to shine. The rebound was his. His booming shout reverberated, startling both allies and adversaries alike. In midair, Lin Ke disregarded everything, firmly grasping the basketball. Rebound 1. Upon landing, he dashed towards the three-point line with incredible speed. Time was of the essence. A throng of teammates clamored for the ball, but Lin Ke feigned blindness to their calls. As he crossed the three-point arc with his back to the basket, he leaped. Mid-air, he pivoted with determination, launching the ball with precision. Just as it left his fingertips, the timer's red light illuminated. "Oh, my God! What is that kid from the Dragon Country doing?" A gasp echoed from the audience. Upon landing, Lin Ke, without waiting for the ball to swish through the net, tapped his left wrist with his right hand. The hour has come. Swish! The crisp, melodious sound of the ball finding the net rang out perfectly. Wow! Incredible! This was astonishing. Not only the fans present, but all those watching were left in awe by Lin Ke's display. Could it be done like this? What if it missed? Wouldn't that be a blunder? Lin Ke, a blunder? That's an impossibility. Do you understand the value of minimum consumption data? 5 points, 2 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 steal. Clocking out. Oh, what a show. After his grand performance, Lin Ke returned to his vibrant self. This contrast made his gesture of checking the watch all the more stylish. Impressive. Amazing. You truly know how to dazzle. Upon returning to the bench, his teammates affectionately tousled Lin Ke's hair. He began to worry about his hairstyle, nearly at risk of being pulled out. Meanwhile, at the far end of the Heat's bench, Wang Ji quietly clapped his hands twice, offering silent encouragement to Lin Ke. Wang Ji glanced at the scoreboard, feeling that he might have the opportunity to play for a few minutes in this match. The fourth quarter was destined to descend into garbage time once again. It must be said that during this period, the Pistons' form has been nothing short of explosive. It seems that within the league, few teams can rival the Pistons. However, one must acknowledge that form can be inconsistent. Additionally, it remains to be seen whether Larry Brown will choose to exert some pressure. A scorching hot form during the regular season is not necessarily advantageous, especially for a championship contending team. Preserving the peak performance for the playoffs is the true essence of success. What did I say? I had a feeling that Lin Ke's statistics would gradually improve. 5 points, 2 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 block. A notable enhancement. Kenny. An intense premonition surged within me. Barkley fixed a penetrating gaze upon Kenny Smith. What premonition? Kenny Smith was prepared to play the supporting role. Lin Ke may very well become the first player in the league to achieve an average of 10-5-5-5-5. Averaging, mind you, Barkley emphasized. Hiss. Kenny Smith inhaled sharply. If such statistics were indeed realized by Lin Ke, it would be an overwhelmingly astonishing feat, more terrifying than an average triple-double. Chapter 16. A New Level. There is no doubt that Wade was thoroughly outmatched by Lin Ke. In the fourth quarter of the game, Wade found himself in a perplexed state, reminiscent of the days when James would draw his sword and gaze around in confusion. Alas, Lin Ke had once again left the court. This left Wade utterly frustrated. After finally adjusting his mindset and condition, Lin Ke had chosen not to engage with him again. Curse it, would he be afforded a normal amount of playing time, so they could truly compete? Wade muttered under his breath, casting a glance towards the Pistons bench. Lin Ke, sensing Wade's gaze, waved back at him. Damn. Wade felt even more exasperated. This person was rather shameless. As the fourth quarter drew to a close, Lin Ke noticed Wang Zhizhi had also received a chance to play. To be fair, Wang Zhizhi's scoring efficiency was indeed impressive. With a three-pointer and a deft move inside, he secured 5 points, equaling Lin Ke's tally. In terms of offensive talent, Wang Zhizhi was certainly commendable. The game soon concluded, with the Pistons claiming another victory. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have earned system points 1. The system notification echoed in Lin Ke's mind, a sound he had grown quite accustomed to. Deji. Lin Ke approached Wang Zhizhi and called out, Xiao Ke, let's grab a meal sometime. I'm off. Wang Zhizhi waved his hand, cutting off Lin Ke's chance to continue speaking. Lin Ke scratched his head, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Just wait. Once he became the undeniable core of the team, perhaps he could bring Wang Zhizhi along for the ride. The following day, numerous media outlets reported on Lin Ke. His rising statistics and continued dominance over Wade led many journalists and fans to ponder the true extent of his abilities. A topic began to circulate among fans. Was Lin Ke genuinely weak, or was his performance stifled by limited playing time? Some fans argued that Lin Ke was indeed weak. If he were strong enough, Larry Brown would surely grant him more playing time, even if he couldn't start. Becoming a role player averaging 10 minutes per game should have been achievable, rather than the current 3 to 4 minutes per game. Conversely, other fans staunchly believed Lin Ke was strong. They contended that his inability to produce dominant statistics stemmed solely from his lack of playing time. Evidence of this lay in his perfect shooting percentage thus far. Moreover, he managed to fill out the stat sheet in every game, an accomplishment not easily achieved by someone without talent. Both sides held their ground, engaged in ceaseless debate. However, as the season progressed, the support for Lin Ke began to wane. The reason? Although Lin Ke's statistics remained stable at 5.2211. Even when Larry Brown occasionally granted him over 10 minutes of play, his numbers showed no signs of improvement, remaining steadfast at 5.2211. This revelation has laid bare Lin Ke's true nature before everyone. His performance of 5.2211 is not a result of insufficient playing time, but rather a reflection of his current capabilities. Consequently, Lin Ke's prominence has significantly diminished. The numbers alone, 5.2211, are insufficient to warrant inclusion in discussions regarding the illustrious 0-3 golden generation. This is merely the showing of a second-round pick. While filling the statistical columns is a noteworthy highlight, maintaining a perfect shooting percentage is indeed remarkable. Lin Ke remains unfazed by the opinions of the media and fans alike, opting instead to adopt a philosophy for his rookie season, to endure and develop quietly. In this context, he observes the monthly competition for Rookie of the Month with a smile. LeBron and Anthony take turns in the spotlight, while Wade and Bosh occasionally make their presence felt. Yet Lin Ke has maintained an astonishing level of consistency. As January swiftly came to a close, the Pistons' victories steadily accumulated, culminating in their 30th win on January 27th. This milestone also signifies that Lin Ke has amassed 20-foot system points, allowing him to upgrade his minimum consumption data once more. Elated, he returns home, suppressing his excitement and mentally reiterating, Ding. Congratulations. Host, minimum consumption data has been upgraded to tier 310-5522. Consumed system points 20. Ding. Reminder for the host. 50-foot system points are still required to reach tier 4. Oh dear. Initially, Lin Ke is ecstatic, but then a wave of mild frustration washes over him. The escalating requirements for system points with each upgrade are indeed progressive. Accumulating 50-foot system points may well necessitate spanning multiple seasons. Fortunately, Lin Ke is part of the formidable Pistons. Had he been languishing in a struggling team, he might not even accumulate 50 points after 2 seasons. Who says rookies cannot progress in strong teams? Lin Ke certainly can. Now, he can finally have a conversation with that old man Larry Brown. Achieving 10.5.522 in just 3 minutes is a daunting task, requiring at least 7 or 8 minutes for a more reliable output, Lin Ke muses. Though Larry Brown is quite obstinate, Lin Ke feels confident in his ability to persuade him. Fans and coaches perceive issues from vastly different perspectives. To fans, Lin Ke's average statistics may seem lackluster. But to Larry Brown, his progression from an average of 2.1111 to a stable 5.2211, all while maintaining a 100 shooting rate, is nothing short of miraculous. Such consistency is deemed terrifying by the coaching staff. From a tactical standpoint, possessing such stability, Lin Ke is far from inconsequential. Larry Brown, on several occasions, proactively granted Lin Ke additional playing time, indicating a certain flexibility within him. However, Lin Ke's performance during those moments did not reflect an increase in statistics, which left Larry Brown somewhat disappointed. Presently, Lin Ke merely needs to propose a wager agreement with Larry Brown, and there is no doubt that Larry would acquiesce. The following day, Lin Ke arrived at the training facility early and approached Larry Brown upon his arrival. "Coach, may we have a word?" Lin Ke flashed a grin. "Let us indeed converse." Larry Brown seemed to anticipate the topic Lin Ke wished to discuss. "I request 8 to 10 minutes of playing time in each game, during which I should be allowed to showcase my abilities freely. I can guarantee a performance of at least 10 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. If I fail to deliver such results in any game, you may retract my playing time at any moment. Shall we commence from the next match? Are we in agreement?" Lin Ke candidly articulated his demands. Chapter 17. An Early Appearance. Larry Brown was taken aback by Lin Ke's straightforwardness. After a brief calculation, he felt it was worth a try. The allocated playing time of 8 to 10 minutes was not excessively long. Currently, the Pistons maintained a stable record and ranking in the Eastern Conference. Their tactical rotations and chemistry had also reached a basic equilibrium. Now, Larry Brown was focusing more on the playoffs. During the regular season, it was imperative for players to remain healthy and to proceed with a systematic approach to wins and losses. Larry Brown believed there was no harm in granting Lin Ke additional playing time. However, once the playoffs commenced, that would be an entirely different matter. Larry Brown would not consent to providing Lin Ke with such ample time on the court during the postseason. If Lin Ke could indeed deliver statistics of 10, 5, 5, 2, 2, it would imply he could contribute around 20 points in those 10 minutes. 10 points plus 5 assists. In this era, scoring approximately 20 points in a single quarter had become quite commonplace. "Very well, Lin. I hope you shall not disappoint me." Larry Brown smiled gently and patted Lin Ke on the shoulder. A new idea sparked in his mind, envisioning Lin Ke as the team's X-factor. Should they encounter insurmountable challenges in the playoffs, he could unleash Lin Ke to stir the pot. The caveat being, Lin Ke must truly live up to his claims. Yes. As he watched Larry Brown's departing figure, Lin Ke exuberantly waved his arm. It was settled. "This old man is rather intriguing." He readily agreed. Who was the next opponent? Ah yes, the Rockets. It was time for the showdown with Yao Ming. Lin Ke Tiaklet. This season, he had already faced off against Battel and Wang Zhizhi. Yet, he had not crossed paths with Yao Ming until now. Finally, the moment had arrived. This season, the league boasted 4 players from the Dragon Nation, marking a record. However, in late November of the previous year, Battel departed from the Raptors, returning to the Dragon Nation. This departure signified the end of Battel's journey in the league. Now, there were 3 players from the Dragon Nation: Lin Ke, Yao Ming, and Wang Zhizhi. Houston, the entire Pistons team, had arrived at their hotel. With a relatively relaxed schedule, they had come to the away game a day in advance. That evening, Yao Ming took the initiative to invite Lin Ke out for a late-night snack. Yao Ming was incredibly warm and exuded an elder, brotherly charm in Lin Ke's presence. "Are you accustomed to the food here? I plan to open a restaurant, and when you come by, you'll be able to savor the flavors of our Dragon Nation," Yao Ming said with a smile. "I am very much looking forward to it," Lin Ke replied, savoring the meal while feeling a wave of emotion. Those who thrive in this world are truly different. This season, Yao Ming had undoubtedly become the core of the team's interior, demonstrating his secure position within the squad. Yao Ming has now gained the focused training of the Rockets management, and as a pivotal figure in the basketball exchange between China and the United States. His commercial value and influence have surged dramatically. In this regard, Lin Ke truly cannot be compared to Yao Ming. Xiao Ke, you have made considerable progress in your rookie season. How do you manage to fill the stat sheet in every game, maintaining a shooting percentage of 100? Yao Ming inquired with genuine curiosity. That's a secret that cannot be revealed. If I divulge it, you would know how to defend against me. Lin Ke chuckled mischievously. That is certainly true. Then let us meet on the court tomorrow night. I shall not hold back, Yao Ming declared confidently. This season, the Pistons are exceptionally formidable, yet Yao Ming believes he can lead the team to challenge them. He possesses a significant advantage in the paint, making it difficult for Ben Wallace to defend him one-on-one. Yao, be prepared for a surprise. Lin Ke winked playfully. Yao Ming, amused, smiled, clearly not taking it too seriously. What surprise could there be in less than 5 minutes of playing time? On January 29th, at 8 p.m., the Toyota Center was already teeming with fans. Facing a strong team like the Pistons naturally attracted a larger crowd of Rockets fans eager to watch the game. Yao Ming's continued growth has filled the Rocket supporters with anticipation for the future. As Lin Ke emerged from the player tunnel, he was in excellent spirits. If his previous stats of 5.22.11 could be considered merely filling in, then 10.55.22 undoubtedly positioned him as an integral part of the team. His game was characterized by versatility. At the start of the match, Lin Ke remained on the bench, but his position was no longer at the far end, indicating a rise in his status within the team. In the first quarter, Yao Ming faced off against the dual Wallaces, showcasing a balanced contest. This season, the Rockets had yet to welcome Tracy McGrady back, which significantly improved their roster depth. With Yao Ming, Francis, and Mobley, the Rockets had numerous offensive options, unlike the previous era where the ball was overly concentrated with the Yao-McGrady duo, leading to underwhelming performances from other role players. Unfortunately, both Yao and McGrady suffered injuries, which was quite frustrating. If Lin Ke had his say, the Rockets should never have made that trade for McGrady. By the 7th minute of the first quarter, the score was tied at 15-15. At that moment, an unexpected substitution occurred. Lin, get ready to enter. Larry Brown pointed at Lin Ke. Lin Ke sprang to his feet. He had not been idle on the bench, eagerly awaiting Larry Brown's call. The expressions of the teammates were tinged with astonishment, clearly unprepared for Lin Ke's early appearance on the court. Hey! Lin Ke flashed a grin at his teammates, his face radiating confidence. Don't mess this up, Larry Brown reminded Lin Ke earnestly. Rest assured, coach, you truly understand me, Lin Ke declared with an air of bravado. In the spirit of mutual support, Larry Brown's decision to field Lin Ke at such an early juncture would undoubtedly be met with Lin Ke's unwavering commitment. Big Yao, my apologies, but I am determined to dominate you. Lin Ke stepped onto the court. Meanwhile, Yao Ming also displayed a look of surprise. Jim, keep an eye on my fellow countryman. Yao Ming called out to the starting small forward, Jim Jackson, gesturing towards the newly entered Lin Ke. Leave it to me. Jim Jackson nodded, though he did not take it to heart. However, it wasn't long before he wished he could call home for comfort. Chapter 18. A familiar face amongst friends. On the court, the Pistons were on the offensive. At this moment, aside from Lin Ke, who replaced Prince, the other 4 stalwarts were on the floor. This signified that Lin Ke was playing alongside the starters for the very first time. A wave of excitement washed over him. He rubbed his hands together. Billups controlled the ball as he crossed half-court. The Pistons' strategy was primarily centered around an impenetrable defense. Their offensive plays were relatively few, predominantly revolving around Billups, playmaking, and distribution of the ball. Hamilton thrived on off-ball movement to receive and shoot, while Rasheed Wallace bore the burden of interior scoring. Prince excelled in both off-ball and on-ball scenarios, showcasing a well-rounded skill set. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace was primarily focused on finishing plays and seizing offensive rebounds for second-chance opportunities. Now, Lin Ke occupied Prince's position. After a moment of contemplation, Billups entrusted the ball to Lin Ke. On one hand, a substitute must seize the opportunity to make an impact. Merely running up and down the court would render their presence inconsequential, especially given the limited playing time for substitutes. On the other hand, Lin Ke had dazzled in his brief appearances previously, earning Billups' trust. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Ke smiled and nodded at Billups. He had not anticipated touching the ball so soon. Initially, Lin Ke had intended to battle for an offensive rebound and seize possession himself. However, Billups turned out to be quite generous. With that in mind, Lin Ke adeptly adjusted his approach and initiated a play from the top of the arc. After receiving the ball, Hamilton commenced his customary off-ball movement. Lin Ke's pass was audacious, to say the least. Just as Hamilton reached the basket, Lin Ke delivered a bounce pass that sent the ball into the paint. This pass caught everyone by surprise, including Hamilton himself. Fortunately, Hamilton, being a proficient off-ball player, was ever ready to receive the ball, allowing him to convert it into a layup effortlessly. Although Yao Ming stood nearby, he failed to react in time to contest the shot. One extraordinary pass. Remarkable. Billups' eyes lit up as he witnessed it. As a point guard, he fully understood the value of Lin Ke's pass. From the timing to the force, everything was executed to perfection. Had there been even a slight shortcoming, it would have undoubtedly resulted in a turnover. This kid truly knows how to showcase his talent. Still, he could dazzle on offense, but as long as he maintained his defensive integrity, all would be well. On the sidelines, Larry Brown nodded with a smile. Coaches who emphasize defense often do not place as much importance on offense. Nonetheless, the Pistons possessed a wealth of offensive resources. All 5 starters, except for Ben, had the ability to manage the ball independently, a rare quality indeed. While the Lakers' F4 this season may seem intimidating, in reality, Malone and Payton were struggling to keep pace with the intensity. The Lakers, possessing the formidable F4, boast 4 individuals with autonomous offensive capabilities, placing them on par with the Pistons. However, in comparison, they fall slightly short, primarily due to the unique X-factor that is Lin Ke. With a single assist secured, Lin Ke merely returned to his half of the court. Competing alongside the starters alleviated much of his defensive burden. Should an opponent penetrate the paint, there is always Big Ben to provide backup, instilling a sense of reassurance. Moreover, Lin Ke's innate static talent is undeniable. As long as he maintains his position, it becomes exceedingly challenging for his counterpart to execute a successful shot. Standing at an imposing height of 2.13 meters, Lin Ke holds a significant advantage over small forwards, particularly when contrasted with the Rockets' Jim Jackson, who measures only 1.98 meters. As long as Lin Ke prevents Jackson from penetrating, he can effortlessly dominate him. As the Rockets initiated their offense, Francis, upon crossing half-court, promptly sought out Yao Ming. This season, Yao's average points per game have surged to the top of the team, firmly establishing him as the unequivocal offensive linchpin. Receiving a pass from Francis in the paint, Yao established his position against Big Ben, who attempted to circumvent him, but to no avail. Yao's towering stature imposed considerable pressure on Big Ben, who found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Furthermore, Yao's offensive repertoire is vastly more diverse than that of Shaquille O'Neal. He can effortlessly execute a turnaround, fadeaway jump shot. Alas, this maneuver is something Big Ben finds nearly impossible to defend against. With a resounding thump, Yao executed precisely that. He backed into Big Ben, found his rhythm, and swiftly performed a fadeaway jump shot, swish. Big Ben could only watch in disbelief as the score stood at 17-17, still tied. In the ensuing offensive possession for the Pistons, Billups entrusted the ball to Lin Ke once more. Hamilton noticeably faced increased defensive pressure from Mobley. Nevertheless, Rasheed Wallace's abrupt cut to the basket created an opportunity. As the ball arrived, Lin Ke delivered an astonishing pass. Wallace, without needing to adjust, launched into a thunderous dunk, bam. Yao's quick recovery for a block was futile. The score now read 19-17, with the Pistons reclaiming the lead. What a thrill! Lin Ke exclaimed with delight. Such passes, devoid of the worry of turnovers, were utterly exhilarating. Within 5 assists, Lin Ke embodies the essence of a magician. The Rockets' offense relentlessly targets Yao Ming. After a fierce confrontation with the initial defender, Lin Ke swiftly charges toward Yao Ming. Oh my goodness! Yao Ming, wary of dribbling too much, hastily gathers the ball, preparing for a forceful shot. Here we go. Whack. At this moment, Lin Ke's leap seems to have received an extraordinary boost, soaring to astonishing heights. and from the side, he emphatically swats Yao Ming's shot down. Block 1. Incredible. Even Yao's lofty release point can be denied. A fellow countryman shows no mercy. Wait, can anyone enlighten us about Lin Ke? How come I've never heard of him before? There are countless players you haven't heard of. Do you know that Daba and Deji are also in the league? Sure. Perhaps we should refrain from mentioning Deji. Across the ocean, fans from Longhua are in a state of exhilaration. As Yao Ming's game is frequently broadcasted by Longhua Sports Network, it is the first time that Longhua fans have witnessed Lin Ke in action. Suddenly, they realize that this Lin Ke, a compatriot, is exceptionally talented. Chapter 19. A thrilling performance. To be fair, Lin Ke truly shone in this match. The elevation of the minimum consumption data tier, coupled with Larry Brown's agreement to grant him additional playing time, allowed Lin Ke to fully showcase the formidable power of the must-have buff before all. Moreover, Lin Ke cleverly seized the opportunity to target Yao Ming, recording 2 blocks and 2 steals, all at Yao's expense. This nearly ignited Yao's ire. However, one cannot blame Lin Ke. After all, Yao is the offensive linchpin of the Rockets. Under the coaching of Jeff Van Gundy, the Rockets have gradually structured each offensive possession to pass through Yao's hands. In such circumstances, it is only natural for Lin Ke to capitalize on Yao's weaknesses. During the final 5 minutes of the first quarter, Lin Ke accumulated impressive statistics: 2 points for assists, 3 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. Such numbers are undoubtedly commendable. In those 5 minutes, Lin Ke meticulously orchestrated both the offense and defense of the Pistons, transforming the previously tight scoreline into a 7-point lead for the Pistons, 27-20. At the end of the first quarter, the scoreboard reflected this outcome. Even casual fans could perceive Lin Ke's significant influence on the game. My goodness, little Lin, your progress is astonishing. On the sidelines, the Pistons bench was taken aback. Big Ben scratched his head, feeling somewhat intimidated by Lin Ke's prowess. Those blocks, those steals. Big Ben felt as though Lin Ke might be encroaching on his territory. Likewise, Chauncey Billups shared this sentiment. Those assists, that playmaking ability. Billups felt he could relinquish the ball on the offensive end. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. Well done. Our agreement stands firm. At this moment, Larry Brown approached Lin Ke, nodding and smiling at him. Oh, the typically reserved Hamilton also let out a surprised sound. He sensed that the usually irascible Larry Brown seemed unusually amicable toward Lin Ke. It appeared that Lin Ke was the least likely to receive reprimands. Hamilton touched his nose, pondering whether there was some hidden exchange between Lin Ke and Larry Brown. Of course, such an exchange did not exist. Larry Brown's amiability toward Lin Ke stemmed from a lingering sense of guilt. It was indeed rather absurd to restrict the playing time of a second overall pick to such an extent. The key point was that Lin Ke had dazzled in his limited minutes, unlike the previous iteration of Dako Milicic, whose performance was lackluster at best. Now, as Larry Brown attempted to afford Lin Ke more playing time, Lin Ke fulfilled his promise, exceeding expectations in Brown's eyes. Therefore, it was only natural for Larry Brown to refrain from criticizing Lin Ke. It was as simple as that. Lin, you will continue to play in the second quarter. I will grant you another 5 minutes. Strive to widen the lead to over 10 points. Larry Brown has set a new objective for Lin Ke. No problem, Lin Ke replied with a deliberate cadence, exuding confidence. He still had the capacity for 8 points, 1 assist, and 2 rebounds, ready to propel the Pistons into another surge. This was a certainty. Such was his unwavering self-assurance. The second quarter commenced swiftly. Lin Ke continued to play, astonishing many once again. This evening's match was undoubtedly a milestone, a significant step on Lin Ke's ascent. Yao Ming furrowed his brow at this moment. Lin Ke could persist on the court, while Yao Ming, having played the entirety of the first quarter, was required to rest on the bench. Yao Ming harbored concerns that the Rockets might succumb to a relentless tide from the Pistons. Why did such thoughts arise? Was Lin Ke truly that formidable? Yao Ming's expression grew gravely serious. Competition was omnipresent. Yao Ming's rivalry within the league was one facet, while his contest within the international arena and Chinese basketball was another. In the context of Chinese basketball, Yao Ming had no rivals. Battle was not worth mentioning, as he lacked the requisite strength. Wang Zhizhi had been rendered ineffective. Without the divine insight, one could say he was utterly finished. Yao Ming stood unparalleled. Yet now, Lin Ke emerged. Although Lin Ke did not belong to the Chinese basketball system, his exceptional performance would inevitably capture the attention of the Chinese basketball authorities. In certain respects, Yao Ming was somewhat petty. In a previous life, he had jokingly remarked during Yi Jinlian's retirement ceremony that upon learning of a young player being selected for the national team, he immediately intensified his training, performing several additional sets of bench presses. The depths of Chinese basketball and football were too profound to elaborate on. At this moment, Yao Ming felt a faint sense of threat. Regardless, he needed to suppress Lin Ke in terms of statistics, accolades, and team achievements. Yet, Yao Ming had come to realize that he was at a distinct disadvantage in terms of team performance. The Rockets' record was incomparable to that of the Pistons. This season, the Pistons had boldly proclaimed their championship aspirations. If Lin Ke were to assume a more pivotal role in the Pistons and secure a championship, the disparity in honors and team achievements between him and Yao Ming would be vast. Suddenly, Yao Ming recognized that the only area in which he could overshadow Lin Ke was in statistics. How vexing! Yao Ming felt a twinge of frustration. He understood that such thoughts were misguided. As fellow players from China, they should support one another. Yet in the adult world, the most critical factor was interest. At this moment, Lin Ke remained oblivious to the inner turmoil unfolding within Yao Ming. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Regarding the national team, Lin Ke was solely focused on leading the Chinese squad to vie for a gold medal at the 2008 Olympics on home soil. At all other times, he remained indifferent. Whenever called upon by the national team, he would respond. If faced with factional competition, he could hardly be bothered. Focus on fulfilling one's responsibilities, and that is sufficient. On the court, the Rockets initiated their offense. Francis and Mobley remained on the floor. Yao Ming required additional rest, while the two of them did not need as much. As long as Yao Ming is present, he becomes the focal point of the offense. Thus, Francis and Mobley were not overly exerted. At this moment, deploying a bench lineup was quite fitting. Francis dribbled past half court. In Yao Ming's absence, Francis decisively took action. After a series of crossovers, he elegantly maneuvered past Mike James. Faced with Lin Ke's help defense, Francis opted for a swift jump shot. Swish! The basketball echoed as it swished through the net. After losing the minimum consumption data, blocks, and steals, Lin Ke's defense became rather conventional. 22-27. Francis led the Rockets in reclaiming 2 points. Chapter 20. Growing more wild. Francis's style of play is truly explosive, akin to a diminutive version of Westbrook. Lin Ke couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It is indeed lamentable that Big Francis has ended up in a situation leading to incarceration. The Pistons advance their offense. Mike James brings the ball past half court and dutifully passes it to Lin Ke. Should Lin Ke maintain his performance throughout this match, he is certain to secure the position of sixth man, thereby eclipsing Mike James's standing within the team. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Ke found himself face-to-face with the diminutive Mobley, who stands a mere 193 meters. The Houston Rockets' most pressing issue this season is their lack of height. This underscores Yao Ming's significant contribution on the defensive end, as the trio of shorter players on the perimeter is a glaring defensive liability. Lin Ke executed a triple threat motion and then unleashed a sudden three-point shot. The release of this shot was utterly unexpected from Mobley, who instinctively raised his hand. But his interference was negligible. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air and then, swish, it found the net with a satisfying sound. The three-pointer was that effortless. Yes, Lin Ke emphatically swung his arm in triumph. Hitting a three-pointer is exhilarating. Lin Ke aims to make it rain threes in the Toyota Center. The score is now 30-22, with the deficit reduced to 8 points. Only 2 points remain to reach Larry Brown's target. Charge on. The Rockets push forward, and Francis continues his aggressive play. Bam! Francis storms into the paint for a thunderous dunk. His leaping ability is truly remarkable. 24-30. It appears that Francis is now in a shootout with Lin Ke. How could Lin Ke fall behind? As soon as he crossed half court, Lin Ke reached out to Mike James for the ball. He then stepped onto the logo and launched a shot. A super long-range three-pointer. Here it comes. Lin Ke's play is becoming increasingly audacious. Wang Defa. This is outrageous. Larry Brown, watching from the sidelines, could hardly remain seated. He felt Lin Ke was being excessively reckless. I allowed you to play freely, not to act foolishly. Yet, in the next moment, Larry Brown settled back onto the bench. Well done, he thought to himself. Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball, finding the net, echoed through the arena. Once again, Lin Ke began to show off. With a stoic expression, he pointed at his wrist. Time's up. 33-24. The lead has widened by another point. Francis is getting heated. This time he aims for an answer ball, launching a three-pointer for beyond the arc. Bang. Swing that hammer. A clang one. Lin Ke leaped high to secure the rebound. Subsequently, he swiftly passed the ball to Mike James and dashed towards the front court. Ball handling was not Lin Ke's forte. He did not dribble for the sake of dribbling. Upon reaching the front court, Lin Ke quickly established position against Mobley within the three-point line. With only 2 points left to score, a three-pointer was out of the question. Thus, a two-pointer was in order. Without waiting for Lin Ke to signal for the ball, Mike James delivered it promptly into Lin Ke's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Lin Ke immediately executed a turnaround jump shot. He denied the Rockets any opportunity for a double team. It was a sight to behold. Swish. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated once more. The score was now 35-24, extending the lead to 11 points. Bingo. Mission accomplished. Lin Ke merely needed one more assist and one rebound to clock out for the day. Beep. Coach Van Gundy called for a timeout. There was no choice. In this brief span, the Rockets seemed to be on the verge of collapse due to Lin Ke's prowess alone. This young man was simply formidable. His performance rivaled that of the league's superstars. The only potential drawback was perhaps his insufficient output. His efficiency was off the charts. Yow, who exactly is that kid? How is he so remarkable? Coach Van Gundy inquired towards Yao Ming. He did not know much about Lin Ke, but he believed that as a fellow player from the Dragon Kingdom, Yao Ming would have insight. Coach, I don't know much about him either. Yao Ming replied with a wry smile. He could only say that he learned from the news that yet another player from the Dragon Kingdom had become a top draft pick. All right, Coach Van Gundy shook his head. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the Pistons bench became lively once more. The players collectively cheered for Lin Ke, exclaiming 666. This rookie had truly been making steady progress every step of the way. With each passing moment, he experienced a surge in his capabilities. When one reflects on this, it is somewhat daunting. Strangely, Lin Ke had been underwhelming during practice games. If before, some teammates believed that Lin Ke lacked talent, now they only thought he had been slacking during training. This only garnered more admiration from some teammates. To boldly slack off in front of Larry Brown was indeed impressive. At this moment, Larry Brown could only give Lin Ke a thumbs up. He had nothing left to say. Lin Ke spoke and delivered. That is what defines a good player. Coach, the 5 minutes haven't elapsed yet. Please don't substitute me out. Lin Ke hostily emmiositsit. His minimum scoring requirement was not yet fulfilled. You rascal. If you can deliver on your promises, so can I. Henceforth, you shall receive no less than 10 minutes of playing time in every game. Of course, you must continue to deliver. Larry Brown jokingly scolded with a smile. After the timeout, Lin Ke returned to the court. However, his time was limited. After delivering a swift assist and securing a rebound, Lin Ke decisively requested to be substituted. Larry Brown, once again impressed by Lin Ke's performance, complied with his wish. The Pistons now held a commanding lead of over 10 points, and Larry Brown felt confident that they could secure victory with a relaxed approach. The current Rockets, along with Yao Ming, still appeared too inexperienced. Their raw talent proved insufficient. Yao Ming, witnessing Lin Ke's smooth exit to the bench, nearly choked back frustration, as he had been eager to challenge Lin Ke in a showdown. This punch landed in thin air. LeBron, Wade, and Bosh all offered Yao Ming a nod of approval, encapsulating the moment with a touch of humor. The ensuing match unfolded without significant suspense. The Pistons maintained a firm grip on the game's dynamics, preserving their lead until the final whistle. Another triumph for the Pistons. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have earned system points 1. Lin Ke began to accumulate system points once more. When the next opportunity for advancement arises, Lin Ke will be poised to ascend towards superstardom. The future holds great promise. Chapter 21. The match entrusted to Lin Ke. Xiao Ke, shall we gather for a brief moment later? Upon the conclusion of the match, Yao Ming extended another invitation to Lin Ke. However, this time, Lin Ke declined. The following evening, the Pistons would face a back-to-back match, challenging the Nuggets on their home turf. Lin Ke was finally on the verge of a showdown with the illustrious brother Anthony. This encounter marked the last significant rivalry among the illustrious 0-3 Golden Generation. After tonight's game, it was evident that no one would casually dismiss Lin Ke as merely a draft bust. Surely, at this moment, Anthony was also watching Lin Ke's performance. All right, we shall meet again in the future. I hope we can unite in a national team this summer and fight side by side. Yao Ming nodded and added a few more words. Oh, great. Lin Ke replied with a smile, estimating that Yao's remarks were merely a casual expression. Gaining a spot on the national team was not a simple endeavor. Lin Ke was clear-minded about this matter and chose not to dwell on it. For now, he needed to prepare for his duel with Anthony. If one were to consider who among the 0-3 Golden Generation exhibited the most mature skills early on, it would undoubtedly be Anthony. In his rookie season, Anthony's offensive triple threat was already formidable. In one-on-one situations, he had never been defeated. In terms of pure scoring ability, Anthony stood alone within the 0-3 cohort. However, as time progressed, his path became increasingly narrow. In terms of developmental pace, Anthony did not exhibit the same rapid growth as LeBron James. In a subsequent season, the 0-4-05 season, LeBron had already showcased impressive averages of 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Anthony's average points hovered around 20, even declining compared to his rookie season, creating a sense of falling behind. Perhaps this was a reflection of Anthony's character flaws. The following morning, the entire Pistons team boarded an early flight to the Denver Plateau. Lin Ke felt a tinge of fatigue. Back-to-back games were indeed taxing, especially when competing at high altitudes, which exacerbated the Pistons' challenges. Larry Brown had already contemplated a strategic concession for this match. There was no necessity for the Pistons to exhaust themselves. Lin, I plan to grant you more playing time tonight. I will implement more rotations. Whether we secure the victory will depend on your performance, said Brown. After disembarking the plane, the Pistons arrived at their hotel for a brief midday rest. Larry Brown specifically sought out Lin Ke to convey this message in advance. I see, Lin Ke nodded, understanding that tonight's game would be a strategic concession. If he could lead the team to victory through sheer determination, that would be even better. Coach, I must remain on the court throughout the final quarter. Lin Ke expressed his request. If one does not remain on the court during crucial moments, then Lin Ke would be unable to determine the outcome of the match. That feeling is rather unpleasant. Very well, I concede. It appears you possess quite a bit of confidence. I am somewhat eager to witness your performance in the final quarter. Larry Brown smiled faintly, harboring a genuine flicker of anticipation within. At 8 p.m., the Pepsi Center filled with a commendable crowd, the stands brimming with eager spectators. Nuggets fans were particularly intrigued by the showdown between Anthony and Lin Ke. As the saying goes, different times bring different circumstances. After much build-up, this duel between the third and second picks in the draft was beginning to hold genuine significance. Although Lin Ke's playing time remained limited, his statistics of 10 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks could not be easily overlooked. As Lin Ke settled onto the bench, he noticed Anthony approaching him, seemingly wishing to engage in conversation. Oh, what might this be about? Is he looking to engage in some verbal sparring? Lin Ke mused himself. Lin, I hope to face you during the critical moments tonight. Please don't be sitting here at that time. Anthony chuckled, gesturing towards the bench. Carmelo. That depends on how you define critical moments. In my opinion, anytime I step onto the court is a critical moment, for I can lead the team to widen the score. Lin Ke responded with a grin, appreciating the bravado. Then let us have an exhilarating battle tonight. Anthony extended his fist, and Lin Ke reciprocated the gesture. Watching Anthony depart, Lin Ke scratched his head, pondering the peculiar nature of their interaction. Was it a provocation? Perhaps not. Was it friendly? It seemed to carry an air of tension. Initially, Lin Ke had assumed Anthony was hot-headed, ready to erupt at the slightest disagreement. The game commenced swiftly. Larry Brown indeed executed a substantial rotation. The starting five were substituted after merely 5 minutes on the court. Typically cautious in his substitutions, Larry Brown opted for a complete overhaul this time, making it evidently clear that he intended to strategically relinquish this match. This approach maximized the protection of core players, safeguarding against potential injuries. As the season approached its midpoint, it was imperative for a championship-contending team like the Pistons to prioritize maintaining the health of all players, particularly the key athletes. Occasionally resting during the regular season proved to be a highly advantageous choice. Should the bench players excel and secure a victory, it would indeed be a significant gain. However, at that moment, Lin Ke did not receive immediate playing time. At times, Lin Ke felt that Larry Brown's control over his playing time bore a hint of mischievousness. He remained on the bench until the end of the third quarter. Can you believe it? Had it not been for Larry Brown's decision to send Lin Ke onto the court at the start of the fourth quarter, Lin Ke's gaze towards his coach would have turned decidedly resentful. A whole quarter play, well, that was something. The moment has arrived for me to unravel the seal of the carry match. Lin Ke glanced up at the scoreboard. 60-72. The Pistons trailed the Nuggets by 12 points. Such a margin led the home crowd to believe victory was assured, as evidenced by their exuberant cheers. I shall become the disruptor. No, rather the silencer of the away crowd. Lin Ke remarked coolly. The Nuggets initiated their attack. At this moment, Anthony was seated on the bench, taking a breather. Whether he would re-enter the game depended on the Pistons' ability to close the gap. If the score widened, the fourth quarter would devolve into mere garbage time, and Anthony would not take the court again. Earl Boykins, a point guard, standing a mere 165 meters, advanced past half court. Before him was the 160-meter tall Bug Bogues, and behind him was the 165-Meter Elf Earl Boykins. Those bearing the S in their names are both diminutive yet capable. These two exemplify the archetype of small point guards, having made their mark and left their legacy in the league. In comparison to them, even Iverson appeared tall. Chapter 22, Low Position Offense and Defense. At this moment, Lin Ke found himself matched against Rodney White, standing at an impressive height of 206 meters and weighing 108 kilograms. Rodney White was indeed a worthy opponent for Lin Ke. Earl Boykins opted to call for a pick and roll, intending to drive and distribute. Lin Ke commenced his defensive positioning. To swiftly close the scoring gap, meticulous defense was imperative. Scoring through fast breaks during transitions was, without a doubt, the quickest means of accumulating points. Upon noticing Lin Ke's help defense, Earl Boykins executed a feigned shot, attempting to pass the ball to Rodney White. However, it was in vain. With a swift extension of his long arm, Lin Ke intercepted the ball. Minimum consumption data, steal engaged. When it is time to act, one must act. Steal one. Damn it, Earl Boykins muttered under his breath. Lin Ke's physique provided him with a vast defensive coverage area. In Lin Ke's presence, Earl Boykins appeared remarkably diminutive. Earl Boykins had perhaps overestimated his capabilities. Even without utilizing guaranteed buff, the likelihood of Lin Ke intercepting the ball was substantial. However, with guaranteed buff at his disposal, it was prudent to employ it for greater certainty. With only a single quarter of playing time, Lin Ke need not ponder the allocation of minimum consumption data. If Larry Brown were to allow Lin Ke to start for over 30 minutes, he would then need to consider how to judiciously manage the usage of minimum consumption data. If he were to exhaust it all at once, Lin Ke would become ineffective in subsequent matches. It was unwise to squander such an opportunity. Charge, charge, charge. After securing the steal, Lin Ke shouted fervently at Mike James. Mike James understood immediately, sprinting towards the front court with vigor. As he approached the three-point line, Lin Ke's pass arrived right on cue. Initially intending to drive further inside the arc, Mike James felt an inexplicable force compelling him to shoot from beyond the arc. He did not resist this pull. He had already acclimatized to Lin Ke's passing buff. So what was there to wait for? Shoot. He steadied his form. The three-pointer was released. Rejoice, young man. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. 63-72. The deficit had swiftly diminished to within 10 points. The Pistons' counterattack had officially commenced. Well done. Lin Ke and Mike James exchanged a high five. The chemistry between these two good friends was undeniably flourishing. Onward. Lin Ke rubbed his hands together, his competitive spirit almost palpable. Earl Boykins once again brought the ball past half court, this time exercising significantly more caution, passing the ball to Rodney White. Upon receiving the pass, Rodney White paused momentarily, bewildered. Why are you passing the ball to me? This rookie is quite the novice. You should exploit the weaknesses of other positions on the Pistons. Clap. Lin Ke seized the opportunity, denying Rodney White a moment of introspection. In the blink of an eye, he deftly snatched the basketball from White's grasp. Steal 1-1. This time, Lin Ke's roar was unnecessary. Mike James had already surged forward in anticipation. Beyond the three-point line, Mike James executed a sudden stop, arriving at the ball just in time. He smoothly received Lin Ke's pass. Another three-point shot. Swish. The ball found its mark. Another three-pointer. The deficit was reduced to 6 points. Beep. Denver's head coach, Jeff Bzdelik, called for a timeout. Anthony, unable to contain himself on the bench, felt the urgency. Just a minute into the fourth quarter, the gap had narrowed to 6 points. Wasn't a 12-point lead supposed to be secure? The expression on Anthony's face turned exceedingly serious. He recalled Lin Ke's pre-game declaration. Whenever I step onto the court, it is a clutch moment. Indeed, this game had transformed into a clutch moment thanks to Lin Ke. What a situation. Coach, let me play. Anthony eagerly volunteered. Jeff Bzdelik nodded in agreement, not refusing. Let us play it steady from here. Lin Ke's defensive consistency is hard to maintain. He relies on a few signature moves, and we can withstand it. Jeff Bzdelik tapped the tactics board. It must be noted that those who ascend to the role of head coach typically possess considerable acumen. Jeff Bzdelik recognized that Lin Ke's defense, while explosive for those 2 minutes, would diminish after accruing 2 blocks and 2 steals. Understood. The players of the Nuggets nodded in affirmation. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the game resumed. Not only did Jeff Bzdelik bring Anthony onto the court, but he also introduced Andre Miller. Andre Miller, a remarkably steady traditional point guard, is affectionately dubbed M.O. one way by fans. The resemblance is uncanny. This move was intended to stabilize the game's tempo completely. The Pistons had just executed a rapid counterattack, throwing the Nuggets' rhythm into disarray. On the court, Andre Miller leisurely dribbled across half-court. This time, Anthony matched up directly with Lin Ke. Near the free throw line, Anthony backed into Lin Ke, reaching out for the ball. After contemplating for a moment, Andre Miller opted to pass the ball. He believed that a more advantageous play would be for him to post up against Mike James, leveraging a more favorable matchup. However, as Anthony was a key player being developed by the Nuggets, his demand for the ball could not be ignored, lest it imply a lack of trust in him. Andre Miller prioritized his own role and rationality, passing the ball to Anthony. Anthony, now in possession, initiated his post-up against Lin Ke. To be fair, Lin Ke had never truly defended against a post-up when facing off against James, Wade, or Bosh. Those players primarily executed face-up attacks. Certainly, Lin Ke and Bosh did not directly face each other. At present, Anthony is allowing Lin Ke to experience the intricacies of low-post offense and defense. Low-post attacks pose significant challenges for defenders, often hinging on the offensive player's shooting touch to determine success. However, Lin Ke possesses unwavering faith in the power of the system and its guaranteed enhancements. With the belief that success is assured, he is prepared to execute a block. Bang, bang. Anthony collided with Lin Ke twice from behind. Lin Ke sensed that Anthony's physicality and strength were formidable. If he were to exert himself, he could unleash even greater energy on both ends of court. Yet, Anthony often exhibits a certain lethargy in his gameplay. Bang! After yet another collision, Anthony swiftly pivoted and executed a fadeaway jump shot. No one from the 2003 generation has mastered this move better than Anthony. In the stands, numerous home fans have risen, arms raised high, eager to cheer. The star player has entered the arena, poised to stabilize the situation. They are certain of victory in this match. In the next moment, slap! A large hand seized the basketball. Chapter 23. A series of rejections. Anthony never anticipated that his backward jump shot could be directly blocked by Lin Ke. This was beyond his comprehension. It was utterly unscientific. Upon landing, Anthony was taken aback to see Lin Ke standing before him, grasping the basketball with one hand. It felt almost surreal. However, upon reviewing the slow-motion footage, it became evident that after Anthony's final body check, Lin Ke had forcefully halted his movement and stepped forward to the right in advance. By the time Anthony released the ball, Lin Ke's leap and wingspan perfectly covered the defensive range. Everything aligned perfectly. One could only commend Lin Ke's impeccable timing and defense, achieving a state of perfection. He had completely disregarded Anthony's post-up feint. Oh my goodness, that defensive awareness was truly enigmatic, at times astonishingly formidable, yet at other moments seemingly ordinary. In the broadcast room, Barkley couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Yet, he soon felt a sense of pride swell within him. The more formidable Lin Ke became, the more it reflected the brilliance of his own foresight. As the saying goes, talent dictates the height of offense. Attitude determines the height of defense. Defense inherently relies heavily on enthusiasm. No matter how exceptional your physical attributes may be, if your defense is lackluster, it amounts to nothing. Beside him, Kenny Smith offered a scientific explanation. Indeed, that was the case. Had I exerted myself fully in rebounding back in the day, Dennis Rodman would have never been crowned the king of rebounds. Barkley nodded in agreement. On the court, Lin Ke passed the ball to Mike James while executing a hand signal. This was their secret code. It was time for mutual assistance. Previously, Lin Ke had been racking up assists while Mike James was accumulating points. Now, it was Lin Ke's turn to score while Mike James focused on assists. Lin Ke still had a quota for assists, but variety was essential in the game. This time, Andre Miller's defensive recovery was remarkably swift, prompting Mike James to refrain from charging forward recklessly. The opposition would not permit repeated fast breaks unless everyone was engaged in mutual assistance. Mike James understood this instinctively. That infuriating synergy. With steady control, Mike James crossed half-court. Lin Ke maneuvered through the paint, and then Campbell set a screen for him, allowing Lin Ke to dart towards the three-point line. Anthony was momentarily impeded by Campbell, losing track of Lin Ke's pursuit, and thus an opportunity arose. Beyond the arc, it was Lin Ke's turn to unleash a shot, receive the pass, elevate, release, fire and hole, swish. The three-point barrage commenced. 69-72. The deficit shrank to 3 points. Such rapid scoring. Anthony found himself momentarily dazed. Similarly, Larry Brown, seated on the bench, appeared somewhat bewildered. Such a terrifying offensive capability. Is this truly the team coached by him, the Pistons? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the former Warriors and Supersonics. Shouldn't Larry Brown's team be characterized by slow-paced defensive struggle? A smile flickered across Larry Brown's face as he mentally reassessed Lin Ke's potential. Perhaps Lin Ke truly possesses the ability to become the X factor in the playoffs. At its core, basketball is a game of putting the ball into the basket. Unlike football, where a match can end with no goals, basketball inherently emphasizes scoring. No matter how formidable your defense may be, it is impossible to prevent the opposing team from scoring entirely. Thus, as a professional coach, Larry Brown naturally sets aside his personal preferences to embrace Lin Ke as the X factor. Moreover, Larry Brown is not devoid of offensive strategies. In truth, he holds a higher caliber than coaches like Thibodeau, who focus solely on defense. During his time with the 76ers, It may have appeared that they relied solely on Iverson. Yet Brown orchestrated numerous tactics to secure offensive rebounds, generating ample second-chance opportunities and maintaining a commendable offensive efficiency. With the Pistons, Larry Brown's offensive designs were even more intricate. Setting aside his personal disposition, Lin Ke feels that Larry Brown deserves the title of renowned coach. Furthermore, Larry Brown has always treated Lin Ke with kindness, leading Lin Ke to harbor no ill feelings towards him. It is conceivable that should Larry Brown encounter a crisis of public opinion in the future, Lin Ke might stand up to support him. In the past, players like Billups turned against Larry Brown, while only Iverson publicly backed his mentor, Larry Brown. On the court, the game continues. After bringing the ball past half-court, Andre Miller disregarded Anthony's call for the ball and decided to stabilize the situation himself. If this possession fails to score and the Pistons hit a three-pointer, the point differential could vanish. Andre Miller, with his back to the basket inside the three-point line, leaned against Mike James and initiated his post move. In a previous life, Andre Miller had once scored 50 points relying solely on such post plays without attempting a single three-pointer. Truly an impressive feat. Against Mike James' defense, Andre Miller felt confident that this post-up would yield success. Bang! Bang! Andre Miller bumped into Mike James twice before executing a half-spin and leaping to take a shot. Unlike Anthony, Andre Miller did not lean back. There it is. The moment the ball left his hands, Andre Miller sensed it. This shot was destined to go in. However, he overlooked the complexity of the offensive environment. While a straightforward one-on-one might guarantee a score, the dynamics of the game are far more intricate than mere one-on-one encounters. Lin Ke had been closely observing Andre Miller's movements. As Miller executed a series of post-up maneuvers, Lin Ke swiftly charged forward. One could say that Anthony, in his naivety, lacked experience. At that moment, he forgot to call out a warning to Andre Miller. This oversight left Miller completely unaware of Lin Ke's impending help defense. With a sudden push from his legs, Lin Ke soared into the air. Good fortune comes in pairs. Another block was on the way. Wham! In midair, Lin Ke once again seized the basketball with precision. Block 1-1. Oh, my God. This is utterly superhuman. Consecutive blocks. It was simply explosive. In the stands, gasps of astonishment erupted in waves. The Nuggets fans held their heads in disbelief, their emotions a tumultuous mix. Is this game about to end in disaster? Chapter 24, The Silencer. Lin Ke's consecutive hat grabs clearly left the home fans of the Nuggets somewhat unhinged. More importantly, the deficit had dwindled to a mere 3 points. The once insurmountable 12-point gap was on the verge of vanishing. After landing, Lin Ke steadily passed the ball to Mike James and surged towards the frontcourt. This time, Anthony's defensive efforts were markedly more vigorous. As he quickly closed in on Lin Ke, the two engaged in a tug-of-war during their sprint, the tension escalating palpably. In the final quarter, the referees adopted a rather lenient approach, showing no inclination to blow the whistle. Hey, over here. Upon nearing the three-point line, Lin Ke used one arm to fend off Anthony while reaching out with the other for the ball. At that moment, Anthony clung to Lin Ke like an unyielding piece of chewing gum. Mike James, placing complete trust in Lin Ke, hesitated not a moment in delivering the ball into his hands. A mutual display of integrity. The essence lies in that very integrity. Lin Ke considered himself a person of utmost sincerity. Receiving Mike James's pass, Lin Ke disregarded Anthony's relentless grip and boldly launched a leaning three-pointer. Audacious. Utterly audacious. In that instant, Anthony felt as though he might explode with frustration. He sprang upward, arms outstretched, attempting to exert maximum interference. Yet it was futile. The basketball, akin to a precisely guided missile, found its way to the hoop and swished through. The sound that the Nuggets fans dreaded most echoed once more. This three-pointer obliterated the previous 12-point deficit entirely. 72-72. The score was now tied. A hush fell over the audience. Truly, a silencer in the away game. 12 points amounted to nothing. At that moment, Lin Ke vigorously waved his arm, his murmurs of triumph incessant. This play was exhilarating. In prior games, Lin Ke had mostly stepped onto the court only when the outcome was already determined, commonly referred to as garbage time. Whether the Pistons were assured of victory or defeat, Lin Ke's presence merely served as a garnish, sometimes even a garnish that was unnecessary. There was no substantial contribution to be found. However, this game was different. Lin Ke was spearheading the team's remarkable comeback from a 12-point deficit. The significance was entirely different. Beep. Nuggets head coach Jeff Bzdelik was compelled to call another timeout. He realized that his previous timeout had been in vain. Substituting in Anthony and Andre Miller had proven ineffective. It truly was a call into the void. As he approached the sidelines, Anthony wore a perplexed expression. The direct confrontation left him with an unsettling realization. Lin Ke was terrifyingly formidable, far surpassing the likes of James, Wade, and Bosh. A thought of inevitable defeat began to creep into Anthony's mind. Oh no, surely his confidence couldn't be shattered. What an extraordinary display. Lin Ke's decisive shot was nothing short of magnificent. This is a quintessential superstar moment. Although Lin Ke has yet to be deemed a superstar, he undeniably possesses the potential to ascend to such heights. The unwavering belief in his ability to score is an essential trait for any elite player. And it is remarkable that Lin Ke has cultivated this quality at such an early stage. In the broadcast booth, Barkley enthusiastically began to praise Lin Ke with fervent exclamations. Generally, rookies encounter what is known as the rookie wall. In fact, even the likes of LeBron have experienced a dip in performance during their initial seasons. However, it appears that Lin Ke is impervious to such a phenomenon. While his average statistics may be modest, he exhibits unparalleled consistency, demonstrating virtually no fluctuations. Moreover, with each passing interval, Lin Ke's performance seems to evolve, which is truly astonishing. I have reason to speculate that Lin Ke is playing the long game, concealing his true capabilities that far exceed what the statistics suggest. He deliberately chooses to focus on technical metrics, exhibiting a certain mischievousness. Kenny Smith, seated alongside, chuckled and shook his head in agreement. Your analysis is quite astute. Back in my day, I could easily manage to score only 18 points per game, controlling my rebounds to just 10 a game. That too was within my grasp. Goodness, Lin Ke is truly a prodigy. Barkley grew increasingly animated with each thought. The league would be far more entertaining with more players like Lin Ke. If everyone played like Duncan, it would be dreadfully mundane. When playing, one should not resemble a robot. On the sidelines, Larry Brown found himself at a loss for words. He had no tactical adjustments to make. Everything was left to Lin Ke's discretion. Although his expression remained calm and composed, the corners of Larry Brown's mouth betrayed his inner excitement, much like a concealed grin. The Pistons have undoubtedly stumbled upon a gem. Larry Brown had initially selected a second overall pick at random, only to discover he had chosen a genuine treasure. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Larry Brown continued to allow Lin Ke to lead the second unit. Meanwhile, on the Nuggets side, Jeff Bzdelik had opted to field all his starters. In this matchup, Jeff Bzdelik was resolute in his desire to win. The Nuggets' goal this season is to reach the playoffs, and securing victory at home is imperative. Not substituting his starters? That would be utterly unacceptable. He could hardly believe that his starters would struggle against a bench unit. Seeing that Larry Brown showed no intention of bringing in his starters, Jeff Bzdelik felt a surge of indignation. He sensed a sleight of hand. On the court, Andre Miller dribbled past half-court. With all the starters back in play, the Nuggets appeared formidable. Andre Miller called for a pick from Nene. With the aid of a screen, Andre Miller effortlessly evaded the tenacious defense of Mike James. Subsequently, after drawing Campbell's attention, Miller elegantly tossed the ball into the air. Camby leaped with remarkable agility, seizing the basketball mid-flight and forcefully slamming it into the hoop. Boom! A thunderous dunk. The Nuggets finally scored. Just moments ago, they had endured a 12-0 run from the Pistons. 74-72. The Nuggets reclaimed the lead. Splendid. Exhilarating. With our key players back, we are certain to secure victory. Indeed, the Pistons will pay dearly for their underestimation. In the stands, the once silent home crowd of Nuggets fans erupted into cheers once again. However, the jubilation among Nuggets fans was short-lived, as Lin Ke delivered a precise jump pass to the corner, landing the ball in the hands of the lurking Chucky Atkins. Swish! Atkins released a swift shot, sinking a three-pointer, 75-74. Now it was the Pistons' turn to take the lead. This marked the first time the Pistons had led in the match. Chapter 25. Lin Ke, a true warrior. The Denver Nuggets are faltering. It is often said that Denver's high altitude induces a reaction. Yet this phenomenon is entirely absent in Lin Ke. Once again, he has secured an offensive rebound. Is it Ushioa? On the court, Lin Ke has claimed yet another offensive board, marking his fourth in total. The formidable duo of Camby and Nene appears to be at a disadvantage in the rebounding contest against Lin Ke. This is utterly absurd. The Nuggets fans are on the verge of despair. What are these two giants doing? Are they in a daze on the court or merely strutting their stuff? Under Lin Ke's relentless pursuit of offensive rebounds, the Pistons' possession completion rate is exceedingly high. The point differential has expanded to approximately 5 points and has been maintained. Regardless of how the Nuggets' main lineup exerts itself, they simply cannot close the gap. Meanwhile, Lin Ke has led the bench players to fight until the very end. The game is swiftly approaching its final 30 seconds. At this moment, Lin Ke has already recorded an impressive stat line of 8 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. He has conserved the last 2 points for the finale, just in case a last-second shot is required. Yet, it is evident that such a scenario is unnecessary. With 30 seconds remaining, the Pistons possess the ball and hold a 4-point lead. It will be quite challenging for the Pistons to lose at this point. As Mike James crosses half-court, he swiftly passes the ball to Lin Ke. The Nuggets refrain from immediate fouling, clearly hoping to defend effectively. If they can manage to stop the Pistons and swiftly sink a three-pointer, there may still be a chance. However, if they fail to defend, that will be the end. Lin Ke, with the ball, faces Anthony's defense. This time, he does not waste precious seconds. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward with his right foot, charging past Anthony. Anthony's lateral movement is remarkably swift, preventing Lin Ke from completely escaping. Simultaneously, Camby rushes in from the paint, aiming to sandwich Lin Ke. Yet, Lin Ke remains unfazed. A sudden halt, a jumper. The execution is fluid, and the shot is taken with unwavering resolve. Will it go in? All eyes are fixated on the basketball soaring through the air. If it swishes through the net, the outcome of the game will be settled. If it misses, the Nuggets will have a final chance. Swish! It is over. The Nuggets have no opportunity left. With a 6-point lead and merely 6 seconds remaining, Lin Ke, expressionless, taps his left wrist with his right hand. Watch moment. You will soon grow accustomed to this. Meanwhile, Anthony wears a look of reluctant defeat. He is lost. The Nuggets have thrown in the towel. With 6 seconds to chase down 6 points, while not entirely impossible, hope is exceedingly dim. Yet, in a regular season game, such meticulousness is of little significance. Beep. The red light on the timer illuminates. The game concludes. The Pistons have triumphed in a match they were expected to lose. Lin Ke has truly made his mark on the outcome of a game for the first time. Roar. In the center of the court, Lin Ke raised his arms and roared with fervor, passionately expressing the tumult of emotions within him. The disdain, the skepticism, the disregard he had once faced. Let them all go to hell from this night onward. Lin, how have you achieved all this? A journalist inquired during the post-game press conference, curious if the increase in playing time would further enhance his statistics. This was the first time Larry Brown had brought Lin to a press conference alongside another player. Ben Volotse. May I pose a question to you? Lin did not respond directly, but instead countered the journalist's inquiry. Certainly. The journalist appeared momentarily taken aback. Is playing basketball ultimately about statistics or about victory? Lin smiled serenely. Statistics? Victory? I believe these two pursuits are not mutually exclusive. Michael managed to attain both stats and championships. A sly smile appeared on the journalist's face, as if he had anticipated this line of questioning. Suddenly, Lin realized that such a response seemed unproblematic. Yet, he asserted that he could not afford to lose in a verbal exchange. You are mistaken. Michael did not achieve both. In the first 7 years of his career, his statistics were explosive, yet they did not bring him a single championship. It was only after he made sacrifices in his statistics that he reached the threshold of championship glory. Therefore, I prioritize contributing to the team's victory over fretting about playing time or personal statistics. Improvement in statistics is merely a byproduct of securing victory. Lin smiled softly, articulating his thoughts beautifully. Nevertheless, Lin acknowledged that statistics were still vital. Failing to produce a minimum performance would mean no system points, regardless of a win. How could that be acceptable? He mused, recognizing the importance of appearances. Having lived 2 lives, Lin was far from naive. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in applause. The media now viewing Lin with newfound admiration. A player with both capability and emotional intelligence, he was undoubtedly a candidate for stardom. Larry Brown listened with great satisfaction. Lin's commitment to victory resonated deeply with him. This is a truly outstanding player. He thought to himself, birds of a feather flock together. The current Pistons roster indeed comprised such players. None of the starting 5 were concerned about their statistics, and the role players were even less so. After triumphing over the Nuggets, the Pistons unexpectedly secured back-to-back victories. In the subsequent games, Larry Brown granted Lin increased playing time, and Lin consistently delivered impressive statistics of 10-5-5-2-2. Such data significantly impacts the outcomes of matches. The Pistons, seemingly caught off guard, have astonishingly recorded a 10-game winning streak. Lin Ke's sudden evolution has evidently left opposing teams feeling disoriented. Often, what appears to be a stalemate is swiftly resolved with Lin Ke's entry into the game. Before the arrival of the All-Star weekend, the Pistons successfully usurped the Pacers from the top position in the Eastern Conference, claiming the title of the new Eastern Conference leaders. Moreover, they now hold the best record in the entire league. My goodness, Lin Ke is truly formidable. However, post-All-Star game, it may be prudent to temper this momentum. Winning excessively in the regular season is not necessarily advantageous. The optimal condition should be preserved for the playoffs. In Detroit, at the Palace of Auburn Hills, head coach Larry Brown, upon reviewing the recent statistical data, couldn't help but break into a smile. Lin Ke, truly a remarkable warrior. Chapter 26, Absence of Awards. This year's All-Star Weekend bears no relation to Lin Ke. Even if there were no restrictions against rookie players being selected for the All-Star game, Lin Ke would still find himself excluded. His average statistics and popularity are simply too lacking. In fact, none of the members of the illustrious 0-3 Golden Generation made it to the All-Star roster. It is evident that neither LeBron, Wade, nor Anthony delivered sufficiently dazzling performances to earn the fans' votes. The Pistons, however, managed to secure one All-Star selection, namely, the illustrious Ben Wallace. This season, Ben's standing amongst fans is remarkably high, with his vote count trailing only behind the leading vote-getter, Carter, and the difference is minimal. Hence, one could argue that this Pistons team truly belongs to Ben Wallace. Aside from his offensive presence being somewhat muted, he excels in every other aspect. Were he capable of averaging around 20 points per game, he would undoubtedly be in the MVP contention. This is no exaggeration. Ben's contributions on the defensive end are off the charts. While his teammates opted to relax during the break, Lin Ke remained in Detroit, diligently training at the gym each day. On one hand, Lin Ke wished to avoid the commotion. On the other, he aimed to bolster his statistics in preparation for next season when he could finally contend for an All-Star selection. That would be Lin Ke's moment to shine. Furthermore, to enhance his data, Lin Ke needed to cultivate an image of relentless perseverance through daily practice. In time, there would naturally be those who would pen commendatory essays on his behalf to lend credibility to his efforts. When one possesses sufficient strength, learned scholars will invariably advocate for them. Bang, bang, swipe, swipe. Lin Ke's performance during training remains difficult to articulate. However, the trainer's perspectives have shifted. Lin is undoubtedly experimenting with angles that challenge his shooting, ensuring he can execute them more effortlessly during games. Indeed, observe Lin's blocked shots and steals during practice. They rarely succeed. This serves to accumulate invaluable lessons from failure for future matches. Perhaps you fail to grasp this. There is an ancient proverb in Dragon Country. Good steel is used on the blade. A few trainers whispered amongst themselves, Lin Ke. Such unique angles. Indeed, a learned scholar advocates for me. On the court, victory reigns supreme. All else is but an illusion. Failure is the original sin. After the All-Star game, the Pistons maintained an exceptionally stable record. Ultimately, the Pistons achieved an outstanding record of 61 wins and 21 losses. This was accomplished even with Larry Brown intentionally limiting Lin Ke's playing time. Otherwise, their win total would likely have been even higher. Of course, a higher win total holds little significance for the Pistons, as they have already secured the top position in the regular season. For Lin Ke, however, it bears some importance, as it translates to additional system points. Upon the conclusion of the regular season, Lin Ke amassed 31 system points, leaving him just 19 points shy of the coveted 50. Under normal circumstances, having advanced through the playoffs, it is certain that the minimum consumption data will elevate to the fourth tier at the beginning of the next season. How delightful. The system. Does winning a match in the playoffs double the system points? Lin Ke couldn't help but ponder. Ding. The system's response echoed in Lin Ke's mind. No. Lin Ke, feeling dissatisfied, pressed on. So there are no extra reward for winning the championship? Ding. The system's reply resonated once more. That is indeed possible. Please secure the championship first. Lin Ke was immediately filled with excitement, his anticipation for clinching the championship growing even stronger. This is how it should be. How could there be no incentive for winning the championship? On April 17th, the playoffs for the 2003 to 2004 season officially commenced. Among the high-profile talents of the 2003 class, 3 players were engaged in the playoffs: Lin Ke, Wade, and Anthony. Unfortunately, James and Bosh found themselves excluded from the postseason. In terms of pace, Lin Ke, Wade, and Anthony clearly had a slight advantage. The Pistons faced the Celtics in the first round of the playoffs. This Celtics team, led by Pierce, was rather unremarkable and stood no chance against the Pistons. A swift 4-0 sweep. The Pistons' victory came so rapidly that Lin Ke was momentarily taken aback. However, in the playoffs, Larry Brown's strategies were markedly conservative. Lin Ke's playing time was restricted to a mere 7 minutes, resulting in him failing to meet the minimum consumption data in 2 games, thus missing out on obtaining system points. Lin Ke felt an intense frustration, as if he had suffered a colossal loss. Yet in the playoffs, Larry Brown proved to be particularly obstinate, and Lin Ke refrained from making any futile demands. For a rookie to earn more playing time in the playoffs, he must first demonstrate his worth in crucial matches. Lin Ke needed to deliver a standout performance. In the second round, the Pistons faced the Heat. It must be noted that Wade's starting point was exceptionally high. He advanced to the Eastern Conference semifinals in his rookie season. Many stars have never even grazed the floor of the conference semifinals, such as McGrady. His final experience with the Spurs is something he prefers to overlook. Nevertheless, the Heat were no match for the Pistons. The Pistons once again swept the Heat 4-0. In this series, Lin Ke only managed to accumulate 2 system points. He mentally berated Larry Brown numerous times. Would it kill him to grant a few more minutes of playing time? Recently, Lin Ke's emotions have been rather volatile. In addition to losing system points, there was also the announcement of the Rookie of the Year award. James ultimately secured the highly debated title of Rookie of the Year. Although Lin Ke was aware that his average statistics could not contend for the award. However, the missed opportunity to secure the coveted Rookie of the Year award left Lin Ke somewhat vexed. From the perspective of accolades, he has permanently forfeited a significant achievement. This situation is quite the predicament. The Pistons have exhibited remarkable strength this season, and it seems they are poised to advance to the finals. Thus far, they remain the only team to have achieved a flawless postseason, having swept their opponents on 2 occasions. Truly impressive. It remains to be seen whether the Pacers can pose any challenge to them. I believe the upcoming finals will most likely feature a showdown between the Lakers and the Pistons. The Pistons' formidable quintet against the Lakers' formidable 4 promises to be exhilarating. The Pistons' dominance in the playoffs has astonished many. This team, seemingly unremarkable with a veteran leader like Ben Wallace, has unleashed astonishing vigor during the postseason. What? You assert that the Pistons topped the regular season standings? In the eyes of many, especially professionals, regular season records hold little weight. It is only the playoffs that truly possess intrinsic value. Chapter 27. Taking the initiative. Detroit, the Palace of Auburn Hills. Larry Brown is once again burning the midnight oil in his office, poring over game tapes. The seamless performance in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs has left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Every situation possesses its duality. The Pistons' smooth sailing in the initial rounds has indeed conserved their energy and stamina, allowing them to rest and recuperate. However, the absence of grit and challenge may render the Pistons players vulnerable when faced with genuine trials. Their adversaries in the Eastern Conference Finals are the Indiana Pacers, who triumphed over the Bucks 4-1 in the first round and battled the Nets to a decisive Game 7, ultimately advancing thanks to Reggie Miller's clutch three-pointer. At 39, Reggie Miller remains an indomitable force in the playoffs, as if he were born for this stage. During the regular season, however, he tends to coast, averaging a mere 20 points, one among many. It's difficult to discern why he is heralded as a superstar. Despite the prowess of players like Shaquille O'Neal and Ron Artest, in critical moments, the Pacers still rely heavily on Miller. Larry Brown meticulously reviews Miller's performances, jotting notes in his tactical manual. He then contemplates how best to utilize Lin Ke. Lin Ke has displayed unwavering stability throughout the playoffs, yet Brown approaches his deployment with caution. This reflects a habitual mindset. Rookies often falter in pivotal matches due to their inexperience. Perhaps it is wiser to utilize him as an X-factor, waiting for the opportune moment when the team is in need. Brown ultimately abandons the notion of assigning Lin Ke a more significant rotational role, opting instead for stability. A relentless focus on defense shall lead them to the championship. Brown reaffirms his conviction. On May 22nd, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals approaches. The parking lot in front of the Palace is filled to capacity. Given the venue's distance from the city and lack of public transport, fans have no choice but to drive themselves. Fortunately, the expansive parking area alleviates congestion. The turnout tonight is extraordinary. The stands are completely filled. It almost seems as though additional standing tickets have been sold. During warm-ups, Lin Ke senses the unusually large crowd in the arena tonight. Although the Palace has hosted full-capacity games during the regular season, Lin Ke feels that tonight's attendance surpasses those occasions, perhaps due to the distinct atmosphere of the Eastern Conference Finals. It is time to cast aside the previous rounds. A new beginning awaits. Everyone must muster their spirits. The Pacers are a team imbued with magic, possessing remarkable resilience and tenacity. They must not be underestimated. On the sidelines, Larry Brown holds a tactical board, offering final instructions to his players. This evening, an ominous premonition lingers in his mind. The game is about to commence. Lin Ke remains seated on the bench, his aspirations for a starting position still seemingly distant. In the first quarter, the Pistons displayed a commendable rhythm, securing a lead of 26-22. However, the second quarter witnessed a dramatic turn of events. The Pistons suddenly lost their shooting touch, the sound of missed shots echoing throughout the arena. Under the leadership of Shaquille O'Neal and Ron Artest, the Pacers surged ahead with an impressive 11-0 run, flipping the score to 15-26 in their favor. Lin Ke sat anxiously on the bench, as Larry Brown showed no inclination to put him in the game. The more unfavorable the situation became, the more conservative Brown appeared. During halftime, the atmosphere in the Pistons' locker room had shifted from jubilant to somber, with each face reflecting a serious demeanor. In the previous 2 rounds of the playoffs, the Pistons had consistently dominated their opponents from the outset, maintaining a lead throughout. Now, finding themselves trailing at halftime was an unprecedented scenario. Defense, defense, defense. I am indifferent to your offensive struggles, but I care deeply about your lax defense, allowing the opponents to score too easily. Brown's voice boomed once more. He would rather witness a battle of missed shots than see the Pacers score effortlessly. The Pistons players hung their heads. Their focus on defense had indeed waned. We are just one step away from the finals. Do not let me down. Brown concluded with a final admonition, choosing to say no more. Coach, I have something to say. After witnessing Brown's outburst, Lin Ke approached him. I know what you wish to convey, but at this moment, I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices. I only care about securing victory, Brown replied coldly, his tone less than cordial towards Lin Ke. Under pressure, everyone tends to exhibit a volatile temperament, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. I can deliver you the victory. Are you willing to grant me 1 quarter? Lin Ke asserted decisively. In 1 quarter, I will transform the game into a comfortable scenario. He added, raising the stakes further. To be honest, since entering the playoffs, Lin Ke had yet to experience a game where he felt truly at ease. His playing time and tactical role had rendered him marginalized, diminishing his impact on the team's fortunes to an all-time low. The statistics remained abundant, yet the distinction between mere numbers and those that truly altered the course of the game was stark. In pursuit of system points, Lin Ke found himself forcing statistics to the point of nausea, feeling an entirely different experience. Are you still as confident? Wake up. This is the Eastern Conference Finals, Brown retorted, exasperated, almost amused by Lin Ke's boldness. Do you dare? Lin Ke's tone was no longer courteous. Very well. I shall grant you the duration of 1 quarter. If, after the conclusion of the 3rd quarter, you cannot lead the team by 10 points, do not even think about participating in the playoffs. After being provoked by Lin Ke, Larry Brown resolutely made this decision. No problem, Lin Ke replied emphatically, each word deliberate. Larry Brown's eyes sparkled momentarily. This confidence is extraordinary. However, everything ultimately hinges on the results. Yes, having secured Larry Brown's agreement, Lin Ke felt a surge of exhilaration. Do you think Lin Ke is under immense pressure now? No. With the system in hand, the world is his, armed with the minimum consumption data as a safety net. What does Lin Ke have to fear? Chapter 28, The Six Titans. The 3rd segment of the match commences. Rick Carlisle furrowed his brow upon witnessing Larry Brown substitute Prince for Lin Ke. Carlisle had conducted extensive research on Lin Ke, arriving at the perplexing conclusion that he was exceedingly enigmatic. At times, one might perceive Lin Ke's impact on the game to rival that of a superstar, while at other moments, he seemed merely a statistic patter, consistently logging figures like 10, 5, 5, 2, 2 before clocking out. This dissonance left Carlisle uncertain about Lin Ke's true capabilities, particularly regarding the potential energy he could unleash in the critical moments of the playoffs. Meta, keep an eye on that kid from the Dragon Country, Carlisle called out to fellow small forward Arteist, offering a stern reminder. Rest assured, coach, I shall teach that young man a lesson with my physicality and strength. Arteist responded, waving his arm. Carlisle nodded in approval. Employing physicality to discipline a rookie is often a commendable strategy, as newcomers typically struggle to adapt to the level of intensity and standards present in the playoffs. On the court, Jamal Tinsley dribbled past half-court before passing the ball to the interior player, Shaquille O'Neal. Reggie Miller roamed without the ball, searching for openings in the Pistons' defense, while Hamilton closely shadowed Miller, denying him the opportunity to break free. Once Shaquille's teammates cleared one side, he positioned himself to back down Rasheed Wallace. In the 2nd quarter, Shaquille's shooting touch had been impressive. His turnaround jumper after backing down was remarkably effective. This time, he was prepared to employ the same tactic again. However, Lin Ke was not inclined to grant Shaquille the luxury of a predictable offensive maneuver. Seizing the moment, he disregarded Arteist and charged toward Shaquille. Larry Brown on the sidelines nearly leaped in exasperation. This was a severe violation of his defensive principles. Brown emphasized stringent man-to-man defense, instructing his players to refrain from helping, regardless of the opponent's movements. Even when facing screens, they were to navigate around and swiftly return to their assigned defenders. With the Pistons' formidable defensive prowess, adhering to Brown's demands was feasible, but Lin Ke's actual defensive capabilities fell short. Thus, proactively assisting and utilizing the advantages of minimum consumption data proved to be the optimal solution. On the court, Shaquille caught a glimpse of Lin Ke in his peripheral vision. He immediately secured the ball, intending to pass to the unguarded Arteist. Should the pass succeed, Artest would find himself with a wide-open three-point opportunity. However, just as Shaquille released the ball, Lin Ke intercepted it. The inevitable buff was no jest. Steal one. Oh dear. Larry Brown returned to the bench, striving to regain his composure. Indeed, this was quintessentially Lin Ke's style. On the court, after Lin Ke intercepted the ball, he promptly passed it to Billups and surged toward the front court. The Pistons' overall tempo was rather sluggish, yet their occasional counterattacks could ignite with fervor. Hamilton had already shaken off the aging Reggie Miller and was dashing toward the front court. After Billups advanced the ball past half court, a thought struck him, and he returned the ball to Lin Ke. Upon receiving the pass, Lin Ke noticed Hamilton stationed in the left corner of the three-point area and swiftly sent the ball his way. Minimum consumption data, assist activated. Upon receiving the ball, Hamilton executed his movements with exquisite fluidity. He elevated, released, with no hesitation whatsoever. It's going in. Swish. The basketball rippled through the net. Splendid. The Pistons orchestrated a remarkably smooth defensive counterattack. 44-48. The Pistons narrowed the gap to 4 points. If only I had been allowed to play earlier, it would have been so much simpler. Why complicate things? Lin Ke murmured. To have such an invincible presence and not utilize it is truly wasteful. Under the enhancement of minimum consumption data, Lin Ke could lead any team to achieve an extraordinarily high critical hit rate. This was not merely a conversion of scoring statistics, but also a psychological blow to the opposing players. After a flurry of plays, the lead might not have been substantial, and Lin Ke had exhausted his resources. However, once the opponent's morale was severely shaken, they often struggled to regain their rhythm. At that moment, as long as Lin Ke's teammates were not overly incompetent, they could typically maintain the lead and secure the victory. Although Lin Ke had depleted his ammunition, others remained unaware. This allowed Lin Ke to stand on the court as a deterrent and a source of pressure. Let me take him on. Artest, seeing Jamal Tinsley once again bringing the ball near the three-point line, shouted. He was preparing to use his formidable elbow to wear down Lin Ke. Upon receiving the ball, Artest moved with remarkable agility, raising his left arm to deliver an elbow to Lin Ke, then continued to overpower him as he barreled toward the three-point line. To be honest, Lin Ke was indeed no match for Artest in terms of physical confrontation. Yet that did not preclude Lin Ke from executing a spectacular steal. Whack! Lin Ke seized the opportunity. With lightning-fast hands, he swatted the basketball from Artest's grasp. It was executed with precision, devoid of any foul play. Artest suddenly realized the ball was gone as he dribbled. By the time he reacted, he discovered that Lin Ke, who had been under his control, had already scooped up the basketball and flung it toward the front court. A quarterback's long pass. It was Hamilton again. At this moment, Hamilton seemed to embody the essence of endless stamina, truly capable of running. With a sudden stop beyond the three-point line, Hamilton launched a trailing three-pointer unguarded. Larry Brown nearly leaped up once more. It's chaos. Utter chaos. Why is everyone deviating from a strategy? In this counterattack, Larry Brown aspired to conclude with a more resolute layup or dunk. What was the point of attempting a three-pointer? Yet in the next moment, Larry Brown returned to the bench. Calmly, the crisp and melodious sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated once more. Hamilton struck with back-to-back three-pointers. Lin Ke's assists were soaring. The score tightened to 47-48, narrowing the gap to a mere point. In the stands, the home fans of the Pistons erupted in cheers. Finally, this was how it should be. They should have substituted Lin Ke into the game much earlier. Why not make him a starter? Many Pistons fans harbored such thoughts. The little prince exclaimed, "Wait, is my starting position about to vanish just like that?" Beep. Carlisle called a timeout. The Pacers seemed momentarily dazed. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. Lin Ke is not merely a stat patter. He is a true superstar. The formidable quintet of Pistons was already impressive, and with the addition of another true superstar, how could the Pacers contend? Is this a six-headed giant? Chapter 29, the final 5 minutes. Larry Brown's trust. We must approach our offensive strategy with greater intelligence. We must be more steadfast. It is preferable to miss a shot than to be blocked or have the ball stolen. Such errors prevent our opponents from launching a counterattack. Furthermore, our defensive transitions must be swifter. Gentlemen, this is the Eastern Conference Finals. We are on the cusp of the championship. Let's all rally together. On the sidelines, Pacers coach Carlisle is devising strategies. He has noticed that the Pacers have been playing rather chaotically. Particularly, Artest should not have sought to challenge Lin Ke directly. Of course, this is not entirely Artest's fault. Carlisle had previously sanctioned Artest's physical approach towards Lin Ke. However, this tactic proved somewhat ineffective. The Pacers players nodded in agreement. They still held faith in Carlisle. Simultaneously, they were eager to fight for a championship for Reggie Miller. Just one championship would render Reggie Miller's career perfect. It is worth mentioning that Carlisle was the head coach of the Pistons last season, leading them to the Eastern Conference Finals. He possesses an intimate understanding of the Pistons. Although Larry Brown has altered the team's defensive system, the core players remain the same, and Carlisle is familiar with their characteristics. The only variable lies with Lin Ke. Carlisle found himself somewhat perplexed by Lin Ke's capabilities. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Upon re-entering the court, Lin Ke felt a sense of grounding. He was born for moments like this. No matter what, he aimed to secure a starting position for the next season. At this moment, Lin Ke also set a small goal for himself. In the ensuing game, Carlisle quickly realized that none of his strategies and emphasized point from the timeout were executed. Lin Ke continued to secure steals and blocks, enabling the Pistons to regain the lead. Subsequently, Lin Ke and Ben Wallace dominated the offensive rebounds. Despite a decline in shooting percentages for both teams, the Pistons gained an abundance of second-chance opportunities. Meanwhile, the Pacers failed to secure any offensive rebounds. As the game progressed, the gap between the teams widened, with the Pistons steadily pulling ahead. As the third quarter neared its conclusion, Lin Ke delivered several key passes from the top of the arc, assisting Billups and Hamilton in consecutively sinking three-pointers. Although the Pistons' overall shooting percentage was not high, their three-point accuracy was astonishingly proficient. By the end of the third quarter, the Pistons had indeed established a lead of over 10 points, specifically 12. Carlisle rubbed his head in disbelief. The Pacers had started the first half with a promising advantage, only to experience a turnaround in the third quarter that left Carlisle incredulous. In this quarter, Lin Ke recorded 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals without scoring a single point. The emphasis lies in the absence of scoring. Lin Ke, despite not accumulating points, showcased his prowess through passing, defense, and relentless offensive rebounds, steering the team from a deficit to a lead. Truly remarkable. With a grin, Lin Ke acknowledged this achievement. The reason he refrained from scoring was intentional, as Larry Brown aptly noted. This is the Eastern Conference Finals. Lin Ke is determined to win. The statistics are secondary. He would never compromise the team's victory merely to inflate his personal numbers. After all, a loss yields no system points. Therefore, he must pursue the minimum required statistics while ensuring the team's triumph. Ideally, one would not fixate on the stats. Rather, through the course of the game, both victory and the requisite statistics would naturally manifest. As long as Lin Ke is granted ample playing time and the strategy revolves around him, this should not pose any significant challenge. Presently, Lin Ke is uncertain whether Larry Brown will grant him minutes in the fourth quarter. Yet he is keenly aware that he must preserve his 10-point scoring quota. Should any unforeseen events arise in the fourth quarter, Lin Ke could once again emerge as the savior. Whether he steps onto the court is one matter. Whether he can perform immediately upon entering is another. Lin Ke is ever prepared. In the fourth quarter, the Pacers clearly refuse to concede defeat. They are eager to continue fighting. With only 5 minutes remaining in the game, veteran Reggie Miller suddenly entered the zone. Swish, swish, swish. He sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, compelling the Pistons to call a timeout. Thanks to Miller's trifecta, the Pacers narrowed the deficit to 5 points. Incredible. The Pacers have always demonstrated such resilience. Lin Ke momentarily recalled the latest season of the Pacers from his previous life. Regardless of how far behind they fall, The Pacers exude confidence in their ability to claw back. This is truly impressive. It appears to be a hallmark of the Pacers tradition. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as Lin Ke is on the court, he can swiftly score 10 points. Now, it hinges on whether Larry Brown will afford him that opportunity. Lin Ke glanced at Larry Brown, who fortuitously returned the gaze. "Lin, prepare to enter the game. Do what you must," Larry Brown shouted emphatically. Unbeknownst to him, he has indeed placed considerable expectations on Lin Ke. Both Big Ben and Billups raised their eyebrows. This young man is ascending rapidly. They harbor no objections to Lin Ke taking on greater responsibilities. This Pistons team is unprecedentedly united. They share a singular goal, the championship. Everything else is inconsequential. The Pistons core does not concern themselves with individual statistics. Perhaps, as this playoff journey unfolds, the 5 pillars will transform into 6. It is bound to happen. They are committed to fulfilling their mission. Lin Ke suddenly stood up, his eyes sparkling with determination. The coach's trust ignited an explosion of positive energy within him. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Larry Brown once again deployed the lineup of Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Hamilton, and Billups. Given Lin Ke's height, this constituted a quintessential tall lineup. Height, in the realm of basketball, is an inherent advantage. Simply standing still can significantly disrupt the shooting attempts of the opposing players. Upon seeing Lin Ke re-enter the game, Carlisle felt a jolt of unease. An ominous premonition began to stir within him. Could it be that Lin Ke was about to embark on a scoring spree? Based on Lin Ke's past statistics, he still had 10 points left to score. As Carlisle contemplated this, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Damn it, who plays the game solely by the numbers? Is it not discomforting to leave points unscored? Chapter 30, Taking the First Step. The Pistons launched their offense as Billups crossed half court, keenly observing his teammates' movements. More specifically, Lin Ke's positioning. In a display of tactical ingenuity, Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace executed a double screen for Lin Ke, akin to an elevator door maneuver. Lin Ke swiftly maneuvered from the paint to beyond the three-point line, creating a moment of disarray in the Pacers' defense. Billups quickly delivered the ball to Lin Ke, who, upon receiving it, released an instantaneous shot, a quintessential example of a quick-release jump shot. However, for Lin Ke, the mechanics of his shooting form held little significance. His success hinged not on technique, but rather on his scoring quota. With a graceful arc, the basketball soared through the air, perfectly swishing through the net. Marvelous. The lead was instantly restored to 8 points, inching towards 10. The Pistons' home crowd exhaled in relief. Lin Ke's presence exuded an unmistakable steadiness. Alas, the ominous feeling that nagged at Carlisle was manifesting into reality. On the offensive end, Reggie Miller continued to fire from beyond the arc, attempting to deliver an answer ball. Unfortunately, under Hamilton's relentless pressure, Miller failed to convert. Although his 3 for 4 from three-point range remained impressive, this particular miss proved to be quite detrimental at such a critical juncture. Turning back, Lin Ke launched a contested shot over Artaez from the three-point line. Swish. The lead had now expanded to 11 points, returning to its earlier state. At this moment, the faces of the Pacers players reflected sheer frustration. Even the typically composed Reggie Miller displayed signs of agitation. What was happening? A flurry of impressive plays, only to find themselves stalled? Did they truly possess such a low margin for error against Lin Ke? Was it necessary for every shot to find the bottom of the net to compete with him? Frankly, this moment was filled with a sense of incongruity, as Lin Ke's sudden display of prowess exceeded all expectations. His style of play, his remarkable capability to break through defenses, and his influence on the outcome of the game were attributes typically reserved for superstars. Had Lin Ke truly ascended to such heights? At that instant, many recalled the legendary Magic Johnson, the man who won the Finals MVP in his rookie season. As the remainder of the game unfolded, the suspense evaporated. Once the Pacers players relaxed, reigniting their competitive spirit became an arduous task. After all, this was Game 1, on the road. A loss would hardly disrupt the Pacers' overarching strategy. For the Pacers, Securing a victory in one of the two away games would be a significant achievement, while losing both would fall within the realm of normalcy. The focus would shift to winning games 3 and 4 at home. Then, all would be well. For the Pistons, these two home games are essential victories. In the final minute, Lin Ke scored another 4 points, fulfilling the minimum scoring requirement. The game concluded swiftly with a score of 98-84, securing the win for the Pistons in Game 1. Undoubtedly, the standout player of this match was Lin Ke, with impressive stats of 10 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. These familiar numbers carry a different weight this time, as they were achieved in the Eastern Conference Finals, significantly impacting the game's outcome. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ke felt satisfied, rating himself a solid 9 out of 10. At the final whistle, he couldn't help but smile broadly. Although he faced challenges on the court, his decision-making was commendable. While he consistently delivered the required stats, errors could still arise. Moreover, the synergy with his teammates proved vital. Knowing when to pass, when to shoot, and when to battle for rebounds are all crucial elements. Fortunately, Lin Ke integrated well into the starting lineup, marking an auspicious beginning. The crowd unexpectedly erupted in unison, chanting Lin Ke's name. His performance undoubtedly left a profound impression on the home fans, who increasingly embraced their second overall pick. Following this match, the label of most overrated rookie was completely shed. Even LeBron James would struggle to replicate such an explosive performance in this season's Eastern Conference Finals. Upon hearing the fans' cheers, Lin Ke's spirits soared even higher as he waved to the audience. Back in the locker room, Lin Ke's heart raced with excitement, clearly still exhilarated by the game. "Lin, get ready for the post-game press conference," said Larry Brown, approaching with a warm smile, his own mood evidently buoyant. How could he not be? Without Lin Ke's stellar performance tonight, the Pistons might have faced defeat. It wasn't that the core players were underperforming. Rather, they had previously enjoyed an easy run and momentarily lost their edge. The Pacers, having battled through a tense 7-game series, maintained their rhythm and delivered a commendable performance until Lin Ke stepped onto the court and changed the game's momentum. Larry Brown, relieved of the pressure of a potential loss, felt quite elated. Once the Pistons' core players regained their form, coupled with Lin Ke's contributions, who could possibly thwart their championship aspirations? Larry Brown could soon be celebrated as a championship coach. Just imagining it stirs excitement. "I shall take a quick shower first." Lin Ke chuckled with delight. Once again, it is time to engage in a battle of wits with the media reporters. Lin Ke finds it quite amusing to engage in verbal sparring with journalists. "Lin, how do you assess your performance in this match? What score would you give yourself? Can you maintain such performance in the upcoming games?" Once seated, the media's inquiries swiftly emerged. "I believe I could score a commendable 9 tonight. The remaining point is reserved for fear of becoming overly arrogant." Lin Ke's response elicited a wave of laughter from the reporters in attendance. "Whether I can sustain such performance in future matches depends on whether my coach grants me more opportunities to shine." Lin Ke flashed a grin towards Larry Brown beside him. This moment differs from the previous one. The third tier of minimum consumption data has provided Lin Ke with sufficient confidence. He could afford to share a lighthearted jest with Larry Brown. "You rascal." Larry Brown shook his head in amused disbelief. Chapter 31. Rising Fame. Elevation of Status. In the Eastern Conference Finals Game 1, the Pistons emerged victorious, a result that did not surprise many. However, the manner in which they achieved it left countless spectators astounded. The rookie, once derisively dubbed the most lackluster second overall pick, Lin Ke, surprisingly became the pivotal contributor to the Pistons' triumph. This revelation was indeed unexpected for many. In an instant, fervent debates erupted among fans about who truly deserves the Rookie of the Year accolade. Previously, Lin Ke had not even entered the discussions for this prestigious title. Yet the tides have turned, considering the team's performance and the significance of the games. It appears that Lin Ke is now the most deserving candidate for the Rookie of the Year honor. LeBron has failed to reach the playoffs. Anthony's Nuggets also faced an early exit. Only Lin Ke continues his pursuit of the championship. Should Lin Ke seize the Finals MVP in the championship series? Awarding the Rookie of the Year to LeBron instead of Lin Ke would not be a loss for Lin, but rather a diminishment of the award itself. Naturally, the Rookie of the Year pertains to regular season performance, and Lin Ke's contributions during that period may not suffice. However, fans often do not consider such nuances. The pressure has now shifted squarely onto LeBron. If there is anyone who wishes for the Pistons not to clinch the championship this season, it is undoubtedly LeBron. Beep, 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 beep. Lin Ke hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the palace of Auburn Hills. His spirits were exceptionally high. Over the past few days, Lin Ke's greatest delight has been purchasing various sports newspapers, reveling in the media's enthusiastic praises for him. This feeling is utterly exhilarating. Lin Ke expressed his enjoyment of this newfound adulation. Moving forward, let the roars of approval grow even louder. Tonight, the Pistons will host the Pacers once more. The Eastern Conference Game 2 is on the horizon. The most troubled individual these past few days has been Carlisle. Carlisle, a coach with a keen tactical acumen, could not overlook Lin Ke's remarkable performance in Game 1. He has been tirelessly strategizing on how to contain Lin Ke, aiming to diminish his influence as the Pistons' X factor. Yet, he has yet to devise an effective plan. Lin Ke's current sample size of performances remains too limited. Such a stellar comeback is even rarer. This predicament renders it challenging for Carlisle to identify a pattern. With merely 2 days between games, it feels insufficient for Carlisle to implement significant adjustments. Nevertheless, the game must go on. Tonight, Carlisle still needs the Pacers to give their all. Let us extend the warmest applause to our superstar rookie, Lin Ke. The arena's DJ has prepared a special roar in honor of Lin Ke tonight. This signifies that Lin Ke's standing within the Pistons is genuinely on the rise. At this juncture, it is no longer an exaggeration to regard Lin Ke as the Pistons' super sixth man. With a smile, Lin Ke waved to the fans before taking a seat on the bench. Although not a starter, Lin Ke's position has brought him ever closer to Larry Brown, a clear testament to his elevation in status. At 8 p.m., the game commenced. The starting lineups for both teams showed little alteration. From the very outset, the Pistons unleashed an aggressive defensive strategy. The sound of clanging iron resonated through the Auburn Hills Palace as the game began, echoing with a cacophony of clang, clang, clang. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the teams had produced an exceedingly low score of 16-14. The Pistons primarily relied on Ben Wallace's offensive rebounds for their scoring, while players like Billups and Hamilton struggled to find the mark from beyond the arc. The Pacers faced similar challenges, finding it arduous to score from the outside, resorting instead to forceful incursions into the paint. Oh my, the intensity of the defense is truly formidable. The two sides seemed almost entangled in a wrestling match. On the bench, Lin Ke watched in awe. Fans often romanticize the 80s and 90s as the pinnacle of defensive prowess in the league, yet that is not entirely accurate. The true era of heightened defensive intensity spanned from 1996 to 2005. The refinement of defensive systems and the introduction of zone defense transformed the game, leaving offensive players somewhat bewildered, while the establishment of the defensive 3-second rule may favor the offense. Mastering the timing of penetrating the paint during these critical moments requires extensive experience. Thus, this period can be regarded as one of the most challenging for offensive players, where hoops were often bent out of shape. We are currently at the tail end of an era defined by extreme defensive capabilities. In just a few seasons, the league's overall style will shift towards an offensive orientation. Of course, this transition will not be swift. The final vestiges of defense-oriented play can be encapsulated in the 2009-10 finals between the Lakers and Celtics, the infamous green and gold clash. After this, the league will inevitably enter the small ball era. However, this defensive-centric style highlights Lin Ke's significance. His scoring ability in minimum consumption data is assuredly reliable. In the forthcoming small ball era, where teams routinely score 130, Lin Ke's 10-point contribution may not generate much excitement. Yet in the current climate, where scores hover around 80 or even dip to 70, Lin Ke's 10 points are invaluable. He is indeed the deciding factor in the game. At the season's outset, he felt as though he was facing a hellish start, but now it seems like a heavenly beginning. Huh. Lin Ke couldn't suppress his laughter. Larry Brown, noticing the smile on Lin Ke's face, remarked, "This kid is remarkably relaxed. Does he not feel the tension? Well, let's apply some pressure. Lin, prepare to enter the game. By the end of the half, let us strive to extend our lead to over 10 points. Lin Ke nearly spat out his drink. Old man, do you think leading by 10 points is a trivial task? If it weren't for our advantage, this would be an utterly impossible endeavor. No problem. Nevertheless, Lin Ke readily agreed. It is essential to transform Larry Brown's reliance on him into a habitual expectation. In subsequent matches, whenever the team falls behind, it is likely that Larry Brown will immediately summon Lin Ke to the court before firmly establishing his position as a starter. This is indeed a delightful prospect. Goodness, has this lad truly agreed? Could he have actually achieved it again? Larry Brown was also momentarily astonished. As for Lin Ke, he had begun to earn Brown's respect. This is a remarkable talent. Chapter 32, Self-Doubt. Section 2. The match commences. As Lin Ke took to the court, a wave of cheers erupted. The fans of the Pistons have grown increasingly fond of this rookie sensation. Each time he steps onto the court, he delivers breathtaking yet consistent performances, endearing him to the audience. What is particularly remarkable is Lin Ke's relentless pursuit of improvement, never settling for mere stability in his statistics. The anticipation among fans is palpable, eagerly wondering what heights Lin Ke will reach after his next evolution. Could it possibly be an average of triple-doubles? Such a feat would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire league. Since the ancient days of the legendary Oscar Robertson, no player has achieved an average of triple-doubles. If Lin Ke accomplishes this, the MVP title will undoubtedly be his. The first player of the new century to attain such a milestone will surely be crowned MVP. In the previous lifetime, this honor belonged to Russell Westbrook. In this era, it must belong to Lin Ke. Caution is advised on the offensive end. Do not challenge Lin Ke. Pay heed during the passing and cutting plays. Meta, draw Lin Ke to the corner three-point area. Upon witnessing Lin Ke's entrance, Carlisle immediately tightened his focus, emphasizing to his players the necessity of this strategy. He instructed Artest to maneuver Lin Ke towards the corner three-point line, minimizing Lin Ke's defensive impact. This was the best approach Carlisle could devise. The effectiveness of this strategy could only be assessed during the match. Understood. The players of the Pacers shouted in unison. The atmosphere in their locker room was exceedingly positive, which undoubtedly amplified the team's strength. On the court, the Pacers' backup point guard, Anthony Johnson, dribbled past half-court. At this moment, Artest and O'Neal were leading the bench unit. Artest swiftly dashed to the left corner three-point area. Yet Lin Ke did not follow. Instead, he positioned himself near the left free throw line, continually adjusting to maintain a stance between the ball handler and Artest. This effectively obstructed Anthony Johnson's ability to pass directly to Artest. Should Johnson dare to pass, Lin Ke would certainly intercept the ball. Indeed, Anthony Johnson hesitated. He dribbled to the opposite side and passed the ball to the interior player, O'Neal. O'Neal, holding the ball, faced Campbell. Bam! Bam! O'Neal backed into Campbell twice, preparing to attack the basket when he suddenly noticed a figure charging towards him. Oh no! O'Neal's heart raced as he recognized the looming presence of Lin Ke. There was no need to elaborate on Lin Ke's prowess in stealing or blocking. The Pacers had experienced it firsthand in the previous game. O'Neal's playmaking ability was mediocre, and his capacity to counter double teams was quite poor. The reason lies in his significantly inadequate tonnage within the paint, coupled with a deficiency in lower body strength, rendering him incapable of maintaining his position. This inevitably leads to errors. In a moment of panic, young O'Neal attempted to pass the ball to Artest in the corner, only for Lin Ke to snatch the ball away with remarkable finesse. What a splendid interception. Damn it. Artest, languishing in the corner, felt a pang of frustration. The coach's strategy was commendable, yet Lin Ke was unyielding. What to do? Should Artest still position himself in the corner for the next offensive play? Self-doubt crept into Artest's mind. Come on. On the sidelines, Carlisle was on the verge of losing his composure. How could Lin Ke intercept the ball like that? Young O'Neal's handling of the ball was utterly disastrous. However, it was futile to assign blame at this juncture. The Pistons' counterattack was underway. Mike James swiftly dribbled past half-court, tossing the ball to the trailing Lin Ke. Defend. Carlisle's heart raced. He elevated, released, logo shot. Lin Ke, stepping into the logo area, launched it. He shot. Let the basketball soar for a moment. Swish. The crisp, melodious sound of the ball swishing through the net resonated. An outrageous score. Incredible glass. This is the exhilarating sensation we crave. In that moment, Lin Ke felt an urge to dance cha-cha. He even forgot to flaunt his watch moment. Indeed, Lin Ke truly admired his former life cousin, Lillard. His expression control was absolutely top-notch. Why did Lin Ke always feel like laughing at such times? 19-14. The gap suddenly widened to 5 points. Wow. That three-pointer was from an astonishing distance. Insane. Lin Ke dared to take that shot. I just witnessed the expression on Larry Brown's face. It was utterly delightful. Rick Carlisle was almost in tears. If Lin Ke continued shooting like this, how could the Pacers defend? It would be impossible. We are the champions. In the stands, many Pistons fans began to chant slogans. The experience of watching the game was exhilarating. Lin Ke once again astonished everyone. A three-pointer from an extraordinary distance is not unheard of in today's game. However, those instances typically occur during unconventional moments, such as when the shot clock is about to expire. Each successful shot incited gasps of astonishment and cheers. Yet Lin Ke treated the ultra-long-range three-pointer as a regular weapon. The impact was monumental. Lin Ke's performance had merely commenced. It was just the beginning. Steal assist. Block pass, another logo shot. Snagging offensive rebounds, passing, catching a powerful three-pointer from the corner. Lin Ke filled the stat sheet at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, he extended the lead to over 10 points within a mere 3 minutes. Larry Brown, observing from the sidelines, was left utterly speechless. I merely suggested that you lead the team by more than 10 points, yet you have genuinely achieved it, and at such a rapid pace. This style of play has indeed left the Pacers in disarray. Coach, the opposing team seems to have an advantage. As the first half concluded, the scoreboard reflected a score of 46-34, with the Pistons leading by 12 points. Lin Ke continues to embody his persona of keeping promises. You can always trust Lin Ke on the court. Larry Brown has indelibly etched this sentiment in his mind. Damn it all. During halftime, in the Pacers locker room, the usually composed Carlisle is now resorting to expletives. Lin Ke's unreasonable style of play has plunged Carlisle into self-doubt. He is utterly at a loss on how to contain Lin Ke. It appears that there is little hope of winning Game 2. The Pacers will return home bearing a 0-2 disadvantage. Ultimately, their home court advantage has not been reclaimed. Chapter 33. Diverting the conflict. In the latter half of the match, Lin Ke's influence continued to resonate. He had garnered insights on how to allocate the minimum consumption data, enabling him to impact the game for over 20 minutes. This was more than sufficient for the Pistons. It is essential to clarify that the Pistons were inherently a stronger team than the Pacers. The Pacers could barely maintain an unstable balance in the presence of the Pistons' formidable quintet. However, Lin Ke's entrance shattered this fragile equilibrium, serving as the final straw for the Pacers. By the end of the third quarter, the Pistons had extended their lead to 17 points, a gap nearly insurmountable in this era of defensive supremacy. The fourth quarter devolved into garbage time, with Lin Ke taking a seat back on the bench, appearing remarkably relaxed and at ease. The atmosphere within the Palace of Auburn Hills transformed into one of exuberance. The Pistons' advancement to the finals appeared to be a foregone conclusion. The emergence of Lin Ke, the X factor, tilted the scales of victory inexorably in favor of the Pistons. They seemed poised to return to the finals, reminiscent of a decade ago, reclaiming their former glory. Carlisle, in exasperation, substituted all his starters, conceding defeat. As the timer expired, the series score shifted to 2-0 in favor of the Pistons, who had successfully defended their 2 home games, progressing steadily in the series. Coach, I did it again. Is there any reward? After the game, Lin Ke approached Larry Brown with a broad grin. What reward do you desire? Larry Brown, in high spirits, found Lin Ke quite endearing at that moment and casually replied. Little did Larry Brown anticipate Lin Ke's remarkable ability to seize the moment. Fair competition for the FMVP? Lin Ke chuckled. What on earth? Larry Brown was momentarily taken aback. When he finally grasped Lin Ke's intention, he was left speechless. Lin, this notion is somewhat perilous. If you play without regard for the team, it could lead to a loss. You are still young, progressing rapidly. There's no need to rush. After a moment's pause, Larry Brown spoke earnestly. He initially intended to reprimand Lin Ke seriously, but reconsidered, recognizing the evident impact Lin Ke had on the team. The team's reliance on him had subtly increased. If Lin Ke were to slack off in the upcoming matches, it could adversely affect the team's performance. The situation with the Lakers in the West served as a cautionary tale. Their internal atmosphere had deteriorated significantly. Larry Brown was determined not to let the Pistons follow the same path. Simultaneously, he acknowledged this issue for the first time. Not every player possesses the selfless demeanor of the Pistons' core quintet. Lin Ke, a young player brimming with potential, will undoubtedly desire more once he makes a name for himself. This is only human nature. Just a lighthearted jest. No need to be anxious, coach. However, I've already set my sights on next season's Finals MVP. Lin Ke declared with unwavering determination. Indeed, in his pursuit of the Finals MVP, he still lacks a certain edge. While his statistics of 10-5-5-2-2 are quite comprehensive, they do not possess the explosive impact required. Particularly, an average of merely 10 points per game is somewhat insufficient, rendering him devoid of competitive viability for the MVP title. Lin Ke's current situation bears resemblance to that of Ben Simmons. His scoring remains a significant drawback. If only Simmons could achieve an average of 20 points, the MVP would undoubtedly be his. Next season's Finals MVP? Feel free to chase it. Larry Brown exhaled, simultaneously acknowledging Lin Ke's audacious aspirations. He even proclaimed the championship for next season as predetermined. The next decade truly belongs to you, Larry Brown mused. The following day, major authoritative media outlets reported extensively on the previous night's Game 2 matchup between the Pistons and the Pacers. Lin Ke was mentioned an increasing number of times, and the accolades directed towards him multiplied. Comparisons to LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh became inevitable, culminating in the conclusion that Lin Ke excels in clutch situations, making significant contributions the moment he steps onto the court. Currently, no one else can match this capability. Lin Ke, having emerged strongly in the playoffs, has effectively executed a shortcut past icons like James. This realization has led many fans to appreciate that being drafted by a strong team, particularly a championship contender, is indeed a blessing. This assertion holds true. Had Lin Ke found himself on a rebuilding team, his prospects would have drastically diminished, and the accumulation of system points would have become exceedingly challenging. His dismal average statistics would no longer be justifiable by his playing time alone, with the possibility of falling short being alarmingly high. What a splendid system it is. Lin Ke echoed this sentiment. Boom, boom, swish, bang. In Los Angeles, at the Staples Center, the Lakers had just concluded 2 away games, resulting in a 1-1 tie. This score was quite favorable for the Lakers, as they regained home court advantage. As the Zen Master arrived at the practice facility, he observed Kobe and Shaquille engaged in shooting drills. However, there was a palpable lack of communication between them, a stark contrast to their once inseparable Shaq and Kobe dynamic. Meanwhile, Malone and Payton appeared equally somber. The overall atmosphere within the Lakers was noticeably tense. The Pistons seemed poised to sweep their way into the finals. Do you not feel even a flicker of unease inside? Our championship this season is far from assured. The voice of the Zen Master captivated the attention of the F4, all of whom turned to face him. I understand that you previously overlooked the Pistons, but it is imperative that you take heed now. They possess the enigmatic Lin Ke, an X-factor that even I find difficult to decipher, the Zen Master remarked with a hint of detachment. The internal discord within the team had escalated to a level that even the Zen Master could no longer contain. He had no choice but to redirect the focus towards an external adversary, a remarkably effective strategy. "I will handle them," Kobe murmured, his tone resolute. "Can Big Ben even stand against me?" Shaquille chuckled lightly. "Rashid is no match for me." Malone flexed his biceps proudly. "Leave that fellow Chauncey to me." Peyton chimed in. "And what of Lin Ke? Who shall address him? Kobe?" The Zen master began to call out names. Chapter 34. Upholding Integrity. The Eastern Conference Finals, Games 3 and 4, will unfold on the home court of the Pacers. However, both the media and the fans have lost faith in the Pacers. The latest display of strength from the Pistons has left many astonished. Previously regarded as an underdog team due to the absence of a clear superstar, the Pistons' five seemed unremarkable. Neither Ben Wallace nor Chauncey Billups could be classified as transcendent talents. Yet, with Lin Ke's formidable emergence, the Pistons have gained a 15-minute superstar, significantly altering the dynamics of the competition. The impact of a true superstar is undeniable, and Lin Ke indeed showcased elite performance within those crucial 15 minutes, effectively compensating for the Pistons' previous shortcomings in critical moments. The Pacers found themselves unable to rectify this within a short span, rendering them incapable of competing with the Pistons, even with the advantage of playing at home. The reality of the situation was clear. In Game 3, the Pacers displayed remarkable resilience. Each time the Pistons extended their lead, Reggie Miller responded with three-pointers, keeping the game within reach. Coach Larry Brown's utilization of Lin Ke was evidently more refined, deploying him at pivotal moments to deliver two consecutive impactful plays that sealed the Pacers' fate. By the conclusion of Game 3, the Pacers had no complaints. They had exerted every ounce of effort and played commendably, yet still faced defeat. This underscored a fundamental lack of strength. Sometimes, one simply cannot prevail, leaving no room for regret. By Game 4, the Pacers were in a state of semi-abandonment. The Pistons, not pushing too hard, engaged in a mutual exhibition of commercial camaraderie, culminating in a 4-0 sweep. The Pistons advanced to the finals with an air of invincibility. Post-game, Lin Ke was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He could almost touch the floor of the finals, feeling that it was effortlessly within reach. In this moment, he yearned to summon Paul, who had yet to enter the league. "Join me, and I shall elevate you. Together, we will swiftly arrive at the finals. Lin, your future is undeniably boundless. If it weren't for your sudden emergence in this series, we might have had a chance at victory." As Lin Ke wandered in reverie, Reggie Miller approached him with a smile. "Ah, Reggie, that sentiment is misguided. Even without me, the Pistons would have triumphed over you." Lin Ke chuckled, speaking a truth rooted in reality. "In a previous life, without Lin Ke, Dako Milicic, I was almost forgotten. Yet the Pistons still overcame the Pacers 4-2 to reach the finals. This time around would be no different. The emergence of Lin Ke has undeniably made victories for the Pistons considerably more effortless, akin to a delightful embellishment." Nearby, the ever-spirited Ben Wallace caught wind of Lin Ke's remark and promptly gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging his grounded demeanor in the face of challenges. Before Reggie Miller could respond, Lin Ke continued, "Reggie, have you considered joining the Pistons next season? Together, we could seize a championship title. That would truly perfect your career. Forget about the notion of one person, one city. It holds little significance. Nothing compares to the exhilaration of holding a championship trophy." With fervor, Lin Ke began to advocate for the Pistons, attempting to lure Reggie away. "You truly are something." Reggie Miller chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. The whimsicality of Lin Ke's thoughts left him momentarily speechless. Was he genuinely contemplating leaving the Pacers to pursue a championship? After all, they had just advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals, tantalizingly close to the championship. Perhaps it was wiser to rally alongside the young talents on his team for another season. Transitioning from the Pacers to the Pistons did not seem prudent. Firstly, the possibility of securing another championship was far from guaranteed. Repeating such success was no easy feat. Secondly, Reggie Miller's reputation would likely suffer considerably, and who knows, the Pacers fans might even burn his jersey. Over the years, Reggie Miller had become a symbol of the city of Indiana. If he chose to depart, would he not be risking everything? Choosing to end the conversation, Reggie embraced Lin Ke and made his way toward the locker room, signaling an apparent failure in recruitment. Lin Ke scratched his head, pondering the essence of integrity. Not everyone would wander in pursuit of a championship. He instinctively contemplated his own future. Would he remain with the Pistons long-term? One person, one city? Or perhaps a nomadic dynasty? He chuckled softly. The moment for such a decision was still far off. For now, Lin Ke's priority was to steadfastly lead the team to this season's championship and secure his position as the starting small forward. Next season, he would strive to achieve back-to-back titles. In his previous life, the Pistons had succumbed to the Spurs in the championship finals of the following season. Although they remained formidable in the Eastern Conference, the gap to the finals and the championship title only widened thereafter. In this lifetime, with the existing foundation of the Pistons, Lin Ke might indeed establish a dynasty. However, the challenge of doing so was immense. Yet, he could harness the Pistons' championship window over the next 2 seasons to make a formidable push. Beyond that, the prospects would dim. The expiration of Lin Ke's rookie contract would significantly encroach upon the Pistons' salary cap. The core quintet would likely disband, mirroring the fate of the previous era. Numerous teams dissolve, not solely due to unmet expectations, but primarily because of salary constraints and luxury taxes. Unless the team owner had boundless wealth, enduring annual luxury taxes would be burdensome for anyone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned System Points 1. The system notification sound echoed at the perfect moment. In this round of the series, Lin Ke successfully secured all 4 system points. Truly splendid. Currently, Lin Ke has amassed a total of 39 system points. He is merely 11 system points away from advancing the minimum consumption data. Once more, how delightful. Now, it is time to contemplate the finals. Lin Ke vigorously swung his arm. On May 31st, in Los Angeles, at the Staples Center, with Kobe Bryant's steady free throw, the Timberwolves lost their last chance. The score stood at 96-90. The Lakers clinched a crucial Game 6. Simultaneously, they altered the series score to 4-2. The Lakers' F4 did not falter in the Western Conference Finals. They eliminated the Timberwolves and surged into the finals with great momentum. Their adversaries in the finals are none other than the well-rested Pistons. The final round of the 2003 to 2004 season series is about to commence. Chapter 35, awaiting the opportune moment. On June 6th, the finals game 1 arrives. The Pistons maintain their home court advantage in the championship. However, the finals format at this time follows a 2-3-2 model. Unlike the familiar 2-2-1-1-1 structure of the future, this implies that securing victories in both G1 and G2 is imperative, leaving no room for error. Should the Lakers manage to steal a game, they would subsequently enjoy 3 consecutive home games, potentially leading to a swift series conclusion, leaving the Pistons with no chance to return home, and thus forfeiting their supposed advantage. If the championship is decided within 5 games, the team that initially held the home court advantage would find it utterly negligible. Early morning. Lin Ke woke up quite early today. Perhaps it was the excitement that disrupted his sleep. He decided to take a run around Auburn Hills. For Lin Ke, stamina is not a concern, as his playing time hovers around 20 minutes. In the afternoon, during a brief adaptive training session, Lin Ke noticed that his teammates were behaving differently than usual. Ben Wallace occasionally adjusted his wild hairstyle, while Rasheed Wallace performed a push-up after every successful three-pointer. Chauncey Billups gazed intently at the court, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Richard Hamilton sat on the sidelines, engrossed in a collection of poetry. Prince appeared to be the only one among the Pistons core who seemed composed, practicing his post-up moves. So wasn't he just my excitement? Lin Ke found amusement in the realization that everyone was feeling the pre-finals jitters, especially since this was their first appearance in the championship. The Lakers, boasting significantly more finals experience, posed a formidable challenge. At 8 p.m., both teams gathered at the court, having completed their warm-ups, and the main event was about to commence. The arena's DJ delivered grand introductions for each of the Pistons starting players. Lin Ke, however, was not among them, still a tad short of securing a starting position. He observed Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, the most formidable duo of a new century, whose tumultuous relationship had unfolded over many years. This match would undoubtedly test the Pistons' interior defense rigorously. The game commenced swiftly. The Lakers immediately targeted O'Neal with aggressive plays. Initially, both teams were in a phase of cautious probing, with Wallace tasked with single-handedly defending O'Neal. Their physical contest epitomized the essence of a brawl. Yet ultimately, the vigorous O'Neal prevailed, dunking over Wallace 4 times, leaving him in a daze. Nevertheless, Wallace's mental fortitude remained unshaken as he diligently continued to execute all he could. After enduring O'Neal's 4 powerful strikes, Wallace began to engage in fervent perimeter defense, at which point O'Neal's struggles with ball reception began to surface. Just moments ago, O'Neal delivered a spectacular dunk 4 times, undoubtedly exhilarating yet significantly taxing his stamina. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace was undeterred by the substantial weight disparity as he engaged O'Neal in fierce competition, earning O'Neal's respect. On the Pistons' side, fueled by Billup's flawless 3-point shooting and successful free throws, they managed to hold their ground against the Lakers, finishing the first quarter with a score of 22-19, leading by 3 points. Yes, we are indeed formidable. Well, the Lakers, F4. We can still dominate them. Lin Ke has yet to step onto the court. He should be on the floor in the second quarter, aiming to extend the lead to over 10 points. This has seemingly become Lin Ke's passive skill. The home crowd erupted in laughter, enjoying the light-hearted atmosphere of the game. As the second quarter approached, Lin Ke eagerly looked towards Larry Brown, awaiting his call to the court. Just a moment longer, Brown gestured for Lin Ke to be patient, not out of conservatism in the finals, but to allow the Pistons' core players to exhaust the Lakers further. When the moment is right, Lin Ke would be unleashed, potentially leading the game in a decisive flow. That sensation would be exhilarating. Understanding Brown's strategy, Lin Ke settled back onto the bench. Time flew by, and the second quarter concluded with a score of 18-22, the Pistons having lost 4 points. At halftime, the Pistons trailed the Lakers by a single point, 40-41. Lin Ke anticipated his imminent entrance at the start of the third quarter. The first half had been characterized by intense competition, with Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace effectively depleting O'Neal's stamina. In the second half, O'Neal's energy might very well falter. In the Lakers' locker room during halftime, Phil Jackson's expression was far from pleasant. Despite leading by a point, the Lakers had not established dominance on the court. Even more concerning for Jackson was Malone's dismal shooting, missing all 5 attempts in the first half. This lackluster performance allowed Rasheed Wallace to clamp down on O'Neal without hesitation. O'Neal was truly suffering under their relentless pressure. Both Wallaces were formidable, each more intimidating than the last. Jackson glanced at Payton's stats, feeling exasperated as he saw 0 points from 3 attempts. While they were referred to as F4, it seemed more like the OK combination was struggling. Jackson sensed the gravity of the situation and felt a loss of control. As for Kobe, with 5 successful shots out of 12 attempts in the first half, he was still within reasonable bounds. Shaq, Kobe, in the second half, you both must exhibit greater aggression. Jackson focused solely on igniting the spirits of Kobe and O'Neal, disregarding Malone and Payton altogether. This is also the typical strategy employed by the Zen master, utilizing such methods of disregard to incite the competitive spirit within overlooked players. However, Malone and Payton are no novices. They have long since become seasoned veterans. The Zen master's words hold no sway over them. They are utterly immune. It is no jest. They are here to cling to the coattails of greatness in pursuit of a championship ring, not to vie for the finals MVP. Is there truly a need for them to exert themselves so fervently? Such a mindset is certainly not mere rhetoric. Had he remained with the Jazz, Malone would undoubtedly have given his all. Yet, as a member of the Lakers, Malone lacks such fervor. The Zen master sighed softly, aware of the subtle thoughts of Malone and Payton. Presently, he is filled with apprehension. Larry Brown has yet to make his official move. Lin is still yet to take the court. Can the Lakers truly withstand the onslaught in the second half? Chapter 36, Crushing Kobe. To speak candidly, The media and fans predominantly hold a favorable view of the Lakers at present. The establishment of the Lakers dynasty has firmly entrenched the prowess of the OK duo in public consciousness. Moreover, with the additions of Malone and Payton, although their current roles may reflect a diminished status as mere supporting players, a significant number of media and fans still believe that during critical moments, Malone and Payton can exhibit the brilliance of superstars. With this sentiment in mind, when the Lakers maintained a narrow 1-point lead over the Pistons at halftime, the media and fans were confident that the Lakers would secure victory in Game 1, reclaiming home court advantage. They anticipated that the Lakers would conclude the battle by resolving the series in Games 3 to 5. This scenario illustrates a disparity in information. Only the Zen Master is aware of the dire state within the Lakers' ranks. This situation presents an opportunity for the bookmakers, enticing you to wager on the Lakers before reaping a substantial harvest. The 15-minute halftime intermission swiftly passed, and the second half commenced. As the players re-entered the court, the arena resonated once again with the cheers of home fans. Pistons supporters were equally satisfied with the first half, considering that the team trailed by merely 1 point without Lin Ke on the floor. Once Lin Ke enters, surely the score will flip in their favor, right? Analyzing from various perspectives often leads to completely opposing conclusions. As expected, Larry Brown initiated the third quarter by substituting Lin Ke onto the court. This time, however, Larry refrained from setting a modest target of a 10-point lead for Lin Ke, recognizing the gravity of the finals and fearing that additional pressure might hinder his performance. Lin Ke, not a chance. My stability is formidable. The Lakers began the third quarter with the first offensive play. With Big Ben on their side, they were nearly guaranteed to win the opening tip-off. Though shorter in stature, Big Ben's leaping speed and vertical leap are truly formidable, unmatched by most conventional centers. Gary Payton dribbled past half-court before passing the ball to Kobe. Lin Ke stood before Kobe, prompting him to reconsider his initial intention of passing to Shaquille. Instead, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. His reasoning was straightforward. If Lin Ke is deemed the decisive factor for the Pistons, then I shall shatter that very factor. Consequently, the Pistons would inevitably succumb to the Lakers. A splendid thought, an idealistic vision. Yet, reality can be unforgiving. As Kobe sifted through his arsenal, Lin Ke seized the moment, acting swiftly. What is this? Must I wait for you to assume your stance before I make my move? Lin Ke, with astonishing speed, swatted the basketball from Kobe's grasp. In that instant, Kobe failed to comprehend how Lin Ke executed such a maneuver. Steal one. So easy. Oh, curse be it. Kobe immediately pivoted and chased after Lin Ke. Lin Ke, lacking in dribbling finesse, saw Kobe barreling towards him and executed a sudden stop just beyond the mid-court line, launching the ball with fervor. My goodness! The spectators erupted in a frenzy, their astonishment palpable. Surely this was a jest. Wake up. This is the finals. What nearly sent Kobe into a frenzy was that, after releasing the ball, Lin Ke did not await the result. Instead, he turned and tapped his left wrist with his right hand, signaling, "The time has come." He commanded the world to hush, to listen to the sound of the bullet being chambered. Swish! The basketball echoed as it found the net. Wong Defa. How on earth did that go in? Whether by luck or skill, that shot was nothing short of miraculous. The crux of the matter isn't merely whether it went in, but rather the audacity behind such a throw. This is the finals. The crowd was on the verge of explosion. A fan aptly remarked that to make such a shot while trailing in the finals is no mere display of courage. It is the heart of a machine. 43-41. The moment Lin Ke entered the game, he turned the tide with a remarkable long-range three-pointer. What a display! On the sidelines, Larry Brown instinctively clutched his heart, exhaling in relief. That was a close call. On the court, he maintained an impassive facade, reveling in the thunderous applause of the fans. Quite impressive. This time, the bravado was not misplaced. Damn! As Kobe resumed, dribbling past half-court, his gaze towards Lin Ke burned with intensity. He felt as though Lin Ke were slapping him in the face. Hey, Iron King, do you dare to attempt another audacious shot? I could swat it away. Lin Ke sensed the murderous glint in Kobe's eyes and decided to tease him. Once Kobe became fully agitated, the Pistons could play freely. Kobe shot Lin Ke a death stare. Boom, boom, boom. Kobe was searching for his rhythm. Lin Ke slowly advanced, closing the distance between them. He had a premonition that Kobe would indeed apply pressure. If that were the case, blocking him would be a breeze. The minimum consumption data block isn't applicable at all times. It requires being within the blockable range. Otherwise, one might encounter supernatural occurrences. The same logic applies to steals. If Kobe were truly capable of avoiding Lin Ke's blocking range, then Lin Ke would be unable to swat him. Yet, Kobe had no intention of evading. After 2 between-the-legs dribbles, Kobe rose up for a leaning three-pointer. Indeed, he was challenging Lin Ke. Even when there was no difficulty, he sought to create some. After all, how else would Kobe be known for taking tough shots? Whack! Lin Ke was not about to grant Kobe any leniency. A resounding block sent Kobe crashing to the floor. One must admit, Kobe's defensive tenacity is commendable. After hitting the ground, Kobe scrambled to retrieve the basketball, but it was already too late. Lin Ke swiftly retrieved the basketball and surged towards the front court. This time, the Lakers had entirely relinquished their defense. Lin Ke raced ahead like a tempest. Just when everyone anticipated that he would storm into the paint for a thunderous dunk, Lin Ke abruptly halted beyond the three-point line, rising to take the shot. Let the rain of three-pointers commence. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. 46-41. Upon entering the game, Lin Ke dominated both offense and defense. I heard you were the second shooting guard. Apologies, but I am the premier small forward. Lin Ke flashed a grin at Kobe. This smile nearly breached Kobe's defenses. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Lin Ke hardly resembled a novice rookie. ISNT, it said that players from Longwa are supposed to be humble, like Yao Ming. Where on earth did Lin Ke emerge from? Beep. The Zen master called a timeout. In an instant, the Lakers transformed from a 1-point lead into a 5-point deficit. What on earth is happening? The key issue is that Kobe was crushed in his direct confrontation with Lin Ke. To be frank, this dealt a significant blow to the Lakers' morale. The lackluster performances of Malone and Payton had already begun to affect their spirits. And now, even Kobe faltered. How can they possibly compete? Rely solely on O'Neal? Chapter 37. Control. Kobe, remain composed. Composure is paramount. The essence of the matter deserves repetition. Do not engage in a duel of egos with Lin Ke. You have the ability to contain Lin Ke, allowing your teammates to mount the offense. Please, do not lose your head. We are here to contend for the championship. Surely, you desire the finals MVP? Acquiring the championship is the only path to securing that accolade. The Zen master called Kobe aside, emphasizing this repeatedly. He aimed to ignite Kobe's competitive spirit with the notion of the finals MVP. However, unbeknownst to him, such provocation backfired. Kobe was increasingly irked by the media and fans who amplified the narrative of him vying for the finals MVP. Had he wished to claim it, he would have done so during the three-peat era, without waiting until now. Presently, Kobe harbored no desire to snatch the award. This was not to suggest he would relinquish it, but rather to play his game, allowing the deserving to claim the MVP. In truth, Kobe was weary of playing alongside Shaquille O'Neal. He longed to secure the championship and finals MVP independently, after parting ways with Shaquille. At that moment, no one could cast doubt upon his achievements. Regardless of whether he secured the finals MVP, Kobe would invariably face scrutiny should he fail to garner the title. The taunts of being the second-best champion would persist. If he succeeded, questions would arise about him stealing the finals MVP. It seemed that every action he took was destined to be misconstrued. Kobe abruptly lifted his head, wishing to voice his defense, yet the words remained unspoken. Exhausted, he resigned himself to the situation. Henceforth, I shall refrain from receiving the ball. Are you satisfied now? A surge of indignation welled within Kobe's heart. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the game resumed. Lin could discern that Kobe was behaving somewhat abnormally. Previously, once Payton crossed half-court, Kobe would actively seek the ball. During this phase of the triangle offense, Kobe assumed the role of Pippen, the facilitator. Shaquille embodied Jordan, the finisher. Indeed, it would be erroneous to assert that Kobe never passed. During the three-peat era, he often attracted defensive attention through drives and isolation plays, subsequently delivering the ball to Shaquille for a dunk. After all, if every possession saw Shaquille stationed in the paint, even he would struggle. It would also raise difficulties in receiving the ball. As for the era of Kobe and Gasol, the facilitator role transitioned to Gasol, allowing Kobe to finally embrace the finisher-esque role, akin to that of Jordan and Shaquille. In this moment, Kobe, after crossing half-court, retreated to the corner to smoke. Peyton appeared somewhat bewildered. If you do not receive the ball, then who will manage the play? Peyton lamented that he no longer possessed the ability to drive aggressively. With no other recourse, Peyton reluctantly passed the ball to Malone, hoping he might deliver it to Shaquille from the side. However, this tactical approach faltered, as Rasheed Wallace consistently maintained a distance of 2 steps from Malone, obstructing the passing lane between Shaquille and him. This was a clear exploitation of Malone's shooting woes in this game. A player who had missed all 5 attempts on the night posed no threat. Thus, allowing him to shoot was deemed unnecessary. The expression on Malone's face was somewhat awkward. He had never anticipated that he would one day find himself in such a position. Yet, for reasons unknown at this moment, when called upon to take a shot, he felt an inexplicable sense of inadequacy. After a brief moment of hesitation, he opted to pass the ball back to Peyton. Reluctantly, Peyton charged forward and attempted to outmaneuver Billups. With a resounding clang, he missed yet again, leaving his shooting record at an abysmal 4 attempts with no success. "Come on, man, you're letting me down," exclaimed Peyton. Malone replied, "Let me share a tale. When faced with a tiger, all I need to do is outrun you. Get lost," retorted Peyton. In the paint, Big Ben soared to snatch the rebound. To be fair, Ben was among the rare centers who excelled at both rim protection and rebounding. Generally speaking, when one's shot blocking is exceptionally proficient, it often results in being out of position to secure rebounds. Conversely, when one focuses solely on boxing out for rebounds, they may neglect the opportunity to provide defensive help. However, Big Ben miraculously found the perfect equilibrium between these two facets. The Pistons launched an offensive. As Kobe began to showcase his skills, Lin Ke also decided to take it easy, choosing to linger in the corner and effectively contain Kobe as the team held a lead. Billups passed to Hamilton, who missed a jumper. At that moment, Lin Ke, who had been taking it easy just moments before, suddenly surged into the paint with a commanding shout, "The rebound is mine." He leaped into the air, grasping the basketball with both hands before forcefully slamming it down towards the hoop. A thunderous sound echoed as Lin Ke executed a powerful putback dunk, nearly vaulting over O'Neal's head. Whose subordinate is this? O'Neal thought, nearly losing his composure. After struggling to keep Big Ben at bay, he found himself outsmarted by his opponents. This was utterly intolerable. "Kobe!" O'Neal roared in frustration at Kobe. Wasn't it Kobe's responsibility to cover his man? Kobe's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Lin Ke's audacious play. The score stood at 48-41, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire for the Lakers. Impressive indeed. Following this finals performance, Lin Ke's status in the league was bound to soar. He was the leader of the 0-3 golden generation. I had never witnessed a rookie displaying such breathtaking talent on the grandest stage. Even when compared to Magic Johnson, he stood shoulder to shoulder. In the broadcasting studio, Barkley was filled with admiration. This hefty commentator had a penchant for mocking others, yet when he recognized true strength, he would perform a complete turnaround. Lin Ke's undeniable prowess had won Barkley over. If there had been any hint of jest in his previous praises for Lin Ke, it had now transformed into genuine respect. "Charles, I must remind you, there are very few players who have reached the finals in their rookie season. The sample size is exceedingly small." Beside him, Kenny Smith provided a retort to Barkley's words. Lin Ke was indeed the standout performer of the 0-3 generation. Let us not even mention the regular season. In the face of the finals, it holds no significance. Barkley chuckled. Kenny Smith found himself at a loss for words, as if it were a rather valid point. On the court, the Pistons had completely seized control of the situation. The internal strife of the Lakers was laid bare before all. Kobe stubbornly lingered in the corner, smoking and refusing to receive the ball. Surely, No one can now accuse him of hogging the finals MVP. Meanwhile, Payton and Malone entered a feudal contest, each trying to outperform the other in missed shots. Shaquille O'Neal was left to fend for himself, grappling fiercely against the twin Wallaces in the paint. Faced with extremely challenging conditions for receiving the ball, O'Neal struggled to make an impact in the second half. As for the Pistons, they did not unleash a scoring spree, yet consistently maintained a lead of around 10 points. Whenever the Lakers showed signs of comeback, Lin Ke would step forward to douse their hopes with a splash of cold water. How could they possibly continue? It seemed futile. Everyone knew the Lakers were destined to lose. Chapter 38. The Lakers' Humiliation. 87-75. The moment the red light illuminated on the timer. The scoreboard was forever marked with this score. The victors are the Pistons. For the Lakers fans, such a score is rather glaring. Throughout the illustrious eras of Showtime and the dominant Shaq-Kobe duo, the Lakers have always been synonymous with offensive prowess. While their defense is commendable, the impression they leave is undeniably that of an offensive juggernaut. Yet, to the astonishment of many, the Lakers managed to score a mere 75 points in Game 1. This stark reality has indeed materialized the Pistons' reputation as a defensive powerhouse. The strongest shield has effectively subdued the mightiest spear. The Lakers have brought great shame upon themselves. As the game concluded, Kobe, Shaquille, Malone, and Payton hastily retreated to the players' tunnel, not wishing to linger a moment longer on the court. The Lakers' formidable quartet is just 3 games away from becoming a laughingstock. In stark contrast, the Pistons players erupted in jubilant celebration on the court. This marks their inaugural journey to the NBA Finals. United in purpose, they are fervently sprinting towards the championship. Roar! Lin Ke raised his arms in triumph. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned system points 1. The customary sound echoed. Lin Ke featly. In this match, he once again delivered a commendable performance, achieving 10 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, with an impeccable shooting percentage of 100. However, this game provided Lin Ke with a distinctly different experience. Unlike prior matches, Larry Brown allowed Lin Ke to play the entirety of the second half for the first time. Lin Ke gained valuable insights into stamina management and the allocation of minimum consumption data. These lessons are essential for him as he aims to secure a starting position next season. Playing over 35 minutes as a starter is fundamentally different from entering as a substitute for around 20 minutes. Previously, Lin Ke would rush in, going all out to dismantle the opponent. However, as a starter, he must adopt a more measured approach. A lead of 20 points in the first half does not guarantee victory if the team lacks depth in the second half, as the opposition can certainly rally back. With the evolution of the league's dynamics, comebacks from significant deficits are becoming increasingly prevalent. Well done. Let us continue to strive. Just 3 more victories stand between us and the championship. Ben Wallace approached Lin Ke, wrapping an arm around him. His admiration for this rookie was growing stronger. The future of the Pistons belongs to Lin Ke. Ben had already come to this realization. The Pistons are poised to have a true superstar leader. I believe we need just 3 more games. Lin Ke playfully adjusted a phrase. Haha, such confidence. The two shared a glance and erupted into laughter. The collapse of the Lakers dynasty. The most disastrous F4 in history. This Lakers team does not deserve the championship. The following day, major media outlets extensively covered the match, with the prevailing sentiment being a harsh critique of the Lakers. The number of media voices expressing skepticism towards the Lakers has noticeably increased. However, most of them assert that the internal discord within the Lakers has weakened the team, rather than acknowledging the true strength of the Pistons. How utterly dismissive. What does it mean to suggest that the Lakers only have a chance at the championship if they resolve their internal strife? Are we to believe that our championship is merely a concession from the Lakers' discord? On the flight to Los Angeles, Lin Ke glanced at the newspaper he had casually purchased at the airport, feeling a surge of discontent. This is indeed a manifestation of the media's stereotypes. Following their victory, the Pistons effortlessly triumphed over the Lakers once more in Game 2, bringing the final score to 2-0. Yet, despite the Pistons' consecutive victories and their dominance over the Lakers. A plethora of so-called experts continue to scrutinize the Pistons for their perceived shortcomings from the perspective of superstar talent. These experts believe that as long as Kobe and Shaquille return to form, alongside 60 of Malone and Peyton's capabilities, it would suffice to defeat the Pistons and clinch the championship. Lin, don't be upset. Once we secure the championship, they will have nothing left to say. Grovled ben volotse. You are mistaken. Lin Ke chuckled, shaking his head. Even 2 decades later, many still believe that if the Kobe and Shaq duo had no conflicts, the Pistons would stand no chance. They often utter phrases like those in the no understand, as if the Pistons championship holds no value, merely granted by the Lakers. Then let us obliterate them. On June 10th, in Los Angeles at the Staples Center, Game 3 of the finals was about to commence on the Lakers' home turf. Back on their home ground, the Lakers appeared more spirited. It remains uncertain whether the Zen Master has resolved the internal issues, but judging by the expressions on the players' faces, they seem to be in good spirits. Finally, there was communication among the F4, even moments of laughter. The Lakers fans felt a sense of reassurance. In a pre-match interview, Shaquille O'Neal further invigorated the Lakers supporters. We have no conflicts privately. There are indeed some differing philosophies on the court, but those have now been resolved. As you know, it takes time for 4 superstars to coalesce. We have harmonized. It's not that complicated. It is simply that straightforward. We will defend our home court and change the score to 3-2. Then, we just need to win one more game on the road to secure the championship. O'Neal painted an ambitious picture for the Lakers fans. At 8 p.m., the match was about to begin. Lin, prepare yourself. Tonight, you will soon take the court. Larry Brown called Lin Ke over after the starting players took to the court, offering a brief reminder. Okay. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled as he responded with an okay gesture towards Larry Brown. His significance within the team was undoubtedly on the rise. Was this a hint that Prince was to be relegated to a pseudo-starter role? Lin Ke thought to himself, AP, my apologies. While I truly appreciate your unpretentious demeanor, I must claim the starting position. You can comfortably embrace your role as the 6th man from now on. I shall elevate you all. Prince remained speechless on the court as the referee tossed the ball high into the air. The finals game 3 officially commenced. With remarkable agility, Big Ben leaped, securing the jump ball once more. Got it. Billups received the tip from Big Ben and skillfully dribbled past the half-court line. Chapter 39, an earlier entrance. It is evident that the Los Angeles Lakers commenced this match with remarkable focus. Upon crossing half-court, Billups was immediately ensnared by Peyton's relentless defense. In that moment, Peyton exhibited the prowess of a peak defensive player of the year, disrupting Billups' control on several occasions, causing him to falter. The home crowd erupted with waves of excitement, as the Lakers fans became, in their own right, the team's 6th man. However, inducing a turnover from Billups proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Hamilton, meanwhile, was darting around the court with an almost frenetic energy, making it difficult to discern any specific tactical route in his movements. Yet, should one allow him even a moment of space, he was quick to receive the ball and shoot, showcasing his skills. Kobe found himself trailing Hamilton, his stamina waning with each sprint. Yet, if Kobe were not to defend Hamilton, who else could the Lakers rely on? Devin George, the small forward? That would be laughable, for George would surely lose track of Hamilton in an instant. At this juncture, Kobe's defensive abilities were at their zenith. In his earlier years, following the dissolution of the Shaquille O'Neal partnership, Kobe's defensive prowess had gradually diminished as he was burdened with an increased offensive responsibility. The energy required for such a task inevitably detracted from his defensive focus. Nevertheless, Kobe adeptly cultivated the persona of a defensive stalwart. For instance, in a particular sequence, he would suddenly ramp up the intensity against an opposing star, often catching them off guard and yielding favorable results. Yet, once the opposing player adjusted and prepared for a one-on-one confrontation, Kobe would typically evade, thus solidifying his reputation. Fans were enamored with both highlight reels and statistical excellence, leading them to perceive Kobe's defense as formidable. In truth, however, many of Kobe's advanced defensive metrics were less than flattering. Not due to offensive shortcomings like missed shots or low shooting percentages, but rather because his defensive statistics often reflected negatively, dragging down his overall performance metrics. Of course, there exists no direct correlation between advanced stats and a team's ability to clinch a championship. On the court, with Hamilton failing to create an opportunity, Billups opted to pass to Prince. Among the starting lineup, Prince was the only player not matched against the formidable F4. Upon receiving the ball, Prince executed a post move against Devin George, faking before swiftly turning for a fadeaway jumper. While his form may not have been aesthetically pleasing, it proved effective, as the ball gracefully swished through the net. 2-0. Prince had scored the first points for the Pistons, illustrating his essential contribution to the team. Though he lacked the distinctive qualities of the Pistons' other four stars, his versatility was his greatest asset. One possesses the capability to engage in a multitude of tasks, serving as an impeccable lubricant among the other four titans. Moreover, Prince can indeed lead the second unit into battle, exhibiting a plethora of functionalities. Upon closer examination, Lin Ke can be regarded as an enhanced version of Prince, equally versatile and capable. However, Lin Ke's prowess far surpasses that of Prince, making his ascension inevitable. Nonetheless, Prince's contribution to the Pistons is monumental, fitting seamlessly into the role of the sixth man. The Pistons cannot rely solely on their starters for victory. The depth of the bench is critically important. Given Prince's character, he is unlikely to resent Lin Ke's rise. The significance of a sixth man often eclipses that of a starter, as exemplified by Ginobili of the Spurs and Terry of the Mavericks. In a recent Lakers offense, Kobe refrained from his previous nonchalance and proactively received the ball, delivering it to Shaquille O'Neal. With a thunderous slam dunk, Shaquille capitalized on the opportunity, leaving little time for Ben Wallace to react. Once O'Neal leaps, he becomes nearly impossible to defend, his enormous weight and momentum rendering him unstoppable in midair. The score stands at 2-2, reflecting a balanced contest, though the subsequent exchanges devolve into a battle of missed shots. Both teams elevate their defensive intensity, each forcing the other into a 24-second shot clock violation. This is not merely about the accuracy of shots. It is about creating opportunities to shoot. O'Neal emerges as the most reliable player on the court, with Kobe's penetrative assists leading to successive dunks by O'Neal. However, Kobe struggles with his shooting, having missed all 3 attempts in the first 5 minutes. Lin is poised to enter the game. Following an official timeout, Larry Brown gestures decisively, signaling Lin Ke's entry onto the court. This early substitution suggests that Lin must now shoulder greater responsibilities. He must judiciously manage the utilization of his minimum consumption data, always retaining a strategic reserve and hidden cards. As the timeout concludes, Lin sheds his jacket, rubs his hands together, and strides onto the court. The first 5 minutes have concluded with a score of 6-6, an unusually low tally. The enforcement of 3-second defensive violations has not yet been overly stringent, reflecting a style reminiscent of FIBA regulations, given that the 3-second rule has only recently been implemented. In the playoffs, many rules tend to blur. Do not inquire. The prevailing ethos encourages physicality, urging players to resolve issues independently while minimizing referee intervention. Whether the officiating subtly influences the game is another matter entirely. Just as the hand check rule has been abolished for over a decade, it is curious that in the playoff confrontations, one seldom witnesses players refraining from physical contact. Ultimately, the focus is not on the technicalities of the rules, but rather on the potential for inconsistent officiating. As long as the parameters remain consistent, it is equitable for both parties. However, if you are to attack Lin Ke while defending Liu Jixin and the referees turn a blind eye, then the opposing side is rendered powerless. On the sidelines, Zen Master witnessed Larry Brown hastily substitute Lin Ke onto the court, and a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Kobe, this time, avoid impulsiveness. During the offense, strive to steer clear of Lin Ke and focus on pick and rolls. The Zen Master quickly advised Kobe. Kobe nodded in agreement, though he felt the Zen Master was perhaps overreacting. Is he not the type to be easily provoked? Zen Master, indeed, that is precisely who you are. Kobe, as the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Pistons launched their offense, with Billups bringing the ball past half court. Defense. 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 The Stamps center reverberated with synchronized chants. This evening, the Lakers' home crowd was exceptionally fervent. As for whether the team would rise to the occasion, that would soon be revealed. Lin Ke positioned himself beyond the three-point arc, receiving a pass for Billups. Should he distribute the ball or take the shot himself? Chapter 40. Intensifying. The decision to pass or to drive is not merely a matter of choice for Lin Ke. It poses a conundrum for the Lakers' defense. When one observes Lin Ke's statistics in isolation, they appear rather unremarkable, even mundane. What significance does an average of 10 points per playoff game hold? None at all. Can 5 rebounds truly create a ripple? Certainly not. Are 5 assists sufficient to deem one a master facilitator? Absolutely not. 2 blocks and 2 steals per game hardly qualify as defensive fortitude. Yet, when these statistics converge within a single individual, the threat they present becomes formidable. Why is the term triple threat so vital in the offensive realm? It is precisely because possessing the skills of shooting, driving, and passing simultaneously creates a veritable nightmare for the defender. The defender is left utterly uncertain of your next move, rendering every action you take a potential feint. At any moment, a deceptive gesture can morph into a genuine strike. In this phase of the offense, Lin Ke imposes such pressure on the Lakers. Devin George, in Lin Ke's presence, appears overwhelmed. Kobe is relentlessly pursuing Hamilton, momentarily lacking the bandwidth to attend to Lin Ke. Seeing the tension etched on Devin George's face, Lin Ke can't help but smile broadly. A feigned drive prompts Devin to retreat a fraction, only for Lin Ke to execute a deceptive drive that culminates in an audacious three-point shot. To Lin Ke's astonishment, Devin George never anticipated such a spontaneous release. By the time he turns back, he witnesses the basketball swish through the net. Swish! A three-pointer secured. The score is now 9-6. Exhilarating. As Lin Ke retreats to half-court, he reflects on his high volume of three-point attempts this season, noting the scarcity of thunderous dunks. On one hand, three-point shooting offers superior scoring efficiency, capable of swiftly undermining the opponent's morale. On the other hand, executing a driving dunk necessitates dribbling and penetration, an area where Lin Ke's ball-handling skills merely align with the league's average, making him susceptible to errors during the drive. Thus, a more straightforward shooting approach proves to be the safer option. Lin Ke is not destined to be the type to violently assault the rim. However, he can maximize his shooting prowess. To date, his playoff shooting percentage remains impeccably perfect. Show off, is it you? The chorus from the Lakers' home fans diminishes significantly. Once again, Lin Ke assumes the role of the visiting team's silencer. As the Lakers advance, Peyton crosses half-court and hands the ball to Kobe. This time, Lin Ke does not closely guard Kobe. Instead, he allows Devin George some leeway, adopting a position for help defense. The beauty of zone defense is that it alleviates the necessity for stringent man-to-man coverage. Otherwise, in an era where joint defense is prohibited, Lin Ke's style of play might very well attract the referee's call for illegal defense. Upon noticing Lin Ke's absence, Kobe opted to drive aggressively towards Hamilton. As Kobe initiated his breakthrough, Lin Ke swiftly charged in his direction. With a graceful spin near the free throw line, Kobe unwittingly collided into Lin Ke's embrace. Step aside. The ball stays. Lin Ke executed a deft maneuver, not to steal the heart, but the ball itself. By the time Lin Ke and Kobe separated, the ball was firmly in Lin Ke's possession. Kobe's turnover 1. Lin Ke's steal 1. To his dismay, Kobe erupted in frustration, unsure whether he was vexed by his own mistake or by Lin Ke's audacious theft. Kobe charged at Lin Ke once more, despite Lin Ke not being his designated defender. Good grief. Here we go again. However, Lin Ke remained composed, confidently passing the ball to Billups. Recognizing that ball handling was not his forte, he aimed to minimize dribbling. While showcasing a long dash in a lower-tier regular season game may be acceptable, prudence is paramount in a high-stakes finals matchup. Should the Pistons secure victory in Game 3, they would be one step closer to grasping the championship trophy. Historically, no team has ever overturned a 0-3 deficit, and the Lakers would be no exception. Curse be it. After witnessing Lin Ke's quick pass, Kobe felt as if he had struck a fist into cotton. Reluctantly, he had to return to defending Hamilton. With Hamilton on the court, he resembled a perpetual motion machine, tirelessly running without emotion. Only a coach like Larry Brown, who emphasizes defense, would permit Hamilton such freedom on the offensive end. Any coach with aspirations for offense would never allow Hamilton to operate in such a manner. For instance, Phil Jackson's triangle offense meticulously focuses on the positioning of offensive players to form triangles. If a player like Hamilton were to roam aimlessly during this, the triangle offense would descend into chaos. However, the Pistons, grounded in their defensive principles, can afford such liberties in their offensive play. A chaotic offense is inconsequential as long as their defense remains robust. With a solid defense, a minimum level of performance is assured. This encapsulates Larry Brown's coaching philosophy. The Pistons indeed possess the capability to restrict their opponent's scoring to below 80 points in high-caliber matches, which is truly remarkable. Larry Brown is undeniably adept on the defensive front. In addition to emphasizing extreme man-to-man defense, he also sets numerous traps for opposing breakthroughs. Here, one must commend Ben Wallace once more. Only the peak version of him, with his unparalleled help defense, can render these traps effective. Had it been anyone else, the final act of help defense might have fallen short, transforming the trap into a delectable candy easily devoured by the opposition. If Lin Ke were to start, it would, in some measure, weaken the Pistons' defense. Lin Ke's defensive prowess does not quite match that of Prince. However, the offensive capabilities of the Pistons have significantly increased. In this exchange, Lin Ke is still able to provide a substantial positive impact for the Pistons. His statistics of 2 blocks and 2 steals are sufficient to compensate for his defensive shortcomings. As the minimum consumption data continues to rise, the potential for more blocks and steals could indeed elevate Lin Ke to the status of a defensive stalwart. Regardless of technical finesse, it all boils down to results. Did he secure a steal? Did he achieve a block? That is what truly matters. On the court, Billups steadied the tempo for a moment before passing the ball to Lin Ke at the top of the arc. A nearly identical scenario unfolded once more. How will Lin Ke approach this offensive play? What strategies will the Lakers employ in their defense? The tactical duel between both teams has reached an intense climax. Chapter 41. James's Conspiracy. At this moment, Devin George appeared exceedingly anxious before Lin Ke. He could not anticipate Lin Ke's subsequent actions. In an effort to thwart Lin Ke from making another three-pointer, Devin George tightened his defense considerably. If Lin Ke were to comment, he would deem this a commendable defensive strategy, given Lin Ke's average ability to penetrate. Defending against a shot while anticipating a drive is invariably a marginally superior approach. Yet, Lin Ke possessed a third option, the pass. Observing Rasheed Wallace engaged in a tussle with Malone near the paint, Lin Ke swiftly launched the ball toward the interior. Rasheed Wallace found himself in a favorable position amidst his battle with Malone, and upon receiving Lin Ke's pass, he effortlessly elevated and released. Bang! Clang! Off the backboard and in. Truth be told, had Lin Ke's timing been even slightly delayed, Malone could have very well seized the advantageous position. In such a scenario, Lin Ke's pass would likely have been intercepted. Once again, it must be emphasized that Lin Ke's passes are not immune to theft. After all, he cannot mindlessly navigate through defenders to reach the other side. However, once a teammate receives Lin Ke's pass, a basket is virtually assured. Moreover, as long as there are no obstructions along Lin Ke's passing trajectory, he is unfaltering, regardless of the distance or the angle of the pass. This is where the guaranteed buff manifests. In summary, one will not witness any supernatural events on the court. 11-6. Following Lin Ke's entry, a three-pointer, a steal, and an assist propelled the Pistons to a 5-point lead. What does it mean to impact a game? This is the essence of game-changing influence. Damn it, both Kobe and Shaquille grumbled under their breaths. They assumed that once Devin George applied pressure, Lin Ke would opt for a drive. Shaquille even braced himself to assist defensively. Instead, Lin Ke chose to pass. This exemplifies the true potency of the triple threat. Well done. Nice pass. Rasheed Wallace exuberantly rushed over to high-five Lin Ke. Lin Ke's choice of passing timing was immensely gratifying for Rasheed Wallace. Just a little something, a light drizzle. Lin Ke chuckled. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had garnered the recognition of all his teammates. This filled Lin Ke with unparalleled exhilaration. Fortunately, Lin Ke's scoring was modest. Otherwise, he would be a contender for the FMVP. Rich, how to address this? In Cleveland, within a luxurious private training facility, James was watching the finals alongside his childhood friend and team member, Rich Paul. At this time, Rich Paul was still studying at CAA and had not yet ventured into independent management, thus not officially becoming James's agent. James wore a countenance of deep concern. His career's inception was remarkably high, with expectations soaring to great heights. At this juncture, the prospect of singing bass again is utterly implausible. One can only persist in singing at a higher pitch. In a certain sense, it is akin to being caught in a dilemma. Thus, James is particularly concerned about comparisons with his contemporaneous rookies. Although James's career has been measured against Jordan's, if he cannot even surpass his fellow rookies, what significance does that hold? To put it plainly, if one were to retrospectively analyze the myriad choices throughout James's career, one would uncover numerous subtle intentions and calculations at play. For instance, he strategically aligned himself with fellow members of the 2003 draft class, Wade, Anthony, and Bosh, signing contracts of identical duration, thereby enabling them to all become free agents in the summer of 2010 and form a cohesive unit. Once James established himself as the leader of the team, he naturally ascended as the foremost player of the 2003 class, is both straightforward and evident. In reality, James, Wade, and Bosh indeed formed a team. However, in their inaugural season, they struggled to contain Wade, leading to the emergence of conspiracy theories such as the 8-point surrender of power. While this remains a conspiracy theory, James inadvertently provided ample evidence to support it. Many of James's ardent admirers often extol the strength of that year's Mavericks. Yet, prior to the conspiracy theory's emergence, the Heat undeniably held the upper hand. The incident transpired during the fourth quarter of Game 4 in the finals at the Mavericks home court. At that moment, the series score was 2-1 in favor of the Heat. With 9 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Heat led the Mavericks by 9 points. It could be said that the Mavericks found themselves in a dire predicament. Should the Mavericks lose Game 4, the series score would shift to 1-3. Game 5 would return to the Heat's South home court, and the Heat would undoubtedly claim the championship. If the Heat were to sweep the Mavericks 4-1, would any fans still regard the Mavericks as formidable? Thus, assertions like the Mavericks are strong or the Mavericks' defense is excellent lose their validity. At this critical moment, James commenced his performance. Ultimately, the Heat's 9-point lead evaporated, culminating in an 83-86 defeat in Game 4. In the final quarter, the issue with James was not his 0 points, but rather his complete lack of presence. What then motivated James's actions? The unsatisfactory performances in the first 3 games of the finals had created a significant scoring gap between him and Wade, one that was insurmountable. James needed to score over 60 points in Game 5 to catch up to Wade's average. This was an utterly unattainable feat. Thus, should the Heat secure the championship, the finals MVP would inevitably belong to Wade. Consequently, the significance of this championship for James would be diminished as he measures himself against Jordan. James must accumulate a greater number of championships as the primary player in his subsequent career to redeem this title and engage in comparison with Jordan. Given this context, whether or not he attains this championship would bear no influence on his future career aspirations and could even yield negative repercussions. So why pursue it? I have yet to witness Kobe being subjected to ridicule for having secured 3 runner-up championships. The subsequent developments have impeccably substantiated that LeBron's actions were indeed justified. Moreover, after LeBron's transition to the Cavaliers, he brought Dwayne Wade into the fold as a mere role player, which ultimately diminished Wade's status significantly. If Lin Ke were to comment, he might say that Wade's actions were rather foolish. Shouldn't there be a semblance of pride? Allow me to propose a strategy. Lin Ke's scoring output appears to be underwhelming at present. Therefore, we could proactively seek to become teammates with Lin Ke. At that point, As long as your average points per game surpass Lin Ke's by a considerable margin, even if his impact on the game is greater than yours, the media and fans will still regard you as the superior player. Consequently, you would emerge as the team's leader while he assumes the role of the second in command. What leverage would he have to compare his standing with yours? Rich Paul chuckled softly. That sounds quite appealing. So, should I actively cultivate a good rapport with him? LeBron's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, cultivating a positive relationship, regardless of the circumstances, is undoubtedly beneficial. Rich Paul nodded with a smile. Chapter 42, Love and Rivalry. At the Staples Center, the Lakers fans in the stands appeared rather subdued. The first quarter had concluded, and the score on the board was glaringly unfavorable for the Lakers, 16-24, trailing the Pistons by 8 points. Upon Lin Ke's entrance onto the court, the Lakers seemed to lose their ability to play effectively. Lin Ke was omnipresent on both offense and defense, showcasing an extraordinary performance. Meanwhile, the Lakers continued to struggle with their shooting, while the Pistons' offensive efficiency surged significantly. Thus, it was unsurprising that the Pistons widened the gap in the score. The dilemma for the Lakers seemed to revert to its original state: how to contain Lin Ke, this unpredictable X-factor. The Zen Master appeared at a loss for effective strategies. His in-game management, often criticized, was not his forte. The Zen Master was more adept at adhering to his own style of play, relying on the lavish superstar roster, which typically enabled the Lakers to resolve issues. However, asking the Zen Master to strategize from a position of underdog was not his strength. Kobe, I need you to focus on guarding Lin Ke in the upcoming games. You must limit him. The Zen Master emphasized the pressure on Kobe, aware that Kobe was inclined to shoulder greater burdens and responsibilities. This was, after all, a manifestation of his status as the team's leader. If he could withstand the pressure and lead the team to victory, the fans would undoubtedly regard him as the leader of the team. Thus, the Zen Master believed Kobe would willingly take on the role of a workhorse. Yet, he misjudged the situation once more. Kobe had no desire to play alongside Shaquille O'Neal anymore. He could be a workhorse, but not in the presence of O'Neal. At that moment, Kobe merely nodded casually. He would still give his all, but the notion of sacrificing everything was off the table. In the second quarter, Lin Ke remained seated on the bench, resting, as the Pistons maintained control of the game. Larry Brown had orchestrated an exceptional defensive performance from his team during this quarter. Although the offense faltered without Lin Ke, the Pistons excelled defensively. Ultimately, the second quarter concluded with a score of 16-15, the Pistons once again leading by 1 point. They had effectively restricted the Lakers' scoring to below 20 points in each of the first 2 quarters. At this rate, the Lakers might not even surpass 70 points by the end of the game. With a formidable F4 lineup, the Lakers' abysmal offensive output left one at a loss for words. The Zen Master glanced up at the scoreboard, feeling increasingly despondent. He had initially emphasized limiting Lin Ke, yet Lin Ke had hardly been on the court. The Zen Master sensed that his tactical plans had completely unraveled. Now, he needed to calm his emotions. I understand your excitement, and I share it as well. For I too have never claimed a championship title. Upon returning to the locker room, Larry Brown wore an unusual smile, refraining from reprimanding the players. In the second half of the match, we maintained our formidable and relentless defense, steadily securing victory. We shall prevail in the next game, and then embrace the arrival of the championship. Larry Brown vigorously waved his arm. In this moment, Larry Brown truly embodied the essence of a distinguished coach. This final series also represented a quest for vengeance for him. During the 2000-2001 season finals, Larry Brown led the 76ers, only to be swept by the Lakers in a gentlemanly manner, losing 1-4. The Lakers were overwhelmingly powerful at that time, leaving Larry Brown at a loss for words. This time, he was determined to reclaim his honor. Larry Brown possessed ambition. After suffering a 1-4 defeat previously, he aimed for a resounding 4-0 victory this time. Lin was set to enter the game at the onset of the third quarter. Larry Brown called Lin over, smiling as he patted his shoulder. No problem at all. Lin made a gesture, tapping his forehead with 2 fingers. The 15-minute halftime swiftly passed, and the second half commenced. Lin re-entered the court, feeling ever closer to his starting position. Generally, Both teams field their starters at the beginning of each half. Sometimes, Lin sensed that Larry Brown's strategy was quite astute. His utilization of Lin had indeed been methodical, allowing everyone to find no fault in his approach. Simultaneously, it afforded Lin ample time to acclimate to the heightened intensity of competition and the game's rhythm. Who said Larry Brown could not nurture rookies? Lin felt a sense of having gained an advantage while appearing modest. A system was essential. Without one, under Larry Brown's guidance, he would undoubtedly have been rendered ineffective. As the third quarter began, Peyton advanced the ball past half court and passed it to Kobe. Kobe sent the ball to Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal received it effortlessly, with Ben Wallace pressing behind him and Rasheed Wallace failing to provide rapid assistance. After receiving the ball, O'Neal exchanged a glance with Kobe, both discerning an unspoken sentiment. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Each pass could potentially be the last they share in their professional careers. The tension was palpable. Lin felt as though the connection between the two was almost tangible. A true pairing. Would he perhaps experience such a bond in the future? As Lin pondered these thoughts, he disrupted the synergy of the Lakers duo. Careful! Kobe's voice suddenly echoed in O'Neal's ear. O'Neal felt a jolt within. Suddenly, a figure dashed before him with remarkable speed. It was not Rasheed Wallace, but rather Lin Ke. With a swift motion, the ball was knocked from Shaquille O'Neal's hands before he could react. The speed of the interception was astonishing. Lin Ke had exhausted his quota for steals. At this moment, Billups had developed a profound synergy with Lin Ke. Swiftly moving to receive the pass, Lin Ke sent the ball soaring, propelling himself toward the front court. Billups accelerated with the ball in hand. The pace of the Pistons game transformed dramatically with Lin Ke's presence on the court. When Lin Ke was absent, the Pistons played with a lethargic rhythm, focusing on staunch defense. Conversely, with Lin Ke in play, the team evidently expedited their offensive and defensive transitions. At that moment, Billups spotted Lin Ke approaching the three-point line and executed a no-look pass that landed perfectly in Lin Ke's grasp. He lifted the ball, released it. Lin Ke launched a three-point shot with a fluid motion. Just then, Kobe barely arrived in front of Lin Ke. Too late. Swish. The three-pointer was in. Bingo. The preparation time for Lin Ke's three-point shot was exceedingly brief, leaving Kobe's defense completely unprepared. Chapter 43. Shattering the strongest point. Wong Defa. Lin Ke's three-pointer proves lethal. At this moment, the entire Lakers team appears somewhat vulnerable. They were already trailing by 9 points. And Lin Ke's shot from beyond the arc has extended the deficit to over 10 points. It is noteworthy that the Lakers had only accumulated 31 points in the first half. What does it signify to be down by 10 points now? An insurmountable concept. Yes. On the sidelines, Larry Brown stood up, vigorously waving his arm. He felt that this game was secured. This round of the series was also assured. What are Lin Ke's current statistics? Larry Brown inquired of his assistant coach. 6 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 block, and 2 steals. The assistant coach promptly replied, "Excellent." Larry Brown nodded, intending to replace Lin Ke in another 2 minutes. With a 12-point lead, he preferred to maintain a relentless defensive effort, minimizing any unforeseen circumstances. It mattered not if they scored. As long as the Lakers did not, the 12-point margin would remain unassailable. Lin Ke could be reintroduced in the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, serving as the ultimate insurance. Larry Brown was well aware that Lin Ke would inevitably achieve a stat line of 10-5-5-2-2. Hence, he often tailored tactical arrangements based on Lin Ke's statistical performance, which was indeed somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, if it proves effective, so be it. After another 2 minutes, taking advantage of Chauncey Billups at the free throw line, Larry Brown substituted Lin Ke out. During these 2 minutes, Lin Ke managed to add 1 assist and 1 rebound to his tally. His statistics now stood at 6 points, 4 assists, 3 rebounds, 1 block, and 2 steals. "Coach, why was I taken out so early?" Lin Ke expressed his discontent, having been thoroughly engaged in the game. A sharp tool should be put to its best use. The crucial moments at the end of the game are reserved for you. Larry Brown had anticipated Lin Ke's inquiry and smiled as he responded. "Oh, no problem. Hey, Lin Ke felt quite pleased to hear that Larry Brown had reserved the critical moments for him. A hallmark of becoming a team cornerstone is the ability to remain on the court during pivotal moments, rather than sitting on the bench watching teammates determine the outcome of the game. I find myself unconsciously considering Lin Ke's feelings. Larry Brown chuckled softly, shaking his head. This was certainly a departure from his usual style. As an old-school coach, Larry Brown favored using words to stimulate his players. To put it positively, he sought to ignite their maximum potential. Negatively, one might say it bordered on manipulation. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ke's standing in Larry Brown's estimation had risen even higher than he had anticipated. The third quarter continued, and after Lin Ke's exit, the Lakers still failed to gain any advantage. The Pistons have truly delivered an epic defensive performance. 24-19. Once again, the Pistons have restricted the Lakers' scoring in a single quarter to below 20 points, leading by 5 at the end of the quarter. Before the fourth quarter commenced, the Pistons held a commanding 14-point lead over the Lakers. One could almost declare the game as concluded. However, considering Kobe's propensity to enter the zone in the fourth quarter, a sliver of suspense remains. Lin, prepare yourself. You are to enter the game at the start of the fourth quarter, observing the shift in momentum. Larry Brown has once again revised Lin's playing strategy. If they can maintain their lead for the final 5 minutes, the outcome will be sealed. To counteract Kobe's potential explosive performance, Larry Brown has opted to position Lin against him, aiming to exhaust Kobe on both ends of the court, thereby diminishing his impact. Larry Brown has assigned Lin a critical task, ensuring its completion. Lin's demeanor exudes remarkable confidence. Additionally, there is a minimum consumption data. The block quota remains unused, perfectly reserved for Kobe. The intermission passed swiftly, and the decisive moments of the final quarter have commenced. The Zen Master has deployed all of his starters at this juncture. The Lakers have no avenue for retreat. The repercussions of losing Game 3 weigh heavily upon them, a burden they can scarcely bear. In the Staples Center, the roar of the crowd has reached a crescendo as the home fans rally fervently for their team. The final quarter has begun. The Lakers have fielded their entire starting lineup, a decision without question. At this moment, considerations of stamina and energy are rendered insignificant. No matter how arduous the challenge, they must grit their teeth and persevere. In contrast, the Pistons appear remarkably relaxed, with Lin and Tayshaun Prince leading the bench unit. Lin and Tayshaun are not mutually exclusive. They can coexist harmoniously on the court. Thanks to Lin's rapid development, the Pistons' roster depth has become exceedingly robust. In the broadcasting booth, Kenny Smith has offered his analysis of the game. I sense that the Lakers' hopes are dwindling. I had previously regarded Larry Brown as quite obstinate, yet his utilization of Lin reveals a thoughtful strategy. This is intriguing. Should Lin continue his steady growth next season, the Pistons may well have the potential for consecutive championships, and establishing a dynasty is not out of reach. In the Eastern Conference, apart from the Pacers, few teams can pose a threat to the Pistons in the near future. I hold them in high regard. Charles Barkley, sitting nearby, has also chimed in. His observations carry weight. It bears resemblance to Kobe's early days with the Lakers. The distinction lies in the fact that the current Pistons are stronger than that Lakers team of yore. The growth rate of Lin Ke surpasses that of Kobe Bryant. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement with Barkley's assertion. Among the championship-contending teams in the league, there exists a window of opportunity for triumph, typically lasting around 3 seasons. During this championship window, the team's roster tends to remain relatively stable, with only minor adjustments made rather than major overhauls. On the court, the Pistons initiated their offense, swiftly passing the ball to Lin Ke at the three-point arc. At this moment, Kobe appeared directly before him, determined to thwart Lin Ke's impending attack. Kobe's right hand rested on Lin Ke's waist while his left hand intermittently sought to disrupt, applying constant pressure on Lin Ke. Utilizing Kobe's formidable grip, Lin Ke deftly secured the ball behind him, rendering any attempt by Kobe to snatch it futile. How many points remain to be scored? For points, perhaps a 4-point play is in order. A strategy began to form in Lin Ke's mind. After all, Kobe relished in dismantling the opponent's strongest defensive player. Now, Lin Ke resolved to give it a try as well. Lin Ke's ambition. Kobe's hand still rested upon Lin Ke's shoulder. At this moment, the hand check rule had yet to be altered. However, that did not imply Lin Ke's leap, intentionally creating a foul by targeting Kobe's arm, would evade the referee's scrutiny. To ensure greater assurance, Lin Ke executed a sweeping arm motion. A sound of discomfort escaped Lin Ke, who was not accustomed to such a maneuver. Subsequently, he seemingly carelessly tossed the ball towards the hoop. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air with impeccable timing, for this was a quintessential foul-drawing action. Where had Kobe's arm extended to? Damn! Kobe was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated Lin Ke would employ such a tactic to orchestrate this offensive play. What further distressed Kobe was what transpired next. The basketball traced an uncanny arc through the air, ultimately landing gracefully into the net. Swish! The crisp sound left everyone momentarily speechless. Bong Difa! How on earth did that go in? Even the referee took a while to comprehend what had just occurred. To be fair, this was the Lakers' home court. If the referee had known that Lin Ke's three-pointer would succeed, perhaps he would not have called the foul on Kobe. Lin Ke had indeed earned a chance for a 4-point play. Such audacity. Oh my God. In the stands, numerous Lakers fans clutched their heads in disbelief, struggling to accept this reality. At that moment, the Lakers trailed by 17 points. If Lin Ke made his free throw, the deficit would extend to 18 points. Given the Lakers' performance in this match, it seemed an insurmountable task to mount a comeback within less than a quarter. The Lakers' defeat had become a foregone conclusion. Lin Ke approached the free throw line. The Lakers fans erupted in boos and noise, attempting to disrupt him. If only someone would shout MVP right now. MVP. Lin Ke felt a twinge of aspiration. Swish! Despite his wandering thoughts, Lin Ke's free throw was flawless. The 4-point play succeeded. The gap widened to 18 points. At this moment, Lin Ke's minimum consumption data, his scoring quota, had been entirely exhausted. Strangely enough, even though Lin Ke had only amassed 10 points, it seemed as if each of his scores carried an element of flair that left a profound impression on the fans. It was as if Lin Ke was continually racking up points. Upon reviewing the statistics post-game, one might wonder, wait, he only scored 10 points? Could the stats be erroneous? Many fans shared this sentiment. Lin Ke was undeniably an unconventional player. Only in crucial moments had gradually become his defining label. Lin Ke had never disappointed me. Never. Truly remarkable. On the sidelines, Larry Brown was filled with profound reflections. There are always certain players who hold a special place in a coach's heart. In the past, Allen Iverson was that unique player for Larry Brown during his time with the 76ers. Now, Lin Ke has emerged as another such player, perhaps even more exceptional than Iverson himself. In a previous life, George Karl, upon taking charge of the Nuggets, praised Anthony's sweet smile, which earned him the nickname Mellow. One wonders if, in this life, Larry Brown might bestow a nickname upon Lin Ke as well. Speaking of the illustrious 2003 draft class, it seems that many of its top players have garnered notable monikers. LeBron James as the King, Dwayne Wade as Flash, Chris Bosh as the Dragon, and Anthony as Mellow. It is only fitting that Lin Ke should also receive a distinctive title. On the court, the Lakers' collapse came sooner than anticipated. In a pivotal moment, Kobe's fierce drive was emphatically blocked by Lin Ke. Subsequently, Lin Ke delivered a quarterback-like long pass, assisting Prince with a three-pointer. With a swish, the Pistons extended their lead to 21 points. What does this signify? Even Steve Kerr, who would later dismiss a 20-point deficit with a casual remark, would struggle to erase such a gap in less than a quarter with the Splash Brothers. The outcome was all but sealed. The last vestiges of hope among the Lakers players evaporated completely. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson let out a deep sigh, voluntarily withdrawing all his starters, a gesture of early surrender. Continuing to fight in this match had become utterly meaningless. The focus now shifted to games 4 and 5, hoping to reclaim 2 victories on home soil, albeit with little expectation. Yet one must dare to dream. In the stands, the Lakers' home crowd fell into an eerie silence. Many fans began to leave early. unwilling to remain in this sorrowful arena. They could accept the possibility of their team failing in the finals, but they could not bear the sight of a team devoid of spirit and morale. Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Karl Malone, and Gary Payton, each member of the famed F4, had let the fans down, failing to meet their expectations. Beep! The timer flashed red, signaling the end of the match. At that moment, both Kobe and Shaquille sprang from the bench, heading towards the players' tunnel without a backward glance. Malone and Payton, though slower to rise, wore expressions of indifference mixed with confusion. It had become painfully clear winning a championship together was far more challenging than they had envisioned. Lin Ke watched the departing figures of the F4, a complex mix of emotions stirring within him. Big Ben, do you think we might end up like that one day? Lin Ke inquired of his companion, Big Ben, with whom he had recently developed a close bond. They were kindred spirits, both reserved yet deeply expressive. Surely not. Big Ben intended to respond, with confidence. Yet he pondered over his contract. He yearned to secure a substantial salary in his next agreement. However, the Pistons found it arduous to meet his demands, especially with Lin Ke's rapid ascent promising a lucrative contract in the near future. At that point, the Pistons would be even less inclined to fulfill the contract that he desired. Would the defensive system of the Pistons still endure after his departure? Big Ben shook his head, momentarily engulfed in melancholy. But that was inconsequential. Cherish the present. There is one more game to secure the championship that rightfully belongs to us. Achieving the championship is merely the commencement of our journey. Our ultimate aspiration is to establish a dynasty. Lin Ke flashed a broad smile. Hiss! Big Ben was taken aback by Lin Ke's ambition to establish a dynasty, akin to Jordan and the dynamic duo of Shaq and Kobe. Instinctively, Big Ben clenched his fists. With 2 seasons remaining until his contract expires, it was the perfect opportunity to give it his all. Chapter 45, Ambition. The Lakers are truly finished this time. The only hope lies in winning a single game in G4 to salvage some dignity. Winning G5 would be even better. However, the prospect of a comeback seems utterly impossible. Games 6 and 7 will take place on the Pistons' home court. If the Pistons win just one game, it will be game over. I honestly believe the Pistons will sweep with a 4-0 victory. This season, the Pistons have proven to be overwhelmingly formidable. If the previous Pistons were regarded by the media and fans as possessing strength rated at A, their actual prowess is S. Now, with Lin Ke's rapid development, they have ascended to a ceiling of S. How can other teams possibly compete? Indeed, the United F4 Lakers possess strength rated at S. However, due to internal discord, their rating has plummeted to A. It is hardly surprising that A would be swiftly vanquished by S. There is wisdom in that. Those above truly understand the game. With the rise of the internet, an increasing number of fans have taken to online platforms for casual discussions. At this juncture, not a single soul is optimistic about the Lakers. The former league dominators have finally reached their conclusion. Following this season, the disbandment of the Lakers' iconic duo, the OK combination, has become inevitable. Interestingly, to this day, both Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal believe they're the ones destined to depart. Kobe aspires to join the Bulls, to inherit Jordan's legacy and lead them to resurgence. Meanwhile, Shaquille seeks to join a competitive team in pursuit of another championship. Though they're temporarily still on the same team, both are already contemplating who might secure the championship first after their departure. Malone and Payton have undoubtedly become mere bystanders. This is truly the most disastrous attempt at a championship alliance. One must pursue the retreating enemy with relentless courage. One must not seek fame by imitating tyrants. 2 days later, at the Staples Center, G4 approaches. In the visiting team's locker room, Lin Ke is enlightening his teammates about Dragon Kingdom culture. Lin, I never knew you were such a cultured individual, exclaimed Ben Wallace, feigning irritation. A mere drizzle. In Dragon Kingdom, every child can recite 10 ancient poems by the age of 3. Lin Ke chuckled in response. However, this ancient poem from Dragon Kingdom fits our situation perfectly. Larry Brown, having eavesdropped at the door for a while, then entered the locker room. Let us unify our thoughts. The G4 match will be the culmination of our season. In my eyes, there is no option for a return to the home court to claim victory. The only option is to seize the championship tonight. With a sweeping gesture, Larry Brown established the tone. Secure the victory. Let us vanquish them. A synchronized roar erupted from the Pistons locker room. Tonight, history will be witnessed. Lin, come here for a moment. After motivating the team, Larry Brown called Lin Ke aside. Such scenes have become increasingly frequent lately. The other Pistons players have grown accustomed to it. Coach, what are your instructions? Lin Ke chuckled, his entire demeanor radiating eagerness. He was unafraid of any challenge. You rascal. Larry Brown laughed, delighted to witness Lin Ke's unwavering spirit and fearless nature. Tonight, you will be in the starting lineup. This is a reward for you. But don't mess it up. Larry patted Lin Ke on the shoulder. What? Really? Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, coach. Lin Ke was enveloped in a wave of excitement. His playing time and tactical role had steadily increased, but this was different. This was a starting position, imbued with profound significance. Is Tyshawn going to have any objections? Lin Ke scratched his head, recalling Prince. The little Prince is a good guy. I really don't want any team discord at the critical moment of winning the championship. Tyshawn had been the one to suggest this. He said, your goal is not merely this championship, but to establish a dynasty. A dynasty team should identify its core early on, allowing others to unite around that core. When decisions are indecisive, chaos ensues. Those were his exact words. Lin, your ambition is quite grand, starting with the notion of a dynasty. Larry Brown gazed at Lin Ke with a bemused expression. That talkative Big Ben. He spills everything. Lin Ke muttered under his breath. However, whether you can become the core of a dynasty team next season depends on your own efforts. Currently, the team's core remains Ben and Chauncey Billups. Larry Brown chuckled. I will. Lin Ke's expression was resolute. The phrase a skinny camel is bigger than a horse hardly applied to the current Lakers, for the Pistons were not merely horses, but a steadily evolving Tyrannosaurus Rex. In Game 4, the Lakers barely managed to resist for a single quarter before effectively surrendering, their morale utterly depleted. The entire team was lackluster. Shaquille O'Neal struggled to touch the ball, while Kobe Bryant began to shoot with reckless abandon. Malone and Payton continued to coast through the game. Frankly, Lin Ke could not comprehend the mentality of these two. If they were banding together to chase a championship, why did they exert so little effort at the final hurdle? It would have been better to have the Shaq-Kobe duo accompanied by a few decent role players. Observing Malone and Payton's occasional expressions, it seemed they still harbored aspirations for the finals MVP. The Lakers' internal situation was truly chaotic and dismal. Ironically, the most significant highlight of this match was Lin Ke's appearance in the starting lineup, which surprised many media outlets and fans. However, upon reflection, it felt entirely fitting, as Lin Ke had methodically earned his place in the starting roster. The entire process leaves no room for doubt. Kenny, I increasingly perceive the Detroit Pistons as a remarkable team. The championship is almost within reach, yet they continue to refine their roster. Allowing Lin Ke to assume a starting position in the final game of the championship series is a pivotal move. This signifies that the framework for next season's roster is already taking shape. By maintaining the core structure while elevating Lin Ke and supplementing it with seasoned veterans, the Pistons are poised to become an unparalleled entity in the league. In the broadcast room, Barkley expressed his excitement, feeling as though he had uncovered a hidden gem. While everyone awaits the championship, Barkley astutely recognizes the Pistons' distinctiveness. Charles, I must commend you on this one. The Pistons are indeed extraordinary. Their ambitions are grand. Kenny Smith and Barkley exchanged glances, each comprehending the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. A dynasty. The Pistons aspire to establish a dynasty. Chapter 46. The championship is secured. It is over. Lin Ke, standing beyond the three-point line, cradled the ball behind him with one hand, signaling his intent not to attack any further as he awaited the final seconds to elapse on the timer. At this moment, Kobe too refrained from aggressive defense, merely positioning himself in front of Lin Ke, both men anticipating the conclusion of the match. Beep! The red light on the timer illuminated, signaling the end of the game. Simultaneously, it marked the conclusion of this series. 4-0. The Pistons swept the Lakers in the finals to clinch the championship. Remarkably, the Pistons achieved an undefeated run throughout the playoffs, winning every match. They became the first team in league history to secure the championship with a perfect playoff record. This feat surpasses even the legendary Lakers of the 2000-2001 season, who, despite their sweeping journey to the finals, suffered a loss in Game 1 against the 76ers, a team led by Allen Iverson and coached by Larry Brown. Larry Brown has now avenged his defeat by the Zen Master. A flawless revenge. Champions. The championship is ours. A championship in my rookie season. I am now on par with the Magic. LeBron, Wade, Bosh, Anthony. I ask you, do you not envy? Are you not astonished? Is this not unexpected? Lin Ke, brimming with excitement, began to shake his head in elation, leaving Kobe no opportunity to interject with a few words. By the time Lin Ke finally settled down, Kobe found himself devoid of the desire to speak. The Lakers were the vanquished, yet Kobe breathed a sigh of relief. His tumultuous partnership with Shaquille O'Neal, akin to a nightmare, had finally come to an end. Regardless of where he would land next season, he would no longer share a team with Shaquille. Meanwhile, Shaquille harbored similar sentiments, weary of Kobe's power play. It was time to part ways. Lil Ke has truly won the championship. Although Badier also possesses a championship ring, it pales in comparison. Lil Ke's ring is laden with significance. In this championship battle, he was a starting player in Dragon Country, the capital. After watching the match, Yao Ming addressed the members of the team, Yao beside him. This summer, the Dragon Country team has the Olympics to prepare for. Yao Ming had returned home early for training. Given that Lin Ke only began to fully showcase his prowess during the Eastern Conference Finals, his presence was now overwhelming. It was too late to invite Lin Ke to the national team. To accommodate Lin Ke's inclusion, someone must be displaced. However, the spots on the national team are limited. Every position is filled. It would be inappropriate to remove a player from any province. Thus, Lin Ke would have to wait for the next Olympics, held on home soil, to participate. Despite his well-rounded statistics, the media and fans remained most concerned with scoring. Unless he averages a triple-double in the future, I believe that as long as his points per game do not exceed 20, the challenge posed to you will be minimal. Analyze team leader Zhang Jiming. This makes sense, but what if he does achieve an average triple-double? Yao Ming inquired. Then there will be no recourse. Big Yao, you understand the significance and impact of a triple-double far better than I do. Zhang Jiming shrugged his shoulders. Hey, achieving a triple-double is no simple feat. This aspect can be disregarded. Let's proceed methodically. Yao Ming smiled faintly. He secured the championship. So what? We can too. Indeed, his championship title is essentially that of a role player. It holds little value. That is correct. To claim a championship, we must be the leading figure. Otherwise, it bears no significance. In Cleveland, James organized a fishing gathering. Wade, Bosh, and Anthony graciously attended. All are young men in their early 20s, some even younger, embodying a sense of innocence. At this moment, there were no direct conflicts of interest among them, and their time together was filled with camaraderie. Lin Ke became the first of the 0-3 generation to secure a championship. However, the others were somewhat unconvinced, or perhaps indifferent. After all, Lin Ke's victory was not as the leading figure. Without being the leading figure, there is no need for ostentation. Players like Fisher and Horry also have their share of championships. Comparing them to Jordan would be absurd. Thus, this championship did not significantly enhance Lin Ke's standing in the league, a fact that was clear to all present. In the realm of star players, comparisons are often drawn along different paths. There exists the path of the team leader, the path of the second-in-command, the role player path, and the path of championship contenders. For instance, in his previous life, Westbrook, while leading his team, amassed personal accolades, yet his team's performance was abysmal, resulting in early playoff exits. If one regards Westbrook as the team leader, his accomplishments alongside Durant and Harden in reaching the finals cannot be counted. For at that time, Durant was the actual leader. Similarly, In Kobe's past, his championships as the leading figure were limited to the latter two titles. His three-peat dynasty championships must be viewed as those of second-in-command, which severely impacted Kobe's historical standing. Thus, if Kobe wishes to be compared to Jordan, it will be prudent to part ways with Shaquille O'Neal as early as possible. Otherwise, he will forever remain in O'Neal's shadow. All that has been said is true. In the upcoming season, we must all strive to excel. As the 0-3 generation, let none of us falter. We should aim to be selected for the All-Star team swiftly and dominate the best lineup, pushing those old-timers aside. James concluded, though he is the youngest among them, he exudes an air of maturity. LeBron, your words are well spoken. Shall we form a small alliance of 4 to confront that young rascal Lin Ke? Anthony proposed. True to his gangland nature, Guego instinctively contemplated the formation of a little clique. Carmelo, that notion is rather misguided. Lin Ke is also one of us, a member of the class of 0-3. We are united. James interjected, a smile gracing his lips. Next time, I shall invite Lin Ke as well, and the 5 of us will gather once more. I genuinely hope that someday the 5 of us can become allies, fighting side by side. I see. My perspective was askew, Anthony remarked, giving James a thumbs up. James, with a beaming countenance, waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of sophistication. Unbeknownst to them, James had unwittingly ascended to a leadership role among the group. Meanwhile, on the television screen, Lin Ke had just reached out to touch the championship trophy. Witnessing the scene, James, Wade, Anthony, and Bosh simultaneously felt a pang of envy. The championship title, Chapter 47, Special Skill. On the court, Lin Ke and his teammates raised the championship trophy high. In this moment, joy was the only emotion that filled his heart, casting aside all others. It was only when Billups lifted the FMVP trophy that a twinge of envy stirred within Lin Ke. After all, that was the FMVP. Next season, I hope that FMVP will belong to me. Lin Ke murmured softly. With the conclusion of the finals, Lin Ke had accumulated a total of 43 system points. With just 7 more system points, he could elevate the minimum consumption data. Once again, at that time, his hard power would undergo yet another qualitative enhancement. By the way, didn't the system mention additional rewards for winning the championship? Where are the rewards? Lin Ke suddenly recalled this thought. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Championship secured. You have received an additional reward. Special skill. A clear and melodious system prompt echoed in Lin Ke's mind. Indeed, the system had a knack for creating an atmosphere. However, what in the world is the special skill? Lin Ke felt a bit perplexed. A special skill that can be employed on the court, derived from Dragon Nation's martial arts. It allows one to unleash the full force of the body in a short-range burst, delivering a powerful strike. This can be used during intentional fouls, inflicting devastating blows to the opponent's hands, arms, and other areas. It will significantly impact the opponent's subsequent performance, yet will not cause injury. Limited to 5 uses per game. Oh my! After examining the details of, Lin Ke was even more bewildered. This is a fusion of Dragon Nation's martial arts and basketball. It reminded him of Stephen Chow's Shaolin soccer. Is there potential in combining Shaolin Kung Fu with soccer? Absolutely. This is indeed quite intriguing. Designed for intentional fouls. On the surface, it appears to be a typical foul, yet its effect on the offensive player is profound. If utilized effectively, it could be deemed a divine skill. Imagine launching an attack on the opposing team's key offensive player right from the start. Wouldn't that disrupt their entire game? Lin Ke contemplated its application. It shouldn't have an overwhelmingly negative effect. This might relate to the psychological resilience and mental attributes of the offensive player. Those with strong mental attributes should be able to overcome it swiftly. Conversely, if one's psychological fortitude falters, it could indeed affect the entire match. Could this be a hint? Lin Ke suddenly considered another possibility. The system rewards a foul-related special skill. Could it signify that he will encounter numerous fouls next season? This is quite plausible. The defending champions often become the league's target. Lin Ke's rise will undoubtedly draw increasing attention from other teams before he ascends to the ranks of superstars. he will likely find himself at a disadvantage when the whistle blows. In such instances, the special skill could serve as a tool for retaliation, and one that remains undetectable by others. Quite splendid. Indeed, the system's output is undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Lin Ke's thoughts have become increasingly clear. This system's rewards are indeed splendid. The 2003 to 2004 season has officially concluded. Lin Ke has finally completed his rookie season. Next, Lin Ke plans to bask in the sun on Miami Beach for a few days before entering training mode. He is poised to achieve significant progress in the upcoming season, and it is imperative that he invests considerable effort into his skills. This will provide a reasonable explanation for a swift enhancement of his abilities. It is only logical for a player who has diligently trained throughout the summer to exhibit some improvement. This summer is destined to be tumultuous in the basketball world. Initially, the U.S. men's basketball team suffered a shocking defeat at the Olympics, losing in the semifinals to Argentina, leaving everyone astounded. The combination of Duncan and Iverson could not secure another Olympic gold for the U.S. team. Meanwhile, the 2003 generation merely made a cameo. James, Wade, and Anthony. Given that these three had only recently concluded their rookie seasons, the blame for the U.S. team's debacle cannot be placed upon them. Nevertheless, for James and his peers, there remains a lingering sense of disappointment. They had aspired to join Duncan and Iverson in securing an Olympic gold medal, thereby establishing a parallel with Lin Ke's championship title. Alas, they faltered. For Lin Ke, however, his focus is primarily on the Chinese men's basketball team. The team advanced to the quarterfinals thanks to 2 victories in the group stage, with Yao Ming delivering an outstanding performance, even providing a memorable towel-throwing moment. Following this Olympic event, Badr never returned to the national team. The depths of the situation are indeed profound. Based on various news reports, Lin Ke has drawn such conclusions. In the league, after the commencement of the free agency market, the Lakers' attempts to trade Shaquille O'Neal became headline news. Between Kobe and O'Neal, the Lakers ultimately chose Kobe. Consequently, the Heat traded Odom, Karen Butler, Brian Grant, and 2 draft picks to acquire O'Neal. Wade quickly recovered from his Olympic disappointment, transforming it into elation. He realized that the window for his first championship in his career had arrived. If Kobe and O'Neal could establish a dynasty, why couldn't he Wade? Meanwhile, James, Bosh, and Anthony were frantically lamenting. Why was their team's management so ineffective? O'Neal's move to the East captivated everyone's attention. In a corner of the West, Nash was released by the Mavericks and returned to the Suns. At this moment, apart from Lin Ke, no one could foresee the tumultuous waves that the D'Antoni-Nash combination would unleash upon the league. The era of extreme, fast-paced play was about to commence. The reigning champion Pistons were also steadily reinforcing their roster. The Pistons released the three-point shooting center Oker and instead signed the former 20-10 big man Antonio McDyess. In contrast to the exterior-oriented three-point shooter Oker, the more tenacious Antonio McDyess undoubtedly aligns more closely with the foundational philosophy of the Pistons. The other acquisitions are merely minor adjustments. The most significant enhancement for the Pistons will be the further evolution of Lin Ke in the upcoming season. Upon returning from Miami, Lin Ke has dedicated himself to intensive individual training at the Palace of Auburn Hills. After receiving a substantial remuneration, he has assembled a small team of trainers to assist him in refining his skills. Fortunately, the training facilities at the Palace are at his disposal, showcasing the generosity of the Pistons management. Lin, you truly are a performance-oriented athlete. With your shooting accuracy during training, I find it hard to fathom how you maintain a flawless shooting percentage in games. Once familiar with Lin Ke, the trainers began to speak more casually. Indeed, you are absolutely right. I'm a player who thrives in competition. The more significant the game, the more exhilarated I become. The precision of my training shots is meaningless. Wouldn't you agree? I prefer to focus on correcting my technical movements during practice. Whether or not the shots go in is not my primary concern. Lin Ke confidently declared. Chapter 48. The Curtain Raiser. Starting small forward. As the smoke of the free agency market began to dissipate in early October, the new season gathered momentum. On October 3rd, the Detroit Pistons held their media day, where Lin Ke reunited with his teammates. Wow, Big Ben, have you been hitting the gym every day this offseason? Your muscles seem even more robust. Lin exclaimed with a laugh. Huh, Rashid, you put on a bit of weight. Chauncey, you appear to have slimmed down. Where have you been hanging out during the offseason? Lin greeted each of his teammates with warmth and joviality. Today, Lin was the earliest to arrive, given his residence conveniently located next to the arena. This season, however, marked a significant departure from last. He was no longer a rookie. The camaraderie he shared with his teammates was palpable, and the Pistons core had fully embraced him, even mentally preparing to pass the mantle of leadership to him. The thrill of their championship victory still lingered in their hearts, yet a new ambition brewed within to defend their title. During this period, the Pistons exuded a unique aura, humble yet pragmatic. Lin, I heard you've been training diligently all off-season, Big Ben remarked, placing an arm around Lin's shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. Hey, let's keep it low-key. I spent a couple of days lounging on the beaches of Miami. Lin grinned. Oh, did you spot any beautiful ladies? The two exchanged a knowing look, their faces breaking into mischievous smiles. Shortly after, the Pistons were set to take their official team photographs. Last season, Big Ben and Chauncey had clearly occupied the spotlight, even sharing individual core player photos. Followed by the Pistons starting five. Lin had merely been relegated to a corner in the team photo, with little recognition. This time, however, the narrative was strikingly different. Lin, along with Big Ben and Chauncey, captured a core player photo together, evoking a sense of a burgeoning trio. The Pistons' five had now transformed into six, with Lin and Big Ben positioned at the center, signifying a clear and unmistakable shift. In the new season, Lin would undoubtedly be the focal point of the Pistons' nurturing efforts, a true cornerstone. In comparison to the celebrated 0-3 golden generation, the rookies of 2004 seemed rather lackluster, with only Dwight Howard holding promise. Yet, to be candid, I find Dwight's height somewhat inflated and am skeptical about his potential as a well-rounded center. Thus, in the upcoming season, my attention remains on the progress of the 0-3 cohort. In the Turner Sports broadcast studio, Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith were offering their insights on the new season. It was evident that Lin would assume a more pivotal role within the Pistons, likely securing a starting position. The team's roster remained largely unchanged, and they were still contenders for the championship. With the acquisition of Shaquille O'Neal, the Miami Heat have entered the ranks of championship contenders. Similarly, Dwayne Wade will become the second player from the illustrious 2003 draft class to pursue a championship title. From the perspective of vying for the championship, LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, and Chris Bosh seem to have fallen behind. Kenny Smith remarked on this reality. Indeed, it remains to be seen whether LeBron and his compatriots can achieve personal accolades and honors. Charles Barkley agreed with Kenny Smith's assessment, nodding in acknowledgement. It seems that even before the season has commenced, the fates of James, Anthony, and Bosh have already been sealed. This carries a hint of disdain. Rumor has it that James angrily threw his remote control. On October 31st, the opening game of the 2004 to 2005 season will officially commence. The defending champions, the Detroit Pistons, will host their finals rivals, the Los Angeles Lakers. This matchup is a long-standing tradition orchestrated by the league. However, the Lakers roster has undergone significant changes since last season, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. The Big Three has officially disbanded, leaving Kobe Bryant as the sole remnant. Meanwhile, Karl Malone has chosen to retire. After a dismal final year in his career, Gary Payton opted to join the Boston Celtics in pursuit of his championship dream. He had considered signing with the Pistons during the offseason, but his exorbitant demands for a contract exceeding $5 million deterred them. In this era, a $5 million contract holds considerable value, well above the mid-level exception. Consequently, the Pistons lost interest. The Lakers head coach, too, is facing a transformed environment. At the Palace of Auburn Hills in Detroit, the stands are once again filled to capacity. The Pistons fans are brimming with enthusiasm for the season's inaugural game. Prior to the match, there will be a ceremony to present championship rings and raise the championship banner, marking a splendid moment for both players and fans alike. Lin Ke received his championship ring from Joe Dumars, the Pistons general manager and a legendary figure in the franchise's history, and swiftly donned it on his left-hand index finger. The first. Lin, I hope you can remain with the team and become a Pistons legend. Joe Dumars lingered a moment longer, offering a few extra words to Lin. I shall give it serious consideration. Lin chuckled. As for the future, that can wait. For now, Lin Ke simply wishes to revel in the joy of receiving his championship ring. Hey Kobe, I shall soon catch up to your ring count. Lin felt a surge of exhilaration and an overwhelming sense of his own formidable strength, unable to resist the urge to flaunt it before Kobe. Rook, Kobe, chewing gum, remarked coolly before falling silent. This season, with Shaquille's departure, Kobe feels as though he can finally breathe. His competitive spirit is soaring. He is determined to demonstrate that he can lead the Lakers to greater heights without Shaquille. I advise you not to be ungrateful. I have resolved to be the first to employ this unique skill against you, Lin Ke murmured, then swayed back to his own half of the court. The match is about to commence. The starting players from both teams have taken their positions on the court. The Los Angeles Lakers starting lineup includes Chris Mim, Lamar Odom, Karen Butler, Kobe Bryant, and Chucky Atkins. Undoubtedly, the Lakers roster has diminished in caliber significantly. While Odom and Karen Butler are commendable, they require someone to invigorate the team. It remains to be seen if Kobe can rise to the occasion. In his previous life, Kobe failed to accomplish this, and injuries this season led to the Lakers' absence from the playoffs. The Detroit Pistons starting lineup features Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Richard Hamilton, and Chauncey Billups. Lin Ke officially secured a starting position in the first game of the new season. Ben and Mim approach the center circle, preparing for the jump ball. The game is on the verge of beginning. Chapter 49. The fruits of rigorous training during the off-season. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, the inaugural game of the 2004 to 2005 season officially commenced. With an impressive leap, Ben easily secured the jump ball. Throughout the off-season, although Ben did not practice daily like Lin, he devoted the entirety of September to restorative training. Consequently, he was in exceptional form at this moment. Since last season, Ben had truly entered his peak phase. Over the past few seasons, his prowess in various aspects of the game had become formidable. His wild and commanding playing style was immensely popular among fans, a sentiment reflected in the All-Star voting. The number of votes Ben received was almost on par with the Dunk King, Vince Carter, which was indeed remarkable. It is rare in the league to find a purely defensive center who enjoys such high popularity. Billups dribbled past half-court. Approaching the three-point line, he signaled for Lin to come receive the ball. Larry Brown's demands on defense were exceedingly stringent, almost to an obsessive degree. However, he was quite lenient regarding the offensive end, essentially entrusting the ball to Billups, allowing him to dictate the strategy. The approach was primarily one of free expression. This was reminiscent of his time with the 76ers, where Iverson had the liberty to play as he wished. Lin was somewhat surprised that the first offensive play was entrusted to him. It was evident that his teammates were fully supporting Lin's ascendance. Now, the obstacle for Lin's rise was no longer competition from teammates, but rather his ability to produce the statistics expected of a team leader. This indeed placed considerable pressure on Lin. He needed the team to secure 7 victories to accumulate 50 system points, thus fulfilling the requirements for minimum consumption data elevation. This meant that at the season's outset, Lin was still restricted to producing statistics of 10-5-5-2-2. Such numbers would pose no issue for an ordinary starter, being quite commendable. Yet, for a team leader, they fell slightly short of expectations. Therefore, Lin had to wield his skills effectively, striving to enhance his impact on the game. He needed to convey an impression of effortlessly achieving such statistics, while simultaneously appearing disinterested in accruing more. This required a certain level of finesse. Another strategy could be to clock out after 3 quarters, achieving the same numbers in a shorter span of time, thereby altering the density of the game content and leaving a significantly different impression on the media and fans. Within a mere second, Lin contemplated numerous possibilities. Before him stood Karen Butler, a player of secondary star caliber and a true inspiration, a former delinquent who transformed into a basketball player while incarcerated. Lin, with one hand gripping the ball behind his back, found himself increasingly fond of this flamboyant maneuver. Jordan often employed such tactics, and T-Mac occasionally did the same. Lin was now carrying on this tradition. Once again, following a triple threat, Lin Ke executed a feint before driving past the still youthful Caron Butler with remarkable agility. Subsequently, Lin Ke deftly pulled the ball back, performing a step back that positioned him just beyond the three-point arc. At that moment, Caron Butler was left completely out of position, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lin Ke. The fluidity of Lin Ke's movements was nothing short of mesmerizing, a testament to the rigorous training he had undergone during the offseason. While his overall ball handling skills had not seen a significant elevation, this specific sequence of moves had been honed to perfection. How should one articulate this? Presently, Lin Ke's shooting accuracy is independent of the preliminary motion. The preparatory gestures do not influence the success of the shot, but certainly affect its aesthetic allure and the excitement it generates among the spectators. The seamless execution of Lin Ke's sequence created a breathtaking visual spectacle. Before Lin Ke even released the ball, the home crowd erupted in cheers. As he prepared to shoot, his three-point attempt was imminent, swiftly pulled up and released. After a summer of dedicated practice, Lin Ke's shooting form had evolved towards a picture-perfect execution. What did Lin Ke focus on during the off-season? Merely this. With a hint of humor, the atmosphere was electric. At the moment Lin Ke took his shot, nearly all the fans in the stands rose to their feet, arms raised, signaling three fingers in celebration, already anticipating the outcome. You can always count on Lin Ke. With a swish, the basketball kissed the net. Incredible, incredible. I knew it would go in. The exhilaration was palpable. I relished watching Lin Ke shoot threes. The home crowd was in a frenzy, and Lin Ke did not disappoint. 3 o'clock. The scoreboard flickered, and Lin Ke flashed three fingers before swiftly retreating to defend on his side of the court. This season, Lin Ke was undeniably transformed. Rumor has it that he did not take a single day off during the off-season, persistently honing his skills. Now, his hard work was bearing fruit. In the broadcast booth, Barkley was visibly thrilled, having just witnessed Lin Ke's silky, smooth sequence. More importantly, it was a three-point attempt, which rendered it all the more spectacular. Such moments are rare in this era. Nowadays, most three-point shots are taken from set positions, with fewer players attempting them off the dribble. Hard work indeed pays off. However, it is said that Lin Ke also enjoyed a brief respite on the beaches of Miami. This must be noted with a sense of realism. Kenny Smith chuckled. What is that about? Kenny, don't sweat the details. Barkley retorted, visibly displeased. What are you doing? Why undermine me? On the court, the Lakers were on the offensive, with Chucky Atkins bringing the ball past half-court before swiftly passing it to Kobe. This Lakers team undeniably belonged to Kobe. Lin Ke was also quite intrigued by how Kobe would play. Would he unleash an all-out offensive barrage? Lin Ke recalled that in his previous life, Kobe's scoring average escalated dramatically with each passing season starting from this very year. As Kobe received the ball, he found himself facing Hamilton's defense. Lin Ke was unable to break through. Defensively, Lin Ke intended to adhere to Larry Brown's strategic directives. Offensively, he felt free to explore various tactics. Yet if he strayed too far defensively, Larry Brown would certainly unleash his fury. Contrary to Lin Ke's expectations, Kobe did not resort to a solo attack, but instead opted for a playmaking approach to involve his teammates. With a swift move, Kobe evaded Hamilton, driving forcefully to the basket and drawing in Ben Wallace for support. Subsequently, Kobe delivered the ball to MIM, who promptly executed a bank shot. Bam! Swish! The Lakers' first points came from Kobe's assist. Ben Wallace let out a faint sound of surprise, taken aback by this unexpected turn. This was not in line with his preconceived notion of Kobe. In last season's finals, Kobe had predominantly taken matters into his own hands. Now he chose to pass? Ben's sudden leap to attempt a block stemmed from the habitual mindset regarding Kobe's offensive style. In similar circumstances, the Kobe of yore would never have considered passing. How intriguing! Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Kobe was truly transforming into the Pennsylvania magician. Chapter 50. The Art of Domination and Defense. In the initial rounds of the match, Kobe exhibited an unprecedented approach, consistently orchestrating plays through penetrating drives and facilitating opportunities for his teammates. Remarkably, the Pistons struggled to adapt to Kobe's transformed style of play, displaying excessive zeal in their defensive rotations against his penetrations, which allowed the Lakers to flourish offensively. Were it not for Lin Ke's equally dazzling performance on the offensive front, the Pistons might have found themselves at a disadvantage. With Larry Brown maintaining his defensive assignments, Lin Ke could only observe Kobe's riveting displays. In truth, had Lin Ke been allowed to switch on a Kobe, he would have effectively stifled Kobe's drives. The 2 steals Lin Ke had reserved would have compelled Kobe to alter his approach. However, Brown's reluctance to adjust meant that Lin Ke's proactive switch could be perceived as a lack of faith in his teammates. At this juncture, Lin Ke had not yet ascended to the role of team cornerstone, and such actions could easily sow discord within the squad. Progress must be gradual, adhering to the coach's directives. With 5 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the score stood at a deadlock of 10-10, with all 10 points for the Lakers being accrued by Kobe's teammates. Astonishingly, within those initial 5 minutes, Kobe delivered 5 assists. Can you believe it? Not just the fans in attendance, but the entire league was nearly overwhelmed by Kobe's sensational maneuvers. Was he truly vying for the title of assist leader this season? It was quite absurd. Larry Brown promptly called a timeout, expressing his dissatisfaction with the defense exhibited in the opening moments. Hamilton had effectively contained Kobe during last year's finals. Yet in this match, Kobe's relentless drives past Hamilton were executed with precision. Moreover, the Pistons' defensive rotations appeared noticeably chaotic once Kobe bypassed Hamilton. This disarray was intolerable for the defense-conscious Larry Brown. While the shortcomings in the season opener could be forgiven, he expected each player to exhibit the tenacity displayed in last season's finals from this moment onward. With a stern expression, Larry Brown addressed Lin. "You will defend Kobe next. Do not disappoint me." Brown implemented a minor adjustment on the defensive end. "No problem," Lin Ke responded, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of showcasing his skills. This opportunity was serendipitous, especially with Hamilton's previous defense against Kobe providing a compelling contrast to highlight Lin Ke's evolution and prowess in defense. Although the statistics may have mirrored one another, the manner of execution differed significantly. Lin Ke perceived that he was progressing further along the path of excellence. Satisfied, Larry Brown nodded. He appreciated Lin Ke's unwavering confidence at all times. More importantly, Lin Ke had never let him down before, and Brown believed that this time would be no exception. "Coach, as you wish," Lin Ke affirmed. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed with the Pistons on the offensive. Billups opted to take the shot himself this time. Unfortunately, it didn't land. However, Lin Ke slyly slipped into the paint and executed a successful putback. 12-10. After sinking a three-pointer at the start, Lin Ke refrained from shooting in the subsequent plays. During this tense moment in the game, Lin Ke once again stepped up. His timing was impeccable. We must rely on Lin Ke. His impact on both offense and defense is substantial. I believe Lin Ke should guard Kobe. Oh, look, Lin Ke is indeed defending Kobe. The Pistons fans in the stands lit up with excitement. Did Lin Ke hear their calls? On the court, after receiving the ball, Kobe realized his defender had changed to Lin Ke. However, having just recorded 5 consecutive assists, Kobe was riding high. He was fervently passing the ball to engage his teammates, eager to dismantle the media and fans' preconceived notions about him. He is neither a ball hog nor a selfish player. He enjoys passing, as long as his teammates can make the shot. Thus, when he saw Lin Ke stepping up to defend, Kobe felt no trepidation. He was indifferent to who guarded him. All he needed to do was drive and distribute the ball. Boom, boom, boom. Without much rhythm, Kobe swiftly sidestepped Lin Ke and forcefully drove past him. Such a breakthrough was both concise and effective. At the peak of his physical prowess, few could truly defend against Kobe. Yet, Lin Ke was no ordinary player. With agility, he executed a stunning steal. Kobe's seemingly flawless dribble was unexpectedly swiped away by Lin Ke in a remarkable display of skill. Steal 1. For the first time, Kobe's rhythm was disrupted. Wow, incredible. The crowd erupted in applause. Lin Ke seized the basketball and dashed toward the front court. This time, Lin Ke had no intention of passing. He was off to the races. Kobe sprinted in pursuit, but it was too late. Just a step inside the free throw line. Lin Ke took flight. In midair, he spun like a top, executing a 360-degree slam dunk. Within the scoring limits of his impressive capabilities, Lin Ke was able to perform such a dunk. Although he might commit forced errors, he would never make an unforced error without a defender present. Wham! With both hands, Lin Ke emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. The sheer power of the dunk sent tremors through the entire rim. Let us not forget, Lin Ke stands at an imposing height of 2.13 meters and weighs 110 kilograms, despite playing as a small forward. Oh my god, Wong Defa. I always thought Lin Ke was solely a shooter. I never anticipated his dunks to be so explosive. Is there anything he cannot do? Lin Ke's evolution is astonishing. Compared to his rookie season, he seems to have leveled up several tiers. All I can say is, wow, incredible. The atmosphere within the Palace of Auburn Hills has once again reached a fever pitch. 14-10. As Lin Ke released the ball, he dominated both offense and defense. In his direct confrontation with Kobe, Lin Ke has once more seized the upper hand. A clash of titans. At this moment, Hamilton raised an eyebrow, realizing the evident gap between himself and Lin Ke. Impressive. Hamilton gave Lin Ke a thumbs up. The Lakers launched their attack. Lin Ke once again positioned himself before Kobe. There was a noticeable shift in Kobe's expression as he contemplated altering his strategy. Bang! Kobe opted to continue his aggressive drive against Lin Ke. While his approach shifted from relentless shooting to frantic passing, his tenacity remained unchanged. Kobe would not refrain from taking shots simply because he had missed 10 in a row. Similarly, he would not shy away from penetrating just because Lin Ke had intercepted him once. With a swift extension of his long arm, Lin Ke knocked the ball from Kobe's grasp once more. Grateful for the steal won from his old rival, Kobe. Chapter 51. Rationality and Demons. I once had an opportunity for transformation. I could have become a player akin to a magician. Yet, Lin Ke has ruined it all. Years later, the retired Kobe, reminiscing about his career, spoke with a bittersweet smile and a sense of resignation. On the court, upon retrieving the basketball, Lin Ke opted for a pass. As Kobe's pursuit had intensified, Lin Ke's speed was not particularly swift. His height and weight inherently slowed him down. If he attempted to advance the ball forcefully, there was a likelihood of Kobe reclaiming it. The other players on the Pistons were already quite familiar with Lin Ke's style of play. At that moment, both Billups and Hamilton surged toward the frontcourt, positioning themselves at the three-point line on either wing. Meanwhile, the Lakers' defense struggled to keep pace. With a change in coaching and a completely revamped starting lineup, save for Kobe, the Lakers exhibited almost zero cohesion. With a deft bounce pass, Lin Ke elegantly delivered the ball to Billups. Swish! Billups rose and shot. The ball fell cleanly through the net. Assist 1. 17-10. The gap was swiftly widening towards 10 points. The Lakers were forced to call a timeout. Calm. Stay calm. I must remain composed. The recent issues were mine alone. It was not my teammates' shortcomings. It was my own performance. I must adhere to a passing-oriented strategy. Only by engaging all my teammates can we triumph against the odds. On the sidelines, Kobe quietly repeated to himself, suppressing the demons within. He took several deep breaths. Meanwhile, the Pistons' home crowd erupted in excitement. Lin Ke's performance over the past few minutes had utterly captivated them. He had already amassed 7 points. I wager Lin Ke will score over 20 points in this game. 20 points? That's too little. At this scoring rate, he'll surely hit at least 30. It will definitely not be just 10. The Pistons fans confidently affirmed. They naturally yearned for their team to possess a genuine superstar. Last season, even with the Pistons clinching the championship, their notoriety remained dim, lacking any substantial recognition. It was as though nothing had transpired. The media continued to discuss the failure of the Lakers' F4 and the dissolution of the OK duo. No one acknowledged the Pistons' strength, nor did anyone share in the jubilation of their championship victory. This was all due to the Pistons being perceived as a small market team. Their leaders, Ben Wallace and Billups, seemed to be, yet also not quite, the defining figures of the team. Perhaps only when they coalesced could they be deemed the team's leaders. If the Pistons had their own Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe, or Tim Duncan, would they still be as overlooked as they are now? Certainly not. At present, Lin Ke embodies the hopes of the Pistons fans. The timeout has concluded, and the game resumes. Kobe confronts his inner self once more, charging directly at Lin Ke. Lin Ke's minimum consumption data for steals has been exhausted. He truly cannot make any more interceptions, as long as Kobe refrains from attacking the basket directly. Lin Ke's blocking ability remains unutilized. Therefore, in this instance, Kobe adeptly fakes Lin Ke and delivers an exquisite pass. Odom receives the ball beyond the three-point arc at the left corner, rises, and shoots. Clang! It misses. Ben Wallace secures the rebound. Lin Ke, observing Kobe's expression, appears momentarily stunned. He seems accustomed to the sensation of the ball going in as soon as it leaves his hands. What is he thinking? You don't have a system. Lin Ke internally scoffs. The Pistons advance, with Lin Ke orchestrating the play from beyond the arc. He similarly delivers the ball to the corner three-point zone. This time, it's Rasheed Wallace who rises to shoot, challenging Odom. Rasheed Wallace confidently asserts, "I can shoot threes too." Swish. It's in. 3-point secured. 2010. My friend, this is how a three-pointer should be executed. Rasheed Wallace also hurls some trash talk at Odom. Kobe hears this and nods in agreement, acknowledging the elegance of the three-point shot. Odom, what the heck? The Lakers are on the offensive again, and Kobe continues his fierce drive. To be fair, Kobe's breakthroughs in this game are exceptionally fierce. Neither Hamilton nor Lin Ke can adequately defend against him. Lin Ke must rely on his minimum consumption data for steals to contain Kobe. But that resource has been depleted. With Kobe in such formidable form, if he opts to go solo, his scoring efficiency will undoubtedly be high. Yet this time, Kobe still chooses to pass. Karen Butler cuts in for a layup. Clang! The close-range layup rolls off the rim. Ben Wallace grabs another rebound. This is purely a matter of luck. However, the demon within Kobe cannot be restrained any longer. Is this a joke? You can't be serious? What the hell? Let me take over. Kobe suddenly gasps for air. The game has only just begun. Given Kobe's stamina, there is no way he could be running out of energy so quickly. He is using his remaining reason to battle against the demon within. Swish! With Lin Ke assisting Hamilton, another three-pointer is scored, and the demon triumphs over reason. 23-10. The Lakers are sliding towards the abyss. Kobe, too, is descending into the chasm. On the court, Lin Ke notices Kobe tugging at his jersey. Huh? Lin Ke raises an eyebrow. Is he about to explode? Lin Ke has always harbored a question about this. Isn't it unsanitary? Kobe's jersey is soaked not only with his own sweat. Yikes. Lin Ke feels goosebumps rising. This is it. The newly appointed head coach of the Lakers, Frank Hamblin, realized that once Kobe dribbled past half court, the game had spiraled into an uncontrollable state akin to SC Char-Dinger's cat. It was a scenario where Kobe could either unleash an unreasonable and explosive performance, leading the Lakers to victory, or descend into a frenzy of missed shots, resulting in a devastating defeat for the team. Frank Hamblin sensed that the latter possibility loomed overwhelmingly large, especially considering the formidable Pistons, the league's strongest defensive unit. On the court, Lin Ke bent his knees, lowering his center of gravity, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. He understood that the Pennsylvania magician Kobe had vanished, replaced by the Little Flying Knight or perhaps the Iron King Kobe. Regardless of the moniker, Lin Ke knew that to deliver a couple of resounding blocks against Kobe, he had to keep pace with him, ensuring his defense remained steadfast. Only then could he achieve the perfect block. Chapter 52. Has this technical statistic gone awry? Thud, thud, thud. Kobe's eyes glowed with a fierce intensity, exuding a hint of bloodlust. After a series of deft dribbles beneath his legs, Kobe made a powerful stride with his right foot. At this stage in his career, Kobe's explosiveness was unparalleled. Although he was not renowned for having the quickest first step, his initial burst of speed was undeniably swift. Lin Ke's rapid footwork was already airborne, attempting to intercept Kobe's driving lane with a quick lateral movement. Failing to fully keep pace, Lin Ke found himself nearly eclipsed by Kobe's advance. Yet, Kobe could not completely shake him off. Lin Ke maintained a tenacious defense throughout. In this exchange, Lin Ke's defensive fervor was at its peak. He was fully committed. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. As Kobe approached the free throw line, he executed a sudden stop, faking a shot. Then, with a graceful 360-degree spin, he transitioned to the other side. He rose up, released. The fluidity of his entire motion displayed Kobe's mid-range finesse in all its glory. Lin Ke was indeed momentarily deceived by Kobe's feint, yet he refrained from jumping prematurely. With the advantage of possessing the minimum consumption data buff, Lin Ke did not need to leap ahead to gain the upper hand. Instead, he could wait for the opponent to fully ascend before initiating his jump to contest the shot, unless the adversary executed an extraordinarily rapid release. Lin Ke was assured ample time to respond. Kobe's mid-range shooting was emblematic of a double-movement shot technique. He would release the ball at the apex of his jump, maintaining a stable hand position to execute the shot. Based on the defensive posture of his opponent, he would decide whether to employ an extended hang time to manipulate the ball. Thus, even though Lin Ke was momentarily faked out, he still had sufficient time to counteract. With a powerful push off the ground, Lin Ke soared into the air. At that moment, the basketball had just left Kobe's hands. Snap! Lin Ke's left hand precisely grasped the ball in midair. Not only did we aim to complete a block, but we also sought to achieve a flawless rejection, a grab block. Oh my God, I have never witnessed such a magnificent player. From the stands, Pistons fans erupted in cheers. Lin Ke, stay low-key. Remain calm. This spectacle is becoming excessive. I'm still a distance from greatness. Upon landing, Lin Ke immediately launched a long pass that crossed half the court. The Pistons soared in their fast break, having grown accustomed to Lin Ke's long-distance assists. After receiving the ball, Hamilton launched another three-pointer. Swish! Another one in. 26-10. The Lakers were in complete disarray. Damn it, that Richard kid is incredibly fast. Otherwise, I would have made that three. Billups muttered, visibly disappointed. In terms of speed, he was indeed no match for Hamilton. Since the last season's finals, Hamilton had frequently benefited from Lin Ke's generous assists. He was so close, the FMVP could have been his. A healthy competition existed within the Pistons. Yet the overarching direction remained entirely unperturbed. Billups, undoubtedly a fierce competitor, has matured immensely after securing both the championship and the Finals MVP. He, alongside Big Ben, has expressed unwavering support for Lin Ke. As Kobe dribbled past half court, he fixated on Lin Ke and let out a fierce shout before launching into an aggressive drive. The demon within him had been unleashed. With teammates faltering, he was determined to embrace his darker side. However, Lin Ke decided it was time for a reality check for Kobe, delivering a resounding block. Before Kobe could react in frustration, Lin Ke added another assist to his tally, this time setting up Billups for a three-pointer. Lin Ke's contributions were well distributed. The score stood at 29-10, and the Lakers found themselves in a dire predicament. Sitting on the bench, Lin Ke glanced at the rim, genuinely concerned that it might be shattered by Kobe's relentless attempts. By this point in the game, Kobe had missed over 20 shots, with his attempts soaring past 30, heading towards an alarming 40. Despite the high volume of misses, Kobe managed to score over 20 points, which, if one disregarded the number of bricks, wasn't too shabby. After playing 5 minutes in the third quarter, Lin Ke remained on the bench, as his presence was no longer necessary. The Pistons had established a commanding 30-point lead over the Lakers, rendering the match a mere formality. The Pistons' victory was achieved with ease, perhaps even too effortlessly, as the Lakers crumbled in the first quarter. To be precise, Kobe's Lakers could only withstand the reigning champion Pistons for a mere 5 minutes. However, this was not a source of shame. After all, last season's Lakers had also been thoroughly outmatched by the Pistons, with no game ever being closely contested until the end. Now, with only Kobe remaining, it was hardly surprising that the Pistons dominated. Alas, the game had escalated too quickly. I barely had the chance to experience the unique skill palm strike, Lin Ke exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. The palm strike, unlike the minimum consumption data, does not directly enhance Lin Ke's abilities or statistics. It serves as a skill to weaken opponents, thereby indirectly amplifying Lin Ke's, or rather the Pistons, advantages. Such skills are most effective in tightly contested matches. In today's lopsided affair, employing palm strike against Kobe would have been rather unfair. Before the game, Lin Ke had indeed contemplated using it against Kobe, but he had not anticipated the swift unraveling of the match. Kobe's solo leadership faced an uphill battle. Post-match, Kobe would undoubtedly face intense scrutiny from both the media and fans alike. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned system points 1. The familiar notification echoed in Lin Ke's mind. The game had concluded. The Pistons triumphed over the Lakers on their home turf, marking a splendid beginning to the new season. This bodes well for the team. Lin Ke secured his starting position in the season opener, delivering a mesmerizing performance that showcases his remarkable evolution compared to last season. Come and see how many points Lin Ke scored in this game. I feel he has been consistently impressive. Surely he must have accumulated at least 20 points. Wait, what? Only 10 points? Could there be an error in the statistics? It seems not. He achieved 10 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. With a flawless shooting percentage. This is indeed Lin Ke's standard performance. Blame the Lakers and Kobe. They were too lackluster to allow Lin Ke to shine even more. Kobe, I bought a watch last year. After the game, the Pistons fans felt a sense of profound disappointment upon reviewing Lin Ke's statistics. They clearly perceived his omnipresence on the court. How could his scoring be so modest? It must be said that most fans still primarily recognize the significance of scoring. If you have a high average score, that is indeed impressive. If you are the scoring champion, that elevates your status immensely. For instance, T-Mac attracted a multitude of fans solely through his scoring prowess. Chapter 53. Good News and Bad News. To be fair, the debut performance of Lin Ke has elicited starkly contrasting evaluations among fans watching the game and those engrossed in Excel spreadsheets. The spectators reveling in the match still find echoes of Lin Ke's breathtaking display lingering in their minds, akin to a melody that refuses to fade. Conversely, the Excel aficionados, upon witnessing the perpetually unchanged statistics of 10, 5, 5, 2, 2, cannot help but exclaim, "Is this all there is?" Truth be told, even in the eyes of a true professional like Larry Brown, there exists a slight sense of regret, though it cannot be deemed disappointment. Brown has quietly tempered his expectations for Lin Ke, believing that the young player requires additional time to hone his skills. However, drawing from the experiences of the previous season, Brown does not consider Lin Ke to have reached his ceiling. Instead, he resolves to provide him with ample opportunity to ascend. In Brown's perspective, the identity of the team's leader is of little consequence. What truly matters is the team's ability to secure victories consistently. LeBron, a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? In Cleveland, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Wizards on their home court, elevating their record to 3 wins and 2 losses. This development brought a sense of relief to James, as their winning percentage finally exceeded 50. Such a record enhances the Cavaliers' chances of making the playoffs. The previous season's absence from the postseason had weighed heavily on James, particularly in the presence of his playoff-bound contemporaries, Lin Ke, Wade, and Anthony, leaving him with a sense of inferiority. This season, James has undergone remarkable evolution, showcasing impressive statistics of 37-7 in the first 5 games. These figures have once again drawn the league's attention to James, affirming his status as the true king. At this moment, having just finished showering in the locker room, he noticed Rich Paul approaching. Let us hear the bad news first. I prefer to save the good news for last, James remarked with a faint smile, exuding an air of confidence. The anticipated evolution this season has made James feel invigorated. The bad news is that the Pistons are on a 6-game winning streak, seemingly unstoppable. It appears that no team in the league can thwart their victories. In nearly every game, the Pistons clock out by the end of the 3rd quarter, relegating the 4th quarter to mere garbage time. Rich Paul managed a wry smile, astonished by the Pistons' formidable prowess. He understood that James was keen to compete against Lin Ke in terms of regular season performance, but it now seems an impossibility. Even if the Pistons' record were to fluctuate downward, it would not be something the Cavaliers could capitalize on. The smile on James' face quickly faded. And what a good news. James shook his head, hoping that the good news might uplift his spirits. The good news is that Lin Ke's statistics remain unchanged, consistently stabilizing at 10, 5, 5, 2, 2. From a purely statistical standpoint, he poses no threat to you. Rich Paul mentioned some good news and could not help but smile. Are these technical statistics truly accurate? LeBron also expressed such doubts. Although he later enjoys using Excel to substantiate his prowess as a professional athlete, LeBron would never rely solely on Excel to gauge the true capabilities of his competitors. He meticulously reviews Lin Ke's game tapes after each match. Lin Ke's influence on the court is monumental, far beyond what mere post-game statistics can convey. This discrepancy leaves LeBron feeling quite unsettled. Of course, it is indisputable. LeBron, as I suggested earlier, it would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Ke. If the two of you could unite on the same team in the future, it would be a match made in heaven. You would ensure the team's victories while you would collect data and accolades. Rich Paul gave LeBron a knowing look. I understand. LeBron grinned slightly. Just one more system point to go. Almost there. Phew. The wait has been excruciating. Following a 6-game winning streak, Lin Ke has accumulated 49 system points. He is just one step away from elevating his minimum consumption data. The excitement within Lin Ke is nearly overwhelming. At this moment, Lin Ke is seated on a plane heading to Miami with his teammates. The Pistons are about to embark on a series of away games, commencing with the Miami Heat, who also boast a 6-game winning streak since the season began. With the addition of Shaquille O'Neal, the Heat's power has surged dramatically. The combination of O'Neal and Wade has unleashed formidable strength. In just one season, it can be said that the Heat have completed their reconstruction and are now vying for the championship. O'Neal brings a wealth of experience in collaborating with shooting guards. Moreover, following the dissolution of the Shaq-Kobe duo, O'Neal has matured significantly. Upon arriving in Miami, O'Neal immediately declared, "This is Wade's team. I am here to support Wade." Honestly, at that moment, Kobe's heart shattered. It is always the newcomers who smile, while the veterans weep. Had you said this to me, would we have parted ways? Kobe felt his heart bleeding. The Lakers season has started off rather poorly. In their opening game, they were thoroughly defeated by the Pistons. Then came a streak of 3 consecutive losses. Ultimately, thanks to Kobe's astounding 57-point performance, they narrowly triumphed over the Bobcats, a team newly joined to the league this season. Following that, the Lakers faced yet another 2 consecutive losses. With a record of 1 win and 5 losses, things are looking dire. At this juncture, it is hard to say whether Kobe is reminiscing about someone. When I miss you, you are far away. Lin, do not mind the opinions of others. Believe in yourself. Take one step at a time. Your pace of evolution is indeed quite rapid, far swifter than in my day. Upon observing Lin Ke's incessant rubbing of his hands, DeBen presumed that he was affected by the recent public scrutiny. At the onset of the season, Lin Ke was undoubtedly the center of attention, garnering more media and fan focus than even LeBron James, standing as a singular entity among the illustrious 2003 generation. At this juncture, a significant enhancement in his scoring statistics could swiftly elevate him to the status of a sensational star within the league for the new season. Regrettably, Lin Ke's statistics revealed no variation from the playoff performance of the previous season. His figures of 10 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, while undeniably versatile, lacked the allure to captivate the media and fans. After 6 consecutive games of similar performance, most media and fans grew impatient with Lin Ke, opting instead to criticize him, suggesting that his ceiling was merely that of a commendable role player, one who could only thrive in a top-tier team like the Pistons. They speculated that if Lin Ke were to lead a team independently, the results would be dismal. Even Nike, which had previously been poised to offer Lin Ke a substantial contract, decided to remain in a state of watchful waiting. Last season, Lin Ke's statistics were even less impressive, causing Nike to lose all interest in signing him. DeBen, rest assured, I am not anxious. I am exhilarated. Upon hearing DeBen's words, Lin Ke felt a warmth in his heart, appreciating the unwavering support of his teammates. That is reassuring. But what is it that excites you? DeBen inquired with curiosity. After securing victory tonight, I shall present you all with a monumental surprise. Starting from the next game, I will deliver an average triple-double performance. Lin Ke declared emphatically, exuding confidence. Chapter 54, Evolution. That evening, as Ben walked into the American Airlines arena, Lin Ke's words echoed in his mind. He aimed to achieve an average of triple-doubles this season. An average of triple-doubles. How could that possibly be? In today's league, numerous players engage in the deliberate manipulation of statistics to secure a triple-double in a single game. Yet, once accomplished, regardless of the match outcome, teammates and even opponents join in to offer congratulations. This phenomenon subtly highlights the immense difficulty of achieving such a feat. Nonetheless, Ben felt a profound belief that Lin Ke could genuinely accomplish this. Reflecting on Lin Ke's journey since entering the league, could one recall a single statement he made that he failed to fulfill? It seemed not. Larry Brown, being the most authoritative figure on this matter, had witnessed Lin Ke impeccably complete every task assigned to him. Could it possibly be true? If so, would he not be the MVP? Oh my, I'm about to become teammates with the MVP. Ben found himself in a whirlwind of emotions, deeply moved. At that moment, he noticed Wade directing harsh words at Lin Ke, perceiving Wade's actions as somewhat childish. How could a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? While Wade still entertained thoughts of defeating Lin Ke was already focused on averaging triple-doubles in pursuit of the MVP title. At 8 p.m., the Pistons were set to face the Heat in an away game, and the stands were filled to capacity. Last season, Wade's arrival had significantly improved attendance, and this season, with Shaquille O'Neal's addition, attendance soared to unprecedented heights. The combination of Wade and O'Neal was a veritable replica of the legendary Showtime duo, igniting boundless dreams among Heat fans. The championship seemed both attainable and within reach. The starting players from both teams took to the court. For the Heat, O'Neal, Haslam, Eddie Jones, Wade, and Damon Jones. This season, Wade had officially been positioned as a shooting guard by Riley, necessitating Eddie Jones's shift to small forward. In the previous season, Eddie Jones had been traded to the Grizzlies in exchange for James Posey, primarily due to his height, which was somewhat disadvantageous for the small forward position. Ostensibly, the head coach of the Heat was Stan Van Gundy, yet the true authority over the team lay with Riley. As Van Gundy was a disciple of Riley, he was compelled to operate under Riley's formidable influence, leaving little room for his own ideas and opinions. The Pistons starting lineup comprised Ben, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Hamilton, and Billups. Ben and O'Neal approached the center circle, preparing for the tip-off. They were indeed old rivals. The memories of last season's finals loomed vividly. This prompted a somewhat hostile glance from O'Neal towards Ben, as he sought to reclaim his honor in this match. "What are you looking at?" Ben remarked, eyeing O'Neal with feigned bravado. "What about it?" O'Neal retorted defiantly. The match has yet to commence, yet an atmosphere charged with tension already permeates the air. As the referee tosses the ball into the air, the game officially begins. In this jump ball, both Ben Wallace and Shaquille O'Neal exert their utmost effort. However, O'Neal, ultimately resembling a fathead fish, finds himself at a disadvantage in terms of vertical leap, with his height proving insufficient. Wallace makes first contact with the basketball in midair, triumphing in the jump ball. Chauncey Billups receives the tip from Wallace, advancing the ball past half court before handing it off to Rip Hamilton. This season, the Pistons have refined their offensive strategies through continuous exploration and practice. Hamilton's initiation of play from beyond the three-point arc has become a staple of their approach. Even if Hamilton's statistics were to escalate, it would not detract from their style of play. Rather, it would merely enhance their performance to even more explosive levels. Upon receiving the ball, Billups and Hamilton commence their off-ball movements, weaving through the court. Wallace and Rasheed Wallace provide essential screens within the paint for their teammates. Remarkably, the Pistons' offensive style is beginning to mirror that of the previous era's Splash Brothers from the Warriors, with Larry Brown's lackluster tactical design on offense. Hamilton has gradually reshaped the Pistons' offensive framework to resemble that of the former Warriors. How amusing! Moreover, Hamilton's assist metrics enable Billups and Hamilton to achieve three-point shooting efficiencies akin to that of the Splash Brothers. Henceforth, Let us refer to the Billups-Hamilton duo as the original Splash Brothers. As Hamilton swiftly positions himself in the left corner beyond the three-point line, Hamilton receives an impressively nonchalant bounce pass from Lin Ke, landing perfectly in his hands. He rises up, steadies his form, and shoots. Swish! The crisp sound of the basketball finding the net sends a rush of exhilaration through Hamilton, leaving him craving more. The warm sensation coursing through him makes it feel utterly irresistible. What a delight! Hamilton lets out a satisfied groan. The score reads 3-0 as the scoreboard flickers to life. The Pistons' offensive execution is nothing short of precise and efficient. In this new season, while maintaining the league's top defensive efficiency, the Pistons' offensive efficiency has skyrocketed to second place, trailing only behind the fast-paced Suns. Can you believe it? The Pistons are visibly a notch stronger than last season. The reasons behind this transformation need not be elaborated. The 2004 to 2005 season is destined to be one of tumultuous excitement. The Pistons, Suns, Heat, and Spurs have all ignited limitless imaginations among fans. Additionally, the official abolition of the hand-check rule has allowed perimeter penetrators across the league to explore how to best capitalize on this favorable change. Among the standouts is Dwayne Wade of the Heat. As the Heat's offense unfolds, Damon Jones brings the ball past half court and passes it to Wade. O'Neal steps out to set a screen beyond the three-point line. This phenomenon was indeed rare during the era of the Lakers dynasty. Shaquille O'Neal has undeniably undergone a transformation. He has matured significantly. Bam! Hamilton was caught off guard. O'Neal's imposing physique naturally enhances the effectiveness of screens. Maneuvering around such a screen proves to be quite challenging. Utilizing O'Neal's pick, Wade surged into the three-point line with remarkable speed, leaving the formidable Ben Wallace momentarily stunned. Both James and Wade have evolved. Lin Ke is merely one victory away from his own evolution. Swish! Wade, under the pressure of Wallace's block, executed a deft layup. 2-3. How resilient. The moniker Flash is truly well-deserved. Goodness, that was incredibly swift. Wallace's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned serious. In their previous encounters last season, Wade had not exhibited such speed, or perhaps, at that time, Wade had yet to discover how to fully unleash his own speed. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled, and he instinctively rubbed his hands together, eager to switch on a Wade. The special skill palm of precision, which had remained unused in the first 6 games, was destined to make its appearance on the court this match. Chapter 55, The Power of the Inch Palm. Coach, may I switch positions with Richard? Lin Ke thought and acted without hesitation. As his status within the team rose, he no longer feared that making a minor suggestion would provoke the head coach's ire. It is only natural that core players receive different treatment compared to water boys. All right, Larry Brown replied succinctly, granting his approval without hesitation. Wait a moment. Is that all it took for his consent? This old man's coaching style is not as rigid as one might think. Lin Ke was pleasantly surprised that his tentative suggestion had been accepted so readily. On the sidelines, Larry Brown wore a subtle smile. The simple switch of positions between the 2 and 3 spots did not disrupt his defensive strategy in the slightest. Why would he refuse? In fact, he greatly appreciated Lin Ke's proactive approach to countering the opponent's offensive spearhead. If one were to delve deeper, the Pistons' interior defense is formidable, showcasing both individual defensive prowess and collective strength. However, the perimeter defenders, Billups and Hamilton, do not possess exceptional one-on-one defensive capabilities. To date, neither Billups nor Hamilton has been selected for any all-defensive team. In a previous season, Billups made the second defensive team twice. While Hamilton has never been recognized in such a manner throughout his career, they thrived under the Pistons' defensive system and their commendable defensive attitude, which elevated the team as perimeter defense to an optimal state. The Pistons indeed lack a formidable perimeter defender capable of neutralizing the opponent's primary offensive threat, and it appears that Lin Ke is evolving in that direction, a development that delights Larry Brown. On the court, Billups dribbled past half court, continuing to distribute the ball to Lin Ke. Hamilton and Billups engaged in off-ball movement, with Billups eventually finding an opening. The ball arrived just as he did. Swish. Billups executed a three-pointer with ease. So simple. The off-ball movement of Hamilton and Billups, combined with Lin Ke's playmaking prowess, created an overwhelming offensive force. 6-2. No need to panic. Lin Ke's offensive and defensive capabilities are limited to just a few tactics. Once he pushes past that, his effectiveness diminishes significantly. At this moment, Wade clapped his hands, rallying his teammates. It was a moment that truly embodied the essence of a team leader. Last season, the identity of the Heat's leader was not so clear-cut, with Eddie Jones occupying the official role. This season, Riley has unequivocally elevated Wade to that position. Even Shaquille O'Neal has publicly stated his support for Wade, rendering Eddie Jones's aspirations to be the leader futile. Interestingly, O'Neal and Eddie Jones were once teammates on the Lakers. Dwayne is correct. Do not be deceived by Lin Ke's impressive start. His post-game statistics reveal a limited output, indicating that he cannot maintain such a commanding performance consistently. O'Neal voiced his support for Wade. Both analyses are indeed accurate. Lin Ke has now become a focal point for many team scrutiny. Discerning the essence beneath the surface is crucial. Lin Ke is far from possessing the overwhelming prowess that instills fear in all his adversaries. Under the motivating influence of Wade and O'Neal's partnership, the players of the Heat have managed to maintain their composure. The initial deluge of three-pointers from the opposing team undoubtedly dampens morale, particularly when the Heat's defense is not significantly flawed, yet the opponent's three-point shots find their mark. It can evoke a sense of helplessness. As the Heat initiated their offense, Damon Jones brought the ball past half-court and continued to hand it over to Wade for further handling. O'Neal moved forward to set a screen, prompting Lin Ke to exclaim, "Indeed, it seems he relishes being the sweet one." Kobe truly never enjoyed such privileges. The truth is evident. With the memories of his past life, Lin Ke's understanding of Wade surpasses that of anyone else, even Wade himself. At this moment, Lin Ke decisively retreated 2 steps, evading O'Neal's screen and positioning himself to thwart Wade's drive from inside the three-point line. At this stage, Wade's three-point shooting remains a weakness. In his previous life, Wade never developed a reliable three-point shot throughout his career. Conversely, LeBron, in the latter part of his career, indeed achieved commendable efficiency in three-point shooting. While we jest, the facts must also be acknowledged. Wade, at this juncture, found himself momentarily unguarded beyond the arc, yet he displayed no intention of attempting a three-pointer, opting instead to drive. Wow, he is incredibly swift. Facing Wade's advance, Lin Ke couldn't help but remark. Wade almost glided past Lin Ke in a single stride, like a gust of wind. This time, Lin Ke refrained from utilizing his minimum consumption data for a steal or block. Instead, he employed a special skill, subtle touch. No other reason. He must conserve some hidden cards. He cannot afford to exhaust all his minimum consumption data at the very outset. If the match were to become fiercely contested until the last moment, Lin Ke would be left with no resources. With a swift motion, Lin Ke's right hand appeared to brush against Wade's right wrist. Thud! Wade made a bank shot, successfully scoring. The simultaneous sound of the referee's whistle and Wade's anguished cry was nearly synchronous. Lin Ke was called for a defensive foul, while Wade was granted an opportunity for a three-point play. However, the subsequent scene baffled many spectators. Wade's expression was one of immense pain, clutching his right hand, his cries seemingly unending. This prompted the fans in attendance to instinctively glance at the replay on the big screen. It appears there was nothing significant. Lin Ke merely made a light touch. Indeed, to be fair, Lin Ke's foul was rather clean, to the extent that it might not even be called in the playoffs. Cough. Was Wade's acting a tad excessive? In the stands, the home fans of the Heat began to murmur. While acting is permissible, one must choose the opportune moment. Such a seemingly gentle foul. Was there truly any necessity for such theatrics? On the court, the expressions of the other Miami Heat players were tinged with a hint of embarrassment, unsure whether to indulge Dwayne Wade in continuing the charade. Yet, there lingered a sense of mild shame. "Dwayne, are you all right?" Shaquille O'Neal approached Wade, casting a knowing glance as if to suggest, "It's time to let it go. Enough is enough. Shaq, that kid was too aggressive. I want to retaliate." Wade finally seemed to regain his composure, speaking with a fierce tone. Is it really necessary? The game should take precedence. Let's not act impulsively. O'Neal scratched his head and glanced up at the large screen. The slow-motion replay of Lin Ke's foul was playing repeatedly. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, it appeared unproblematic. Wade's reaction seemed rather effeminate. Was he not a man? Lin Ke could no longer contain his laughter. The quality of the System S production is assuredly exquisite. The power of this inch palm is indeed fearsome. Wade had truly suffered in silence. Even his teammates' gazes upon him felt peculiar. Since the inch palm would not result in injury to opposing players, but would significantly disrupt their game performance, Lin Ke felt no moral burden whatsoever. Moreover, he even incurred a foul. It was all done with ease, confidence, and care. Chapter 56. O'Neal's Transformation of Style. On the sidelines, Larry Brown stroked his chin, observing that Lin Ke seemed unable to guard Wade, even committing a foul in the process. However, Larry Brown was reluctant to jump to conclusions this time. He had previously been embarrassed by Lin Ke on more than one occasion. How amusing. Clang, clang. Wade approached the free throw line, evidently still reeling from the effects of his earlier encounter, missing both shots in frustration. With both free throws failing, Big Ben secured the rebound. Larry Brown instinctively glanced at the large screen. The slow-motion replay had just concluded. Was there truly something amiss? Reflecting on Wade's pained expression and his missed attempts, Larry Brown pondered deeply. The legendary skills of Dragon Country? It must be said, Larry Brown's capacity for deduction is indeed remarkable. If Lin Ke were aware of Larry Brown's speculation, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Wow, impressive." Although the truth lay in the supernatural abilities granted by the system and not actual Dragon Country skills, the conjecture was strikingly close. The game continued on the court. After crossing half court, Billups dutifully passed the ball to Lin Ke. At this juncture, Eddie Jones, tasked with guarding Lin Ke, felt a surge of pressure. Allowing Lin Ke to orchestrate his play would not do. This time, Eddie Jones opted for a tight defense, relentlessly pressuring him and denying any opportunity for an easy pass. Simultaneously, the Heat implemented a strategy of relentless switches, with even O'Neal pursuing Hamilton near the three-point line. Kobe watched, nearly in tears, during their time with the Lakers. O'Neal had remained steadfast, refusing to budge an inch. Under such intense defensive pressure, both Hamilton and Billups found themselves unable to create any open shots. Meanwhile, the offensive clock was ticking down rapidly, with only 5 seconds remaining. On the sidelines, Riley felt a surge of joy, convinced that they had executed a successful defensive maneuver. The recent defensive switches had been his directive to Van Gundy. Although Van Gundy was Riley's protege, their tactical philosophies diverged significantly. To be frank, Van Gundy's tenure as head coach was undoubtedly challenging. Now, it hinged on whether Eddie Jones could contain Lin Ke. Clearly, that was a futile endeavor. As the offensive clock dwindled to just 2 seconds, Lin Ke suddenly leaped into the air. Reaching the apex of his jump, he effortlessly propelled the ball towards a hoop. Standing at 198 meters, Eddie Jones was dwarfed by Lin Ke's impressive height of 213 meters, a substantial 15 centimeters difference. Once Lin Ke leaped, Eddie Jones could only watch helplessly, unable to provide any meaningful interference. Of course, even if he had managed to interfere, it would have been inconsequential. Lin Ke focused solely on the elegance of his shooting form, while the system determined whether the shot would find its mark. Swish! The crisp sound of the basketball finding the net echoed through the arena. The lights illuminated, signaling the score, though regrettably, it was not a true game winner. Lin Ke, in a display of showmanship, tapped his left wrist. The time has come. 9-2. The gap between the two sides is rapidly widening. Eddie Jones exclaims, "A way is gone." He feels that his departure from here is drawing near. Look, I dare say that Lin Ke could compete with that fellow Larry Bird for the title of King of Pressure, although he scored merely 3 points. He exhibited a momentum akin to a 30-point explosion. In the realm of pressure players, only Lin Ke and Larry Bird could be considered true contenders. In the broadcast room, Barkley, brimming with excitement, almost feels inspired to compose a poem. Charles, have you noticed Dwayne Wade's condition? After Lin Ke's foul, Dwayne's performance has been troubling. Several layups have slipped off the rim. He even missed a dunk. Kenny Smith interjects to remind Barkley, "You can't possibly suggest that Lin Ke's foul is at fault." That would be absurd. I believe Lin Ke's defensive prowess has significantly improved, effectively limiting Dwayne in one-on-one situations. This demonstrates a remarkable enhancement in Lin Ke's defensive abilities. He hasn't even attempted steals or blocks yet. Barkley shrugs, seemingly unperturbed, seizing the opportunity to cheer for Lin Ke. Let us observe further. Kenny Smith, however, remains convinced there is a connection. On the court, the first quarter has concluded. The scoreboard reads 29-26, with the Pistons leading the Heat by 3 points. After Wade was contained by Lin Ke, Shaquille O'Neal stepped up with great force. Screens, picks, high post facilitation, rebounding, dominating in the low post. Shaquille has done everything within his capabilities. In fact, many of the maneuvers he executed were ones he would never have attempted during his time with the Lakers. At this moment, O'Neal resembles a normal center, rather than the extreme outlier he had been previously. Many young fans, when reminiscing about the era of centers, often use O'Neal as a template, mistakenly believing that all centers are as heavy as he is. This perception is misguided. Patrick Ewing is the true textbook center. His weight is not excessive, at only 109 kilograms, and he never exceeded 120 kilograms later on. Meanwhile, David Robinson and Hakeem Olajuwon represent the standard small variations of centers, one capable of breaking through like a small forward, and the other mastering low-post offense and defense while possessing commendable mid-range shooting skills. Centers like O'Neal, who have dramatically bulked up with zero shooting ability, are indeed anomalies among anomalies. Yet, despite their peculiarity, they prove to be immensely effective. O'Neal, employing a philosophy of simplicity at its core, maximized the threat of inside scoring for centers, achieving a state of being indefensible by a single player. This means that whenever peak O'Neal stepped onto the court, he severely disrupted the opponent's defensive scheme. The opposing team had to resort to tactics such as wrapping around, double-teaming, and fouling to contain O'Neal's offensive onslaught. They needed to gather bulky centers to withstand O'Neal's initial assault, buying time for subsequent defensive efforts. At this juncture, the addition of Kobe would undoubtedly enable the Lakers to dismantle their opponent's defensive schemes with ease. As for Shaquille O'Neal's choice to embark on this path, one cannot overlook the pressures that influenced him. During the finals, he was thoroughly outclassed by Hakeem Olajuwon, who showcased a dazzling array of skills. This experience, coupled with his bald head, served as a stark revelation for O'Neal regarding his strengths and weaknesses. In terms of low-post footwork, he could not rival Olajuwon. In the realm of a center's versatility, he fell short compared to Patrick Ewing. And when it came to the threats posed by a center's ball handling and defense, he was eclipsed by David Robinson. Thus, he resolved to pursue the path of gaining weight relentlessly. The essence of basketball lies in the principle that, in the absence of disparities in athletic ability, the taller and heavier individual possesses a natural advantage. O'Neal boasted iron knees and ankles, robustly supporting his considerable mass. This, too, is a form of talent, an unparalleled physical gift that others cannot easily emulate. In a previous incarnation, Zion Williamson's weight was also substantial. Yet he is either recovering from injuries or enduring them, rendering him incapable of maintaining consistent gameplay. In contrast, O'Neal's overall attendance throughout his career was commendable. Who would have anticipated that O'Neal would become so industrious? This marks the honeymoon phase for O'Neal and Dwayne Wade. Upon noticing that I had contained Wade, O'Neal promptly stepped up to alleviate Wade's burdens. Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace seemed slightly unaccustomed to O'Neal's sudden transition to a playmaking center role. Lin Ke reviewed the first quarter statistics and conducted his own analysis. It was not that Wallace was incapable of defending a playmaking center, but rather that O'Neal's unexpected shift in style caught him off guard momentarily. This new season has transformed both O'Neal and Kobe into seemingly different players. Curse this enduring stereotype. However, Kobe has reverted to his former self. Chapter 57, Misguided. Dwayne, the exertion during the first quarter has been tremendous. I cannot sustain this pace throughout the entire match. Therefore, in the second quarter, you must step up. At the sidelines, Shaquille O'Neal pulled Dwayne Wade aside for a brief conference. Having changed his approach, O'Neal has indeed matured. He understands that leading the team single-handedly offers no hope of contending for the championship. Even during his prime, he could not achieve this alone. Thus, if the Heat aspire to victory in this game, Wade must perform in tandem with him. Wade's fluctuating form in the first quarter is of no concern. O'Neal can cover for him. This embodies the greatest significance of a dual-core team. Far greater margin for error than a single-core squad. However, should Wade falter throughout the game, O'Neal would truly struggle to carry the weight. Understood. Shaq, rest assured, the next phase is in my hands. Wade exchanged a fist bump with O'Neal, exuding confidence. The initial blow from Lin Ke had indeed been challenging for Wade, although no one believed Wade. Thinking he was merely acting, the reality was undeniable. Now, Wade has completely recovered. His right wrist has returned to normal. In this state, Wade feels capable once more. Excellent. As long as we coordinate effectively, we can bring down the reigning champions. If we achieve this in the regular season, we can certainly do so in the playoffs. O'Neal also motivated himself and Wade with fervor. The second quarter commenced swiftly. Both teams made some rotations. Lin Ke took a seat on the sidelines to rest. Meanwhile, for the Pistons, Prince and Rasheed Wallace led the bench unit. On the Heat side, Wade took charge of the second unit. As a result, Wade immediately showcased an unstoppable display of driving to the basket. Unyieldingly aggressive, he pierced through the Pistons' perimeter defense with ease. Whether attacking the rim himself or facilitating for his teammates, Wade exhibited remarkable efficiency. This allowed the Heat to swiftly overtake the score within just a few possessions, establishing a 5-point lead over the Pistons. Beep. The Pistons were forced to call a timeout, with Larry Brown wearing a grim expression. The arena erupted with thunderous cheers. Wade's commanding performance had the Heat's home fans exhilarated. In the first quarter, Wade was at a disadvantage against Lin Ke, but now he has regained his footing. As he returned to the sidelines, O'Neal applauded Wade incessantly. This season holds great promise for the Heat. On the opposite side of the court, Larry Brown unleashed his frustration. Our defense has been utterly abysmal. Big Ben, Lin Ke, prepare to enter. Defense, defense, defense. I will not concern myself with the offense. Those who fail on defense shall not set foot on the court again. Larry Brown shouted in anger. With Ben absent from the court, the Pistons' defense has diminished significantly. And with Lin Ke off the floor, their defense has faltered even further. Following a remarkable 6-game winning streak to start the season, Brown sensed that some players were becoming a tad complacent. A certain laxity in their attitude towards the game had emerged. This is the challenge faced by the reigning champions. After securing the championship, many role players inevitably tend to relax and coast. The reason lies in the fact that for core players, the more championships they accumulate, the higher their status in the league becomes. This, in turn, enhances their commercial value and leads to greater financial rewards. However, for role players, such advancements are rather limited. Continuing the pursuit of another championship can feel burdensome and thankless. In such circumstances, it is unrealistic to expect role players to give their all in every game. They typically exhibit one of two states. Either they are far from their contract year, leading them to prioritize coasting, or they are in their contract year, prompting them to focus more on personal statistics rather than on winning the game. Brown has observed signs of such tendencies within the Pistons bench, and this is merely the pursuit of a repeat championship. If they aim to establish a dynasty, the challenges will multiply. At that point, one cannot be certain that the second or third options will retain their competitive spirit. After all, it is evident that the primary star of a dynasty team reaps the most rewards. Herein lies a subtle paradox. If a team's second star merely follows the primary star to win a single championship, he is regarded as an exceptionally talented second star. Take Murray from the former Nuggets. For instance, no one perceives Murray as a superstar on par with Jokic, despite his shining moments in the playoffs. However, if a second star wins several championships alongside the primary star, the overwhelming glory inevitably transforms him into a superstar within the league. Consider Pippen alongside Jordan and Kobe alongside Shaquille O'Neal. At this juncture, Pippen is often compared to Jordan, while Kobe is compared to O'Neal. Given that they are of comparable star caliber, the second star must truly prove his worth by leading the team to a championship as the primary star. And thus, the contradiction arises. After leaving Jordan, Pippen sought to validate his leadership capabilities. The same applies to Kobe, who engaged in fierce competition even before the dissolution of the Shaq-Kobe duo. For a second star, the number of championships is not necessarily better the more one has. Generally, one is sufficient. This holds true for Lin Ke as well. Having secured a championship last season as a role player, once is enough. Continuing in that role will only lead Lin Ke to become a player like Horry or Fisher. Only by assuming the mantle of the primary star and winning more championships will Lin Ke be able to sit at the same table as Jordan. Fortunately, the entire Pistons team is eagerly awaiting Lin Ke's ascension. Now, we are merely waiting for the favorable winds to propel Lin Ke to ascendancy. Just a tad more explosive data. Coach, relax. Leave Dwayne to me. Once I handle him, Shaq will be left without support. I firmly believe that Big Ben can also manage Shaq. At that point, we shall continue to win effortlessly. This evening's match is of utmost importance. I am determined to secure victory. In conclusion, Lin Ke emphatically waved his arm. Tonight, he stands to gain a single system point, which is invaluable. Lin Ke is not inclined to wait for another match. You, my friend, such confidence, such dominance. I admire that. Now, let us take the stage and defeat them. Larry Brown's style seems to have been slightly influenced by Lin Ke. The originally bespectacled and composed coach has taken on a somewhat flamboyant demeanor, has he not? Chapter 58, Tier 4, Minimum Consumption Data. This match has undoubtedly been a source of great anguish for Wade. He painstakingly overcame the impact of his right wrist, only to be struck again by Lin Ke as soon as he took to the court. Wade clutched his wrist, wailing in despair for what felt like an eternity. The gazes of his teammates towards him grew increasingly disconcerting. Wade yearned to explain, to demonstrate the severity of his pain, yet he appeared utterly powerless. For his teammates trusted their own eyes, believing the replays displayed on the big screen. They were not blind. As the game progressed, with Lin Ke repeatedly employing "See and Jump," Wade oscillated between "A way is finished" and "I am still capable." The consequence of this was Wade's abysmal performance. Following a physical crisis faced by O'Neal at the start of the third quarter, the scales of victory had begun to tilt inexorably in favor of the Pistons. Thud, thud, thud. On the court, Wade once again dribbled into Lin Ke's presence. This marked the fourth time he had recovered from the excruciating pain in his wrist. A careful observer would notice that Wade's footwork appeared somewhat unsteady. No one knew the extent of his suffering throughout this game, nor the battles he had fought to overcome it. Lin, you've already committed 4 fouls. I refuse to believe you dare foul me again. Your time is up. It's my turn to shine. Wade articulated, his voice deliberate, glaring fiercely at Lin Ke. To be frank, Lin Ke was somewhat impressed by Wade's iron will. Yet, Wade's teammates did not share this sentiment. It was not only Wade who understood the depth of his struggle. Lin Ke was also aware. However, at this moment, Lin Ke's gaze towards Wade held a hint of pity. Wade, my minimum consumption data. The quotas for blocks and steals have yet to be utilized. It is time to conclude this phase. If not employed soon, this match will devolve into garbage time. Bang! At this moment, Wade transformed into a medieval knight, courageously charging towards Lin Ke. As he stepped forward with his right foot, Wade felt himself transcend. The next instant, he was destined to become the king of the court. But there was no next moment. Wake up! Smack! Lin Ke, swift as a deer, extended his long arm, and with a mere fingertip, the basketball in Wade's possession vanished. Steal 1. It was as simple as that. Wade stood momentarily frozen. When he turned around, he discovered Lin Ke had galloped ahead, leaving him in the dust. The other players on the Heat, exhausted from covering for Wade's dismal performance, lacked the energy to pursue. Swish! Lin Ke halted just beyond the three-point line, delivering a trailing three-pointer for all to witness. He utilized the last 3 points from his minimum consumption data scoring quota. The deficit swelled to 15 points. Oh, my God. Wade's performance was utterly dismal. He was being thoroughly dominated by Lin Ke. What a tragedy. We are doomed to lose. There is no salvation. In the stands, the fervent supporters of the Heat shook their heads in disappointment. During this match, Wade undoubtedly let them down. Prior to facing Lin Ke, Wade had shown remarkable growth and dominance this season. However, upon encountering Lin Ke, his development appeared to falter. One might even question the essence of his star quality, revealing a considerable disparity when compared to Lin Ke. A sense of dissonance emerged in the hearts of all the spectators. In this game, Wade managed to accumulate points while Lin Ke was absent from the court, along with a few scattered contributions, resulting in a not-so-dismal statistical output. Conversely, although Lin Ke dazzled the audience with a visual spectacle, a glance at the technical statistics revealed a modest 10.5.501. Lin Ke still had 2 blocks and 1 steal left to complete. Truly, Lin Ke is a unique player. Fans could only lament the mismatch between his statistics and performance, a phenomenon exclusive to him. The game continued, and Wade faced multiple setbacks. Lin Ke swiftly delivered 2 blocks and 1 steal against Wade. The Heat's offense heavily relied on Wade, thus providing ample opportunities for Lin Ke to accumulate stats. And then, there was nothing more to follow. After receiving Lin Ke's final block, Wade collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. Meanwhile, with Rasheed Wallace executing a thunderous dunk, the deficit had widened to over 20 points. The outcome of the game was all but sealed. Lin Ke was substituted by Larry Brown and took a seat on the bench, effectively clocking out. Stan Van Gundy, visibly exasperated upon witnessing the lackluster performances of both O'Neal and Wade, promptly abandoned the game, pulling all the starters. Wade returned to the bench, burying his face in a towel, and surprisingly began to sob. Oh my! O'Neal, seated nearby, was taken aback. Who was crying? Upon realizing it was Wade, O'Neal wore a look of disbelief. What on earth? Are you feeling aggrieved? If you're going to act, at least do it convincingly. Timing is crucial. You don't need to feign distress just because Lin Ke brushed against your wrist. Have some dignity. Don't be so desperate for approval. Dwayne, after the game, linger for a moment. Don't rush off. I believe we must engage in a conversation of substance as men. O'Neal spoke to Wade with a serious expression from the bench. Wade's performance in this match was far too effeminate. O'Neal felt it necessary to set things straight, guiding Wade towards becoming a true man. What nonsense! Wade lifted his head and shot O'Neal a glare, feeling even more frustrated. It's all right. I'm here for you. We are a duo. I will provide you with support. O'Neal placed his arm around Wade's shoulders, giving him a reassuring shake. Wade, meanwhile, Lin Ke remained oblivious to the unfolding situation on the other side of the bench. He was intently watching the timer, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the match. 3, 2, 1. Lin Ke murmured to himself, finally awaiting this moment. Beep. The red light on the timer illuminated, signaling the end of the match. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned system points 1. Ding. Reminder to the host. You have accumulated 50 system points. You may proceed to upgrade the minimum consumption data. Splendid. Lin Ke sprang to his feet, vigorously raising his fist. Nearby, Ben looked on in astonishment. Young man, such exuberance, with nowhere to channel it. There's a fine club. Would you care to join? System. Upgrade minimum consumption data. Lin Ke, gazing at the amassed 50 system points, could hardly bear to wait any longer. He was poised to ascend to a new level. Ding. Congratulations, host. Minimum consumption data has been upgraded to level 4. 15, 10, 10, 5, 5. Consumed system points, 50. Ding. Reminder to the host. You are still 100 system points away from reaching level 5. The crisp, melodious sound of the system notification resonated in Lin Ke's mind, intoxicating him. How delightful. Truly delightful. Chapter 59. The game is on. 15, 10, 10, 5, 5. A triple-double average. has it not arrived? Moreover, it embodies the legendary 5-5-5-5-5. Achieving either of these feats would be extraordinarily impressive. My current aspiration is to attain both. Lin Ke could hardly contain his excitement, a foolish grin adorning his face. Which Na'vi scion of a wealthy family is this? The only regret is that my scoring seems a tad insufficient. Yet this is to be expected, as my initial choice was the versatile path of minimum consumption data. This decision is irrevocable. Versatility is commendable. With the emergence of advanced statistics, such as PER in the upcoming season, my performance metrics are bound to explode. Even LeBron's 37 may 7th pale in comparison. Unless, of course, the weight of blocks and steals is diminished in the PER calculation. Furthermore, my shooting percentage remains a flawless 100. This is utterly extraordinary. Hee. Lin Ke emitted a villainous laugh, admittedly a bit cocky. However, at this moment, Lin Ke possessed the capital to be so. Just do it. How audacious. Shaq, we must prevail against them next time. Wade and O'Neal, observing Lin Ke's raucous laughter, felt a myriad of emotions within. Indeed, we must conquer them, for the Pistons are the formidable obstacle in our pursuit of the Eastern Conference. This is a hurdle we must overcome, O'Neal stated earnestly. Despite already having secured 3 championships, his desire for another title remained undiminished. Absolutely. O'Neal had engaged in a rivalry with Kobe. After arriving in Miami, O'Neal had not shied away from delivering various jibes towards Kobe. He yearned to capture a championship before Kobe, with no other ambitions. Should Lin Ke consistently maintain such statistics, his potential would be limited. I shall soon surpass him, Wade reassured himself. This time, O'Neal did not interject. The following day, major media outlets reported on last night's game. This match marked the first direct confrontation of the standout high picks from the 0-3 generation, garnering considerable attention. Lin Ke won the game, but lost in statistics. Who could defeat the Pistons? Urgently seeking answers. The strongest of the 0-3 generation. The Little Emperor, LeBron. Goodness, what does last night's game have to do with LeBron? How did it end up involving him? On a flight to Cleveland, Lin Ke perused the morning's fresh newspapers. The discussion was clearly about the Pistons and Heat. Yet it somehow meandered towards LeBron. Such is the allure of the Little Emperor. Lin Ke felt somewhat dissatisfied with this turn of events. Overall, there exists a substantial amount of skepticism regarding Lin Ke. The underlying issue remains that Lin Ke's performance data has yet to ascend to commendable heights. While he comprehends the situation, his dissatisfaction persists unabated. Well then, starting tomorrow evening, let all of you revel in a banquet of triple-doubles. Lin Ke could not help but smile broadly, contemplating the prospect of LeBron serving as the inaugural offering beneath the triple-double blade. Big Ben, you have been closest to Lin Ke. Please pay him extra attention as he has been acting rather unusually these past few days. Larry Brown seated himself beside Big Ben, gesturing toward Lin Ke, who occupied the front row. Oh, it's nothing, coach. That kid is just holding back a grand move, Big Ben replied, a hint of annoyance in his tone. A grand move? Larry Brown inquired, his expression one of confusion. He conceded that in the recent match, Lin Ke had indeed excelled in mindset management on the defensive end. His judicious use of fouls effectively curtailed their frequency while also allowing Dwayne Wade to break through. However, in other respects, Lin Ke remained as consistent as ever. To be frank, a stat line of 10-5-5-2-2, even with Larry Brown ardently endorsing Lin Ke as the team's leader, is somewhat underwhelming. It is not merely a matter of needing a significant scoring surge. Other statistics require a collective enhancement as well. Presently, another undefeated team in the league, the Suns, boasts a core player in Nash whose average statistics are modest yet impactful. Nash's 15-11 averages are nevertheless respectable. In the latest MVP rankings, he has ascended to the top position. The Suns, who finished at the bottom last season, have experienced a remarkable turnaround due to Nash's presence, maintaining an undefeated record at the season's outset. A stark contrast indeed. The reigning champion Pistons achieving a perfect record is to be expected, yet the Suns' unblemished performance continually underscores Nash's brilliance. As for Lin Ke, he is, of course, absent from the MVP rankings at this juncture. Indeed, a grand move, coach. You will soon discover what it entails, right in tomorrow's game. I have faith in him. Big Ben intentionally left the details shrouded in mystery. Larry Brown chuckled in resignation. This group certainly knows how to entertain. Let us await the surprises Lin Ke will unveil tomorrow evening. The derision of the Cavaliers' home crowd. LeBron's indifference. The media's disdain. Cleveland. Gundarina. In the visitors' locker room, Lin Ke retrieved his small notebook. Originally intended for keeping grudges, this notebook had evolved into a tool for tactical analyses and quick notes on opponents' characteristics. The grudge entries were limited to the initial 3 sentences. The first 2 related to LeBron, while the last, concerning media disdain, Lin Ke had long since addressed. At this moment, Lin Ke recalled his first visit to the Gandhi Sports Hall last season, where he faced off against James, who had disregarded him entirely. Who is Lin Ke? He pondered. Tonight, surely A. James knows who I am. A grin spread across his face. Instinctively, he raised his head and noticed the large screen in the locker room displaying footage of James during a pre-game media interview. Lin Ke? Oh, I can honestly say that my favorite player is Lin Ke. Do not focus solely on his statistics. Rather, pay attention to his performance on the court. Lin Ke's impact on the outcome of the game is undoubtedly among the elite in the league. I am thrilled to be part of the 0-3 golden generation alongside Lin Ke. Together, we will progress and create a legacy for our generation. Lastly, I must say, the person I most wish to collaborate with is Lin Ke. James spoke eloquently under the media spotlight. Lin Ke couldn't help but spit out his drink in surprise. Is this really James? Has he been possessed? Has he become my doppelganger? This time, it was Lin Ke who was left utterly astonished. Chapter 60. Commercial reciprocity? Have I agreed to this? Lin Ke. We, the class of 03, are all brothers. At 8 p.m., the starting players from both teams have taken to the court. LeBron casually strolled over and embraced Lin Ke, evoking a sense of camaraderie that seemed to say, good brothers for life. The skill level of LeBron has indeed reached such heights. Should the two truly collaborate in the future, the media and fans will trace back to this embrace before the match commenced. After all, last season, LeBron had overlooked Lin Ke entirely. Lin Ke merely chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the situation. After all, one should not speak ill of a smiling face. The true test will unfold on the court. I hope that after the match, LeBron doesn't crumble like Wade did. The game soon began. The Cavaliers' starting lineup consisted of Big Z, Drew Gooden, LeBron, Ira Noble, and Jeff McInnes. To be fair, the Cavaliers' roster this season does lack a certain spark. They primarily rely on LeBron to lead the charge. In a previous life, the Cavaliers again missed the playoffs this season, making the Little Emperor's start particularly challenging. In the race to match Jordan, it is a loss right from the start. Jordan had led the Bulls to the playoffs in his rookie season. Although he faced early exits in his first 3 years, he at least made it to the postseason. The Pistons' starting lineup included Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Hamilton, and Billups. Ben and Big Z approached the center circle, prepared for the jump ball. Lin Ke rubbed his hands together, a gesture often indicative of his mingled excitement and nervousness. Triple-double, here I come. Ben leapt up, triumphantly winning the jump ball despite a height disadvantage. Billups received the tap from Ben and advanced the ball past half-court. Lin Ke maintained his position beyond the three-point arc. This time, LeBron guarded him closely, seemingly denying Lin Ke an easy opportunity to receive the ball. Nevertheless, Billups passed the ball to Lin Ke with a handoff. Lin, drive. LeBron's voice rang in Lin Ke's ear. Oh, is this a challenge? Lin Ke decided to lighten the mood, stepping right past LeBron. Was it that easy? LeBron appeared to be playing a defensive game with his gaze, only half-heartedly engaged. Lin Ke smoothly approached the free throw line and executed a long-range jumper. Swish. 2 o'clock. With the scoring threshold raised to 15 points, Lin Ke seemed to operate with newfound freedom. Nice work, Lin. LeBron, rather than being frustrated by Lin Ke's score, ran over to commend him, even winking at him. Lin Ke gasped in surprise. This guy's a bit eccentric. What does that mean? Has he had too much to drink? Or perhaps indulged a bit too much? Is he not distinguishing between friend and foe? The Cavaliers are on the attack. Lin Ke was still pondering the true intentions of James, momentarily failing to keep pace with him on defense. After receiving a pass from Jeff McInnes, James charged straight into the three-point line. With 3 powerful steps, he launched into the air. Boom! James executed a ferocious tomahawk dunk. The Gund Arena erupted with thunderous cheers. This dunk by James was far more visually spectacular than Lin Ke's previous layup. The blame lay with Lin Ke, who had momentarily lost focus on the defensive end. On the sidelines, Larry Brown instinctively furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. He believed in Lin Ke. It was just the beginning. There was no need to panic. That is how Lin was. You know what I mean? We can repeat it again and again. James winked at Lin Ke. Oh my goodness. Lin Ke could hardly contain himself. James, your theatrics are a bit excessive. Next, are you going to show off your affectionate punch and kindling palm? Lin Ke finally realized the game James was playing. A commercial interaction. He understood. Last season, Lin Ke and his teammate Mike James were old partners in this regard. Now that he had been promoted to the starting lineup, such interactions were no longer necessary, and Mike James had been quite upset, as his average stats had taken a hit. This was Lin Ke's first experience with a commercial interaction against an opponent. What a coincidence. Both of them shared the surname James. This was an old skill of the James family. However, did James obtain Lin Ke's consent for this interaction? Unilateral commercial interactions do not hold value. Lin Ke steadied his mind. That was mine. It won't happen again. He gestured to his teammates. No big deal. Just be mindful moving forward. Why didn't he even block that guy? His teammates came over to comfort him. Lin Ke had become the darling of the team. The game continued as Billups brought the ball past half-court. This time, Lin Ke was more proactive in receiving the ball. James was still allowing Lin Ke to penetrate, and Lin Ke was not hesitant as he drove towards the free throw line and attracted Big Z's help defense. Lin Ke elegantly tossed the ball into the air. Behind Big Z, Ben Wallace had already leaped high. Grasping the basketball midair, he slammed it forcefully into the hoop. Fire in the hole. Ben's two-handed dunk was both powerful and commanding. Boom! He nearly hung on the rim. A thunderous dunk. Roar! Upon landing, Ben let out a passionate roar. This was a satisfying play. Meanwhile, Lin Ke secured an assist one. Steady as ever, Big Z felt a bit frustrated and couldn't help but complain to James. James's perimeter defense was exasperating, allowing Lin Ke to pass him with ease. James's expression darkened momentarily as he cast a puzzled and bewildered glance at Lin Ke, questioning why he had not continued with their mutually beneficial arrangement. I am merely looking out for your best interests. Lin Ke shrugged at James, flashing a grin that revealed his disregard for conventional decorum and adherence to rules. It seemed the stage was set for a fierce contest, one that would not shy away from genuine competition. Do not blame me for overwhelming you with post-match statistics. James's demeanor shifted to one of solemn seriousness. He harbored little hope for victory in this matchup, given the formidable strength of the Pistons. Nevertheless, in the realm of statistical performance, he was resolute in his belief that defeat was not an option. He must dominate Lin Ke in this aspect. After all, Lin Ke had previously managed only modest figures of 10 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. James was confident in his ability to deliver a comprehensive upgrade: 30 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Once the game concluded, the headlines would undoubtedly proclaim, "The King gave his all," yet his teammates faltered. Lin Ke could only prevail through the aid of his teammates. A hollow victory. Lin Ke versus James, with James emerging triumphant. Chapter 61. The correct approach to the versatile forward. Thud, thud, thud. LeBron James dribbles outside the three-point line, facing Lin Ke's defense. Following the trade of Ricky Davis, James has undoubtedly become the unequivocal leader of the Cavaliers. The ball is wholly in his hands, the very foundation upon which his explosive statistics of 37-7 this season are built. In his earlier form, LeBron was ineffectual without possession. At this moment, his flaws are quite pronounced, yet, simultaneously, his ferocity on the court is palpable. Moreover, due to his youthful exuberance, he plays without a sense of self-serving ambition. which makes him particularly captivating to fans at this juncture. To be fair, many of the detrimental traits that later emerged in James were, to a significant extent, nurtured during his time with the Heat under Pat Riley's influence. Lin Ke, at this moment, allows James 2 steps of space, signaling that he is free to shoot from beyond the arc. Should he choose to drive, however, he can't help but let out a sinister chuckle. As the minimum consumption data escalates to the 4th tier, the limit for steals has increased to 5. The same applies to blocks. If James stubbornly insists on driving, Lin Ke could very well shatter his resolve in a short span of time. Do you underestimate my shooting? Seeing Lin Ke retreat to the vicinity of the free throw line, granting him an enormous open shot beyond the three-point line, James's irritation only intensifies. From the onset of this match until now, James has been cordial towards Lin Ke, aiming to foster a good relationship. Who could have anticipated Lin Ke's utter lack of respect? Even clay figures have three-point fire. James resolves to abandon any semblance of courtesy for the remainder of the game. He rises, steadies his form, releases. With determination, James takes a bold three-point shot. Oh dear! At that moment, Lin Ke internally commends James. If he continues to play this way without overly fixating on statistics or shooting percentages, he is destined to become a formidable player. When the moment calls for action, one must act. When it's time to miss, let it be so. Bang! The resounding clang of iron echoes as the ball ricochets. The formidable Big Ben easily collects the rebound. Hey, LeBron, that shot was commendable. If you keep playing like this, the future looks bright. Lin Ke gives James a thumbs up. He swears, there are no hidden barbs here, only genuine sentiment. However, to James, it appears otherwise. He perceives Lin Ke as mocking him with reckless abandon. Damn it, you shall regret this mockery. With a fierce declaration, James swiftly sprints back to his defensive position. Indeed, it's worth noting that James is notably vigorous on the defensive end. Youth certainly has its advantages. Everyone remains rather innocent. The Pistons are on the offense. The ball naturally found its way into Lin Ke's hands. The Pistons' unwavering support for Lin Ke this season is evident to all. Now, it is Lin Ke's turn to display statistics worthy of the team's star player. LeBron's defense appeared particularly vigorous this time. The days of merely watching are long gone. The death grip is currently in action. After a powerful drive, Lin Ke felt the intensity and strength of LeBron's challenge, which was evidently superior to his own. No matter. With a deceptive feint followed by a genuine pass, Lin Ke leaped into the air, sending the ball to the cutting Rasheed Wallace. Swish! Rasheed Wallace effortlessly scored with a layup. Drew Gooden failed to keep up with Rasheed Wallace. Perhaps it was simply a mismatch in strength that left him unable to assist. Lin Ke's assist came with ease. Defend well. LeBron, visibly irritated, gestured towards Drew Gooden, expressing his frustration with a familiar hand gesture that he had used since his rookie days, right up to his retirement. Moments ago, LeBron believed he had successfully contained Lin Ke's drive, forcing him to resort to an airborne pass. What a perfect defense it was. Yet, due to a lapse in his teammates' defense, it was all in vain. Can one not be annoyed by such a turn of events? Drew Gooden, scolded by a sophomore player, felt a sting of embarrassment and remained silent, head bowed. For LeBron to fully command the Cavaliers' locker room, he still has some work to do. After all, at under 20 years old, LeBron still appears quite youthful and struggles to command respect. The Cavaliers are on the offensive. This time, Lin Ke's defensive strategy remained unchanged. He still allowed LeBron a two-step advantage. The focus was on psychological warfare. LeBron, opting not to shoot a three-pointer this time, barreled into the paint like a tank. Under Lin Ke's two-step defensive strategy, setting screens was futile. After all, one cannot set a screen against air. Bang! Lin Ke proactively met LeBron, engaging in an exhilarating physical clash. Oh my! In terms of confrontation and strength, Lin Ke was indeed at a disadvantage. LeBron felt a surge of confidence, believing he could overpower Lin Ke with sheer strength. Watch me dunk over you. Wait, just as LeBron leaped, he realized the ball had vanished from his grasp. Taking advantage of LeBron's momentary lapse, Lin Ke swatted the ball away, showcasing his skills. Steal one. After the steal, Lin Ke immediately hurled the ball down court. A quarterback's long pass. Billups sprinted faster than Hamilton. After receiving the pass, he launched a three-pointer. Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net was music to Lin Ke's ears. Assist 1. Lin Ke was rapidly filling up his stats. LeBron, hands on hips, felt that something was amiss. He truly believed that his strength and physicality had subdued Lin Ke. If he were to get blocked by Big Ben, LeBron would have to accept it gracefully. However, how did Lin Ke manage to execute a flawless steal despite being physically constrained? Just moments ago, while James gestured in exasperation towards the referee, he was acutely aware that Lin Ke's interception was impeccably clean, with no contact made upon his hand whatsoever. This only deepened James's bewilderment. Lin Ke esquivico, unnaced, remarquez. If you can't comprehend it, then simply don't dwell on it. Overthinking might just lead to a mental crash. Steal 1, points 2, rebounds 1, assists 1, blocks 1. In the ensuing match, Lin Ke commenced a dazzling display of statistical prowess. Naturally, the majority of these statistics were amassed at James's expense. By the conclusion of the first quarter, Lin Ke's stats had transformed into an impressive 7 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds, 3 steals, and 1 block. The statistics were thoroughly filled. This exemplifies the true essence of an all-around forward. James found himself utterly confounded by Lin Ke's performance. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Kenny, I've stumbled upon something extraordinary. Lin Ke's steals in the first quarter have surpassed 2, reaching a total of 3. I have a strong premonition that Lin Ke's statistics will experience a remarkable elevation in this match. Barkley exclaimed excitedly from the broadcast booth. Chapter 62, Triple-Double. Oh my God. He has just delivered a ferocious block against LeBron, who claimed he only averages 2 blocks per game. This is already 4. Rebounds. Another one by Lin Ke. He has secured 9 rebounds. Splendid. I apologize. I simply cannot contain my excitement. Lin Ke executed a no-look pass reminiscent of white chocolate. That marks 10 assists. Goodness. Could it be that Lin Ke is on the verge of a triple-double in this match? In the stands, the Cavaliers' home crowd has begun to react with astonishment. Several fans are even contemplating a change of allegiance. Initially, with stats of 10-5-5-2-2, Lin Ke's performance was already a highlight reel, but now, with the minimum consumption data elevated to 15-10-10-5-5, he has truly become omnipresent on the court. He delivers a mini-climax every 3 minutes and a major one every 5. The fans are practically in ecstasy. As for the outcome of the game, who cares? Even LeBron seems unconcerned. He is solely focused on whether he can surpass Lin Ke's statistics. Oh no, I got sidetracked. That kid is playing possum. How foolish of me to give him 2 points at the start of the game. Shameless. On the bench, LeBron, panting heavily, continues to curse Lin Ke. By this point, 3 quarters have elapsed, and the Cavaliers are trailing the Pistons by a staggering 19 points. Even if Lin Ke's minimum consumption data had not increased, the Pistons would still dominate the Cavaliers. Now it goes without saying, the Pistons have finally welcomed their own superstar. While 15 points may seem a tad low, the triple-double, and even the 5-5-5-5-5 statistics are undeniably impressive. This is the hallmark of a true superstar. No embellishments. LeBron glances at his own stats. 19 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 block, and 0 steals. Apart from scoring, LeBron's other 4 stats are significantly lacking. Damn it, why is it so difficult to accumulate stats? While Lin Ke finds it effortless, LeBron feels a twinge of unfairness in his heart. Coach, let me continue playing in the 4th quarter. LeBron addresses head coach Paul Silas. This season, the Cavaliers have also changed their coach to Paul Silas, all in the name of ensuring LeBron's happiness. The Cavaliers management deserves credit for this. Let us not always claim that the Cavaliers management cannot attract superstars. One must also consider whether other superstars are willing to join. As for whether Cleveland is a small market, that is secondary. If another superstar were to join the Cavaliers, who would be the team's leader? Him or LeBron? No superstar wishes to play second fiddle to another. Especially this star player requires a significant amount of ball possession. Moreover, This player has a history of trading teammates, such as the unfortunate Ricky Davis. Before LeBron's arrival, he averaged 26 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. Surely, that's all-star caliber. Had he not been traded, he would have formed a quintessential dual-core configuration with LeBron. But would LeBron be willing to adapt? In their rookie seasons, Wade paired with Eddie Jones and Anthony with Andre Miller had configurations similar to that of LeBron and Ricky Davis. The combination of Lin Ke and the Pistons' 5 Tigers is indeed extravagant. However, Lin Ke also paid the price of exceedingly low average playing time. Thus, in the absence of 3 superstar players forming a coalition, stars with options tend to make their decisions with great caution. Of course, being traded is an entirely different matter. In that case, one must continue to compete. Just be cautious not to get injured. Paul Silas cast a meaningful glance at LeBron. He understood that LeBron was intent on padding his stats. Nevertheless, as long as LeBron is happy, all is well. Oh my, LeBron is about to inflate his stats. After the fourth quarter commenced, Lin Ke, sitting on the bench, felt as though he was being showcased as he watched LeBron continue to play. Yet again, it was an age-old tradition. However, Lin Ke paid it no mind and had no desire to return to the court to inflate his statistics. His triple-double was already sufficient, unless LeBron could also achieve a triple-double. But with only 1 quarter remaining, accomplishing that would be quite challenging, especially in terms of assists. When your teammates fail to make their shots, their little one can do. Garbage time always passes swiftly, and the fourth quarter approached its conclusion. The moment the game ended, LeBron immediately rushed to the sidelines to check his statistics. 29 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 block, and 0 steals. 29-8-7. One could call that a near triple-double. LeBron felt slightly disappointed. Indeed, achieving a triple-double is not as easy as it seems. Meanwhile, Lin Ke managed to secure a triple-double within 3 quarters. Merely luck. What is there to boast about? If you're capable, achieve a triple-double in every game. LeBron raised his head and happened to see Lin Ke's gleeful expression, instantly feeling irked. Lin Ke, how about a wager? He. LeBron, what you played tonight? Oh my, why are you running so fast? Just as Lin Ke intended to engage in some playful banter with LeBron, he suddenly saw LeBron swiftly dart into the player's tunnel. What? Hey, Lin Ke shrugged it. At the post-game press conference, Larry Brown appeared to be in high spirits. Beside him sat Lin Ke, who had delivered a remarkable triple-double performance. I have always believed in Lin Ke's potential to become a superstar, and now Lin Ke has fulfilled his talent. I firmly believe that the data of 15-10-10-5-5 does not represent his ultimate potential. In the future, Lin Ke will undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Larry Brown chuckled softly, the curve of his lips reminiscent of an AK, unable to conceal his delight. Overwhelming joy radiated throughout the entire Pistons team as their patience with Lin Ke finally bore fruit at this moment. What? You question whether Lin Ke can achieve triple-doubles in future games? Absolutely. This is the first time witnessing Lin Ke's game. In every previous evolution, his statistics have remained remarkably consistent. This time will be no exception. Lin, can you truly maintain such performance? A reporter rose to pose the question, his tone laced with a hint of skepticism. For if Lin Ke indeed stabilizes such performance, he is on the path to averaging a triple-double. A triple-double. This is indeed a reality. Let me make a prediction. At the conclusion of the regular season, you will witness my average of triple-doubles. In that moment, Lin Ke exuded an aura of invincibility. Hiss! The reporters in the audience gasped in astonishment. Chapter 63. One must ascend high to see far. In the initial 7 games, my statistics read 10, 5, 5, 2, 2. To achieve an average triple-double by the end of the regular season, I need not concern myself with blocks and steals. This implies that I require an additional 35 assists and rebounds each. Not a significant issue, as long as I secure 15, 10, 10, 5, 5 in each subsequent game. Adding merely 1 assist and 1 rebound more, I can elevate my average to a genuine triple-double within 35 games. Lin Ke calculated with his fingers and felt invincible. believing that not even the mightiest could prevent him from achieving a season-average triple-double. His minimum consumption statistics were merely baseline figures, not indicative of his true potential. Previously, Lin Ke refrained from excessive stat padding due to its lack of necessity. Now, a slight enhancement in his performance posed no challenge whatsoever. Everyone, prepare to be awed by the spectacle that an average triple-double shall bring. Yet, I still believe LeBron reigns supreme. His near triple-double statistics of 37-7 undoubtedly surpass a mere 15-10-10. Just observe the scoring disparity. The difference in rebounds and assists is but 2 or 3. Can they truly be equated? Following the Pistons' victory over the Cavaliers, many of LeBron's admirers expressed their discontent. They argued that although the Cavaliers lost, LeBron did not. If you contend that a mere 2 or 3 assists and rebounds suffice for a triple-double, why did your king not effortlessly secure them? Is it a matter of unwillingness? Lin Ke's fan base was rapidly expanding, and at this moment, they were vocally rebutting online. Why did Lin Ke not score 30 points? Was it a lack of desire? The LeBron loyalists swiftly retorted. Thus, a keyboard warrior battle became inevitable. Once this battle commenced, it would be relentless until the arrival of the Christmas showdown. By this time, Lin Ke had achieved triple-double statistics for 25 consecutive games, and the Pistons' winning streak reached a staggering 32 games. They were merely 1 game shy of the historic record of 33 consecutive victories in the regular season. The entire league was in turmoil. During this period, as LeBron's performance fluctuated, Lin Ke's triple-double consistency remained unwavering, causing the voices of LeBron's admirers online to dwindle. At this juncture, all media and fans recognized a startling possibility. Lin Ke might genuinely achieve a season-average triple-double. What does this signify? Since Big O. Robertson, no player in the extensive history of the league has managed to secure an average triple-double. Fans from the past may not fully grasp the significance, as triple-doubles had been trivialized by Westbrook. He single-handedly transformed average triple-double from a term of praise to one of derision. Did you achieve a triple-double today? You merely achieved a triple-double. Your entire family achieved triple-doubles. However, at this very moment in this lifetime, the impact that Lin Ke has made on the media and fans is unparalleled. December 25th, Christmas, a holiday celebrated by the Western world. Here, as an Eastern individual, Lin Ke has also received delightful news, allowing him to feel a semblance of festive spirit. The latest MVP rankings have been unveiled. For the first time, Lin Ke has appeared on the MVP list, securing the 5th position. He is the first player from the 0-3 generation to grace the MVP rankings. Upon the release of this list, the fervent supporters of James fell utterly silent, while they continued to engage in internal rivalries within the 0-3 generation. Lin Ke has already begun competing with the top 5 players in the league. Currently, the top 4 positions on the MVP list are occupied by Nash, O'Neal, Iverson, and Duncan. Wade must be feeling quite frustrated at this moment. Clearly, O'Neal has openly acknowledged Wade as the leader of the team. Yet on the MVP list, the 2nd position is held by O'Neal, not Wade. There's nothing to be done. The lingering prowess of the fearsome Shark remains. Professional media outlets do not believe that Wade has suddenly ascended to the level of an MVP-caliber player. The Miami Heat's commendable performance still heavily relies on O'Neal's influence. Wade's statistics merely outshine O'Neal's, showcasing O'Neal's spirit of sacrifice. This adds another feather to his cap. Wade, I too can make sacrifices and contribute. What? You ask how Lin Ke can ascend to the MVP rankings, leveraging the formidable Pistons 5? He averages a triple-double. Wait, but authoritative media. He averages a triple-double. Wait, damn. Authoritative media. Not a single bit less. He averages a triple-double. Wait, I bought a watch last year. There's no way around it. The distance from Big Robertson's season of averaging a triple-double is far too great. It has already been 40 years. Thus, anyone who achieves an average triple-double will undoubtedly capture the public's attention. Let us not discuss those near triple-double stats. A triple-double is a triple-double. The standards are plainly set. If one has the ability then go and achieve it. Boss, what if that kid Lin Ke truly averages a triple-double this season? New York, league headquarters. In the office of the league president, Vice President Adam Silver is conversing with Stern about various matters. Why such a question? I see. You are referring to the MVP award? That is easily manageable. As long as Lin Ke genuinely achieves an average triple-double, the MVP will unequivocally belong to him. A mere fraction below 1T suffice. Stern smiled faintly, clearly not perceiving this as an issue. The league's internationalization and globalization, which began with the Dream Team at the 1992 Olympics, has now spanned a decade. This moment marks the time for reaping the rewards. And how shall we persuade those international sponsors and fans to willingly part with their money? A sweet reward is in order. In Stern's original script, this season's MVP was destined to belong to an international player, who would become the first international MVP in the annals of the league's history. Historically, all previous MVPs have been American players. Stern's initial selection was the illustrious Nash from the Suns, whose dazzling performance and fast-paced style have captivated fans, making him the ideal candidate. However, Lin Ke has now presented Stern with a second choice, which, in comparison to Nash, possesses its own merits, with Lin Ke's advantages appearing even more pronounced. Stern has long coveted the market of the Dragon Country across the ocean. If a player from there were to secure the MVP title, the market would undoubtedly erupt. When it comes to basketball, its influence is primarily confined to the superpowers of the Dragon Country in the United States, with Europe unable to rival the sport's prominence in football. Previously, Stern had placed his bets on Yao Ming, whose development has been commendable, yet he remains far from MVP caliber, perhaps never to reach that height. Now, with Lin Ke as a more favorable option, why not embrace this opportunity? One must stand tall to see far. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Stern gazed at the illuminating skyline of New York, feeling a unique sensation wash over him. Chapter 64. Big Ben's Aspiration. Detroit, Palace of Auburn Hills. The parking lot in front of the arena is bustling with vehicles. As the reigning champions, the Pistons are undoubtedly present for the Christmas showdown. This time, their adversary is none other than the San Antonio Spurs, currently positioned second in the Western Conference. At the pinnacle of the West stands the fiercely competitive Phoenix Suns. Although the Spurs rank second, their record is impressive, 29 wins and 4 losses, merely 1 victory shy of the Suns. Indeed, the top 3 teams this season have displayed a remarkable ferocity. The Pistons, Suns, and Spurs have established themselves as the elite of the league, significantly distancing themselves from the other teams. Memories from a previous life inform Lin Ke that this season's finals culminated in a fierce clash between the Pistons and Spurs. The two teams battled to a decisive Game 7, with the Spurs narrowly prevailing. This final also marked a pivotal moment in the league's stylistic shift. Both teams, known for their staunch defense, engaged in an excruciating contest of missed shots during the finals, resulting in abysmal viewership ratings. Beginning the following season, the league's officials increasingly leaned towards an offensive approach. Thus, the Spurs are formidable opponents. Tonight's Christmas clash serves as a prelude to the finals. In the locker room, Lin Ke murmured a few words. There's a saying from past life. The Spurs may be old, but they are eternally formidable. Yet, the current Spurs are anything but aged. Their legendary trio, Duncan, Jin, Billy, and Parker, are all at the zenith of their prowess. That is true strength. What are you mumbling about, Lin? Let us aim for another triple-double tonight. Big Ben cheerfully approached Lin Ke, playfully thumping his chest. As the first to learn of Lin Ke's intention to achieve an average triple-double, Big Ben felt a profound sense of shared honor. Once, Big Ben dreamed of being a multifaceted player like Lin Ke, possessing Magic Johnson's passing finesse, Michael Jordan's explosive drives, Reggie Miller's sharpshooting, Patrick Ewing's defensive prowess, and Charles Oakley's ferocity. Ultimately, however, Big Ben became the heir to the enforcer Oakley, accepting reality and evolving into a premier blue-collar player. Yet, Big Ben harbored an unspoken desire. He yearned to savor the taste of being the scoring champion, even if just once. Initially, he regarded this aspiration as a mere fantasy. And indeed it was. However, after careful observation and experiencing the opportunities Lin Ke provided through his assists, a bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could it be that if he received Lin Ke's passes, he might also achieve a perfect three-point shooting percentage? Currently, Lin Ke's assists per game hover around 10. If all 10 assists were directed to Big Ben, and he took three-point shots with each one, wouldn't that guarantee him a baseline average of 30 points? The title of scoring champion would be within his grasp. Each time he contemplated these possibilities, Big Ben felt an exhilarating surge of ambition. Recently, I find myself increasingly unable to restrain the desires within my heart. Consequently, Lin Ke has begun to sense that Ben frequently lingers before him, subtly exuding an air of goodwill. What does this imply? Were it not for Lin Ke's understanding of Ben's character, he might feel a sense of peril at this moment. Apologies, but I am not inclined towards such inclinations. Indeed, Ben, do you have something you wish to convey to me? Observing Ben's hesitance, Lin Ke could no longer suppress his curiosity. Whether Ben was feeling suffocated remains uncertain. Yet Lin Ke himself was nearing a state of distress. Well, there is indeed a minor matter at hand. The typically boisterous Ben suddenly appeared bashful, causing Lin Ke to perceive an escalating degree of danger, instinctively widening the distance between them. Ahem, Lin, will the ball you pass lead the receiver to an inevitable score? At last, Ben uttered this phrase. Lin Ke felt a jolt. This matter would surely be known by many, including those who benefited most from Lin Ke's assists, such as Billups and Hamilton. Yet, to have this acknowledged openly was a first. Previously, they had maintained a tacit understanding. Precisely. However, there is a limitation on frequency. Lin Ke still holds substantial trust in Ben. This supernatural phenomenon is both easily explainable and perplexingly enigmatic. Even if the league officials were to pursue an investigation, they would uncover no discrepancies. The system would provide a safeguard. Lin Ke was not concerned about this aspect. Since entering the league, he had undergone numerous drug tests, all yielding negative results. Lin, is there a possibility that you could pass me the ball more often, allowing me to vie for the title of scoring champion? Ben gathered his courage and expressed a wish that had been buried in his heart for nearly a decade. Such a statement could only arise from Ben's genuine brotherly affection for Lin Ke. In the presence of others, Ben would never dare to mention it. Lin Ke could not contain himself, spewing water in surprise. Scoring champion? Ben, this world feels rather surreal. My apologies, Ben. I meant no offense. Lin Ke quickly clarified, hoping to prevent any misunderstanding on Ben's part regarding his intentions. Ahem, it's all right. I merely spoke in jest. I know I am indulging in fantasies. Ben let out a rueful smile, his expression momentarily transforming into one of profound despondency. Yet, he soon regained his composure. That fleeting moment of melancholy stirred something within Lin Ke. As a player who does not harbor pure dreams, to be fair, Lin Ke himself yearns to claim the title of scoring champion. However, the current fourth-tier minimum statistics scarcely suffice to support such an ambition. Even aspiring for the fifth tier seems implausible at this juncture. As for the sixth tier, that remains a distant dream, not something Lin Ke needs to contemplate for now. Ben, achieving the title of scoring champion is not an impossibility. After careful consideration, Lin Ke spoke earnestly. Oh, as Ben's eyes sparkled, his entire demeanor transformed. Markedly different from before. It felt as though spring had arrived. Spring, such and such. Lin Ke whispered into Ben's ear. The pills, a splendid Christmas battle, was about to be derailed by the antics of Lin Ke and Ben. Meanwhile, head coach Larry Brown remained blissfully unaware. However, if Ben truly aspired to contend for the title of scoring king, it would have to wait until the next season. With over 30 games already played this season, Ben's average score was a mere 7 points. The prospect of catching up in the remaining matches was daunting. Yet, next season would commence with a fresh slate, making it significantly easier. Given the current number of victories for the Pistons, by next season, Lin Ke would swiftly elevate the minimum consumption data to the fifth tier. At that point, the assist opportunities per game would increase substantially. Tonight's match could serve as a small experiment in strategy, allowing Ben to relish the joy of scoring high. Thus far in his career, DeBen's highest single-game score was a mere 22 points. Far too low. Let us indulge in the thrill first. Lin Ke mused. What was my own highest single-game score? 15 points? Irrelevant. Pass. Chapter 65. The Charisma of a Superstar. Let us extend the warmest applause to welcome our triple-double king, Lin Ke. The atmosphere at the Palace of Auburn Hills during the Christmas showdown was electric. The DJ, with fervor, bellowed Lin Ke's name, igniting the crowd. Lin Ke was the last to emerge from the players' tunnel, and all eyes were riveted upon him. Lin, Lin, Lin. The audience erupted in a synchronized chant, not merely as home fans of the Pistons, but from genuine admiration. Lin Ke's consecutive 25 triple-doubles have astonished everyone beyond measure. His individual triple-doubles this season surpassed the combined total of all other players in the league. As I have stated before, in this era, triple-doubles hold immense value. What a thrill! After exchanging high-fives with his teammates, Lin Ke stood at the center of the court, arms wide open, eyes closed, fully savoring the cheers of the fans. He relished this sensation. Witnessing Lin Ke's exuberant display, the crowd's fervor intensified. Lin Ke has truly embodied the essence of a superstar. He is indeed the king of the court. This young man, could he possibly be a disciple of Larry Bird? On the path of bravado, he is poised to secure a prominent position. By the sidelines, Larry Brown chuckled with delight. His spirits were high. His team was on the verge of establishing a new record for consecutive wins under his guidance. Just one more victory to tie the record, and two more to surpass it. The new record was tantalizingly within reach, stirring a sense of excitement within Larry Brown. However, he remained cognizant of his ultimate objective with the Pistons, to forge a dynasty. Thus, after breaking the consecutive wins record, Larry Brown planned to apply the brakes and alleviate the pressure on his team. Some games must be lost. Continuing an uninterrupted winning streak would only amplify the team's burden, potentially leading to a catastrophic collapse in the playoffs due to a single misstep. Yet, Larry Brown couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Jordan's Bulls, who achieved a staggering 72 wins and 10 losses in the regular season. He pondered whether to seize the opportunity of this fortunate start to break that record as well. In that case, the Pistons would have a margin of 9 losses to work with. The specific arrangements would depend on Larry Brown's acumen, but that was a concern for another day. Tonight's game must be won. Tim, that kid is quite audacious. On the other side of the court, Tony Parker observed Lin Ke's flamboyant demeanor with a smirk. Among the trio of GDP, Tony Parker undoubtedly possessed the sharpest edge. Duncan maintained his perennial stoic visage, the big fundamental, revealing little of his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, Ginobili was as reckless as ever. 20-minute Jordan indeed. Beyond the 20 minutes, who cares? There is an undeniable arrogance. However, the average triple-double flashed before you, giving him the confidence to be audacious. Ginobili smiled faintly, reminiscing about the summer when he led the Argentine national team to triumph over the American team. He too had been quite arrogant then. Tonight, we must be more serious. Otherwise, we may not secure a victory, Duncan remarked. A trivial matter. Understood. Both Tony Parker and Ginobili responded in unison. The strength of each team can only be discerned through competition. The Spurs' objective this season is unequivocally clear: to aim for the championship. The game commenced swiftly, with both team starters taking to the court. The Spurs' starting lineup featured Rasho Nestorovic, Duncan, Bowen, Ginobili, and Tony Parker. This season marked one of the rare occasions Ginobili was in the starting lineup, perfectly illustrating why he was dubbed 20-minute Jordan. The emphasis lies not on Jordan, but rather on 20 minutes. Some fans from Ginobili's past have exaggerated, claiming he could take on Kobe with his fists and Wade with his feet. When considering just 20 minutes, one could argue the point. However, during his seasons as a full-time starter, Ginobili's average points per game never reached 20. His peak seasons hovered around 15 points and never exceeded 20. Could a shooting guard with such scoring statistics truly challenge Kobe or Wade? Moreover, some fans assert that substituting Ginobili for Kobe could have granted Shaquille O'Neal additional championships. While such a possibility exists, the Lakers must first acquire a competent starting shooting guard to fully unleash the potential of 20-minute Jordan. The Pistons' starting lineup consisted of Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Hamilton, and Billups. Ben and Rasho Nestorovic approached the center circle, preparing for the jump ball. Ben was grinning foolishly, instinctively rubbing his hands together in a motion reminiscent of Lin Ke. Nestorovic, on the opposing side, felt a tremor of anxiety. What could this mean? Why was his counterpart so excited to face him? He felt rather unremarkable, just a barely competent starting player. The referee approached with the ball, casting an extra glance at Ben. The Pistons had been exceptionally hot lately. Lin Ke had seemingly captured the attention of the entire league. Consequently, this once low-profile team had garnered immense interest from fans, particularly those from Dragon Country, who were well acquainted with the Pistons' 5 stars. Among the fans in Dragon Country, Lin Ke's popularity had skyrocketed, almost eclipsing that of Yao Ming. During this period, Yao had certainly felt the pressure, playing with even greater intensity for the Rockets. Healthy competition is indeed commendable. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, the match officially commenced. Ben showcased an extraordinary leap, effortlessly clinching the jump ball. Upon landing, he charged forward with a commanding stride, immediately capturing the attention of his teammates, including Billups, who sensed something different about him. "What is going on, Ben? Feeling frisky?" Rasheed Wallace inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Indeed, I am ready to unleash my prowess. Prepare to witness my performance," Ben replied with a broad grin. To Wallace's astonishment, Ben candidly affirmed his playful admission. "Goodness, the atmosphere in the team has been rather peculiar lately." After dribbling past half-court, Billups opted to pass the ball to Lin Ke for further action. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone in shock. Chapter 66, Dreams. On the court, Ben, who typically roamed near the 3-second area, suddenly dashed beyond the 3-point line. This unexpected maneuver left everyone momentarily bewildered, except for Lin Ke. What would Ben possibly mean by this? On the sidelines, Popovich raised an eyebrow, initially believing that Ben had developed a playmaking ability, ready to orchestrate a strategic play from the arc. Such tactics had been employed by Popovich before, with David Robinson and Duncan serving as excellent facilitators. Of course, David Robinson had since retired. In unison, Lin Ke and Ben exchanged mischievous smiles. Lin Ke swiftly passed the ball to Ben, who was stationed at the 3-point line. Meanwhile, Razan Nestorovic, who was tasked with guarding Ben, leisurely stepped back a couple of paces, halting near the free throw line, questioning the necessity of closing in on Ben. Naturally, there was no need. Ben's shooting capability was virtually non-existent, let alone his 3-point shooting. If Ben were to attempt a 3-pointer, it would be as improbable as a pig climbing a tree. Suddenly, Razan Nestorovic's eyes widened in shock. On the sidelines, Larry Brown nearly leapt from his seat, exclaiming in disbelief, "What on earth are you all doing? Though I have no demands on the offensive end, you cannot resort to abstract plays. Lin Ke, I understand your urgency, but please allow the basketball to soar for a moment." As soon as Ben released the ball, he sensed something extraordinary. That inexplicable feeling swept over him, momentarily enchanting him. He wanted to celebrate like Lin Ke, arms outstretched. Yet he felt a twinge of hesitance and insecurity. Surely the shot would go in. It must go in. In his heart, Ben silently urged, "Come on, go in." Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated, a celestial melody to Ben's ears, roaring with exhilaration. Ben finally unleashed his pent-up emotions. No one understood why he was so overwhelmed at that moment, except for Lin Ke, who recognized that it was the fulfillment of Ben's long-held dream, a dream that once seemed unattainable. What is a person without dreams but a salted fish? What if it actually comes true? Well done. Keep shooting. Let Ben's name echo throughout the arena. Lin Ke and Ben shared a passionate high five. At that moment, a bell reverberated above the palace of Auburn Hills, resonating with the Pistons fans' affection for Ben, a blend of jest and respect. The urgency surrounding Ben's scoring was palpable. Each time he scored at home, the arena would resound with that familiar bell toll, a cherished tradition at the palace of Auburn Hills. Oh, the poor soul tasked with ringing the bell for this game must be exhausted. Lin Ke chuckled broadly. The exuberance of Deben has undeniably invigorated Lin Ke's emotions. Go wild, young man. Playing basketball demands such fervor. Goodness gracious. On the sidelines, Larry Brown reclined with his legs crossed, his face a mask of calm concealing the tempest raging within. Unbeknownst to Larry, the antics of Deben and Lin Ke at the outset were merely a playful jest, perhaps a stroke of good fortune, or possibly a deliberate tactical design. Nonetheless, Larry Brown is not one to easily renege on his promises. In the realm of offense, having granted his players the liberty to express themselves, he refrains from excessive interference during a favorable scenario. Despite his numerous flaws, as a championship coach and a 1,000-win coach, he undoubtedly possesses exceptional qualities. Otherwise, achieving such accolades simultaneously would be implausible. The reports may mislead, but the outcomes do not lie. Unlike Zen Master, who often inherits star-studded rosters, Larry has predominantly taken charge of relatively mediocre teams. To achieve such results is indeed commendable. One might criticize him, but calling him inept would be unfounded, lest one fails to explain the aforementioned accomplishments. Who on earth can elucidate why they can play so uninhibited on the court? In a private club in Los Angeles, several future Banana Brothers gathered once more: James, Anthony, Wade, and Bosh. Of course, Paul is notably absent. This gathering is yet another creation of James. Is it any wonder that he is renowned for orchestrating such affairs? The brotherhood basketball of their past is not mere rhetoric. It is genuine brotherhood basketball. This year's Christmas showdown eluded them all, leaving only Lin Ke of the 0-3 generation to bask in the festive spectacle. Unbeknownst to them, James and his companions have begun to feel the widening gap created by Lin Ke. Witnessing Lin Ke assist Deben in making a three-pointer on the big screen, James could not help but utter an expletive. James has consistently endeavored to do the right thing, yet the Cavaliers' performance this season has been rather lackluster, making their chances of reaching the playoffs uncertain. Meanwhile, the Pistons have become increasingly reckless, yet they have achieved an astounding 32-game winning streak. It is utterly absurd. James is undeniably feeling the pressure. It must be luck, Wade conjectured uncertainly. It has to be luck. I know Deben well. He possesses an impressive long-range shooting ability. Anthony affirmed. As a street-savvy player, Anthony naturally pays more attention to tough players since entering the league. Currently, only Deben and Arteas catch his eye. As for the likes of Bowen and Horry, he holds them in low regard. If it were merely a matter of sinking a three-pointer, I could do that too. It's not difficult. Bosh chimed in. The four exchanged affirmations, each silently relieved in their hearts. It seems that heroes indeed share a common perspective. However, after the first quarter, the expressions of the four individuals in the private box had become utterly vacant. Big Ben had astonishingly sunk 4 three-pointers in the first quarter. Coupled with his relentless pursuit of offensive rebounds, he scored an additional 2 baskets, amassing a staggering 16 points in a single quarter. My goodness, is this truly within Big Ben's capabilities? Unbelievable. James, Anthony, Wade, and Bosh exchanged glances, each collapsing onto the sofa, utterly devoid of the desire to speak. Oh, LeBron, perhaps it would be better not to gather like this again. The experience of collective suffering is truly unbearable. On the sidelines, at the Spurs bench, Popovich scrutinized the freshly released statistics for an extended period, rendered speechless. Big Ben's 4 three-pointers in a single quarter. Big Ben's 16 points in a single quarter. Each of these occurrences was extraordinarily outrageous. The fact that both transpired simultaneously was nearly surreal. Popovich nearly slapped himself, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Had last night's exhaustion induced a hallucination? At that moment, the scoreboard displayed a score of 34-24. Thanks to Big Ben's explosive performance, the Pistons had effortlessly taken a 10-point lead over the Spurs. Show off. Is it truly you? Chapter 67. The Palace of Auburn Hills Incident. Incredible. Oh dear. Santa's gotten into my eyes. Big Ben, you aren't crying, are you? Get lost. A real man does not cry. Enough of that. It's not a sin for a man to shed tears. The atmosphere on the Pistons bench is one of jubilance. Players are playfully teasing one another. Larry Brown stands aside, wearing a faint smile, not intervening. As I often say, in a favorable situation, Larry Brown is not inclined to change anything. Let them play boldly. Winning is all that matters. Lin, thank you. Once the commotion subsides, Big Ben deliberately approaches Lin Ke, gravely expressing his gratitude. Thank for what? If you aspire to be the scoring leader, 16 points, simply 1 T suffice. Experience a 30 game. Lin Ke grins. In the first quarter, although Big Ben shines the brightest, Lin Ke's presence remains undeniably significant. 2 points, 4 assists, 1 rebound, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. Lin Ke rapidly fills the stat sheet. This has become second nature. The Pistons fans have already grown accustomed to it. Now everyone knows that Lin Ke has become the backbone of the Pistons. As long as Lin Ke consistently delivers a super triple-double performance of 15, 10, 10, 5, 5 in each game, they truly cannot fathom how the Pistons might lose. On the Spurs bench, Popovich ponders this very question. The Christmas Day matchup is, after all, a relatively unique contest in the season. Popovich is unwilling to see the Spurs suffer an inexplicable defeat. Big Ben's explosive performance was never part of Popovich's strategy. Popovich had devised targeted defensive plans for all the other Pistons players, but did not specifically account for Big Ben. This is not a matter of underestimating Big Ben. It is simply that he has yet to grasp the fundamentals. Who could possibly anticipate that Big Ben would suddenly unleash such a display? Coach, should I take a shot? Bowen proactively offers to alleviate Popovich's concerns. Not at this moment. Popovich glances towards the Pistons bench and momentarily dismisses Bowen's suggestion. This is Christmas Day. It is not an ordinary regular season game. I dislike how we are playing without resistance. We must exhibit confrontation. We must show grit. We must demonstrate defense. We aim to become the terminators of the Pistons' winning streak. Subsequently, Popovich picks up the tactical board, striking it firmly, and begins to channel his inner motivator. The Pistons, with their remarkable 32-game winning streak, have undoubtedly become the public enemy. Every team in the league now yearns to triumph over the Pistons, to rise above them. The end of the Pistons' extraordinary winning streak will surely bring the name of the one who ended into the spotlight. Who would want such fame? Charge! 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 A surge of momentum erupts from the Spurs bench. This game will not easily yield a victor. The intermission swiftly passed, and the second quarter commenced. Larry Brown and Greg Popovich both implemented some rotation adjustments. Lin Ke and Ben Wallace found themselves seated on the bench, while Prince and Billups led the second unit into battle. For the Spurs, Ginobili spearheaded the bench lineup. The notorious duo of Bowen and Horry graced the court simultaneously, signaling that the ensuing contest would be fiercely contested. Indeed, the match unfolded with a markedly different intensity than the first quarter. The players' movements became increasingly pronounced. The Spurs aimed to elevate the level of physicality, and they succeeded. The Pistons, with their storied legacy as the bad boys, could not afford to falter in their demeanor. After all, they had to uphold the honor of their illustrious past. Who among them would shy away? However, with Lin Ke absent, the Pistons' offense encountered noticeable stagnation. Meanwhile, the Spurs capitalized on Ginobili's explosive surge, scoring 8 consecutive points and narrowing the deficit to about 5 points. The suspense of the game instantly rekindled. The brilliance of Jordan's 20 minutes was undeniable. Ginobili's scoring efficiency soared to remarkable heights. Yet, regrettably, he could not sustain such output. Once the opposing defense shifted its focus towards him, coupled with fatigue, his momentum would inevitably wane. Observing from the bench, Lin Ke smiled subtly, unfazed by the rapid scoring run against his team. On the court, Billups was acutely aware of his responsibilities. After Lin Ke assumed his role, Billups willingly relinquished ball control to him, making significant sacrifices. When Lin Ke was off the floor, Billups naturally reverted to his role as the on-court coach. Consequently, Larry Brown often staggered the playing time of Lin Ke and Billups, ensuring that the Pistons' second unit had someone to orchestrate their offense. True to form, Billups drew a foul in the next offensive possession, earning 2 free throws and halting Ginobili's scoring spree. A commendable move. There's much I can learn from Billups regarding game tempo management, Lin Ke mused, nodding in approval. Although Lin Ke's performance did not heavily rely on such tactics, being closely tied to his minimum consumption data, honing these skills would certainly not be detrimental, should he ever find himself as the sole leader in a high-stakes game. And exhaust his minimum consumption data without a resolution, he would need to rely on these foundational skills to navigate the challenge. Beside him, Ben Wallace caught wind of Lin Ke's contemplations, deepening his admiration, no, his respect for him, with such a relentless pursuit of knowledge. It was no wonder that Lin Ke was destined for stardom. In the ensuing possessions, under Billups' commanding presence, the Pistons consistently maintained an approximate 8-point lead over the Spurs. Just as Lin Ke and Ben Wallace rubbed their hands together, preparing to re-enter the arena for a collaborative display of commercial prowess, an unexpected incident unfolded on the court. During a fast break, Billups was unceremoniously shoved out of bounds by Horry with a forceful maneuver, crashing heavily against the technical table. Before Billups could fully comprehend the situation, Bowen stealthily approached and viciously stomped on Billups' right hand. A piercing scream erupted from Billups. Given that the incident transpired right in front of the Pistons bench, it ignited the fury of all the players on the Pistons roster. Lin Ke, consumed by anger, leapt to his feet. In such a chaotic moment, maintaining composure proved exceedingly challenging. Just as Lin Ke was about to step onto the court, an immense force propelled him back to the bench. "The next game is yours," echoed Ben's voice in Lin Ke's ear, revealing Ben's determined silhouette charging onto the court. The scene had devolved into utter chaos. Ben, clinging to the last vestiges of reason, refrained from throwing punches, opting instead to push Bowen forcefully to the ground. Bowen stood no chance against Ben's formidable strength. Meanwhile, a furious Billups had engaged Horry in a full-blown brawl. The court had transformed into a boxing ring as the two exchanged blows. Soon, more players from both teams joined the fray. Goodness, I had thought that due to my butterfly effect, the brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills would be averted. Yet, it seems I could not escape it after all. Only now, the Pacers had transformed into the Spurs. Lin Ke found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 68. The Final Moments. Boss, a minor incident has arisen during the Christmas showdown. New York, League headquarters. Vice President Adam Silver entered Stern's office with a hurried stride. "What is it?" Stern inquired, adjusting his glasses and looking up. "There's been a widespread brawl during the game between the Pistons and the Spurs." Silver responded, "Oh, were fans involved?" "Not at all." "Did Lin Ke engage in any altercations?" "Absolutely not." "What about Tim?" "Neither." "Then there's no issue." "Sit." Stern gestured for Silver to take a seat, himself settling back down after having initially stood. The absence of fan involvement indicated that the brawl remained confined to the court, rendering it manageable. A few years prior, such altercations were all too common on the court. However, Stern's stringent measures in recent years have significantly curtailed these occurrences. Moreover, with Lin Ke and Duncan uninvolved, the situation was further alleviated. The non-participation of core players mitigated the potential damage to the league's image. Naturally, subsequent penalties would be strictly enforced, serving as a cautionary example. As Silver settled into his chair, he contemplated Stern's words. It appeared that Stern had decided to support Lin Ke. What a fortunate young man. If he were to secure the MVP this season, he would indeed have accomplished several remarkable milestones within the league. The first international player to win MVP. The first second-year player to win MVP. The first player to average a triple-double while also achieving 5 blocks and 5 steals. Unprecedented, perhaps unmatched in the future. From this perspective, although the Little Emperor LeBron James was dubbed the Chosen One from the outset, Stern did not offer him undue favoritism. Instead, Stern continued to model LeBron's path to greatness after the successful blueprint of Jordan. It took Jordan 7 years in his career to earn his first championship ring. During LeBron's formative years, the league did not provide excessive support. The Rookie of the Year accolade was merely a minor recognition. Had the league chosen to endorse him from the beginning, LeBron certainly would not have missed the playoffs in his first 2 seasons. Furthermore, the Cavaliers' records during those seasons were tantalizingly close to playoff contention, falling just a couple of wins short. If the league wished to elevate him, it could have easily resolved the issue with a couple of favorable home calls. Additionally, LeBron's statistics this season, nearing 37-7, are nothing short of explosive. Yet, his name is conspicuously absent from the MVP rankings, while Nash and Lin Ke, as international players, find themselves listed prominently. Of course, should Lin Ke ultimately achieve an average triple-double for the season, regardless of the league's narrative, the MVP must be awarded to him. This is beyond dispute. You must respect the data, and the data shall respect you. If Lin Ke fails to secure the MVP despite averaging a triple-double, it will inevitably diminish the value of such an achievement. Consequently, every subsequent MVP statistics will be subjected to rigorous scrutiny from both the media and fans. Is there anything else? Stern's voice interrupted Silver's reverie. Oh, nothing much. The viewership for this year's Christmas showdown remains quite impressive. Silver replied, regaining his focus. If there's nothing further, you may take your leave, Stern said nonchalantly. Silver rose from his seat and exited. Despite appearing significantly aged, Stern exuded an unparalleled authority at this moment. He resembled a seasoned king, poised to savor the fruits of his labor while propelling the league to greater heights. A glimmer of envy flickered in Silver's eyes, accompanied by a fleeting thought. When he eventually takes the helm of the league, how will he leave his own indelible mark? Rather than merely being remembered as Stern's successor? Bang! Roar! On the court, Lin Ke seized a crucial offensive rebound and soared into the air to deliver an emphatic dunk over Duncan. Upon landing, Lin Ke raised his arms in triumph. The scoreboard flickered to 94-92 with only 1 minute remaining in the game. Lin Ke had once again led the Pistons to a narrow advantage just before the final minute. The extensive brawl that erupted in the second quarter had irrevocably altered the course of the match. Ben's scoring spree was abruptly halted as he was ejected from the game, along with Billups, Prince, Rasheed Wallace, Carlos Arroyo, and Campbell. It was a brutal spectacle. A total of 6 Pistons players were sent off. The famed Pistons 5 had been reduced to just Hamilton. Fortunately, Ben managed to push Lin Ke back to the bench. Otherwise, with Hamilton alone leading the charge, the game would have been futile. The Spurs, however, appeared to suffer far less. Bowen and Horry also received ejections, along with the aging Glenn Robinson and Brent Barry. A total of 4 players, all of whom were marginal contributors. The trio of Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker remained unscathed, leading to a significant disadvantage for the Pistons in the ensuing minutes. The previously held lead vanished as the Spurs surged ahead by as much as 5 points. Thankfully, in this critical moment, Lin Ke withstood the pressure, unleashing a flurry of minimum consumption data to reclaim the advantage. Phew! On the court, Lin Ke took a deep breath and sprinted back to half-court, preparing for defense. He was nearly out of ammunition. Fortunately, Hamilton had managed to contribute a bit, or Lin Ke would have exhausted his minimum consumption data by now. At this moment, he still had one last 3-point allowance remaining, which he had yet to utilize. 5 blocks and 5 steals were swiftly expended, a testament to Lin Ke's prowess in propelling the Pistons back into contention. With 10 assists and 10 rebounds, he had indeed exhausted his resources. This was ample. Tonight, one might even anticipate a genuine last-second victory. A smile graced Lin Ke's lips as he adjusted his mindset. After all, he remains quite young, and experiences such as tonight's brawl and adversity are still somewhat scarce in his repertoire. Many paths must be traversed personally to transform into one's own wisdom. Merely hearing about them is insufficient. It is only when one reaches that pivotal moment that one can ascertain whether they're truly a dragon or merely an insect. On the court, Tony Parker calmly maneuvered the ball past half-court. Trailing by a mere 2 points, there was no need for haste. Duncan emerged as the crucial player, scoring with a bank shot in the paint. 94-94. The Pistons initiated their offense. Hamilton's mid-range jumper from the catch fell short. Duncan seized the rebound. After Parker crossed half-court, he leisurely consumed the clock. Duncan set a high screen. Parker utilized the pick for a shot that didn't T-connect. Yet Duncan snatched the pivotal offensive rebound. Swish! Duncan deftly placed the ball into the basket. 96-94. The Spurs had taken a lead. With only 19 seconds remaining in the game, the Pistons were left with one last offensive opportunity, a chance for a dramatic finish. But could they achieve the game-winning shot? Chapter 69. Hair can be messy, but dignity must not be compromised. It appears our remarkable winning streak is destined to conclude at 32 victories. No, we still have one final opportunity. Can he withstand the pressure? Surely he can. I have faith in him. In the locker room, Ben, Rasheed Wallace, Chauncey Billups, and Prince gathered in front of the large screen, watching the final moments of the game. At this juncture, a sense of regret lingered in their hearts. They had acted too impulsively. A moment of rashness brought fleeting exhilaration, yet the repercussions now seem almost unbearable. They were merely 2 games away from breaking the league's record for the longest winning streak in regular season history. The record was tantalizingly close. However, their impulsive actions on the court had placed the team in a precarious position. Following this match, it was highly probable that they would face additional suspensions from the league. Consequently, the Pistons' situation would become even more dire. On the court, Larry Brown called the final timeout. He orchestrated the last offensive play. Lin, you shall execute the final play. It is imperative that you deliver. Our winning streak should not halt at 32 victories. Larry Brown issued a firm directive to Lin Ke. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. Since Lin Ke has ascended to the role of the team leader, he must shoulder all responsibilities in these final moments. Victory brings honor and applause. Defeat requires one to bear the blame, standing tall and accepting the consequences. No questions asked. Lin Ke replied emphatically, word by word. Subsequently, Lin Ke exchanged a few words with the backup point guard, Carlos Delfino. Given Lin Ke's moderate ball handling skills, it was prudent not to place the ball in his hands too early during the final play, as the Spurs could easily target him for a double-team steal. It was far more reliable for Carlos Delfino to dribble until the final moments and then hand the ball to Lin Ke. The Spurs would likely refrain from interfering while Delfino was handling the ball, focusing their attention instead on Lin Ke and Hamilton. Kenny, I must admit, I find this game rather tense. This match is a critical juncture for the Pistons. Should they ultimately falter, it would not only interrupt their winning streak, but also abruptly halt their previous momentum. Furthermore, with core players facing potential suspensions, if they cannot withstand the pressure, the Pistons may very well spiral into a series of defeats. In such a scenario, the landscape of the league this season could undergo a significant transformation. In the broadcasting booth, Barkley analyzed the situation, affirming the gravity of the matter. Indeed, it rests upon Lin Ke, this second-year player, to withstand the pressure. This moment marks Lin Ke's transformation from a mere star to a transcendent superstar. Should he succeed, he will have undergone a refining process, and his career shall forever be altered. Kenny Smith concurred in agreement. On the court, the timeout concluded and the game resumed. In the stands, the home fans of the Pistons held their breath. The Pistons executed their sideline play with relative ease, and Carlos Delfino, indeed overlooked by the Spurs, received the ball without substantial interference. Hamilton commenced his relentless off-ball movement. Meanwhile, Lin Ke remained at the corner, seemingly indifferent as he indulged in a cigarette. It appeared that Lin Ke had no intention of approaching for the ball. What is this? On the sidelines, Popovich furrowed his brow. Did he misjudge the situation? Wasn't Lin Ke supposed to take the final shot? Or was this young lad from the Dragon Kingdom unable to withstand the immense pressure, opting for self-evacuation? The timer ticked away, and in the blink of an eye, only 5 seconds remained. Lin Ke stood frozen, devoid of action. Now even Larry Brown on the sidelines could not remain composed. Delfino, dribbling the ball, began to show signs of urgency. Damn, am I really expected to be the one to make the game winner? I absolutely cannot do that. Fortunately, with just 4 seconds left, Lin Ke finally moved. As serene as a maiden, yet as swift as a startled rabbit, he evaded Ginobili's defense. His prolonged stillness had inadvertently caused Ginobili to relax his focus. 3 seconds. Lin Ke surged to the 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. 2 seconds. Lin Ke and Carlos Delfino executed a seamless give-and-go. 1 second, Lin Ke rose up to shoot over Tony Parker's defense. At that moment, time itself seemed to suspend. The shot was released. The basketball left his hands. The timer's red light illuminated. All eyes fixated on the soaring basketball. Would it go in or not? It was destined to find its mark. Lin Ke had already turned his back to the hoop, his right index and middle fingers pressed together, tapping lightly on his left wrist. The hour has come. The light shines, the ball goes in. A true buzzer beater. It must go in. Swish. The basketball rippled through the net. Oh my goodness. Teammates rushed toward Lin Ke, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace, turning him into a sandwich of celebration. Yet Lin Ke endeavored to maintain his stoic demeanor. Hair may be disheveled, but dignity must not be lost. Call me the king of attitude. Lin Ke succeeded. Lin Ke achieved it. In the locker room, Ben was as elated as if he had made the game-winning shot himself. Billups nodded in approval, his fists clenched in triumph. He understood that, from this moment onward, Lin Ke had firmly secured his position as the team leader of the Pistons, an unshakable role. It went in. Incredible. Lin Ke executed the game winner. The momentum of the Pistons remained unbroken. They had achieved 33 consecutive victories. They matched the Lakers' record of consecutive wins in the regular season set 30 years ago. They were advancing toward new heights. In the broadcast room, Barkley was roaring with excitement, exuding passion. Beside him, Kenny Smith shook his head with a smile, exclaiming, "This hefty fellow hasn't been this exhilarated in quite some time." A game winner indeed. He is increasingly embodying the essence of a superstar. Splendid, splendid. In the office of the league's commissioner, Stern nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, this year's Christmas fortuitously fell on a Saturday. Across countless homes, the triumphant roars of men erupted. Lin Ke is phenomenal. On the sidelines, the cheers of the home fans nearly drown out Lin Ke completely. The spectators in the stands appeared to be ecstatic, teetering on the brink of madness. This was no ordinary game winner. It was a moment of ultimate triumph, where Lin Ke, amidst intense confrontation, executed a breathtaking final blow against his opponents. In this moment, Lin Ke ascended to the title of King of Detroit. Lin, Lin, Lin. Let the cries intensify. Roar. Lin Ke spread his arms wide and unleashed the mightiest of roars. Chapter 70. The most daunting task. The Pistons and Spurs engaged in an exhilarating Christmas showdown. Undoubtedly, Lin Ke shone brilliantly tonight, having emerged from his crucible. The Banana Brothers of Los Angeles left the arena prematurely, opting not to witness the conclusion of the game. However, as they embarked on their nocturnal escapades, LeBron, Wade, Anthony, and Bosh were all met with the news of Lin Ke's game-winning shot against the Spurs. This revelation dampened their spirits, leaving them utterly deflated. Alas, they would be mired in gloom for the entire evening. At the post-game press conference, both Larry Brown and Popovich expressed their vehement discontent regarding the brawling between their teams. Had the press conferences not been held separately, a heated argument would surely have ensued. Yet, the mere mention of Lin Ke brought a smile to Larry Brown's face. Lin Ke's performance tonight was unparalleled, according to Larry Brown's assessment. Lin Ke chose not to attend the post-game conference with Larry Brown. Instead, he was in the locker room, reviewing the game with his teammates. "Chauncey, I still feel it was wrong not to rush onto the court to support you immediately. I feel a twinge of guilt. It makes me feel like a coward." Lin Ke scratched his head, feeling uneasy about not being alongside his teammates, lurking in the shadows. "Lin, you are mistaken, utterly mistaken. In truth, we all regretted our actions once we returned to the locker room. We are the ones who should be called cowards. Anyone can vent their emotions on the court, but it takes someone like you to lead the team to a comeback and secure a victory in adversity." Billups stated earnestly. "Really?" Lin Ke continued to scratch his head. "Of course it's true. Lin, we are playing basketball, not boxing. Enough with the dramatics. Are you being overly sentimental?" Big Ben affectionately draped his arm over Lin Ke's shoulder, playfully thumping his chest. "Hey, okay, I understand." Lin Ke nodded. "However, Lin, for the upcoming games, we will likely need to rely on you. The rest of us are at high risk of facing additional suspensions, Billups said with a furrowed brow. Big Ben and the others also wore solemn expressions. This was indeed a significant concern. The Pistons had 6 players ejected, including the formidable 4. If they were to face several games of suspension, the team's strength would be severely compromised. Although Lin Ke had matured through his trials, basketball is a team sport, reliant on the synergy of 5 players, and not just the prowess of one. Furthermore, Lin Ke was not a scoring machine. He could not emulate Jordan's ability to single-handedly score 60 points and lead the team to victory. The league officials acted swiftly, and the following day, the penalties were announced. All players involved in the brawl will face equal repercussions, receiving a suspension of 5 games and a fine of €200,000. While the monetary penalty is relatively minor, typically covered by the teams, the suspension poses a significant threat. In essence, the Pistons have sustained considerable losses, particularly the Pistons 4. Conversely, the Spurs core remains unscathed. Fortunately, this is merely the regular season. Had it been the finals, the Spurs might have declared themselves champions outright. During the afternoon's recovery training session, the expressions on the faces of Ben Wallace, Chauncey Billups, Rasheed Wallace, Tayshaun Prince, Carlos Arroyo, and Campbell were notably grim. When Larry Brown arrived at the training facility, he summoned the 6 of them for a stern reprimand. You are seasoned veterans in this league, not fresh recruits. How could you lack such composure? Look at Lin Ke. So rational. He can muster the necessary passion when the moment calls for it, can't he? And then there's SU. Larry Brown exhibited a look of disappointment, increasingly finding Lin Ke more admirable. Then voles remarquet, hey, Lin Ke. Don't forget to thank me for that push. To which Lin Ke responded playfully, my benefactor. After finishing with the 6, Larry Brown called Lin Ke over. His expression softened considerably. Last night, Lin Ke had once again fulfilled Larry Brown's absolute mandate. Although this directive might seem somewhat unreasonable for a second-year player, Lin Ke executed it flawlessly. Lin, I have an even more arduous task for you, Larry Brown said after a moment's contemplation. Coach, please proceed, Lin Ke nodded, his mind already formulating guesses. With 6 players suspended, our strength is significantly diminished, and the rotation is nearly insufficient. It might be somewhat unfair to continue demanding victories from you, but I still hope we can secure another win to set a new record of 34 consecutive victories. After winning the next game, we can afford to lose a few to catch our breath. Once Ben and the others return from suspension, we can embark on a new journey. Larry Brown expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing the league's official suspension announcement, he felt immense frustration, as it disrupted both of his record-breaking plans, the consecutive wins and total victories in the regular season. Nevertheless, Larry Brown was determined to strive for them. No problem, Lin Ke readily agreed. Winning is a shared goal for both Lin Ke and Larry Brown. Lin Ke requires the team to continuously win to accumulate system points. If the Pistons could indeed aim for a record of 73 wins and 9 losses this season, Lin Ke would undoubtedly elevate his minimum consumption data to the 5th tier next season. To ascend from the 4th tier to the 5th tier requires a formidable total of 100 system points. At first glance, this appears to be a substantial amount. However, beneath the threshold of 73 victories, it suddenly seems less daunting. Consequently, this season, Lin Ke is resolutely determined to give his all. Well done, Lin, exclaimed Larry Brown, patting Lin Ke on the shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ke has unwittingly supplanted Allen Iverson in Larry Brown's esteem. Presently, Lin Ke stands at the pinnacle, becoming his most cherished protege, while Iverson has been relegated to the 2nd position. Indeed, Lin Ke merely smiled faintly. In the next match, the Pistons will journey to Phoenix, where they will face the Suns, the team that stands as their opponent in the quest for a record-breaking 34-game winning streak. The Suns, who hold the best record in the Western Conference and the 2nd best in the league, are renowned for their relentless fast-paced play. Moreover, Lin Ke is set to engage in a showdown against Nash, the current leader of the MVP rankings. This time, both players will lead their respective teams independently, as Lin Ke can no longer rely on the formidable Pistons 5. Everything now rests solely upon his own shoulders. Chapter 71. In the realm of martial arts, only speed prevails. Phoenix, also known as the City of the Phoenix. This season, the Suns have achieved a remarkable rebirth. Nash and D'Antoni have united to elevate the team to unprecedented heights. For both Nash and D'Antoni, it feels as though they have finally emerged from obscurity. D'Antoni, who previously coached the Nuggets and served as an assistant for many years, had not made a name for himself. Last season, upon taking over the Suns, he languished through a dismal campaign. However, with Nash's arrival this season, D'Antoni's fortunes have finally turned. Similarly, for Nash, this has been a season of resurgence. From the Suns to the Mavericks, and then back to the Suns this season, Nash has blossomed late in his career. Moreover, he finds himself in an inevitable comparison with another player, Kidd. Kidd's journey from the Mavericks to the Suns and back to the Mavericks is a complete cycle. By this time, Kidd had already led the Nets to the finals. In contrast, Nash could only serve as a mere assistant to Nowitzki, ultimately being cast aside by Cuban. This season, Nash's spring has also arrived. "Steve, are you confident about tonight's game?" D'Antoni approached the training court and smiled as he inquired. "Absolutely, coach. Our goal this season is the championship. The Pistons are depleted and significantly weakened. If we cannot secure a victory under such circumstances, it would be truly embarrassing." With a swift motion, Nash effortlessly sank a three-pointer, exuding an air of formidable confidence. At this moment, both Nash and D'Antoni genuinely believed in their overwhelming strength. They are filled with boundless aspirations for the championship. In their previous lives, it was only after repeatedly dazzling performances in the regular season, followed by early exits in the playoffs, that their spirits gradually waned, ultimately fading away. The traditionally fast-paced Suns surprisingly traded for the aging Shaquille O'Neal. Can you believe it? Remarkably, O'Neal delivered one of the rare high-quality seasons at the twilight of his career with the Suns, ultimately earning a spot on the All-NBA third team. Does this not suggest that a run-and-gun team cannot genuinely possess the strength to contend for a championship? One must admit, the Suns have been effectively self-refuting. It is indeed commendable. Rumor has it that the trade for O'Neal was orchestrated by the then general manager, Kerr. Subsequently, Kerr led the Warriors to their first championship with a three-point shooting dynasty. The intricacies of this narrative are quite fascinating. Let us therefore assume the role of the villains in the league. Let us crush the Pistons' winning streak at 33 games, denying them the opportunity to set a new record. The new record should be ours to create. D'Antoni and Nash exchange a glance, both bursting into hearty laughter. The Suns are destined to soar to great heights. As evening descended, the Pistons bus arrived at the Footprint Center. One by one, the Pistons players disembarked. Although the likes of Ben Wallace were suspended, they still accompanied the team to the venue. However, they could only sit impeccably attired on the bench, playing the role of spectators. A throng of media reporters surrounded the bus, most of them drawn to Lin Ke. With an astonishing streak of 26 consecutive triple-doubles, Lin Ke has undoubtedly become the hottest sensation in the league. Comparisons to the King, Melon, Flash, or Dragon King are utterly futile. Even the momentum of the four great shooting guards has been overshadowed by Lin Ke. This season indeed marks a transitional phase for the league, with legends like Carter and Iverson witnessing a decline in their popularity due to unfulfilled potential. Tracy McGrady, after being traded to the Rockets, has visibly diminished in performance compared to his days with the Magic. As for Kobe, he remains in a struggle post his split with Shaquille O'Neal, the once dominant Big Diesel. Shaquille has also relinquished his claim to the title of the league's best due to age and his acknowledgement of Wade's supremacy. Duncan, meanwhile, has remained too understated. Observing the landscape, one might ponder who the true leader of the league is during this era. Perhaps it will be revealed in the face-off between Lin Ke and Nash tonight. Lin Ke, weary from his journey, is not in a position to entertain interviews. Larry Brown, wishing to ensure Lin Ke is in optimal condition free from media distractions, has skillfully drawn attention away, allowing Lin Ke to swiftly enter the arena under the cover of his teammates. Once in the locker room, now equipped, Lin Ke found himself lost in thought. To be fair, the pressure weighing on him at this moment is considerable, and he felt an uncommon sense of nervousness. Lin Ke realized that, throughout his career, He had indeed played under the protection of the five Tigers of the Pistons. While he has grown rapidly and contributed significantly to the team's efficiency and impact, he has yet to truly stand alone. Last season, even in Lin Ke's absence, the Pistons were capable of clinching the championship, as evidenced by history. Now, Lin Ke must rely entirely on his own capabilities. With only one of the five Tigers remaining, Hamilton, who primarily plays off the ball and lacks strong self-creation skills, the burden ultimately rests upon Lin Ke's shoulders. The Suns are known for their 7-second offense, and it may prove challenging for the Pistons to engage in a half-court battle. Moreover, after the loss of key players such as Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Chauncey Billups, and Tayshaun Prince, the defensive structure of the team has become virtually non-existent. If we hope to contain the offensive onslaught of the Suns, the likelihood of suffering a devastating defeat tonight is exceedingly high. So, how should we approach the game? Lin Ke instinctively tapped his fingers on the chair. The minimum consumption data for blocks and steals is merely 5 times. This is insufficient to sustain a defense for an entire match. At most, it may allow for a sudden surge of counterattacks during a brief period. Lin, relax a bit. I know the coach is always pushing you for higher standards, but there's no need to be so hard on yourself. Each day, the sun rises as usual. Ben Wallace strolled into the locker room and, noticing Lin Ke's furrowed brow, approached from behind, gently massaging his scalp and temples. Surprisingly, it felt quite pleasant. Wow, Ben, where did you learn to do that? Lin Ke asked curiously, somewhat astonished by the professionalism in Ben's technique. At SBA, this is my old skill. I learned to cut hair when I was 7 or 8. Back then, I would earn $2 for each haircut I gave to neighbors. After entering the league, I've cut hair for my teammates quite a bit. Ben chuckled. Lin, close your eyes. I'll give you a proper massage. In a moment of inspiration, Ben truly delivered a head SBA to Lin Ke. In high school, I once worked part-time at a barbershop near the school. You wouldn't believe how demanding some clients can be. Trim this a bit, thin that out a little. They always love to nitpick, and you can hardly keep up with the normal cuts. Do you know how I handled it? I would just go full throttle and shave it all down to the scalp. They would have no choice but to opt for a buzz cut. This is what they call, in the world of martial arts, speed conquers all. Huh. Recalling past amusing experiences, Ben couldn't help but laugh. In the world of martial arts, speed conquers all? Lin Ke murmured. Suddenly his eyes lit up. I know how to tackle tonight's game. Lin Ke excitedly sprang to his feet, startling Ben in the process. Fortunately, Ben was giving a head SBA at that moment, not wielding a razor. Otherwise, it could have led to an accident. Ben, tonight, we will also play at a high tempo. Counter speed with speed. I am confident we can outscore them. Lin Ke exclaimed, energetically waving his arms. Even if Ben cannot step onto the court, he is still making an impact. Truly, he is the spiritual leader of the locker room. The minimum consumption data for blocks and steals may be somewhat inadequate for a full-court defensive stance. But in a chaotic shootout, it could prove to be the crucial factor. Not to mention, Lin Ke also boasts 10 assists, 10 rebounds, and 15 points. Just imagine, if all 10 rebounds are on the offensive end, how many scoring opportunities could that bring to the Pistons? When you abandon the strategic defense of your position in favor of a fast-paced offensive approach, the significance of safeguarding the defensive rebounds diminishes considerably. In the ensuing chaos, the trajectory of the rebounds becomes unpredictable. As the number of possessions escalates dramatically, the difference of a mere 2 points seems less consequential. Both sides will engage in a sheer contest of scoring prowess. Let the pandemonium reign supreme. Understood. Embrace the fervor. Chapter 72. Traditionalists? No, we are innovators. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Footprint Center arena buzzed with fervor. The attendance rate soared to a remarkable 100. This season, the Suns' gameplay has captivated countless spectators. Coupled with the matchup between the top 2 teams in the league and the Pistons' quest for a record-breaking 34 consecutive wins, the anticipation for this game reached unprecedented heights even before the first whistle blew. Viewership ratings skyrocketed, surpassing even the recent Christmas Showdown. You may wonder why the Christmas Showdown did not feature a clash between the Pistons and the Suns. It's simply because at the season's inception, no one foresaw the Suns' meteoric rise to dominance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ke stepped onto the court. He had just engaged in an in-depth discussion with Larry Brown, who had relinquished complete authority to Lin Ke for this game. Lin Ke was free to dictate the flow of the game, provided he could lead the team to victory. This was indeed a reluctant concession from Larry Brown, as the Pistons had very few reliable players left. Trusting Lin Ke was their only option, so why not place absolute faith in him? In this regard, Larry Brown had clearly placed his confidence in Lin Ke well ahead of the curve. The game commenced swiftly, with both team starting players taking to the court. The Suns' lineup consisted of Stoudemire, Marion, Joe Johnson, Quentin Richardson, and Nash. Behold, this was a quintessential small ball formation, maximizing the pace of both offense and defense. Moreover, this Suns lineup boasted not only speed, but also considerable size. Aside from Nash's shorter stature, the rest stood around 2 meters tall or even higher, ensuring that they would not be at a disadvantage when it came to crucial defensive moments. However, the Suns rarely engaged in defensive battles. Their game was predominantly focused on offense. If the Suns found themselves needing to defend, it signified they were facing adversity. The Pistons starters included Antonio McDyess, Ronald Dupree, Lin Ke, Hamilton, and Carlos Delfino. Aside from Lin Ke, Hamilton, and McDyess, the remaining players for the Pistons resembled mere water cooler attendants. The team had effectively sidelined a significant portion of their roster for this matchup. At this juncture, the majority of media and fans doubted the Pistons' ability to maintain their winning streak. They had no advantage in terms of timing, location, or morale. Under such circumstances, if the Pistons managed to avoid defeat, it would defy all logic. As McDyess and Stoudemire approached the center circle for the jump ball, Lin Ke noticed a hint of disdainful amusement at the corner of Stoudemire's mouth. Clearly, facing a weakened Pistons team, Stoudemire could not suppress his feelings of superiority. Years ago, he had snatched the Rookie of the Year award from Yao Ming. This game represented a significant hurdle for Lin Ke. As long as he surmounts this challenge, his future will be boundless. However, should he falter, even if Lin Ke secures the MVP title this season with an average triple-double, the echoes of doubt will linger perpetually. The sentiment remains that Lin Ke cannot triumph without the support of the Pistons 5. This is akin to the skepticism the media and fans directed at Kobe. He could not win without Shaquille O'Neal. In the broadcasting studio, Barkley wore a more serious expression. "Charles, do you believe Lin Ke can overcome this?" Kenny Smith was prepared to play the foil. "I believe he can." Barkley offered his perspective. Should Lin Ke hear Barkley's remarks, he would undoubtedly respond, "Thank you for your kind words." On the court, the game was officially underway. Stoudemire leaped high, winning the tip-off. Nash received the ball, took a single step, and instantly passed it out. Marion had already completed his cut. Dupree, seemingly distracted on defense, failed to keep pace with Marion. Meanwhile, Antonio McDyess had yet to return to the paint. The Suns' offense was lightning fast. Bam! Marion stormed into the paint for a thunderous dunk. It was effortless, stylish. Every time I witness our team's offense, it is a sheer delight. If you ask me, our style represents the future of the league. We will spearhead an offensive frenzy throughout the NBA. As for the Pistons, they are relics of the past. Tonight, let us deliver a painful lesson to these traditionalists. In the stands, the Suns fans were already feeling a surge of excitement. Lin Ke proudly declared he specialized in showboating. Following Marion's basket, Lin Ke swiftly retrieved the ball and tossed it forward. A cross-court pass came without hesitation. The Pistons players had already been mentally prepared by Lin Ke before the game, and now they knew how to play, mindlessly charging forward. The ever-synchronized Hamilton had positioned himself at the three-point line, 45 degrees from the basket. Lin Ke's baseline pass soared to the front court. Swish! Hamilton's shot was crisp, nailing the three-pointer. 3-2. Speeding up? I am serious. Lin Ke's assist 1. Nice. Lin Ke snapped his fingers. What the heck? Am I dreaming? The Suns' home crowd was bewildered. Is this the Pistons? The ultimate defensive team? On the court, the Suns players were equally bemused. This left them momentarily forgetting to accelerate their offense. Nash raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual about the Pistons tonight. Once they settled into half-court play, Stoudemire and Nash executed their signature pick and roll. Stoudemire set the screen and rolled down, while Nash lofted the ball into the air. Bam! Nash threading the needle. Stoudemire unleashing a powerful strike. One of the Suns' most classic plays. Roar. Little C raised his arm in a fervent roar, releasing the tumultuous emotions within. Regrettably, there were no adversaries to serve as spectators. The entire Pistons team swiftly executed a seamless transition between offense and defense. Lin Ke once again launched the ball from the baseline into the frontcourt. It was none other than Hamilton. In that moment, Hamilton transformed into a voracious scorer. Swish! The delightful sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated once more. A three-pointer secured. 6-4. Lin Ke's assist tally increased by 1. To be honest, at this moment, the players of the Suns on the court appeared somewhat bewildered. What is happening? Can we not enjoy a game? Is this what is referred to as a 2-second offense? Suddenly, the footprint center grew somewhat hushed. Lin Ke extended his hand towards the stands, pointing with a knowing gesture. Who is the old man? We are the new men. Chapter 73. This world is truly enchanting. Oh, my God. Did I truly not see incorrectly? Is this the Detroit Pistons? The Pistons, known for having the slowest pace of play in the league. In the Turner Sports broadcasting room, Barkley exclaimed in astonishment. On the court, Lin Ke executed the quick baseline play 3 times in succession, delivering 3 assists. Hamilton, with his elusive movements and unparalleled synergy with Lin Ke, scored 3 consecutive three-pointers. The scoreboard now read 9-6. Despite the Suns having successfully made their first 3 attempts, they found themselves trailing by 3 points. What the predicament? It is said that the Suns lead the league this season in 3-point attempts. Yet, the Pistons are now shooting threes even more ferociously than the Suns. What on earth is happening? D'Antoni was compelled to call a timeout to devise some strategic adjustments. We cannot allow the Pistons to continue executing quick baseline plays unchallenged. Charles, allow me to correct you. The team with the slowest pace in the league is not the Pistons, but the Spurs. The Pistons, with Lin Ke's increased involvement on both ends, are capable of launching rapid counterattacks from time to time. Kenny Smith, standing nearby, chuckled as he corrected Barkley's minor oversight. What? Is there truly a distinction between the first slowest and the second slowest? Can you refrain from interrupting my train of thought? Damn, I just thought of a brilliant adjective, but now I've forgotten it. On the sidelines, D'Antoni picked up the tactical board, emphasizing several circles at the baseline position. We must thwart the opponent's quick baseline plays. It is not a difficult task. One person should interfere with Lin Ke's free throws. The others must swiftly retreat to half court, closely marking each of their players. Our focus may not be on defense, but that does not mean we permit the opposing team to continuously take open 3-point shots. D'Antoni firmly pointed at the tactical board. Nonetheless, his expression remained remarkably calm. The Piston style of play could only catch the Suns off guard for so long. Once the Suns are prepared, Lin Ke's quick baseline plays will not be as effortless. The notion of a quick baseline play has indeed provided D'Antoni with significant inspiration. The evolution of the league's offensive and defensive rhythm requires time. This season, the Suns, renowned for their fast-paced play, have not truly capitalized on quick baseline plays. Typically, the ball is swiftly passed to Nash, who advances while observing the movements of his teammates and opponents, making offensive decisions. Notably, Nash's pace of advancement is not particularly rapid. He is not the type of point guard like Rose or Westbrook who charges straight to the basket. However, Nash always manages to seize the most opportune moment during transitions to deliver the ball effectively. In the previous era of basketball, the extreme fast breaks have become increasingly frenzied. A prime example of this is the Houston Rockets, coached by D'Antoni, who have truly perfected the art of quick baseline inbounds. Following them was the underdog Pacers, led by Carlisle, who relentlessly pushed the pace. This strategy is certainly one I could draw inspiration from, thought D'Antoni, nodding in agreement. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the game resumed with the Suns on offense. This time, they were compelled to engage in a half-court battle. The Suns' approach to breaking through the half-court offense was straightforward. primarily revolving around the pick-and-roll initiated by Nash and Stoudemire. Lin Ke decisively abandoned Joe Johnson and surged towards Nash, applying pressure on the double team. Due to the obstructed view, Nash failed to notice Lin Ke's presence. Just as Nash, as per usual, delivered an alley-oop pass to Stoudemire, a figure soared into the air. In mid-flight, with a volleyball-style block, Lin Ke snatched the basketball from the air. Steal one. Wong Defa. Nash was astounded by the extraordinary height of Lin Ke's leap. Was it said that Lin Ke's athleticism was rather mediocre? Why then was he so explosive this time? Lin Ke, behold my SC chart, Dinger's leap. It was only when utilizing the guaranteed buff that Lin Ke could achieve such a remarkable jump. Ordinarily, he couldn't reach such heights. Upon witnessing Lin Ke's interception, Hamilton, Delfino, and Dupree from the Pistons immediately dashed towards the front court. A trio of arrows unleashed. Lin Ke now faced a delightful dilemma. Whom to pass to? Perhaps a little for everyone, granting the water-cooler attendants a taste of the game. With an elegantly executed long-distance bounce pass, Lin Ke sent the ball into Delfino's hands. Oh my! Delfino was taken aback by the precision of Lin Ke's pass. Without needing any further adjustments, Delfino rose and launched a super long-range three-pointer. Honestly, in that moment, Delfino felt utterly wild. He had thrown the ball from 3 steps beyond the three-point line. A force guided him, allowing him to smoothly execute this extraordinary long-range shot. My goodness, has the Pistons gone mad? Shooting from that distance. Is this still the disciplined defending champions? It feels as if I'm watching a mediocre team floundering. Just shoot and be done with it. The spectators gasped in astonishment. In this era, such eagerness to attempt long-distance three-pointers is exceedingly rare, especially considering that the Pistons had a 3-on-1 advantage in transition. They could have easily attacked the basket. Yet, Delfino made the audacious choice to take a super long-range three. Patience. Let the ball soar for a moment. Swish. The ball found its way through the net. Wow, oh wow. Carlos Delfino leapt into the air, vigorously swinging his arm. Indeed, it went in. They are utterly dismantled. XJB stands for justice. Assist 1. Lin Ke has now achieved 4 assists. The Suns are evidently bewildered. The style of play exhibited by the Pistons in this match resembles that of an entirely different team. This has rendered the Suns profoundly disoriented. Seizing the moment, Lin Ke propelled his team into a remarkable 13-2 run, successfully widening the gap to over 15 points. Now the Suns are truly at a loss. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Pistons led the Suns by 17 points, with a score of 37-20. The entire league was left in astonishment. The Pistons, renowned for their exceptional defense, scored 37 points in a single quarter. Meanwhile, the Suns, celebrated for their fast-paced offense, managed only 20 points in the same span. This world is indeed surreal. Chapter 74. A moment of hesitation. Lin, do not be overly pretentious. We are already leading by such a significant margin. Yet you maintain that serious demeanor? This is rather excessive. During the intermission, the Pistons bench was filled with jubilant players, clearly exhilarated by the game. However, Lin Ke sat there with a grave expression, lost in thought. Unable to tolerate this any longer, Big Ben approached and playfully nudged Lin Ke. In the first quarter, the dynamic quartet of Big Ben, Billups, Rasheed Wallace, and Prince passionately waved their towels from the sidelines, transforming into a spirited towel-waving brigade. Surprisingly, Big Ben found the act quite exhilarating. Who said that the towel crew couldn't be lively? Yet, it was still early in the game, having just completed the first quarter. Opening champagne at this juncture felt premature. Lin Ke managed a wry smile. He was not being pretentious, but rather assessing the depletion of his minimum consumption data. During the first quarter, Lin Ke had already achieved 3 points, 7 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, establishing a 17-point lead that was undeniably satisfying. However, this was predicated on the considerable expenditure of his minimum consumption data. Having exhausted half of it in just 1 quarter raised concerns about how to sustain his performance over the remaining 3 quarters. Nonetheless, Lin Ke harbored no regrets about his approach in the first quarter. The 17-point lead provided the Pistons with a substantial psychological advantage. allowing them to approach the subsequent stages of the game with greater composure. The margin for error was significantly enhanced, which is crucial in contests where the underdog prevails against a favored opponent. The Pistons roster bore considerable deficiencies in terms of raw strength, making it manageable in favorable conditions but challenging in adversity. Moving forward, the Suns would likely intensify their defensive efforts against Lin Ke. The other Pistons players would need to step up their game. It was indeed premature to celebrate with champagne. Yet, one could argue that being overly cautious was unwarranted. A 17-point lead was substantial enough. It would be an easy task for the Suns to bridge that gap. After all, Lin Ke was still in the game. I believe the margin may even widen further, Big Ben asserted with a hint of frustration. Let's hope for that. Lin Ke replied with a smile and a shake of his head. At that moment, Lin Ke felt a twinge of uncertainty. Should he continue with the fast-paced offensive exchange, or should he slow down the tempo to manage the time? He found himself at a loss. It seemed that either choice would carry its own disadvantages. He genuinely wished to glean insights from Billups, to learn how to play like a true maestro of the game. Larry Brown refrained from intervening too much, fearing that his interference might have an adverse effect on Lin Ke's decision-making. For now, Lin Ke would have to rely solely on himself. The second quarter was about to commence. Larry Brown made some adjustments, and Lin Ke needed a brief respite. During Lin Ke's few minutes on the bench, the Suns remarkably narrowed the gap to around 10 points. The Pistons had too few available players, and their bench was indeed lacking in quality. Consequently, Lin Ke had to return to the court prematurely. Larry Brown's expression turned serious. The game was far from over. The Suns were closing in with remarkable speed. Lin Ke recalled a classic saying from his previous life, uttered by Kerr. Being down by 20 points is nothing. Lin Ke re-entered the game, given the Pistons' 6 players suspended. The disparity in strength between the two teams was glaringly evident. Lin Ke was nearly the only player the team could rely upon. He had to disrupt the Suns' momentum. Otherwise, if they closed the gap to around 5 points, the suspense regarding the game's outcome would return in full force. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that a fast-paced team is remarkably effective at scoring. In the broadcast room, Barkley observed the rapid turn of events on the court and sighed in reflection. The moment to test the caliber of a star player had arrived. Lin Ke had endured a series of intense battles in the past 2 games. Kenny Smith seized the opportunity to comment. On the court, Lin Ke controlled the ball as he crossed half-court. As anticipated, the Suns intensified their defensive efforts against him, employing double-teaming strategies. Unfazed by the pressure, Lin Ke had no intention of passing. Instead, he boldly shot over the defenders. He chose to create difficulty where none existed, opting for a heroic play. This was the only way to further undermine the Suns' momentum. If the Suns players lost that pin-up energy, victory would be within reach. He elevated, stabilized his shooting form, and released the ball. Marion lunged to block, but failed to succeed. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air before gracefully descending into the net. Swish! The gap widened back to 13 points. What resilience! What brilliance! This exemplifies the impact of a superstar, and Lin Ke delivered. The Pistons fans erupted in cheers, and once the applause began, it was relentless. In the ensuing minutes, Lin Ke added 3 points, 2 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal, extending the lead to 17 points once more. An unparalleled display. I was thoroughly captivated. Lin Ke fulfilled all my fantasies of an all-around player. This was an MVP-worthy performance. The Pistons fans were in ecstasy. However, contrasting with the jubilant Pistons supporters, Lin Ke felt a weight in his heart. Was it still insurmountable? In the second quarter, he opted to continue the fast-paced offensive strategy, while the Suns, under Nash's leadership, displayed remarkable resilience, relentlessly pursuing points. Although the point difference had been narrowed to 17 by Lin Ke, the gap did not continue to widen. Should the margin exceed 20 points, the Suns might indeed find themselves in an irretrievable predicament. Regrettably, Lin Ke was unable to lead his team to achieve this. With a stunning half-court buzzer beater from Nash, the deficit was reduced to 14 points. Lin Ke cast a profound glance at Nash, who reciprocated with a knowing look. Their eyes interlocked, igniting a spark of intensity. Victory, Lin, is not so easily attained. Nash approached Lin Ke with a smile, remarking, "Your micro-expressions reveal a hint of trepidation. Despite your commanding lead, you appear somewhat intimidated. What could be the reason for this?" Nash, with a playful smirk, seemed to have seized upon a vital insight. "You are overthinking it. It is merely my first experience leading the team, and I feel a bit anxious," Lin Ke replied nonchalantly. "Huh." Nash chuckled lightly before turning away. For reasons unknown, Lin Ke felt as if Nash had discerned something profound, and it appeared that Nash harbored a strong confidence in the possibility of a comeback victory. Chapter 75. The Fox Assuming the Tigers Might. With an impressive tally of 6 points, 9 assists, 4 blocks, and 4 steals, Lin Ke's performance in the first half was nothing short of remarkable. Steve Nash also delivered commendable statistics: 15 points, 10 assists, 2 rebounds, and 1 steal. Although they occupied different positions, both players orchestrated a splendid display of assists for us. A 14-point deficit at halftime is not insurmountable. I have a premonition that this match will extend to the very last moment. Ultimately, the Suns possess a level of strength that far surpasses that of the current Pistons. Throughout the first half, the Suns exhibited tremendous resilience, demonstrating their unwillingness to concede defeat. In the broadcasting booth, Kenny Smith is summarizing the first half of the game. Undoubtedly, Lin Ke and Nash were the standout players from both teams during this period. Before the game commenced, I noticed some fans jesting that this matchup was a contest for MVP supremacy between Lin Ke and Steve Nash. I find such assertions quite reasonable. Given the impressive records and statistics of both players, determining the MVP might hinge on the outcome of their direct confrontation, remarked Barkley with a laugh. That holds some merit. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, acknowledging this perspective. "Lin, there is still half a game left. Keep pushing." In the locker room, Larry Brown approached Lin Ke, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Coach, I will persevere. Leave it to me," Lin Ke affirmed with a nod. Currently, the minimum consumption data remains at 9 points. 1 assist, 10 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 steal. The unfortunate news is that he has only 1 opportunity left for assists, blocks, and steals. The silver lining is that the rebounding tally remains untouched. Lin Ke is not far from expending his last bullet. These quotas must be reserved for the final quarter. In the third quarter, he will have to rely solely on his true strength. Should he leverage the momentum he built in the first half to ride on another's coattails? Lin Ke chuckled at the thought. This is indeed a strategy. It remains to be seen if the Suns can see through it. As long as Lin Ke is on the court, he can exert tremendous pressure on the Suns' defense. Consequently, this would afford his teammates on the Pistons greater opportunities. He knows what to do. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. "I genuinely feel for that kid. It's hard to imagine the immense pressure he bears." This time, Ben Wallace refrained from interrupting Lin Ke, instead sitting in a corner of the locker room with Billups and others, engaging in casual conversation. Unable to take the court, they cannot contribute to the team. Should any unforeseen events unfold in the second half, they can only wait anxiously. This is beneficial for him. If he endures, our dynasty will truly have chance. At that point, we can step back and focus solely on supporting him. The gentlemen must adjust their mindsets. They cannot afford to overshadow Lin Ke, Phil Jackson remarked with a smile. "Huh, need I even mention it? Who wouldn't T relish the chance to cling to a star? Who would T enjoy feasting on hot pot and singing songs while effortlessly clinching a championship?" The others chuckled in agreement. The halftime break of 15 minutes swiftly passed, and the second half of the game commenced. Lin Ke returned to the court, feeling that his initial trepidation had significantly diminished. Nash had been keenly observing Lin Ke's demeanor and now felt a twinge of uncertainty. Had he misjudged the situation? The Pistons initiated the offense. Carlos Delfino crossed half-court and passed the ball to Lin Ke. Marion swiftly closed in, wary of Lin Ke's potential three-point shot. Seizing the momentum of Marion's hasty advance, Lin Ke nudged him aside and deftly slipped past. Stoudemire quickly moved to provide support, while Marion relentlessly pursued Lin Ke. Caught between them, Lin Ke propelled himself upward with a powerful leap. Though not soaring high, he posed a credible threat. With a deceptive fake, Lin Ke delivered the ball to the unguarded Antonio McDyess beneath the basket. However, McDyess fumbled slightly, accustomed to Lin Ke's consistently high-quality passes. This one fell short of his expectations. Fortunately, McDyess quickly regained control of the ball, drove to the basket, and drew a foul from the recovering Stoudemire. Alas, it was a near miss for an assist. Lin Ke chuckled, feeling completely at ease. The intimidation tactic had proven effective. Swish, swish. McDyess executed his free throws flawlessly, sinking both and narrowing the deficit to 16 points. The Suns retaliated with Nash distributing the ball to Joe Johnson, who, under Lin Ke's defensive pressure, landed a three-pointer. ISO Joe truly held his ground. Without the buff from the minimum consumption data, Lin Ke's defensive prowess was notably diminished, reducing the gap to 13 points. The Pistons pressed on with their offense. Lin Ke employed his previous tactic, deliberately charging into the Suns' defensive circle, aiming to attract a double team. The Suns, time and again, found themselves faltering under Lin Ke's triple threat presence. The impact Lin Ke had left during the first half, marked by his consecutive triple-doubles, loomed large. No one dared to overlook his every move on the court. During this stretch, Lin Ke had refrained from attempting any personal scoring, instead utilizing his defensive skills to facilitate passing opportunities. He had not directly provided any assists either. On the surface, the Pistons seemed to be at a disadvantage. Their once substantial lead gradually eroded. However, their pace in closing the gap was considerably slower than the Suns' usual scoring momentum. With just 1 minute remaining in the third quarter, the Suns managed to narrow the deficit to within 10 points, trailing by only 9. At this moment, Nash finally discerned something amiss. After repeatedly negating his thoughts in his mind, he realized that his initial suspicion might indeed hold truth. It appeared that Lin Ke, after a certain duration in every game, would lose his magic and become rather ordinary. Throughout the third quarter, Nash observed a significant decline in Lin Ke's passing quality compared to the first half. Not once did he reach the level he exhibited previously. As a master of passing, Nash perceived this quite clearly. However, such a hypothesis felt somewhat mystical, making it difficult for Nash to convince himself. Now, Nash was certain. They should no longer double-team Lin Ke. Sean, press him hard, and pay attention to his passing. He won't be able to deliver. Nash shouted to his teammates, then approached Marion for a private arrangement. All right. Though somewhat perplexed, Marion agreed. This season, Nash had earned the unwavering trust of all his teammates. As the Pistons initiated their offense, Lin Ke followed his usual tactic of attracting defenders, but this time, only Marion stood before him. The Suns' defense had markedly transformed compared to before. Marion was straightforward and aggressive, launching into a relentless onslaught against Lin Ke. Remarkably, it worked. Snap! Marion intercepted the pass Lin Ke had just attempted. A turnover for Lin Ke. Marion swiftly retrieved the ball and passed it to Nash, who advanced the ball and assisted Joe Johnson in sinking a three-pointer. The Suns' counterattack soared, reducing the deficit to a mere 6 points. Oh dear, had he been discovered? Lin Ke caught a glimpse of Nash wearing a bemused expression directed at him. Nevertheless, it was too late. Lin Ke flashed a grin at Nash. Throughout the entire third quarter, he and T utilized his minimum consumption data even once, boasting stats of 9 points, 1 assist, 10 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 steal. Such remaining capacity was more than sufficient for Lin Ke to dominate in the fourth quarter. In this game, victory seemed assured. Lin Ke felt capable once again, and indeed, he must be. Chapter 76, Ruin in an Instant. It must be said that Larry Brown exhibited remarkable composure during this match. Nash could only speculate about Lin Ke's performance and condition, while Larry Brown was fully cognizant of the situation. Each time Lin Ke elevated his game, he would communicate with Brown, who did not delve into specifics, but rather understood intuitively. It was sufficient for him to grasp the essence of the matter. At the commencement of the fourth quarter, Larry Brown opted to allow Lin Ke a brief respite on the bench. The climactic moments of the game demanded greater physical endurance. Lin Ke's minimum consumption data would not enhance his stamina. Although this data was governed by an undeniable buff, it did not preclude the possibility of errors arising from significant fatigue, such as mishandling the ball. Lin Ke had consistently been working to bolster his endurance. Yet one must acknowledge that his height and weight, coupled with his relatively modest dynamic talent, placed him at an average level within the league. He had not yet reached the point of being indefatigable. This situation bore some resemblance to the future Tyrant. Lin Ke could only hope that, after securing another championship, the system would bestow upon him a special skill to remedy this. Perhaps he might even receive a skill related to stamina or injury risk, which had always been paramount concerns for him. An injury would halt the acquisition of system points, leaving Lin Ke feeling as if he had lost a fortune. On the court, the Suns played with remarkable poise. While Nash rested on the sidelines, Stoudemire emerged as the unequivocal offensive focal point. He relentlessly attacked the paint, drawing fouls and earning free throw opportunities, while Antonio McDyess found himself burdened with 4 fouls, putting the Pistons on the brink of losing a key player. Seizing consecutive free throw chances, Stoudemire propelled the Suns to narrow the deficit to 3 points. The atmosphere in the Footprint Center had reached an unprecedented crescendo, as the Suns had once trailed by 17 points, yet were now mounting a comeback. Of Lin Ke, merely a sophomore rookie, he had started strong but faded away, completely absent throughout the third quarter. His performance was unremarkable, registering a rare line of 0 points, 0 assists, 0 rebounds, 0 blocks, and 0 steals, an unprecedented occurrence this season. Previously, with the Pistons' formidable quintet, Lin Ke had utilized his minimum consumption data quite evenly. Except for the fourth quarter, when he did not play in garbage time, he had never experienced a quarter devoid of any statistical contributions. Yet this game marked such a rarity in the third quarter. Experience does indeed speak volumes. One must endure hardship to rise above the rest. Steve Nash had traversed numerous challenges, ultimately achieving greatness later in his career. Lin Ke, that novice, has consumed less rice than Steve has salt. Indeed, this is a sure win. We shall be the terminators of the Pistons' consecutive victories. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Hey, that kid isn't too afraid to step onto the court, is he? If he performs poorly again in the fourth quarter, it could diminish his market value. Does he truly believe he is worthy of contending for the MVP alongside Steve? In the stands, the home fans of the Suns have transformed once more into the floating people. A small float at the beginning, now a grand float. Floating is healthier. Beep. With the lead reduced to a mere 3 points, Larry Brown has finally called a timeout. Without a doubt, Lin Ke is set to enter the game. There are still 7 minutes remaining in the match. His teammates have been sufficiently supportive, granting Lin Ke a 5-minute respite. Lin, I am aware you have yet to unveil your trump card. Step onto the court and seize victory. After this game, I shall present you with a surprise. Larry Brown habitually patted Lin Ke's shoulder, his tone laden with temptation. A surprise? What surprise? Lin Ke murmured. However, Larry Brown had no intention of responding at this moment. What need is there to mention a surprise prematurely? The timeout concludes, and the game resumes. Both teams have returned to their full starting lineups. From now on, whether on offense or defense, we shall target Lin Ke. Trust me, Lin Ke is indeed the weakest link in the Pistons roster. As he stepped onto the court, Nash took the opportunity to advise each teammate. This was an uncharacteristic counsel. Nash believed he had discerned the truth. And indeed, he was not entirely mistaken. Lin Ke, devoid of the minimum consumption data boost, is undeniably a player below the league's average standard. But, so what? We have Gao. Lin Ke's minimum consumption data quota still retains a small portion reserved for a high-stakes gamble. The Pistons are on the attack. Carlos Delfino has crossed half-court and passed the ball to Lin Ke. Marion, following Nash's directive, swiftly closed in on Lin Ke. But this time, no look pass. Lin Ke's convincing gaze and feint completely bamboozled Marion. Marion instinctively lunged in the direction of Lin Ke's gaze, yet he touched nothing. At this moment, Dupree in the corner three-point area had already received Lin Ke's pass. Even the water cooler attendant has his day. He rises, steadying his form. The release. Everything was so fluid. Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball net echoed. Dupree has scored a three-pointer. Lin Ke has utilized his final assist from the minimum consumption data quota. An exquisite pass. The Pistons' lead has now expanded to 6 points. Oh, my God. Nash's expression momentarily exhibited a dazed look. Lin Ke's passing has returned to a level of superb mastery. What a misfortune. Is this mere coincidence? Or something more? Once again, Nash found himself engulfed in self-doubt. The Suns launched their offense. Nash was eager to attempt once more. Marion's screen allowed Nash to switch his defender to Lin Ke. He was ready for a one-on-one. Such a scenario was quite rare for Nash. Lin Ke appeared before him, a smile on his lips that mirrored the uncontainable glee of an AK. Nash fell for it. Sometimes, being overly clever is not advantageous. It is often the fool who enjoys the greatest fortune. Nash's astute maneuver could very well jeopardize the Suns' hard-fought effort to close the gap. Thud, thud, thud. Nash's ball control was exceptionally smooth. In the next instant, he glided past Lin Ke like a whisper of wind. Child of the wind, leave the ball for me. With an outstretched arm, Lin Ke reached out. Snap. Steal one. This time, Lin Ke seized the ball and surged towards the front court, faced with an open path. Just beyond the half-court line, Lin Ke immediately launched a long-range three-pointer. Logo shot. Swish. The deficit narrowed to 9 points. This, in the stands, the home fans gazed forlornly at the scoreboard, feeling utterly disheartened. Truly, it was a case of performing with the ferocity of tiger, only to find oneself standing still in the aftermath. What a farce. Away has already met his demise. Chapter 77, officially ascended. The team leader. Oh my. Lin Ke has once again secured an offensive rebound. This marks his third consecutive offensive board. Richard Hamilton has finally scored. It appears that whenever his teammates falter, Lin Ke is relentless in his pursuit of the ball. Lin Ke has now claimed his 10th offensive rebound. The interior defense of the Suns has utterly collapsed. Perhaps this is the price of employing a small ball strategy. It is nearly impossible to find a center who can shoot three-pointers, possess speed, and also have height, shot-blocking ability, and rebounding skills. These qualities are often mutually exclusive. Although Lin Ke plays as a small forward, he stands at an impressive 13 meters tall. He possesses an inherent advantage in securing rebounds. While shorter players cannot continuously soar through the air, a tall player simply needs to be present to dominate the space. Game over. The Suns have fallen behind by 17 points. 17 is indeed a significant number. The match has concluded. On the court, Lin Ke raised his gaze to the scoreboard. 119-102. A resounding 17-point victory. The Pistons have set a new record for consecutive wins in the league. 34 straight victories. Lin Ke, single-handedly leading the team, has achieved this record-breaking triumph. He has led the Pistons to victory against the second-best team in the league, the Suns. In a head-to-head confrontation with Nash, Lin Ke emerged victorious with a stunning stat line. 15 points, 10 assists, 10 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 5 steals. What a display of fundamental excellence. Aha! Lin Ke strolled to the center court, closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide, as if it were the Pistons' home ground, yearning to hear the cheers of the fans. This young man is exuberantly arrogant, yet he possesses the merit to be so. In the stands, Suns fans murmured quietly before silently departing. They could not muster cheers for Lin Ke. However, they also found it impossible to boo him. In the center of the court, Lin Ke may not have received the cheers from the opposing fans, but he was soon surrounded by his jubilant teammates. Watch out. Easy now. Oh my. Be careful. Don't let me fall. Lin Ke was lifted high by his teammates, thrown up, only to be caught and tossed again. From this moment on, Lin Ke has truly become the leader of the Pistons. The last unequivocal leader of the team can be traced back to Grant Hill. Indeed, we have acquired a genuine team leader. That leader is Lin Ke. We have witnessed Lin Ke's ascent to this esteemed position step by step. I am filled with pride and admiration for him. He has fought his way through, even with less than 5 minutes of playing time on average. It has not been easy. At the post-game press conference, Larry Brown revealed his surprise for Lin Ke, officially endorsed as the team leader. This is indeed a significant milestone. The OK duo of the Lakers has indeed become a source of turmoil for the team, primarily due to the increasingly convoluted dynamics surrounding its leader. leading to the disintegration of the squad. In the end, even the Zen Master was unable to rein in either Kobe or Shaquille. Did both Chauncey and Ben share the same sentiment? A reporter from Phoenix boldly inquired. This certainly hinted at some degree of instigation. Of course, they had long sought to align themselves with a more formidable figure and have finally succeeded. Larry Brown chuckled heartily. Feel free to pose any questions, no matter how challenging. I shall accommodate you. Simply put, I am in good spirits. Upon returning to Detroit Airport, Lin Ke was astonished to find a throng of fans awaiting his arrival. Such a scene is a rarity in Detroit. Since entering the new century, the city has faced a steep economic decline, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. The fans here have inevitably felt the repercussions of this downturn. The market for basketball has been dismal. Even after the Pistons clinched the championship last season, the enthusiasm for the sport in this city remained unrevived. However, Lin Ke's formidable rise this season seems to have bestowed a glimmer of hope upon this beleaguered city. Upon returning to Detroit, the team disbanded, and Larry Brown generously granted a day off to the players. The mental strain on the team had indeed been considerable, particularly for Lin Ke. In the last 2 games, he had been carrying the team almost single-handedly. Lin, go home and get a good night's rest. Our objective is clear. The road ahead is long, Larry Brown said, deliberately approaching Lin Ke. Lin Ke's status within the team had transformed entirely. As the leader, it was only fitting that he be accorded the respect befitting his role. Many decisions would now be made collaboratively, rather than through direct orders as before. Lin Ke nodded, fully aware that Larry Brown's objective referred to the establishment of a dynasty. Yet, precisely because the goal was to create a dynasty, Lin Ke felt that this was not the time for rest. He planned to invite Ben and Billups to dinner that evening, eager to seek their guidance. Transitioning from a role player to the team's core, and ultimately to its leader, is a significant leap, especially since Lin Ke achieved this transformation in just over a season. The shift in roles would undoubtedly present new challenges and difficulties for him. From this moment onward, Lin Ke could no longer rely on the Fab Five to perform. Rather, he must become their pillar of support. To truly gain control of the locker room, it would not suffice to depend solely on the goodwill of his teammates. The Fab Five would wholeheartedly support Lin Ke, but what if a disruptive element emerged in the locker room? Lin Ke must possess the means to assert his authority over any dissenters. Simultaneously, he needed to do more within the locker room to solidify his position as the leader. A brand new experience. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Lin Ke took a deep breath, eagerly anticipating the challenges that lay ahead. The day after the Pistons match against the Suns, major media outlets reported extensively on the game. The excitement surrounding the Pistons' breaking of the league's regular season winning streak record quickly escalated, fueled in part by the league's official endorsements. When the Lakers set their record, Stern had yet to assume the role of commissioner. Now, under his leadership, the Pistons have forged a new record, a testament to Stern's achievements as well. This certainly warrants significant publicity. Moreover, Stern's perception of Lin Ke has become increasingly favorable. This young talent from the East truly possesses limitless potential. Perhaps resources can be allocated more generously towards him, Stern mused with a faint smile. If Yao Ming were to catch wind of Stern's thoughts, he would undoubtedly find himself in a bit of a predicament. In the realm of Dragon Country players, Yao Ming has faced formidable challenges. Within the national team, they are comrades in arms. However, Lin Ke has yet to join the national squad, positioning him as a formidable rival within the league on all fronts. Chapter 78. Acknowledgement. Changshi, I have numerous inquiries I wish to address to you. At the dinner gathering, Lin Ke maintained a humble demeanor, showing no signs of arrogance despite his ascension to the position of team leader. Even if he aimed to assert his authority within the locker room, it would certainly not be in front of the 2 former leaders. Were it not for the athlete's code of abstaining from alcohol, Lin Ke might have downed a drink in one go. Lin, speak up. We are now counting on you to guide us. I'm more than willing to share my insights on any aspect you wish to explore. Billups chuckled, feeling quite at ease regardless of whether Lin Ke was genuinely sincere or merely adopting a modest stance. The principle of mutual respect prevails. I would like to inquire about how to control the pace of the game on the court, Lin Ke humbly asked. There remains a considerable distance until Lin Ke's next elevation in the minimum consumption data. During this interim period, the statistics of 15, 10, 10, 5, 5, while adequate, are insufficient for him to dominate solely based on minimum consumption data. The unstoppable prowess is temporarily unattainable. In such circumstances, understanding how to leverage minimum consumption data to establish a rhythm while maintaining a lead without relying on it, culminating in a decisive performance to secure victory, is a challenge Lin Ke must learn to navigate. In essence, it revolves around the control of game tempo. Many teams suffer from significant comebacks due to their casual play when in the lead, resulting in careless turnovers and a loss of points. By the time they attempt to tighten their game, they often discover that the opposing team has gained considerable momentum, rendering them unable to regain control. This aspect is quite intricate. Among point guards, Billups has demonstrated remarkable proficiency in controlling the tempo of the game, arguably ranking just below Stockton and Kidd. In contrast, aggressive point guards like Rose and Westbrook possess immense attacking prowess, but struggle with tempo management, often leaving much to be desired. Particularly with Westbrook, one must be prepared to endure the chaotic moments he brings, alongside the exhilarating displays he provides. Nearly every game, there exists a period of disarray in both offense and defense due to his style. Upon hearing Lin Ke's question regarding game tempo control, Billups's eyes lit up, and his regard for Lin Ke grew even fonder. Today's youth often pursue a singular path without reflection. Few contemplate how to master game tempo in their sophomore year. Lin Ke is truly destined to be a superstar, pondering such matters at an early stage. Billups privately commended Lin Ke with a thumbs up. This question is somewhat complex to articulate. It requires experiential learning through each game, accumulating wisdom with every match played. However, I can share with you my experiences since joining the league, which may serve as a reference. Billups' face illuminated with nostalgia. The initial 5 seasons of my career were spent wandering from team to team, from the Celtics to the Raptors, then to the Nuggets, and finally to the Timberwolves. Is it not exaggerated? As the 3rd overall pick in '97, I astonishingly switched teams 4 times during my rookie contract. At that time, I was a troublesome player, a liability to my teams. I could not find my own style or approach to the game, let alone control the pace. It wasn't until I joined the Timberwolves that I encountered my life mentor, Tyrant. A smile graced Billups' face as he fondly recalled those cherished moments. Upon arriving at the Timberwolves, I was merely a substitute, while Tyrant was a starter. Yet, he showed no concern that I might usurp his position. He generously imparted all of his career experiences and insights to me. Eventually, I did become a starter, while Tyrant transitioned to a bench role. Yet his support for me never wavered. As the night deepened, Billups continued his narrative, while Lin Ke and Big Ben listened attentively. Big Ben was stirred by Billups' reminiscences, filled with sentimentality. Lin Ke, on the other hand, strived to absorb the nuances of Billups' discourse. What is the essence of game rhythm? Why is it imperative to control the pace of the game? What stages does a game encompass? How does one discern what actions to take at each stage? When should teammates take the lead? And when must one take matters into their own hands? And the most fundamental question of all, do you play for personal statistics or for victory? After establishing a new winning streak, the Pistons faced a defeat at home against the visiting Supersonics. This loss was deemed inevitable by many, as the core players of the Pistons remained suspended. Following their exhausting battle against the Suns, the Pistons were utterly drained. The loss did not come as a surprise. However, the manner of the game astonished many professionals. Lin Ke transformed into a facilitating forward, impressively managing the game rhythm. If his victory against the Suns relied on sheer determination, his performance against the Supersonics nearly secured a low-energy win through his mastery of game pace. Had it not been for his teammates mentally conceding the match before it began, and Ray Allen's consecutive three-pointers in the final minute, the Pistons would have extended their winning streak. In the eyes of ordinary fans, the Pistons lost, and Lin Ke's magic seemed to fade. Yet among professionals, Lin Ke's stature rose once more. Kenny, despite the Pistons' defeat, I was once again awestruck by Lin Ke's performance. He is maturing remarkably fast. He plays with intellect, I believe that Lin Ke has surpassed all others in the first generation. The next decade may very well belong to him. In the broadcast room, Barkley expressed his heartfelt admiration, a rarity for him. Previously, he only held Jordan in such esteem. However, his respect for Lin Ke has grown increasingly genuine. It is evident that Lin Ke is still somewhat inexperienced in controlling the pace of the game. Yet, as you mentioned, the awareness he possesses at such a young age is indeed remarkable, provided he avoids significant injuries. Lin Ke is destined to be among the top 5 players in the league. As for whether he will be crowned the foremost player in the league, that will depend on the accolades and achievements that accompany him. Kenny Smith, sitting beside him, also chimed in with a smile, both of them expressing their utmost recognition for Lin Ke. Chapter 79, All-Star Starting Lineup. In the upcoming 3 matches, the Pistons continue to grapple with the suspension of the Pistons 4. Yet, Lin Ke's remarkable performance as the sole leader of the team has once again astonished observers. In consecutive encounters against the Bulls, Wizards, and 76ers, Lin Ke guided his team to a commendable record of 2 victories and 1 defeat. This indicates that, despite facing the threat of suspension, the Pistons managed to lose only 2 matches, far exceeding Larry Brown's expectations. Brown had braced himself for the worst-case scenario, a streak of 4 consecutive losses. Clearly, that outcome did not materialize, instilling a sense of optimism in Brown regarding the team's pursuit of a 73-win, 9-loss regular season record. Thus far, the Pistons have only suffered 2 defeats, leaving them with a remaining allowance of 7 losses. Furthermore, starting from the next game, players like Ben Wallace will have their suspensions lifted and officially return to the court. Before the All-Star weekend, the Pistons are poised to embark on another winning streak. Indeed, upon the full restoration of the team, and following a brief period of recoordination, they swiftly initiated a new streak of 5 consecutive victories. During this period, Lin Ke maintained an exceptionally stable performance, progressively elevating his average statistics to a genuine triple-double. The statistical gaps from the first 7 games of the season have been effectively bridged by Lin Ke. Presently, he is primarily focused on securing a spot in the All-Star selection this season. The class of 03 has shown remarkable prowess, with Lin Ke, James Wade, and Anthony all ranking prominently in the All-Star voting for their respective positions. Tragically, Bosh has been overlooked as the Raptors' lackluster performance has overshadowed his statistics. To Lin Ke's surprise, both James and Wade have been categorized as guards, while he occupies the forward position. Could it be? Shouldn't T. James also be classified as a small forward like himself? Upon further investigation, Lin Ke discovered that James had transitioned to playing point guard early in the season. No wonder he appeared in the guard voting category. This strategy effectively harnesses James's ball-handling prowess. Regardless of the position he plays, James requires the ball in his hands. Thus, the Cavaliers' true point guard seems rendered ineffective. It would be more beneficial to have James assume the role of point guard himself. Cavaliers coach Paul Silas is indeed a talent. In the games where Lin Ke led the team solo, he too had the ball in his hands. But the distinction lies in Lin Ke's ability to play off the ball and even engage in blue-collar work, fervently battling for offensive rebounds, tasks that James cannot undertake. After Lin Ke successfully raised his seasonal average to a triple-double, his All-Star voting numbers surged dramatically, signifying that achieving a triple-double for the season has become a highly probable event. Ultimately, Lin Ke secured the 2nd position in the Eastern Conference forwards voting, trailing only behind Carter. To be fair, the genuine strength of Carter's skills aside, his popularity is undeniably high. For fans, the most immediate aspect of watching basketball is the entertainment value. The phrase "as beautiful as a painting," albeit a cliché, reflects the most fundamental desire of fans. Aesthetic appeal trumps all. The execution of stylish moves is paramount, and whether or not they result in points is secondary. How amusing! Lin Ke's repertoire of maneuvers has indeed become increasingly graceful, and he is also finding success in scoring. As of February 17th, the All-Star voting results have been finalized. O'Neal from the Miami Heat has triumphed over Carter, reclaiming the title of leading vote-getter. Ultimately, The class of '03 saw Lin Ke and James selected as all-star starters, while Wade earned a spot as a reserve. It is quite unfortunate that Anthony fell behind in the second round of voting, missing out on the All-Star game. This is particularly regrettable because this season's All-Star weekend is taking place in Denver, which is Anthony's home turf. Had he been selected and secured the All-Star MVP, it would have been a remarkable tale. Alas, today, the Pistons will face the Rockets in their final game before the All-Star weekend, marking another showdown between Lin Ke and his fellow countryman Yao Ming. This season, the Rockets have undergone significant changes. The scoring champion McGrady has landed in Houston, officially forming the Yao-McGrady duo. This season is indeed one of the highest attendance records for both Yao and McGrady. Currently, both are maintaining perfect attendance. However, in Lin Ke's previous life, starting next season, Yao and McGrady would be engaged in a relentless cycle of injuries. The Pistons, in this regard, are certainly at a disadvantage compared to the Rockets. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Last season, after Lin Ke arrived in Houston, Yao graciously hosted him. And this time, it is only fitting that Lin Ke reciprocates. We have no need to discuss such trivialities between us. This restaurant has quite a delightful menu. Yao chuckled. Regardless of the competition that exists privately, publicly, the two share a harmonious relationship. Players from the Dragon Kingdom should support one another when abroad. By the way, Xiao Ke, there is something I need to discuss with you. After chatting for a while, Yao recalled a pertinent matter. Following this season, representatives from the Basketball Association will likely reach out to you. The main topic will be regarding your potential selection for the national team, Yao stated. Oh, Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, realizing that the day he had anticipated was finally approaching. With Lin Ke's rapid rise and consistent performances, the Dragon Kingdom's Basketball Association could not remain indifferent. Serving the nation is a duty he holds dear. Lin Ke has long been awaiting this moment. However, Big Yao, are there any upcoming tasks for the national team today? Lin Ke was genuinely unaware of the specifics, having not emerged from the Dragon Kingdom's basketball system. There is the Stankovi Cup and the Asian Championship. If all goes smoothly, you should make your national team debut at the Stankovi Cup. Yao Ming is quite aware of these matters. He is determined to participate in these competitions. Is that so? Lin Ke nodded. Are these competitions truly necessary? Just to play a derisory game. Lin Ke had formulated a plan in his mind. Simultaneously, he harbored another audacious idea. Initially, Lin Ke only intended to return for the 2008 Olympics, held in his homeland. These topics are certainly negotiable, with Lin Ke firmly establishing his presence in the league. The reins are entirely in his hands. Currently, it is the Dragon Country Basketball Association that needs Lin Ke, rather than the other way around. If the Dragon Country team wishes to contend for a gold medal at the 2008 Olympics, merely having Lin Ke may not suffice. Lin Ke is uncertain whether he will be able to unleash his full potential by that time. However, it is always prudent to prepare. For instance, resolving the Wang Zhizhi incident promptly could allow him to stabilize his position in the league and secure a spot in the rotation. The ramifications of being sidelined are evident. He cannot even meet his own parents normally. So how could Wang Zhizhi possibly maintain a positive mindset to play? He is likely on the brink of mental exhaustion. Furthermore, allowing Yao Ming to participate in fewer trivial games would grant him more rest during the off-season, thereby reducing injuries and naturally enhancing his capabilities. It is then that the Dragon Country team will truly become the strongest version of itself. Chapter 80, The Showdown with McGrady. At 8 p.m. in Detroit, at the Palace of Auburn Hills, the attendance for tonight's game is quite commendable, reaching approximately 80. This is considered satisfactory here. While in cities like New York and Los Angeles, an attendance below 95 is deemed subpar. The highlight of the evening remains the Dragon Country Derby between Lin Ke and Yao Ming. As the game is about to commence, the starting players have taken their positions on the court. Upon stepping onto the court, Lin Ke cast a deliberate glance at McGrady, who appeared to be in a state of drowsiness. In his previous life, McGrady frequently voiced that had he been paired with a player like Shaquille O'Neal, he too could have claimed a championship title. To such assertions, Lin Ke could only respond with a sardonic chuckle. While O'Neal's prowess is undeniable, The prerequisites for winning a championship alongside him are exceedingly demanding. Three pivotal factors stand out: resilience, the ability to perform under pressure, and defensive capabilities. Essentially, the ability to cover for O'Neal when he falters. McGrady is indeed capable of delivering in clutch moments, yet his resilience and defensive skills remain questionable. Moreover, these two aspects are somewhat intertwined. Balancing both offensive and defensive responsibilities significantly strains one's physical endurance. Without resilience, one cannot sustain such demands. Reflecting on McGrady's entire career, it is evident that he only showcased an epic performance during the 2002 to 2003 season. That season, he even positioned himself as a contender for the title of the best in the league. However, it seems that McGrady's peak was limited to that singular season. In subsequent years, despite his statistics remaining respectable, his impact on the outcomes of games visibly diminished. Thus, while partnering with O'Neal to pursue a championship is not entirely unattainable, it remains a formidable challenge, relying on both players being in peak condition. As for establishing a dynasty, Lin Ke firmly believes that such an endeavor is utterly impossible. McGrady's slender frame simply cannot withstand the rigors. After a season filled with intense competition, the subsequent year would inevitably be wasted. Seemingly aware of Lin Ke's gaze, McGrady slightly opened his eyes, only to descend back into a state of haziness. "Hey!" Lin Ke rubbed his hands together, as he anticipated numerous opportunities to face off against McGrady. A simple switch on the defense with Hamilton would suffice. The player opposite him, named Tracy, is in for a rough night. I see Lin Ke rubbing his hands. That's a signal. Big Ben leaned against Rasheed Wallace's shoulder, chuckling. If Lin can handle Tracy, then we'll take care of Yao. Rasheed Wallace raised an eyebrow. Oh my, you've even taken to calling him Boss Lin? Shameless. Big Ben noted the subtle shift in Rasheed Wallace's address toward Lin Ke. Did I miscall? Do you truly believe you still hold the title of team leader? Rasheed Wallace shot a disdainful glance at Big Ben. Well, not exactly. However, I find it difficult to utter the name Lin aloud. Big Ben scratched his head, expressing his frustration. TSK. The starting lineup for the Rockets featured Yao Ming, Dwight Howard, Tracy McGrady, Bob Sura, and David Wesley. In this match, Van Gundy decided to position McGrady as the small forward. This arrangement allowed Lin Ke to face McGrady directly without needing to switch defenses. The Pistons' starting five included Big Ben, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Hamilton, and Billups. The Pistons' lineup appeared to boast a formidable height advantage in the paint. Interestingly, Big Ben, despite being a center, was the shortest among the trio at approximately 2 meters tall, while Lin Ke, as a small forward, stood the tallest at 2.13 meters. Rasheed Wallace measured in at 2.11 meters. Big Ben and Yao Ming approached the center circle, preparing for the jump ball. Goodness. Big Ben had to look up to see Yao Ming's face. How enviable. Yet, Big Ben decisively won the jump. His vertical leap was astonishingly quick, leaving Yao Ming at a disadvantage. Billups brought the ball past half court and passed it to Lin Ke. Lin Ke held the ball just beyond the three-point arc, facing McGrady's defense. For some reason, seeing McGrady's eyes wide open ignited a desire in Lin Ke to show off. "Tracy, I shall shoot right over you," Lin Ke shouted at McGrady. In the next moment, before McGrady could react, Lin Ke soared into the air and launched a three-pointer. At that instant, McGrady stepped forward, attempting to disrupt the shot. Too late. Such defensive enthusiasm was inadequate. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air, landing precisely in the hoop. Swish. Lin Ke opened the scoring with a three-pointer against McGrady. 3-0. First blood. Lin Ke secured the first points for the Pistons. Scoring was as effortless as that. As he retreated on defense, Lin Ke waggled 3 fingers in the air. The Rockets began their offense. David Wesley leisurely brought the ball past half court. With Yao Ming on the court, the Rockets naturally played at a slower pace. Moreover, this season, the atmosphere within the Rockets was rather nuanced. Strictly speaking, following the trades of Francis and Mobley, Yao Ming, as the first overall pick, had become the true leader of the team. Although McGrady was formidable, he was a newcomer. Van Gundy was also attempting to build the team strategy entirely around Yao Ming this season. Inside-outside, the player in the paint was the true core. Van Gundy insisted that the ball must pass through Yao Ming's hands on every offensive play. Naturally, McGrady was not pleased with this arrangement. However, having just joined the team, they were still in the honeymoon phase, and McGrady had even boldly declared upon arriving in Houston that he was there to assist Yao Ming. Thus, during this time, the two were willing to compromise, and their interactions remained amicable. In a previous life, following the playoff elimination of this season, a rift began to form between Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. McGrady's playing style increasingly leaned towards individualism, while Yao, hindered by injuries and a slower rate of development, alongside his personality traits, relinquished his position as the team's leader, settling into the role of the second-in-command. As injuries continued to plague both players, the tension between them intensified. On the court, Yao had retreated to the paint, engaging in physical confrontations with Ben Wallace. David Wesley passed the ball to McGrady, who then delivered it into Yao's capable hands. With a resounding thud, Yao demonstrated remarkable assertiveness, backing down twice before executing a powerful dunk. With his towering height, Yao managed to dunk over Wallace, leaving him visibly frustrated. The height differential was evident. One-on-one, Wallace found it impossible to effectively defend against Yao. In response, Wallace prepared to utilize a more aggressive strategy, opting for a combination of front cuts and intense physical play to wear down Yao's stamina. The score stood at 2-3, with Yao's tenacity marking the first points for the Rockets. The momentum of both teams was evenly matched at the onset. Observing this scene, Lin Ke scratched his head, a new idea emerging in his mind, tinged with a hint of mischief. Chapter 81. Embrace the moment. During the pause, Lin Ke approached his teammates, Ben and Rasheed Wallace, with a mischievous grin. The first quarter had seen an exhilarating contest, with the score resting at 14-11 in favor of the Pistons, who held a slender lead of 3 points. Lin Ke had successfully challenged McGrady multiple times, contributing 6 points and several assists to the scoreline. Meanwhile, the Rockets relied heavily on Yao Ming's formidable presence in the paint, showcasing their prowess effectively. It was evident that McGrady struggled to contain Lin Ke, just as Ben found it impossible to defend against Yao Ming. When the towering 26-meter Yao executed a turnaround jumper over the 2-meter Ben, the latter could do little but resign himself to the futility of the situation. In moments when Yao was full of energy, it was exceedingly challenging to defend him one-on-one. Lin Ke, sensing mischief in the air, addressed Ben, "Are you planning to lend me a hand with your fellow countrymen? A little tough love, perhaps?" Ben, feeling the pressure, retorted with irritation, "Not at all. What I mean is that when you defend Yao, you might consider easing up a bit. For instance, Rasheed, you need not double-team him. And to Ben, just maintain a standard defense. Avoid unnecessary physicality or exhausting scrambles." He continued, "Of course, as compensation, I shall endeavor to provide you both with ample opportunities to score. After all, we're all in this together." Lin Ke's grin widened, his inner mischief bubbling to the surface. Indeed, his strategy revolved around neutralizing McGrady while allowing Yao to shine. This was merely a small gesture of camaraderie among compatriots. Although Yao might not appreciate Lin Ke's methods, Lin, as a strategist, recognized the significance of such nuances. The dynamics might influence how both players were perceived by the Rockets management. If Yao could secure an unequivocal position as the team's cornerstone, it would undoubtedly yield advantages. It would alleviate the relentless running and consequently reduce Yao's physical toll. What? Does this mean I will be overwhelmed by Yao? Ben pondered, feeling somewhat at a disadvantage. It's mutual destruction. I'll simply assist you in sinking a few three-pointers, and the matter will be settled. Yao cannot defend beyond the arc, so feel free to shoot. Lin Ke continued to persuade. "Boss, it's all according to your command." Ben was about to voice further objections when Rasheed Wallace interjected. "Whoa, are you trying to corner me here? Your audacity knows no bounds." Lin Ke found himself momentarily choked with laughter, taken aback by the exchange. "Wait, did you just call me boss?" he gasped, though secretly proud to be recognized as the leader of the team. However, having it proclaimed so bluntly by Rasheed Wallace brought a blush of embarrassment to his cheeks. It seemed his mindset was not quite aligned. Having ascended to the role of the team leader, I must live up to the title bestowed upon me. Lin Ke swiftly adjusted his mindset, resolutely affirming the decision. With a grand gesture, he made his determination known. As for Larry Brown, there were no significant concerns. He merely refrained from double-teaming Yao Ming, opting instead for earnest one-on-one defense. This approach aligned perfectly with Larry Brown's defensive philosophy, minimizing assistance and addressing issues through individual defense whenever possible. Big Ben, surely, you wouldn't want to relinquish the title of scoring champion next season. Noticing Big Ben's evident psychological struggle, Lin Ke leaned in and whispered into his ear. A sharp intake of breath escaped Big Ben, who promptly nodded in agreement, casting aside his defensive insecurities. If it's a mutual boost in commerce, then let it be an enjoyable endeavor for all. After all, who wouldn't aspire to claim the title of scoring champion? Those who fail to attain it, yet incessantly chatter, must surely be tasting sour grapes. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the game resumed. Larry Brown observed Lin Ke conversing with Big Ben and Rasheed Wallace, but paid it no mind. Trust had long been established. It was not mere lip service, but a bond forged through Lin Ke's repeated actions that proved his reliability. In this context, even if Lin Ke occasionally strayed, Larry Brown would choose to indulge him. It was a well-deserved reward for Lin Ke. The ensuing moments of the game would be particularly agonizing for McGrady. Lin Ke had taken it upon himself to challenge McGrady. Blocks and steals were exchanged as they targeted McGrady relentlessly, causing him to falter mentally by the end of the first quarter. In contrast, Yao Ming thrived in the paint, showcasing his low-post hook shots and shooting prowess with remarkable flair. Meanwhile, Big Ben and Rasheed Wallace consistently sank three-pointers from the perimeter, dazzling everyone in attendance. Two big men shooting threes? The Pistons were certainly not playing a conventional game. Big Ben's consecutive three-pointers also evoked memories for some fans of a past encounter where he had seemingly not engaged in such antics. Yes, that infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Lin Ke had originally planned for Big Ben to score 30 points, but that intention had been disrupted. Was Big Ben about to unleash a wild performance once more? Curse be Lin Ke. Why was he challenging me? Did I harbor any animosity towards him? As McGrady returned to the locker room during halftime, he was in a foul mood. Throughout the first half, under Lin Ke's defense, McGrady had managed a mere 2 points, shooting 1 for 7, while committing 4 turnovers. To be fair, McGrady had indeed been thwarted by Lin Ke's minimum consumption statistics in the first quarter. However, his abysmal shooting in the second quarter was undoubtedly a result of his own crumbling mentality. Lin Ke's utilization of the minimum consumption data is both strategic and purposeful. He would not recklessly stake everything at once. After all, the objective of this contest is to secure victory. Since it was McGrady who succumbed to pressure, Lin Ke cannot be held accountable. Tracy, relax a bit. We can adjust in the second half. We still have a chance. Yao Ming offered some words of comfort. The look McGrady shot, Yao, was truly beyond expression. The words teetering on the tip of his tongue were restrained. After all, they had only collaborated for half a season, and McGrady understood that his foundation was still fragile. Embroiling himself in conflict with Yao would serve him no benefit. He quietly walked away, leaving Yao furrowing his brow. The glance from McGrady had left him feeling quite unsettled. Taking a deep breath, Yao contemplated that the Yao-McGrady duo may not be as harmonious as it appeared. 45-54. We are merely trailing by 9 points. There is indeed still a chance. Yao clenched his fist, reflecting on his commendable first-half performance. 14 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 blocks, truly outstanding. This had instilled a great deal of confidence in him. Yet, a peculiar thought lingered in Yao's mind. The Pistons' interior defense seemed to not be exerting its full effort. Chapter 82. Human Relationships. McGrady. Lin Ke, you wretched little man. Do you harbor a grudge against me? Is this how you choose to fight in a regular season game? Lin Ke Tsuehua. I have already shattered Kobe's aspirations of transforming into the Pennsylvania Magician. Where do you stand in comparison to that? As the second half of the game unfolded, McGrady's nightmares persisted. After seeking wisdom from Billups, Lin Ke had developed his own understanding of game rhythm. By keenly observing the match, He easily pinpointed McGrady's moments of brilliance and his periods of lethargy. Thus, it sufficed to interrupt McGrady's rhythm just as he was about to unleash his explosive talent. This would lead McGrady to falter further. Moreover, McGrady was not the type of player characterized by indomitable spirit. In his previous life, Lin Ke had witnessed the Rockets' playoff games. During the first round of the playoffs in the 06-07 season, the Rockets and the Jazz faced a decisive Game 7. As the Jazz began to seize control of the game, the McGrady on the bench was casually winking at the camera, displaying no sense of urgency, as if the outcome mattered little to him. In the crucial final 5 minutes, McGrady vanished again, scoring a mere 2 points from one of 3 attempts. Meanwhile, Yao Ming was genuinely battling, securing 7 points through a combination of shots and free throws. Naturally, the Rockets were eliminated by the Jazz. McGrady's struggles were not merely a matter of technical skill. They stemmed from a deficiency in mental fortitude. Prior to the game, McGrady boasted to the media that he intended to play all 28 games of the playoffs. Yet now, on the court, he appeared utterly lost, almost resigned. The Rockets, relying solely on Yao Ming, stood no chance against the formidable Pistons. The game swiftly devolved into a one-sided affair, entering garbage time halfway through the fourth quarter. In the final match before the All-Star weekend, the Pistons triumphed once more. This powerful team was on the verge of another record, the most wins in a regular season. Yao Ming, though you lost the game, you excelled in statistics. After the match, Lin Ke approached Yao Ming for a brief chat, a knowing smile gracing his face. Lin Ke, do not jest. I merely scored slightly more than you. Your triple-double, coupled with 5 blocks and 5 steals, is unparalleled. Yao Ming managed a wry smile. Previously, he had entertained the notion of challenging Lin Ke, yet the latter's evolution was astonishingly rapid. In the blink of an eye, Yao Ming found himself only able to see Lin Ke's exhaust trail. In the face of Lin Ke's average triple-double, Yao Ming's 18-8 statistics paled in comparison. I do not refer exclusively to us. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises. Lin Ke did not elaborate further and turned to leave. Yao Ming furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing again. Considering Lin Ke's fierce contest with McGrady during the game, Yao Ming had pieced together much of the story. However, his feelings were a complex mix of emotions. I do not require your assistance. I detest this feeling, Yao Ming murmured softly. Previously, Yao Ming regarded Lin Ke with a sense of brotherhood. Now, the younger brother has intruded uninvited to assist the elder. What could this possibly signify? Sighing deeply, Yao returned to the locker room. Upon entering, he received a call from his agent, Zhang Jiming. Big Yao, is it a convenient time to talk? Tonight's game is crucial for us. The McGrady team has been pressuring management to assume a dominant role, and the management is wavering. However, McGrady's performance tonight has been dismal, while you have excelled, causing management to reconsider their intentions. Big Yao, maintain this momentum. If you continue to perform like this, McGrady will have no chance of competing with you. Zhang Jiming's tone conveyed a palpable excitement. Sometimes at such pivotal junctures, it all hinges on luck. Had your performance and McGrady's been reversed tonight, the dynamics within the Rockets would have been entirely different. McGrady's ascendance would have become unstoppable. As a member of Team Yao, Zhang naturally wished for Yao Ming to become the unequivocal core and leader of the Rockets, thus maximizing his commercial value. This realization left Yao momentarily speechless. Regardless of Lin Ke's subjective intentions, he had inadvertently rendered Yao Ming significant assistance, a fact that could not be denied. This favor was one Yao felt obligated to acknowledge. A deep sigh escaped him, tinged with bitterness. From a purely competitive standpoint, he was no longer Lin Ke's equal. In earlier years, Yao had followed in the footsteps of Wang Zhizhi, ultimately surpassing him to become the foremost figure in Chinese basketball. Now, was he destined to be overtaken by the new generation? One wondered if Wang experienced a similar bitterness in his time. Yao shook his head slightly, quickly dispelling the myriad of turbulent thoughts. His career in the league had only just begun. He must persevere, for the true contest was still far from being decided. Wow, Big Ben, you've scored 25 points, breaking your previous single-game scoring record. Congratulations. Rashid, Your 23 points are commendable as well. Congratulations to you too. The atmosphere in the Pistons locker room was one of exuberance. In tonight's game, the Pistons had 3 players scoring over 20 points: Big Ben, Rasheed Wallace, and Hamilton. Additionally, 5 players scored in double figures, including Lin Ke and Billups. Lin Ke's statistics remained impressive: 15 points, 10 assists, 10 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 5 steals, another triple-double achieved. Such figures, regardless of how many times one viewed them, continue to evoke a sense of awe. Lin, do you have some sort of vendetta against Tayshaun? You seem to be targeting him throughout the game? Larry Brown approached, unable to suppress his curiosity. Oh, I find his pretentious demeanor, with his eyes perpetually closed, rather distasteful. On the path to becoming the king of arrogance, I shall not permit any rivals to emerge. Lin Ke. Ah, ha. The locker room resonated with joyous laughter. For the Pistons, it was indeed time to enjoy a well-deserved week of rest. This year's All-Star game saw 2 players from the Pistons selected: Lin Ke and Ben Wallace. Had it not been for Lin Ke's ascent, Chauncey Billups would have had a strong chance of being chosen as well. However, after Lin Ke's rise, Billups sacrificed much in terms of statistics. Yet, Billups remained unfazed by this. After a 2-day respite, Lin Ke, alongside Ben Wallace, ventured to the Denver Highlands. The inaugural All-Star game of Lin Ke's illustrious career was on the horizon. The excitement was palpable. Should I perhaps showcase some flair during the All-Star game? Lin Ke rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Chapter 83, Conspiracy. Yow, your popularity continues to rise steadily. However, the All-Star weekend is not merely confined to the final day as All-Star game. It encompasses a week-long series of events dedicated to fans, philanthropy, and commercial activities. During these days, Yao will be exceedingly busy, participating in various community events organized by the league, alongside numerous commercial engagements that promise substantial financial rewards. Though tiring, the effort is indeed worthwhile. At this moment, Yao has concluded yet another arduous day, with the team Yao ever steadfast by his side. Zhang Jiming, while summarizing the day, appeared hesitant to voice his thoughts. Speak your mind. Yao is not fond of such reticence from Zhang. Within Team Yao, Yao possesses a veto power that should not be taken for granted. Many players lack control over their entourages, having been misled and financially exploited by agents. Yes, I'm referring to you, Barkley and Duncan. Players like Yao and LeBron, who have taken the initiative to assemble teams dedicated solely to their interests, are indeed rare in the league. In terms of commercial success, Team Yao has yet to achieve the level of excellence demonstrated by LeBron's team. Factors such as ethnicity and nationality play a role, but Yao's excessive faith in Western corporate models has led to a series of detrimental decisions. To be fair, Team Yao has leaned too heavily towards Western ideals, yet in the East, it seems to lack sufficient sincerity. This is, of course, compounded by Yao's status as the undisputed leader of basketball in the Dragon Nation. Sponsors and fans alike in the Dragon Nation have no other choice. Wang Zhizhi has become a mere phantom, and Ba Taylor has entirely withdrawn from the national team. Nevertheless, the emergence of Lin Ke has introduced a significant variable, a truly transformative one. This is precisely what Zhang Jiming intended to convey. Lin Ke has already posed a tangible threat to your popularity and commercial value. After a brief pause, he continued, "We can observe that in the United States, Lin Ke's popularity far surpasses yours. It can be said that apart from the fans in Houston, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to garner support from elsewhere in the United States. Conversely, Lin Ke, with his average triple-doubles, is winning the hearts of many. Domestically, we are also finding it increasingly challenging to contain Lin Ke. Even more alarming is that thus far, Lin Ke has attracted a following without having formed any team, not even securing an agent. In fact, he has yet to sign a single shoe contract. However, I believe Lin Ke is not merely a Na'vi individual. He is biding his time, wagering on his future. Once this season concludes and he reaps all honors and achievements, he will ascend to the pinnacle of success, at which point all opportunities will be his to seize. He is indeed a formidable character." Zhang Jiming took a deep breath. increasingly convinced of Lin Ke's exceptional potential. He is not merely a player. His ambitions in the commercial realm are vast, and he has staked his entire career on this gamble. The other members of the Yao's team, upon hearing Zhang Jiming's analysis, were taken aback. Lin Ke exclaimed, "My goodness, each of you harbors such intricate inner thoughts. Can I simply admit it's due to my laziness?" Of course, a person destined for success need not rush to exploit others. "So what is your suggestion?" Yao Ming inquired after a moment of contemplation. "Utilize some unconventional methods." Zhang Jiming pondered before responding. "No, dismiss such thoughts. They are absolutely impermissible in the future." Yao Ming abruptly interrupted Zhang Jiming. "Why?" Zhang Jiming was somewhat perplexed. In the face of profit, could one truly still talk about camaraderie? Enough of this. Yao Ming himself has emerged from the fierce battles of interests in Longhua. The path he traversed was far from easy. One could even say it was drenched in blood. How could he now show leniency? Simply put, it should not be this way. This approach is misguided. It will narrow the path ahead. Yao Ming struggled to articulate his feelings. In the previous match, Lin Ke had demonstrated his goodwill towards Yao Ming through his actions, even though they were rivals. Lin Ke dared to do so and still secured an easy victory. Tracy McGrady faced his most dismal performance of the season, while Yao Ming, under the imposing force of the double Wallace, proved his mettle and delivered his best game of the season. This significantly altered the evaluations of Yao Ming and McGrady's capabilities by the Rockets management and many others. These impacts were tangible and undeniably real. From that moment, Yao Ming harbored a thought. In the future, Lin Ke would distance himself further and further away. When abilities are comparable, one may harbor envy and jealousy. However, a significant disparity in strength leads only to a position of reverence. In competitive sports, results reign supreme. Lin Ke's average triple-double stands before you. Does engaging in petty maneuvers hold any merit? Is it effective? Sponsors and fans are not blind. This is a harsh reality, and Yao Ming has begun to discern certain truths. Moreover, Lin Ke has consistently been supportive of Yao Ming, while Yao Ming, upon turning away, contemplates betrayal. He simply could not bring himself to commit such an act. "Big Yao, Director Li has arrived." An unexpected visitor interrupted the meeting of Yao's team. Yao Ming stepped outside, adjusting his mindset, and soon encountered Li Wei, the director overseeing the Basketball Association. Zhang Jiming watched Yao Ming's retreating figure and shook his head. Compassion does not command the army, and righteousness does not manage wealth. "Big Yao, you will regret this in the future," Zhang Jiming thought to himself. However, Yao Ming remained steadfast, leaving Zhang Jiming with no recourse. In Yao's team, Yao Ming's word was law. Without him, the team would lose its significance. At this moment, Lin Ke remains unaware that someone is conspiring against him. Were he to know, he might exclaim, "Why is it that I, who harbor no ill will, am targeted by such malice?" Lin Ke is neither competitive nor greedy. He embodies the essence of a free-spirited poet, a truly admirable individual who, despite his innocence, finds himself the object of someone's scheming. Nevertheless, Lin Ke lives by the motto, "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one offend me, I shall certainly retaliate." Such is the clarity of his principles. During his recent days in Denver, Lin Ke has been delighting in the festivities. After enjoying the three-point contest and the slam dunk competition, the much-anticipated All-Star Game has finally arrived. This year's three-point and dunk contest lacked any particularly striking moments. Since Vince Carter's legendary dunk, subsequent seasons of the competition have failed to capture the same level of excitement. Regrettably, Lin Ke harbors a wealth of creative dunk ideas in his mind, yet he cannot participate in the dunk contest, as the data of minimum consumption holds no relevance in that arena. His participation would merely result in a catastrophic scene. It is better, then, to reserve his most spectacular dunks for actual games, such as tonight's All-Star Showdown. Lin Ke has devised a plan. When it comes to orchestrating a spectacle, he is a true professional. Chapter 84. He should compete in the slam dunk contest. On February 19th at 8 p.m., Denver transformed into a sanctuary for basketball enthusiasts. The All-Star Game was about to commence. This particular edition of the All-Star festivities is fervently celebrated by countless fans, as the stars truly showcase their talents on the court, engaging in exhilarating performances. The final quarter of the game is played with genuine intensity, reflecting a sincere pursuit of victory. How could one not declare that fans of this era are the happiest? However, the future, the All-Star games of that time, may be less than thrilling. With all players resorting to three-point shots, the All-Star game devolved into a mere extension of the three-point contest, which was decidedly unappealing, if not utterly dismal. Lin Ke felt fortunate in this life, having the privilege to personally experience the exhilarating atmosphere of the All-Star game. During the pre-game warm-up, Lin Ke was not as solitary as Yao Ming had been during his inaugural All-Star appearance. With the assistance of Big Ben, Lin Ke greeted the stars and engaged in some playful banter. What? A star being aloof and unresponsive? I average a triple-double. I'll confront you head-on. In contrast to the controversies surrounding Yao Ming's selection, Lin Ke's inclusion in the All-Star lineup was met with widespread acclaim. It would be nothing short of surreal if a player averaging a triple-double were to be excluded from the All-Star roster. Such a loss would not be Lin Ke's, but rather a detriment to the All-Star game itself. Lin, how do you plan to play tonight? I believe you're going to create some excitement. Big Ben leaned an arm casually on Lin Ke's shoulder, grinning. Huh? You know me quite well. I'll keep it a secret for now. Just a little surprise for you. Lin Ke diaklet. The game soon commenced, with the Western and Eastern All-Star starters taking to the court. The Western starters included Yao Ming, Duncan, Garnett, McGrady, and Kobe. The small forward and point guard positions in the West were somewhat discontented, as they were overshadowed by Garnett and Kobe. The Eastern starters consisted of O'Neal, Grant Hill, Lin Ke, Carter, and James. Following O'Neal's migration to the East, Big Ben found himself relegated to the bench. Otherwise, he could have been a starter. O'Neal and Yao Ming approached center court, preparing for the jump ball. Lin, I'll pass you the ball more often during the game. Show us what you've got. James approached Lin Ke, continuing his efforts to cultivate camaraderie. Initially, upon witnessing Lin Ke's impressive triple-double averages, James felt a wave of anxiety, fearing he had been overshadowed. At that moment, Rich Paul, embodying the role of a supportive friend, enlightened James. The impact of averaging a triple-double lasts only for a season. James instantly grasped the concept. The reason triple-double averages hold such value now is that they have not been achieved in decades. In the annals of league history, only Big O Robertson has accomplished it. Once triple-doubles become commonplace again, their significance will diminish. Currently, Lin Ke's scoring average remains a disadvantage. Rich Paul believes that LeBron can continue with the previous brother basketball initiative. As triple-doubles lose their luster, scoring will once again become the primary metric by which the media and fans evaluate a player's prowess. In this moment, LeBron displays an amiable demeanor, embracing Lin Ke as his brother. Respect. I shall assist you with your assists. Lin Ke offers a fist bump to LeBron. Having someone to pass the ball is undoubtedly advantageous. Lin Ke need not seize the opportunity himself. As the referee tosses the ball into the air, the game officially commences. Yao Ming triumphs in the tip-off, using his height, as Shaquille O'Neal does not jump at all. Kobe swiftly dribbles past half-court, signaling Yao Ming to set a screen and roll. The much-anticipated duo of Yao and Kobe, long yearned for by fans in the Dragon Nation, is finally on display during the All-Star game. Boom! Yao Ming's imposing frame provides a solid screen. Kobe, leveraging the pick, effortlessly drives inside the three-point line. No-look pass. Kobe retrieves the Pennsylvania Magician badge, showcasing an impressive behind-the-back pass to Yao Ming. Boom! Yao Ming responds with a powerful dunk, fluid and seamless. They exchange gestures, pointing at each other, evoking a sense of mutual admiration. Tracy McGrady remarks, I am just standing here. Admittedly, Yao Ming may not yet entertain thoughts of collaborating with Kobe, but Kobe genuinely desires to partner with Yao. No one understands the potency of playing alongside a traditional center better than Kobe. In today's league, aside from Shaquille O'Neal, only Yao Ming embodies the essence of a traditional center. Dwight Howard, the happy beast, evidently employs a blue-collar, opportunistic style of play. This season, the Lakers have appointed Yao Ming's mentor, Rudy Tomjanovich as head coach, hinting at an intention to recruit Yao. However, it is unfortunate that Rudy Tomjanovich has resigned from the Lakers' head coaching position due to health concerns. As the Eastern team launches an offense, LeBron maneuvers the ball past half court. He then gives Lin Ke a knowing glance. Lin Ke raises his hand, signaling for an alley-oop from LeBron. The moment to test LeBron and Lin Ke's synergy has arrived. LeBron comprehends the cue and tosses the ball into the air. Simultaneously, Lin Ke has sprinted to the free throw line and leapt into the air, within the bounds of the minimum consumption data scoring limits. Lin Ke is free to showcase his dunking skills. In midair, Lin Ke deftly catches the basketball and, harnessing his upward momentum, spins like a top. A 360-degree rotation followed by a between-the-legs dunk. Lin Ke performs with flair in the air. Boom! With his left hand firmly gripping the ball, he slams it decisively through the hoop. A breathtaking dunk display, complemented by an additional backdrop. Duncan's defensive awareness is ingrained in his very essence. Instinctively, he rushed to provide support. The result, however, was a stunning dunk by Lin Ke. Duncan scratched his head, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the Pepsi Center erupted with excitement. No one anticipated that Lin Ke would deliver the first explosive performance of the game. Lin Ke is often perceived as an all-round player, known more for his shooting than for dramatic dunks. In such instances, players who tend to favor shooting can inadvertently be labeled as soft. While no one currently dares to call Lin Ke soft, few would have believed he could execute such a ferocious dunk. Now, Lin Ke has showcased to everyone what true contrast is. This is the essence of contrast beauty. Oh my God, is this really Lin Ke? Incredible. He should compete in the dunk contest. The massive screen above the court repeatedly replayed Lin Ke's recent dunk, and the crowd gasped in awe. A marvel of athleticism. Chapter 85. 1,000 words condensed into one. In the front row of the audience, a special spectator graced the event tonight. Li Wei, the director in charge of the Basketball Association from the Dragon Kingdom, with distinct Eastern features. Li Wei's presence in America was rather spontaneous. Initially, the association intended to engage with Lin Ke only after the season's conclusion. However, upon witnessing Lin Ke's remarkable average of triple-doubles, Li Wei could no longer remain idle. The rapid ascent of Lin Ke was astonishing, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was clear. The stronger Lin Ke became, the better it was for the Dragon Kingdom team. Conversely, the stronger he grew, the more challenging it would be to maintain control over him. The association lacked any leverage to restrain Lin Ke, should he achieve an unprecedented array of honors by season's end. The association might find themselves pleading for his participation, a scenario they were unwilling to accept. Seizing the opportunity during the All-Star weekend, Li Wei arrived early to observe Lin Ke. The stunning dunk Lin Ke executed recently left Li Wei utterly astounded. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of any player from the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed, only a handful in the entire league could accomplish it. It is worth noting that Lin Ke had just dunked in a live game, prompting Duncan to instinctively move for defense. This was far removed from the mere displays seen in dunk contests. At that moment, Li Wei's perception of Lin Ke soared to new heights, suggesting that varying levels of evaluation would naturally lead to different approaches and attitudes from the association. On the court, after delivering an explosive dunk, Lin Ke took a brief pause, though it was only momentary. Shaquille O'Neal requested to be substituted out after a few minutes, as he aimed to conserve energy for the championship run with Dwayne Wade this season. O'Neal deemed it prudent to pace himself during the All-Star game. Enter Ben Wallace, who was substituted in. Perfect timing indeed. Lin Ke, however, harbored another thought that he could no longer suppress. Ben, I must impose upon you a bit. Be my utility player. Lin Ke exclaimed, pulling Ben and LeBron James aside to share his ambitious plan. Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Ke's scheme, both Ben and LeBron gasped in astonishment. Are we really going this bold? Lin, can you truly pull this off? Ben asked with a hint of doubt. His concern was not about the loss of face, but rather the risk of injury. If Lin Ke were to sustain an injury just to showcase his prowess, the Pistons would incur significant losses, rendering the endeavor not worth the risk. Rest assured, Ben, if I dare to undertake this, I possess absolute confidence. Lin Ke replied with a serene smile. As long as I remain within the parameters of the minimum required statistics, there will be an assured boost. Do you understand what assured power means? Fine. As long as you are confident, that's enough for me. Ben ceased his persuasion. At this moment, the significance of the All-Star game weighed heavily on the hearts of the stars involved. They are willing to invest in creating a remarkable memory for the fans. An unparalleled experience. Lin Ke recalls that in his previous life, during the Spring Festival in the Dragon Kingdom, he would celebrate the new year while seizing opportunities to watch television. That feeling was truly extraordinary. In the latest All-Star game of his past life, just looking at it was a visual delight. This is not merely a matter of valuing the past over the present. The differences are genuinely significant. At least in terms of the All-Star game, this is unequivocally true. During this period, the performances from both sides have become somewhat subdued. This is primarily due to Lin Ke's explosive dunk at the beginning. I eagerly anticipate witnessing Lin Ke's performance once again. This Eastern lad is simply electrifying. However, LeBron's passing is also commendable. The fans are exceedingly eager for Lin Ke to deliver another dunking spectacle. In fact, during this time, Carter has also executed a few dunks, graceful and artistic, but compared to Lin Ke, they lack a certain flair. 5 years have passed, and Carter's physical condition is not what it once was. Alas, he's been nearly incapacitated by Bowen's foot. On the court, James once again dribbles past half-court. Meanwhile, Lin Ke seems to have heard the fan summons and is truly about to commence his performance. Yao, Tim, please step aside for a moment, so as not to be inadvertently harmed. Ben gives a reminder to Yao Ming and Duncan. Upon seeing Lin Ke's eager demeanor, Yao and Duncan instantly understand. That man is about to showcase something remarkable. At this moment, Lin Ke stands beyond the arc, while James holds the ball at a 45-degree angle. Ben is maneuvering near the paint. Once everything is in position, Lin Ke makes a reverse run, easily shaking off Garnett, who naturally does not pursue him. As it is still the first quarter, focused on display, James seizes the opportunity and slams the ball onto the floor with just the right force. Simultaneously, Ben stands 2 steps inside the free throw line. Lin Ke propels himself into the air with a powerful leap. Time seems to have paused at this moment. No one knows what kind of performance Lin Ke is about to unveil until the next second. Oh, my God, this is utterly inhuman. How is this possible? It's astonishing. I'm in awe. Amidst the fervent gasps, Lin Ke catches the rebound midair, his legs straightened and together, forming a perfect 90-degree angle with his upper body. An acrobatic feat reminiscent of Gordon's explosive seated dunk in his previous life. Yet Lin Ke's execution is even more flawless, his legs extending perfectly. He soars over Ben's head while sitting on a stool in midair. Subsequently, he effortlessly spins into a windmill dunk, slamming the ball into the basket. Boom! The entire arena erupts. The entire league is in uproar. A dunk born that rivals Carter's dunk of the century. At this moment, the ratings have soared to unprecedented heights. Both the live screens and the broadcast are incessantly replaying Lin Ke's spectacular dunk. Surprise? Salt? A myriad of emotions converge into a single exclamation. Incredible. I firmly believe that the league officials should revoke Josh Smith's title of Dunk King and bestow it upon Lin Ke instead. Indeed, in my eyes, only Lin Ke is deserving of the title Dunk King, alongside the legendary Vince Carter from 5 years ago. Everyone else pales in comparison. Thus, the art of dunking reaches its zenith. I shall no longer watch the dunk contests unless Lin Ke participates. I am inclined to declare Lin Ke as the foremost practitioner of in-game dunks in the annals of the league's history. Who is in agreement? Who stand opposed? At this moment, everyone has been captivated by Lin Ke. Josh Smith. I willingly relinquish the title of Dunk King. The 9-year-old Gordon. My path has been paved, leaving me with no future avenues. Lin Ke. There will always be a way forward. Years from now, you may pay homage to me with the same moves. Chapter 86. Sing of Conquest. We have all been relegated to supporting roles by him. How astonishing. Resistance is futile. He has completely overshadowed everyone at this all-star game. All I can manage is a casual exclamation of surprise as I traverse the world. On the court, the all-stars are rendered speechless. Such a dunk would undoubtedly score full marks in a slam dunk contest. No one anticipated Lin Ke to execute such an audacious move. A slight miscalculation could genuinely lead to injury. This is indeed a competitive match, not merely a dunk contest. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this dunk has already carved a significant mark in the annals of the All-Star history. Years from now, both media and fans will surely reminisce about this All-Star game and Lin Ke's extraordinary dunk. Time flies. Most fans are still basking in the afterglow of Lin Ke's phenomenal dunk, while the first half of the All-Star game has concluded without their notice. The Eastern team leads the Western team by an undeniable margin of 11 points at 66-55. Lin Ke's dunk has undoubtedly bolstered the morale of the Eastern team. Sometimes, one must concede to the concept of momentum on the court. When the momentum is in your favor, one can play with unparalleled confidence. It becomes a challenge to even contemplate falling behind. The Western team's South attempts to close the gap have been thwarted by various factors. During halftime, numerous interactive activities engage the fans. Meanwhile, fans are engrossed in discussions about the first half, with every topic revolving around Lin Ke. The tone set in the first half was rather elevated. It seems challenging for the second half to surpass its brilliance. A fan remarked, "No matter. Lin Ke's 2 dunks have already made this all-star game worthwhile." Another fan mused, savoring the moment. Indeed, this sentiment rings true. However, the customary intensity of the fourth quarter must be rekindled. I am eager to witness the synergy between LeBron and Lin Ke. Some fans voiced their final hopes for the evening. At this moment, no one is aware that the night's spectacle is far from over. Since Lin Ke has decided to make waves at the All-Star game, he has no intention of holding back. This Lin Ke certainly appears to be a provocateur. In the front row of the audience, Li Wei felt somewhat overwhelmed. That dunk nearly rendered him incapable of coherent thought. Previous players from the Dragon Kingdom could hardly possess such extraordinary physical prowess and athletic ability. In the eyes of the elders within the Basketball Association, a dunk is an act of flamboyance and arrogance. It is said that the CBA refrained from dunks for an extended period, viewing them as provocations. It's a complex evaluation. Although Li Wei is not as stubborn as those elders, he still finds Lin Ke's audacious demeanor quite challenging. He is momentarily uncertain about how to approach Lin Ke with the appropriate attitude. After the match concludes, let us engage in a discussion with Big Yao. In comparison to Lin Ke, Big Yao appears to be an absolute darling, Li Wei remarked with a touch of nostalgia. However, in the eyes of the older members of the Basketball Association, players like Wang Zhizhi, Badier, and Yao Ming, who aspire to join the American League, are seen as troublemakers. The 15-minute halftime flew by, and the second half commenced. The atmosphere at the Pepsi Center once again surged with fervor. Lin Ke stepped onto the court with a distinctive rhythm, reminiscent of the dynamic disco era of the last century. This was not merely a display of dominance. It radiated unabashed audacity. Youth without exuberance is a missed opportunity. Lin Ke indeed possessed the audacity to back it up. On the court, Kobe continued to take on the role of point guard, transforming into the Pennsylvania magician as he navigated the ball past half court. Throughout the first half, Kobe had been relatively restrained in his offensive attempts, focusing more on playmaking, truly embracing his role as a facilitator. The synergy between Kobe and Yao Ming was palpable. Drawing a grimace from Tracy McGrady, standing nearby, Kobe was on the verge of unabashedly proclaiming his intentions. Beneath Kobe's supportive presence, McGrady found himself surprisingly enamored with Yao Ming. Such a formidable center seems a rarity in the league. Although Shaquille O'Neal remains the strongest, he is now over 30, and a decline is inevitable. Once again, Kobe sought out Yao Ming, employing the drive-and-dish strategy to create a more favorable shooting environment for him. Kobe was showcasing his myriad skills to express his desire. Let's team up. Your shooting opportunities are as vast as the ocean. With finesse, Yao Ming executed a smooth skyhook from near the free throw line, a sight that delighted many seasoned fans. evoking memories of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. As the Eastern team initiated their offense, LeBron James, upon crossing half-court, noticed Lin Ke eagerly signaling for the ball. The path chosen must be traversed, and with a heavy heart, James was compelled to fulfill his role. Despite both making their all-star debuts, LeBron's performance paled in comparison to Lin Ke's, who was basking in the spotlight. Yet, since LeBron had chosen brotherly basketball, he had to pass the ball. Otherwise, his earlier sacrifices would be in vain. LeBron swiftly distributed the ball to Lin Ke, who received it just beyond the midcourt line. In the next instant, every fan in attendance leapt to their feet. Lin Ke launched. He actually took the shot. A mid-court attempt? A super long-range three-pointer? Oh my goodness. All eyes were fixed on the basketball, soaring through the air. The distance was indeed considerable. Let the ball fly for a moment. Swish. It went in. Incredible. Unbelievable. A sensational display. After Lin Ke's stunning performance in the dunk contest, he is now set to dazzle us once more in the three-point contest. This marks the most spectacular all-star game in history, alongside the most awkward dunk and three-point contests ever witnessed. Could it merely be luck? Such distance is simply outrageous. If he could throw like that in the playoffs, who could possibly defend against him? Some fans expressed minor doubts, but soon those doubts were met with a resounding rebuttal. Lin Ke, it seems, revels in making a clean sweep. In the following 2 rounds, he continued to execute logo shots from various positions. If sinking one could be deemed luck, then what do we call consecutively hitting 3? Pure skill. I am in awe. I would gladly sing conquer for Lin Ke. Just like that, you have conquered me. This is undeniably the most thrilling all-star game in league history, bar none. Fans erupted once again. What a spectacular display. It leaves no room for any other stars. Tonight belongs solely to Lin Ke. Chapter 87, AMVP. I'm exhilarated. You all may proceed at your leisure. On the court, Lin Ke grinned widely. He assessed his minimum consumption data quota, realizing he had only 2 points left to score. Indeed, the scoring limit was the greatest constraint on Lin Ke at present. Typically, the MVP of the All-Star Game is awarded to the player with the highest score on the victorious side. However, Lin Ke could only achieve a maximum of 15 points. It is not that Lin Ke could not potentially score more, yet alternative scoring methods would undoubtedly lack elegance, diminishing his stature and potentially exposing his vulnerabilities. Lin Ke preferred to maintain his score at 15 points, prioritizing his dignity. So be it. He decided to reserve the final 2 points. The media and fans quickly discerned that Lin Ke resolutely refrained from shooting in the ensuing matches. Instead, he focused on affecting the game through blocks, steals, rebounds, and assists. Nonetheless, given the nature of the All-Star Game, Lin Ke did not play with utmost seriousness. There was no necessity to fluster the Western team. The game swiftly progressed to the 4th quarter. As per tradition, both teams entered this serious play phase. Under the leadership of Kobe and Tracy McGrady, the Western team initiated a fervent scoring spree. Meanwhile, Lin Ke appeared somewhat invisible for the Eastern team. This allowed the Eastern team's substantial lead of over 10 points to be steadily eroded. With only 1 minute remaining in the game, the Western team astonishingly equalized the score, taking a 1-point lead over the Eastern team. For the Eastern team, having led throughout the match, to falter in the final moments felt akin to a cooked duck flying away. What a spectacle! The Western team managed to reverse the situation. Truly remarkable. What was happening with Lin Ke? Was he fatigued? He seemed to be coasting in the final quarter. Perhaps he wished to afford other stars the opportunity to shine. After all, it was the All-Star Game. One should not monopolize the spotlight. Indeed, such a high level of awareness. Yet it seemed the other stars from the Eastern team were somewhat lackluster. Shaquille was also coasting. It felt as though the Eastern stars, having witnessed Lin Ke's previous stellar performance, were disinclined to showcase their talents. Indeed, currently, the Eastern team's scoring was remarkably balanced, with Allen Iverson and Lin Ke tied for the highest at 13 points. Meanwhile, the Western team had 3 players scoring over 15 points. It was time for the esteemed Lin Ke to take charge and secure victory, to claim that elusive AMVP. Everything tonight would be perfect. No fan doubted Lin Ke's prowess. At this juncture, Anyone questioning Lin Ke's solid capabilities would truly be foolish. Lin Ke remarked, "I admit I have been quiet in the fourth quarter. Do you believe me?" On the court, in the ensuing 2 possessions, both teams missed their shots. Only 20 seconds remained in the game. The Eastern team had possession. This time, LeBron directly passed the ball to Lin Ke. A buzzer beater, a buzzer beater, a buzzer beater. Within the confines of the Pepsi Center, a harmonious chorus of fervent chants reverberated through the air, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Fortunately, I had retained a strategic advantage with a remaining margin of 2 points. Otherwise, I would have faltered in the final moments. Lin Ke possessed the ball beyond the 3-point line, meticulously consuming the precious seconds. The stage tonight was exclusively set for him. Standing before Lin Ke was none other than Kobe, a fitting adversary indeed. With just 5 seconds left on the clock, Kobe surged forward, applying relentless pressure on Lin Ke. This time, Kobe summoned every ounce of his defensive prowess. He was fully committed. Anticipating Kobe's advance, Lin Ke had already plotted a clear path for his offensive maneuver. With a resounding clash, the two engaged in a fierce battle of physicality. Lin Ke's ball handling skills were not his strongest suit. Hence, he had devised a cunning solution, a swift collection move he had practiced that morning. Utilizing the reaction force from his confrontation with Kobe, Lin Ke executed a leap into the space within the 3-point arc. With only 2 points remaining, a 3-pointer was out of the question. 3 seconds. A towering figure rushed to double-team Lin Ke. It was none other than Yao Ming. 2 seconds. Lin Ke soared into the air, executing a breathtaking fadeaway shot. 1 second. In the most stylish of manners, he propelled the basketball towards the hoop. 0 seconds. The red light on the timer illuminated. The game had concluded, yet the ball remained suspended in the air. As Lin Ke landed, he performed a smooth pivot, turning his back to the basket, and tapped his left wrist, signaling that the moment had arrived. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The entire Pepsi Center engulfed in ecstatic madness. Little did he expect that his first MVP trophy would be for the All-Star game. Indeed, that night Lin Ke slept with the MVP trophy in his embrace, dreaming joyfully. However, it was somewhat disappointing that the system did not grant any additional rewards for attaining the MVP. Nevertheless, winning the All-Star game did earn Lin Ke 1 system point. It appeared that only by securing the championship would the system offer further accolades. This threshold seemed rather daunting. Lin Ke scratched his head in contemplation. Despite the Detroit Pistons possessing significant potential to contend for the championship this season, the truth remained that their window for contention was limited to these 2 seasons. Once contracts for players like Ben Wallace and others came up for renewal, coupled with Lin Ke's own contract negotiations, it would become increasingly challenging for the Pistons to maintain their current championship-caliber roster. The existence of salary caps and luxury taxes imposed stringent limitations on every team's championship window. The Spurs, however, were an anomaly. The longevity of the trio, known as GDP, was attributed to their collective willingness to accept salary reductions. Moreover, in a certain sense, the trio had become a cohesive unit, a formidable force. Yet, should they be disbanded, whether they could retain their prowess remained uncertain. In Lin Ke's previous life, Duncan had accumulated quite a few controversies. Throughout the journey to the championship, the absence of Gin Billy and Tony Parker truly hindered progress. However, Duncan's remarkable humility has rendered him a member of a rather niche group, although there are indeed many admirers of his. Unlike the fervent supporters and critics of LeBron James, which have nearly evolved into an industry in themselves, how comical. Lin Ke, of course, would never voluntarily accept a pay cut, especially not after his rookie contract concludes. Perhaps in his twilight years, such a consideration might arise. But those matters can be addressed in due time. For now, he chooses to indulge in a brief slumber. As Lin Ke closes his eyes, his phone suddenly rings. Damn it, who lacks the sense to refrain from calling? He can't help but curse under his breath. Upon glancing at the screen, he sees it's Yao Ming. Well, it seems I'll take the call. Hello, Big Yao. Who? The Basketball Association wishes to meet with me? Chapter 88. The 3 conditions for selection to the Dragon Kingdom team. Lin Ke directly brought the AMVP trophy to meet Li Wei. When Li Wei saw Lin Ke placing the AMVP trophy on the table, His expression turned somewhat pale. Was this like bringing a cannon to a banquet? This isn't even a banquet. Today is merely a first meeting, just sharing a cup of tea. If you continue this way, it will be quite challenging for future collaborations. Lin Ke, greetings. I am Li Wei, the director in charge of the Basketball Association. We shall have numerous interactions in the future. Li Wei spoke with a hint of officialdom, yet his overall demeanor remained relatively humble. After all, Lin Ke's performance during the All-Star game was nothing short of explosive. Let's get straight to the point. Lin Ke chuckled, not wishing to engage in superfluous small talk. Ahem, I shall be direct then. I came to discuss your selection for the national team. This summer Stankovic Cup presents a splendid opportunity. Our Dragon Kingdom fans are exceedingly eager to witness your performance live. Upon your return, you will discover just how fervently those fans pursue you. After a light cough, Li Wei said with a smile. This statement held an undeniable truth. Yao Ming's playing style is rather rigid. Fans adore him purely because he is a player from the Dragon Kingdom. If Yao Ming were from another nation, he likely wouldn't have garnered such a large fan base in the Dragon Kingdom. However, Lin Ke is somewhat different. His statistics and style naturally attract admirers. Lin Ke has amassed a considerable number of fans, even beyond the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, this All-Star game showcased Lin Ke's most dazzling side. The surge in his fan count speaks volumes. If Lin Ke desires to display a series of slam dunks in future matches, it is entirely feasible, as long as he stays within the minimum scoring threshold. It does not imply that he cannot perform dunks in subsequent games. Is that so? Li Wei's words caught Lin Ke somewhat off guard. From the perspective of the fans, it prompted Lin Ke to ponder deeply. Of course, he could disregard the formal tone of the Basketball Association. Yet, it is entirely reasonable for the fans of the Dragon Kingdom to wish to witness Lin Ke's performances live on their home turf. After dazzling numerous American fans with his stellar show during the All-Star game, it would seem rather inappropriate for him to vanish upon returning to the Dragon Kingdom. After all, he is a person. What Lin Ke disdained most in his past life about Yao Ming and Alan was that, although they remained citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, their spouses and children had become American. Let's not delve into Alan's subsequent nonsense. Yao Ming's notion of allowing his daughter to choose her nationality upon reaching adulthood truly irked Lin Ke. Come on, my friend. You are a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Why would you let your daughter choose to be American? Furthermore, she must decide at such a young age. She has yet to step into society. Has she even established her worldview? Does she truly possess the capacity for decision-making? It would be far more logical for you to allow your daughter to mature and develop her own understanding of the world before making any decisions regarding her nationality, transitioning from the Dragon Nation to the United States through her own merit. After all, she was born in the United States and thus inherently possesses American citizenship. Are you truly waiting for her to reach adulthood to choose whether she wants to identify as a citizen of the Dragon Nation? How perplexing. From a purely basketball perspective, I hold immense admiration and respect for both Yao Ming and Alan. Each deserves recognition for their substantial contributions to basketball in the Dragon Nation. While it may not be significant that the Asian Championships are not held in the Dragon Nation, participation in the Stankovic Cup, which is indeed hosted there, seems to be quite necessary. Here's the situation. I have been selected for the national team and have no objections to participating in the Stankovic Cup. Lin Ke has already expressed his stance. Li Wei's heart swelled with joy, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Could it be that Lin Ke's rebellious demeanor is merely an illusion? Perhaps he is quite amiable after all, a good boy. However, I do have a few stipulations. Lin Ke chuckled lightly. Do tell. Li Wei assumed a listening posture. 1. I am willing to participate in any competitions held in the Dragon Nation, regardless of their level. However, for those like the Asian Championships that are not hosted there, I see no necessity to partake. For competitions outside the Dragon Nation, I will only participate in the World Championships and the Olympics. 2. Given Yao's towering height and weight, it is crucial for him to rest during the summer. Aside from the World Championships and the Olympics, I believe he should refrain from participating in other tournaments. Should he sustain an injury, the repercussions would be significant, directly impacting the potential success of the Dragon Nation's team in both the World Championships and the Olympics. 3. The situation surrounding Wang Zhizhi needs to be addressed adequately. To achieve any success at the Olympics in 2008, his involvement is indispensable. Lin Ke fixated his gaze on Li Wei, articulating his points one by one. Upon hearing the first point, Li Wei found it acceptable and open to negotiation. However, upon reaching the second point, Li Wei's expression shifted subtly, instinctively glancing at Yao Ming, whose astonishment mirrored his own. By the time the third point was mentioned, Li Wei's countenance had drastically changed. The complexities surrounding Wang Zhizhi's situation are intricate, and the Basketball Association is currently reluctant to delve into them. Lin Ke, these issues are far too complicated. I cannot acquiesce to your requests. While I find the first point negotiable, we may have to make some concessions on both sides. Li Wei could only grapple with the first point. If he couldn't agree, there was no need to rush. I shall take my leave for now. I have a flight back to Detroit this afternoon. As you know, the Pistons are striving to break the regular season victory record this year. Lin Ke hoisted the AMVP trophy, winking at Li Wei and Yao Ming before departing. As he exited goodness, Li Wei could hardly contain his frustration. Even if there was nothing left to discuss, must he leave so abruptly? Yao, what is your take on this? Is it true that we cannot achieve success in the 2008 Olympics without him? Li Wei inquired of Yao Ming. Although I personally hesitate to concede this, the truth remains that Xiao Ke has surpassed me by 2 tiers of excellence. For us to attain remarkable results or even contend for medals in the 2008 Olympics, I may be expendable, but he is indispensable. Yao Ming managed to suppress the conflicting thoughts within him and articulated the truth. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Then we have a dilemma. I must swiftly return to the Dragon Country to attend a meeting and compose a report. That evening, Lin Ke boarded a flight back to Detroit alongside Dabin. As Lin Ke had asserted, the Pistons were poised to pursue yet another record during the remainder of the regular season. 73 wins and 9 losses. This season is destined to be one that belongs to the Pistons, and indeed, to Lin Ke. The Dragon battles in the wild, soaring high in the heavens. Chapter 89. The Threshold. This season, I find myself more ambitious than ever. Having shattered the regular season winning streak, I now aspire to surpass the record for the most victories in a single season. Yet, I have unwavering faith that you can achieve this. This season is extraordinary for each of you, a season that will undoubtedly leave an indelible mark in the annals of the league's history. Henceforth, I have 2 requests. Give your utmost effort and avoid injuries. In the training facilities of the Palace of Auburn Hills, Larry Brown is once again inspiring his players with fervent motivation. Surprisingly, such ambitious aspirations from Larry Brown might not be detrimental to the Pistons this season. As the reigning champions, maintaining an insatiable thirst for victory is indeed a rare and commendable endeavor. At the season's onset, Larry Brown had noticed some role players exhibiting a lackadaisical attitude. However, as the entire team pursued record-breaking milestones, such lethargy nearly vanished. Following their championship triumph, the desire and pursuit of excellence surged to unprecedented heights. Merely relying on the allure of the championship is no longer as effective as it was in their inaugural title-winning season. A greater incentive is required. Thus, Larry Brown opted for the exhilarating challenge of continuously breaking records. Nevertheless, this immense drive may lead to unforeseen challenges for the Pistons in the upcoming season. If the goal is set on establishing a dynasty, the obstacles they will face next season may surpass anyone's expectations. But that is a matter for another time. If they fail to defend their championship title this season, the notion of building a dynasty becomes moot. We shall address next season when the time comes. Larry Brown does not solely energize his players. He is also adept at managing rotations and the permissible number of losses. This strategic acumen has allowed the Pistons to maintain remarkable stability during the final stretch of the regular season. As the regular season draws to a close, the Pistons' record stands an impressive 72 wins and 9 losses. With one final victory in their concluding game, the Pistons will eclipse the regular season victory record set by Jordan's Bulls. It is somewhat unfortunate that we have placed the monumental record-breaking moment on the final game rather than achieving it earlier. To Lin Ke, Larry Brown's words seem somewhat ostentatious. Enough already. Don't attempt to usurp my position as the king of bravado. The Pistons' concluding match is a home game against the Mavericks. The Pistons possess the advantage of timing, location, and morale, making their victory highly probable. This season, the Mavericks have experienced a modicum of turmoil. Following the All-Star break, they underwent a coaching change during their final push in the regular season. Legendary coach Don Nelson, unable to withstand owner Mark Cuban's critiques of his tactical approach, resigned in a fit of frustration, passing the reins to the Spurs prodigy, young General Johnson. Sometimes, it seems that a rookie coach does indeed benefit from a rookie protection period. Upon taking the helm of the Mavericks, young General Johnson astonishingly led the team to a remarkable record of 16 wins and just 1 loss. The most evident transformation of the Mavericks is their evolution from a solely offensive phase under the old coach Nelson to a more balanced approach encompassing both offense and defense. In Lin Ke's previous life, the young General Johnson led the Mavericks to the finals, only to face a regrettable defeat against the formidable Heat team of Wade and O'Neal. That particular finals was marred by numerous controversial officiating decisions, leading many fans to believe that the Mavericks' championship aspirations were thwarted by biased refereeing. However, it seemed that Johnson's initial grace period had come to an end, as the Mavericks faced consecutive first-round exits in the playoffs for 2 years, even suffering a shocking upset at the hands of the Warriors, led by the old Nelson, a form of revenge, indeed, that hinted at a deeper rivalry. Subsequently, the Mavericks appointed Carlisle as head coach. Victory tonight is imperative. Even the Almighty would need to triumph here. Lin Ke reflected on the system points amassed this season, currently totaling 66. To elevate to the 5th tier of minimum consumption data, he requires an additional 34 system points. Should the playoffs unfold favorably, he could secure at least 16 system points, with a maximum of 28 if every game extends to a decisive 7th. However, the thought of exhausting oneself through such a grueling series is daunting, as one slip could lead to an early exit. Thus, it is almost certain that before the All-Star game next season, he will ascend to the 5th tier. What a delightful prospect. Lin Ke eagerly anticipates the future scenes of unrestrained dominance. Who wouldn't relish the thrill of such prowess? At 8 p.m., the Palace of Auburn Hills was filled to capacity, with the audience's attendance soaring to 100 this evening. This night marks yet another record-breaking moment for the Pistons. Stay focused and calm. No need for excessive excitement or anxiety. On the sidelines, Larry Brown was delivering his final reminders. Yet, it appeared that the one truly anxious was Brown himself. The game commenced swiftly, with both team starting players taking to the court. The Mavericks lineup included Eric Dampier, Nowitzki, Finley, Josh Howard, and Terry, while the Pistons showcased Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Hamilton, and Billups. As Dampier and Wallace faced off at the center circle, they exchanged intense glares. What are you staring at? And what of it? Dampier, self-proclaimed as the best center in the West, holds no regard for anyone but O'Neal, dismissing Yao Ming entirely. Yet, every encounter with Yao had ended poorly for him. Now, facing Wallace, his audacity did not sit well with the latter. The jump ball was an obvious victory for Wallace. After receiving a tip from Ben, Billups brought the ball across half-court, while Lin Ke positioned himself at the three-point arc, ready to orchestrate the play. Lin Ke's style of play during regulation time bore a striking resemblance to that of Green from the future Warriors. Of course, in time, Green would be affectionately dubbed Little Lin Ke by the media and fans alike. Such is the relentless hierarchy. Lin, allow me to make a decisive move. Dabin engaged in a fierce confrontation with Dampier in the paint. Their mutual disdain ignited an altercation right from the outset. Lin Ke instantly comprehended the situation and hurled the ball toward the hoop with remarkable precision. Had it not been for Lin Ke's casual toss, others might have mistakenly believed he was attempting a direct shot. Yet this was far from the case. It was an alley-oop. Dabin forcefully shoved Dampier aside, then propelled himself skyward with a powerful leap. A thunderous eruption from the ground. Bang! Dabin soared and executed a commanding dunk over Dampier. Goodness gracious! Incredible! Lin Ke was also momentarily awestruck by Dabin's audacious display right at the beginning. An outrageous dunk. Roar. Upon landing, David unleashed a triumphant roar towards Dampier. The Pistons commenced with an unstoppable momentum. This match is surely secured. Chapter 90, The GOAT Debate. Michael, it is truly a rare occasion to see you here. You have been absent for quite some time. In the Turner Sports broadcasting studio, the regular duo of Barkley and Kenny Smith were graced with a heavyweight guest tonight. Jordan, I'm only here to honor this hefty fellow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Jordan jested, pointing at Barkley. The camaraderie between the two is exceptionally strong. Despite Barkley's usual bravado, when in Jordan's presence, he transforms into an adoring fan. He once donned an entire outfit from the AJ brand to cheer for Jordan. However, Michael, tonight, I shall not spare you. My questions will be rather incisive. Barkley chuckled mischievously. All right, I shall pose the first question. Michael, what are your thoughts on the Bulls' regular season victory record being on the verge of being broken? Kenny Smith was the first to inquire. Inviting Jordan as a guest tonight is undoubtedly laden with significance. Do you know why I led the Bulls to a 72-10 record back in the day? Because at that time, we had no need to win more. Had I known the outcome of tonight, I would have certainly aimed for a 73-9 record. Jordan replied with a subtle smile. Truly, that is Jordan. Barkley and Kenny Smith burst into laughter. Do you believe the Pistons can triumph in this record-breaking match tonight? Kenny Smith followed up with another question. Absolutely. The Mavericks are no match for them. Jordan replied without hesitation. At this moment, the game was still in the second quarter. With the score tightly contested, the Pistons leading the Mavericks by just 3 points. I believe a team must clearly understand its foundational principles. Furthermore, it is crucial for its core players to align with these foundational principles. For example, in the case of the Bulls, the foundation was naturally myself, along with Scotty. Thus, the Zen Master crafted the triangle offense around my strengths and characteristics. Together, we secured 6 championships. Jordan waved his hand in front of Barkley, signaling 666. Once again, Barkley found himself on the receiving end of Jordan's playful jabs. Similarly, for the Pistons, their foundational principle is defense. From Ben Wallace to Chauncey Billups, and now their current cornerstone, Lin Ke, each player can be considered a defensive stalwart, especially Lin Ke, who can deliver explosive defensive performances in a short span. This allows for a perfect alignment between the core players and the team's foundational philosophy. However, as for the Mavericks, despite their commendable record, their core players have yet to synchronize with the foundational principles. That Avery Johnson fellow seems to emphasize defense. But do you believe Dirk Nowitzki possesses the potential to become a defensive cornerstone? I perceive that it is exceedingly challenging for them to reach the final stages. Once they find themselves in high-stakes matches, the core players of the team falter in their defensive capabilities, rendering them unsuitable for a strategy that leans towards defense, unless they acquire a cornerstone for interior defense. Jordan has provided his analysis. The maestro perceives the underlying issues of the Mavericks with remarkable clarity. In previous seasons, the Mavericks have consistently oscillated in the playoffs. Their regular season performance has been commendable, yet they perpetually falter in the postseason. Even with the change to Carlisle, the outcome remained unchanged. It was not until they welcomed Tyson Chandler, who fortified their interior defense, that they clinched the championship. Jordan's analysis found validation in the second half of the match. The Pistons, with their more stable defense, gradually widened the point gap. The Mavericks soon found themselves ensnared in a predicament of attacking ineffectively while failing to defend. The tense stalemate of the first half swiftly dissipated, leading the game towards one-sided domination. Michael, one last question. Do you harbor concerns that Lin Ke might surpass you in the future and claim the title of GOAT? Barkley asked with a mischievous grin. What a tedious inquiry. I concede that Lin Ke has exhibited remarkable prowess this season. However, he has yet to secure a championship as the leading player of a team. What grounds does he have to compare himself to me? My accolades have always been prominently displayed and unequivocal. Let him surpass me in each aspect one by one. Once he achieves that, he shall naturally be the GOAT. It is rather meaningless to take out loans on honors. Jordan smiled faintly, exuding an air of sophistication. Truly, this is the essence of the king of bravado. On the court, Lin Ke remains oblivious to Barkley's unwarranted comparison between himself and Jordan. Were he to know, Lin Ke would undoubtedly exclaim, "Well done. As for being the GOAT, I aspire to reach those heights, just as LeBron does." Yet, to become the GOAT, one cannot overlook the towering presence of Jordan. Establishing 2 dynasties in succession marks the pinnacle of team accolades, a feat that is exceedingly rare among elite players. Many stars fail to secure even a single championship, let alone achieve 2 dynasties. With 5 MVP awards, 10 scoring titles, and 10 selections to the All-NBA first team, he stands at the zenith of personal honors. Such extraordinary team and individual accolades exist harmoniously in the persona of Jordan. In previous eras, one could argue that apart from the fabricated 411 project, LeBron has not surpassed Jordan in any other aspect. Well, he has indeed surpassed Jordan in All-NBA selections, but that is merely due to his prolonged tenure in the league. In this era, I believe LeBron will continue his methodical pursuit of Jordan. This has been predetermined since before LeBron entered the league. His career will invariably be benchmarked against Jordan. Meanwhile, Lin Ke shall also join the ranks of those aspiring to measure up to Jordan. With systems in place, failing to ascend to the status of GOAT would be quite embarrassing. With a crisp and melodious sound, the basketball swished through the net. Lin Ke has successfully made the final 3-point shot of the match, perfectly exhausting the minimum consumption data. The score difference has now ballooned to 20 points, rendering the outcome of the game a foregone conclusion. The Palace of Auburn Hills has transformed into a sea of jubilation. A new record has been etched into the annals of history. The 2004 to 2005 Detroit Pistons have indelibly marked their presence on the honor roll of the league. At the moment the game concluded, the league's commissioner, Stern, was the first to rise from his seat, applauding the Pistons' remarkable achievement. 2 shattered records in a single season undoubtedly reflect the league's flourishing under Stern's stewardship. Moreover, the conclusion of the regular season heralds the birth of yet another record, the average triple-double. Lin Ke has officially accomplished the season's average triple-double miracle. After a 30-year hiatus, the league has witnessed the emergence of a player with such an extraordinary achievement. Although it was widely anticipated that Lin Ke would reach this milestone, the reality of the moment still left many in awe. Lin, you are indeed impressive, truly commendable. However, I suggest you consider hiring an agent at the very least. Otherwise, I have no idea whom to communicate with regarding matters pertaining to you. Stern approached Lin Ke and extended a handshake, a clear endorsement from the league itself. Furthermore, the vast market of the Dragon Country across the ocean has become a steadfast support for Lin Ke. Not to mention the devoted fans from the Dragon Country who have consistently cheered him on. After the conclusion of this season, I will certainly contemplate it. Lin Ke chuckled. He is simply laid back, wanting nothing more than to play basketball in peace. Meanwhile, Nowitzki, witnessing this scene, felt an intense pang of envy. In the realm of international players, Lin Ke has already galloped ahead of the pack. They can hardly compare. Lin Ke already possesses a championship ring. If he were to harvest further accolades this season, it would seem he could soon sit at the same table as Jordan. Time to move on. Let us strive harder next season. No, wait. The playoffs of this season are just around the corner. Why do I feel a tinge of uncertainty? Nowitzki shook his head slightly and turned to leave, heading back to the locker room. This place does not belong to them. It belongs to the Pistons. Michael, your record for regular season victories has officially been surpassed. Moreover, Lin Ke has achieved honors that you never did. The average triple-double. Do you have anything to say to Lin Ke now? In the broadcast room, Barkley posed the question to Jordan. Lin Ke, I await the day you surpass me. When you truly achieve that, I will personally place the crown upon your head. Jordan replied to the camera with a smile, yet his tone remained earnest. Chapter 91. Times have changed. Always no more. At this moment, James appears exceedingly irritable. His script has been snatched away by that rascal Lin Ke. How could Jordan utter such words to Lin Ke? Those should have been directed at him, James. Damn it. This season, James has achieved an impressive average of 27. 2 points, 7. For rebounds, 7. 2 assists, 2. 2 steals, and 0. 7 blocks. From statistics to shooting percentage, James has made remarkable strides. Even his average turnovers have diminished by 0.1. To the fans of James, what difference does it make between 27-7-7 and an average triple-double? His scoring average has eclipsed Lin Ke's. Ahem, there is indeed a distinction. However, one must concede that James's rate of evolution is astonishingly swift. Setting aside the criticisms, James's development in his second year of professional play can be said to be on par with Lin Ke's. Yet, an average triple-double is an average triple-double. Even a reduction of 0.1 is unacceptable. And when it comes to team performance, there is no comparison. James could not lead his team into the playoffs. He fell just short. Meanwhile, Lin Ke has led the Pistons to break 2 regular season records, which is nothing short of remarkable. Although Lin Ke benefits from superior teammates, even the best of companions cannot easily shatter regular season records. His influence in this achievement is undeniable. Last season, one might argue that Lin Ke was merely coasting. This season, Lin Ke stands unequivocally as the leader of the Pistons, a fact that cannot be contested. LeBron, remain calm. There's no need to dwell on this. Let us adhere to the original plan. Rich Paul once again embodies the supportive confidant. His abilities are beyond reproach. In a past life, wasn't he Rich Paul the one who maneuvered Young Yang into becoming the 16th pick? Team operations combined with personal prowess, truly deserving of recognition. In contrast, Joe Daki's management was abysmal, and Wang Dalin, he simply gave up entirely. How can I not be troubled by this? Rich, is your plan truly reliable? I hope it doesn't end with him becoming Michael Jordan while I find myself as Scottie Pippen. That would be absurd. James's tone reflects a certain agitation. Have you ever witnessed Michael averaging 15 points? No, you have not. Hence, he is destined to fall short of becoming Michael. LeBron, consider it from another perspective. Achieving a grand slam at the outset inevitably leads to a diminished share of the pie later on. The league officials will never allow a player from Dragon Country to become the face of the league. You are the next Michael. You are the leader for the next 20 years. Rich Paul approaches James, signaling him to remain composed. Therefore, focus on enhancing your skills. Ideally, you should secure a few scoring titles. That is a goal within your grasp, one that Lin Ke cannot yet envision. Rich Paul analyzed and stated, thus, my objective for the upcoming season is to secure the scoring title. LeBron calmed down. Big Ben remarked, what a coincidence. Indeed, to attain the scoring title while also penetrating those arduous playoffs is imperative. One cannot settle for less than 2. The playoffs next season are a necessity. Otherwise, the rhythm of his career will not align with that of Michael Jordan. Rich Paul extended his right hand and shared a fist bump with LeBron. In the 2004 to 2005 season, aside from Lin Ke and LeBron, both Wade and Bosh exhibited significant enhancements in their average statistics compared to their rookie seasons. Yet, Anthony experienced a decline, with noticeable regression in his metrics. From the perspective of individual accolades, it is indisputable that Lin Ke reaped the greatest rewards. Setting aside the high probability of achieving an MVP with his triple-double averages, the title of Most Improved Player is essentially his for the taking. From 10-5-5-2-2, he has evolved to 15-10-10-5-5, a nearly doubled advancement. LeBron's substantial improvement this season is primarily reflected in his scoring, while his other statistics have not seen such dramatic evolution. Moreover, the allure of the triple-double phenomenon cannot be overlooked. Lin Ke's average of 5 blocks and 5 steals has undeniably earned him the titles of block leader and steal leader, and he stands a formidable chance in the DPOY competition. How could one possess both the titles of block leader and steal leader without also being crowned DPOY? It is simply inconceivable. His average of 10 rebounds is indisputable. Upon such analysis, several professional sports commentators have expressed their astonishment. This season, Lin Ke is poised to achieve an unprecedented Super Grand Slam in awards. Additionally, considering Lin Ke has already secured the All-Star Game MVP, it seems he is on a trajectory to claim every accolade available. It is utterly extraordinary. There remains room for improvement. For instance, he has yet to capture the titles of scoring leader, assist leader, and rebounding leader. Quite comical. Lin Ke's rate of evolution is perhaps surpassing even our wildest expectations. His speed in amassing honors is equally remarkable. The times have truly changed. On April 24th, the playoffs for the 2004 to 2005 season officially commenced. The Pistons, riding high on their remarkable 73 wins and 9 losses, along with a 34-game winning streak from the regular season, steamrolled through. In the first round, they swept the Nets 4-0. The combination of Kidd and Carter appeared promising. However, against the formidable defense of the Pistons, they proved to be no match. Once entering the playoffs, Larry Brown imposed even stricter defensive demands upon the team. The Pistons unleashed their full defensive prowess. The scenes from the previous season as playoffs, where opponents struggled to even score 80 points, were once again vividly revisited. In the second round, they swept the Wizards 4-0. The trio of Arenas, Jamison, and Larry Hughes, often referred to as the Wizards' Big Three, was utterly overwhelmed by the formidable Pistons' five. To be fair, the Wizards trio did not perform poorly. However, the fundamental disparity in tactical discipline between the two teams was glaring. In critical moments, the Wizards relied solely on the innate talents of their players to navigate challenges, while the Pistons showcased superior tactical discipline, dominating both offense and defense with seamless execution, ultimately sealing the game in a decisive wave of momentum. In what seemed like an instant, the Pistons effortlessly advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the Pistons finally faced a worthy adversary, the Miami Heat, a team boasting the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade. Compared to the Pistons, the Heat's playoff journey had seen its share of turmoil. In the first round, they dispatched Allen Iverson's 76ers with a 4-1 victory. The second round saw them engaged in a grueling 7-game battle against the Pacers. Ultimately, fueled by Shaquille's dominance in the paint and Wade's extraordinary performances, they emerged victorious. This season's Pacers team was undeniably potent, as the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills did not tarnish their roster, allowing them to compete with their full strength in the playoffs. The combination of Jermaine O'Neal, Ron Artest, and Reggie Miller continued to inspire boundless hope. Alas, they encountered the peak version of Shaquille O'Neal, alongside a suddenly brilliant Dwayne Wade in the postseason. As the Eastern Conference Finals unfolded, it was the Pistons versus the Heat, while the Western Conference Finals pitted the Spurs against the Suns. From this moment onward, the battle for the championship intensified to a fever pitch. Chapter 92 sees the honor early. Stan, you must address the issue of synergy between Shaq and Dwayne, both on the inside and outside. Furthermore, encouraging Dwayne to attempt more three-point shots is undoubtedly a misguided strategy. You should instead harness his ability to drive towards the basket, thereby inflicting damage upon the opponent's interior defense. As the Eastern Conference Finals approached, the entire Miami Heat team flew to Detroit. At the hotel where they were staying, Riley summoned Van Gundy to the conference room for a brief meeting. This time, Riley accompanied the team to the away game, which caused a degree of discomfort for Van Gundy. The reason being that Riley's presence would inevitably lead to greater interference with Van Gundy's tactical system. At that moment, Riley was imposing his tactical philosophy upon Van Gundy. During this period, Van Gundy had already developed a preliminary version of the one-star and four-shooter strategy, akin to the system he would later implement with Howard in Orlando. Van Gundy envisioned Shaquille operating solely in the paint, while the remaining four players spread out beyond the three-point line. Simultaneously, he intended for Wade to primarily serve as a facilitator, focusing on driving and distributing to Shaquille. However, Riley evidently wished to utilize Wade purely as a scoring guard. If Wade was indeed a scoring guard, what need was there for him to take on organizing responsibilities? The tactical divergence between the two was becoming increasingly pronounced. "Coach, you're making it exceedingly difficult for me." Van Gundy felt somewhat stifled, torn between rejection and the uncertainty of how to voice it. "Oh, have you grown bold? Very well. Let us proceed with your approach. Should the team face elimination, you will bear the full responsibility." Riley raised an eyebrow, sensing a challenge to his authority. With that, he departed, leaving their conversation in disarray. "Damn it," Van Gundy muttered under his breath. Once, Riley had been a respected mentor to him, yet now he had become a shackle weighing down Van Gundy's aspirations. If Van Gundy wished to carve out his own path, he would need to shatter this constraint. Reflecting on Van Gundy's coaching journey, it was clear that his style was distinctly characterized by continual fine-tuning of the one-star and four-shooters concept. From establishing a cohesive style with the Magic to replicating it with the Pistons, there had been little significant alteration. In his tenure with the Pistons, Griffin had been transformed into a playmaking forward reminiscent of Turkoglu, while he had been a pure dunker during his time with the Clippers. Be true to yourself. Van Gundy silently affirmed. Beep, 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 beep. How exhilarating. In a flash, he was just 25 system points away from elevating the minimum consumption data to the 5th tier. Whistling a cheerful tune, Lin Ke rubbed his hands together, striding onto the training court with a devilish gait. In the first 2 rounds of last season's playoffs, Lin Ke played a mere supporting role. However, in the initial rounds of this season, he has emerged as a cornerstone of the team. With his role transformed, his mood has naturally shifted as well. Hey, Big Ben. Hey, Lin. Don't forget about next season's scoring title. Ben, noticing Lin Ke's arrival, approached him with a jovial reminder. Lin Ke appeared somewhat exasperated. Ben truly never tires of this reminder, having repeated it daily since learning that his hopes for this season's DPOY were rather bleak. He has incessantly urged Lin Ke to make amends with a scoring title next season. It is noteworthy that the league has yet to announce the regular season awards, which is quite tardy compared to previous seasons. It seems the league is hesitating over certain award selections. The announcement should be forthcoming today. Any further delay would be unacceptable. The Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 is set to commence tonight. After some contemplation, Lin Ke resolved to check the league's official website for updates. Boss, is this truly the decision we shall make? Could it be too extravagant? Does he genuinely deserve such accolades? At the league headquarters in New York, Commissioner Silver was in the final stages of confirming the regular season award list with Stern. I understand your concerns. This will, to some extent, disrupt the previous star evaluation system. However, every award he receives is well justified. We are not engaging in any underhanded dealings. In fact, withholding certain awards from him would be the real manipulation. Release the award list. In the short term, the benefits will outweigh the drawbacks. In the long term, countless variables exist. Who can truly maintain control for so long? The future may require your intervention, Stern remarked with a faint smile, waving his hand dismissively. I comprehend. Silver nodded in agreement. He instinctively glanced at the list of regular season awards. Most improved player, Lin Ke. First team All-Defensive, Lin Ke. First team All-NBA, Lin Ke. Lin Ke. MVP, Lin Ke. A deep breath escaped Silver's lips. The league is on the cusp of transformation. At 10 a.m., after half an hour of refreshing the league's official website, Lin Ke finally encountered the published award list. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? My name is everywhere. His heart raced with exhilaration. Amidst the multitude of his accolades, he spotted the most significant one, MVP, the MVP of his sophomore year. One must ask, who else could it be? In a previous era, Rose was the youngest MVP, still under a rookie contract. And now, this honor belongs to Lin Ke. At merely 21 years of age this season, Lin Ke stands on the precipice of greatness. In a previous era, Rose secured the MVP title at the age of 22. In the annals of the league's history, legends such as Chamberlain and Wes Unseld achieved the remarkable feat of winning MVP in their rookie seasons. However, that epic is far too distant. Let us pay our respects. At the moment the regular season awards were announced, the entire league erupted in celebration. Lin Ke has ascended with astonishing speed, transforming from a rookie averaging less than 5 minutes of playtime to sitting at the same table as Jordan. Should the Pistons clinch the championship this season, and Lin Ke be awarded the Finals MVP? Oh, what a breathtaking vision that would be. Truly remarkable, young Ke. I can only bow down in admiration. You are the pride of basketball in the Dragon Kingdom. In Houston, Yao Ming, having faced an early exit in the playoffs, is engulfed in bittersweet emotions, ultimately finding solace. In Cleveland, LeBron James is training with fervor, striving to alleviate his inner turmoil. In Detroit, at the hotel where the Miami Heat are staying, Dwayne Wade gazes intently at Lin Ke's name on the award for an extended period. If I were to defeat you, would I not then be the strongest of the season? Wade's fists are clenched tightly, his indomitable, fighting spirit palpable to the naked eye. Chapter 93. The Public Enemy. Why do O'Neal and Wade cast such unfriendly glances my way tonight? At 8 p.m., the Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 is about to commence. Both teams' starting players have taken to the court, yet Lin Ke cannot shake the feeling of two lethal gazes fixated upon him. Why must you flaunt your prowess so brazenly? I almost wish to confront you. You, who have amassed the accolades we have all pursued throughout our careers, have secured nearly all of them in a single season, no less than in your second year. How can one not feel incensed? Billups approached Lin Ke, chuckling. Had the trials of his early career not dulled his competitive edge, he might have felt compelled to challenge Lin Ke himself. Hey, what can I say? I'm just handsome. Lin Ke shrugged nonchalantly. You rascal. Billups laughed, amused by Lin Ke's banter. By the way, Lin, from this moment on, you have nearly become the public enemy #1. All opposing players are eager to defeat you and use your downfall as a stepping stone to their own ascendance. Be wary, for unorthodox tactics may soon be directed at you. Billups offered a cautionary note. Understood. I shall remain vigilant. Lin Ke nodded earnestly, recognizing the sincerity in Billups' warning. Many stars experience near-perfect attendance during the early years of their careers, including Yao Ming. However, injuries inevitably follow, partly due to physical wear and tear, and partly due to deliberate targeting by opponents who may not hold themselves to high moral standards. Eliminating a rival's key player in crucial moments is often a cost-effective strategy. The victors are celebrated, while the vanquished are forgotten, as media and fans focus solely on the final outcome. As long as one claims the championship, the narrative can be crafted to justify any means. In a few years, only the champions will be remembered, while the journey will fade from memory. With Big Ben on the court, the opposition may think twice. Perhaps I should adopt a more unyielding stance, allowing my adversaries to understand that any underhanded tactics directed at me will result in severe repercussions. If they perceive the consequences to be daunting, they may refrain from such actions. Lin Ke contemplated, realizing he could not depend solely on Big Ben. Eventually, Big Ben would depart, and Lin Ke could not languish in a hospital bed, calling out for Big Ben, "Save me." By then, it would be too late. Even if Big Ben were to swiftly incapacitate the opponent, it would hold little significance. In an instant, Lin Ke's thoughts raced. He began to feel the weight of titles like team leader and MVP becoming increasingly tangible. These ranks and honors must be earned through rigorous trials and tribulations to truly become an intrinsic part of oneself, something that cannot be stripped away by anyone. However, for Lin Ke, these accolades still feel somewhat elusive. It is no wonder that, amidst the astonishment, many begin to question Lin Ke's worthiness. Their skepticism does not stem from doubts about his abilities, but rather from whether he is deserving of such abundant accolades at this moment. I know how to proceed. Lin Ke's gaze grew resolute once more. Let us not forget that, aside from the guaranteed buff from the minimum consumption data, Lin Ke possesses the unique skill of Siyu Zhang. Throughout the regular season, Lin Ke seldom employed Siyu Zhang. On one hand, in most matches, he triumphed without resorting to it. On the other hand, he wished to reserve this trump card for critical moments in the playoffs. The frequent use of Siyu Zhang would inevitably invite scrutiny from opposing coaching staffs, leading to its potential counteraction. How does one counter it, you ask? It is not difficult. The use of Siyu Zhang invariably results in fouls. Yet, Lin Ke's fouls in a single game are limited, accumulate 6, and he must leave the court. If opponents intentionally draw fouls on him at both ends of the court, once Lin Ke find himself in foul trouble, he can no longer actively employ Siyu Zhang. That would be akin to hastening his own exit from the game. As the match commenced, the Miami Heat started with O'Neal, Haslam, Eddie Jones, Wade, and Damon Jones. The Pistons starting lineup included Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Hamilton, and Billups. Prior to the tip-off, Lin Ke scanned the Heat's bench, but found no sign of Wang Zhizhi, indicating that he did not make the Heat's playoff roster of 12. It appeared Wang Zhizhi would part ways with the Heat after the season, a notion Lin Ke could only lament. Interestingly, Lin Ke did not even possess Wang Ziji's contact information. It was evident that Wang Ziji was avoiding all players from Longhua. Perhaps every encounter with Lin Ke and Yao Ming was a source of discomfort for Wang Ziji. Ben Wallace and O'Neal approached the center circle, preparing for the jump ball. "Are you ready, boys? We're in the Eastern Conference Finals, so let us play well and avoid any mischief," the referee reminded before tossing the ball into the air. With a mighty shout, Ben Wallace leapt into the air with remarkable speed, winning the tip-off. This was the Pistons' home court, and they could not afford to lose momentum. The opening play aimed to assert dominance over the opponent. Billups received the ball from Ben Wallace, crossed half-court, and then passed it to Lin Ke. This is what it means to be the offensive cornerstone. The ball now flows through Lin Ke's hands in every offensive possession. Eddie Jones stood before Lin Ke, a stark reminder of last season when Lin Ke was merely a fledgling player capable of only brief bursts of brilliance. In this moment of encounter, Lin Ke has emerged as the MVP capable of carrying the entire game. Who says the title of MVP holds no significance? At this juncture, Eddie Jones feels a surge of tension within. He is facing an MVP. Lin Ke now stands on par with Shaquille O'Neal. After all, O'Neal is also a singular MVP. "Hey, don't be anxious," Lin Ke shouted towards Eddie Jones. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Ke made a decisive step forward with his right foot. Bang! The physical confrontation arrived without warning. Eddie Jones, taken aback by Lin Ke's resolute breakthrough at the onset, was swiftly knocked aside. Lin Ke's height and mass were undeniable when matched against a player shorter and lighter. He faced no disadvantage in strength and physicality. While Lin Ke's static physical attributes were commendable, his dynamic agility left something to be desired. Gliding past Eddie Jones in a single stride, Lin Ke took 2 more steps and stormed into the free throw line. Then, "Sorry, young one," Lin Ke charged directly towards an emphatic dunk over O'Neal, unleashing a spectacular move right from the start. Chapter 94. Only Iron Blood. Oh, my God. What does he intend to do? On the court, after a mere 0.1 seconds of reflection, O'Neal instantly comprehended Lin Ke's intention. This ignited a surge of anger within him. "You think you can dunk over me? Not a chance." At that moment, O'Neal sought to evade, desperate to avoid becoming merely a background figure. But it was already too late. Thus, he resorted to a second approach. O'Neal prepared to pull Lin Ke down with all his might. "You chose this path, so do not blame me for my fierce foul." This was not solely about O'Neal's pride. It also concerned whether the Miami Heat's momentum would be completely overshadowed by the Pistons. The momentum on the court is an enigmatic force, yet it undeniably exists. With momentum, one possesses the key to unlock the door to victory. O'Neal enveloped Lin Ke with his arms and yanked him down forcefully. With O'Neal's weight and strength, no one in the history of the league could withstand such force. However, this time, an unforeseen twist occurred. Lin Ke had activated the guaranteed buff from the scoring quota of the minimum consumption data. Even the Almighty must kneel, let alone O'Neal before him, experience the supernatural power of a dimensional strike. Bang! Under O'Neal's colossal strength, Lin Ke still managed to grasp the ball with one hand and forcefully dunk it into the basket. After scoring, Lin Ke instinctively grabbed the rim. At that moment, O'Neal's immense pull had its effect, and Lin Ke was sent crashing heavily toward the floor. Whistle. The referee's call echoed. It would be unjust not to penalize O'Neal for such a foul. This is the Pistons' home court. Bang! Lin Ke collided intimately with the floor. Oh my goodness. This sensation is truly exhilarating. Lin Ke felt somewhat dazed from the fall, momentarily unable to discern where the pain resided. The reason Lin Ke dared to be so audacious was naturally due to the safety net provided by the guaranteed buff. A product of the system must be of the highest quality. Since it is a guaranteed buff, it would ensure that Lin Ke would not sustain any injuries while operating within the confines of the minimum consumption data. Otherwise, it would not be truly guaranteed. However, any action performed by Lin Ke on the court outside the limits of minimum consumption data would not be protected by the guaranteed buff, and injuries would certainly be included. Big Ben rushed over to Lin Ke, expressing his concern for his well-being. His demeanor suggested that if Lin Ke were to suffer even the slightest damage, Big Ben would be ready to engage in a wrestling match with O'Neal. Meanwhile, O'Neal scratched his head, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. I was dunked on. I was actually dunked on. I am no longer clean. O'Neal nearly spewed blood in disbelief. Despite exerting such tremendous effort, he failed to pull Lin Ke down. This is utterly unscientific. What a calamity. What a misfortune. O'Neal felt a hint of grievance. Is everything all right? Asked Big Ben with concern. Everything's fine. It's time to demonstrate my resilience. Lin Ke smiled broadly as he was lifted by Big Ben. Only through sheer grit can I truly become the MVP. Suddenly, Lin Ke's smile faded, and he spoke with a serious expression. Big Ben was momentarily taken aback. In a previous life, why did Alexander's MVP status face so much scrutiny? It was due to his unrefined style of play that left much to be desired. Had Alexander garnered fouls through relentless, vigorous plays, no one would have dared to complain. Star player fouls are, after all, an unwritten rule. Shaq, did you skip dinner tonight? Let me treat you to a late-night snack. Lin Ke circled around O'Neal before stepping up to the free throw line. Hiss, how could he be completely unscathed? Were the Pistons players all muscle-bound demons? Wade, watching nearby, was astonished. Had that force been applied to him, it would have likely been debilitating. At the very least, he would need a moment to recover. Yet Lin Ke stood up immediately, as if nothing had happened. Absurd. What late-night snack? O'Neal clearly hadn't grasped the meaning of Lin Ke's words at first. 2 seconds later, he finally comprehended, and it felt as if he'd swallowed a fly, leaving him uncomfortable. He wanted to erupt in anger, but found no outlet. O'Neal knew just how much force he had exerted, yet it seemed ineffective against Lin Ke, which sparked a sense of caution within him. MVP, MVP, MVP. As Lin Ke prepared for his free throw, the palace of Auburn Hills resonated with synchronized chants of MVP. This time, Lin Ke truly embodied the essence of an MVP. With a satisfying swish, Lin Ke sank the free throw. A successful three-pointer. 3-0. The Pistons' morale skyrocketed in an instant, while the Heat's morale plummeted to an abysmal low. In terms of momentum, the Heat had been thoroughly subdued by the Pistons. The Heat advanced on offense. Damon Jones dribbled across half-court and passed the ball to Wade. O'Neal was fiercely battling for position in the paint, eager to execute an answer play. He felt utterly humiliated moments ago. Wade contemplated for a moment before lobbing the ball to O'Neal in the post. At this juncture, Wade found himself slightly confused regarding the chosen style of play and strategy. This was due to the differing demands of head coach Van Gundy and the venerable Pat Riley, which presented Wade with some challenges. Fortunately, the burden was not too great, as Wade was still a sophomore, with ample room for growth. Regardless of Van Gundy's or Riley's expectations, there were fundamental skills that Wade was required to master. Thus, his skill development would not be in vain. However, once Wade reaches a bottleneck in his career, it may be time for him to clarify his developmental direction. Not every player can evolve into a versatile talent. Bam! Bam! Upon receiving the pass, O'Neal immediately charged towards Ben with 2 ferocious back-to-back collisions. He must release the pent-up frustration within him. Ben, too, is filled with indignation. How dare this hefty opponent lay hands on our esteemed Lin? I shall retaliate. When weight is insufficient, power must compensate. Despite the considerable weight disparity, Ben miraculously withstood the first impact. However, he truly could not endure the second. Being pushed back slightly, O'Neal swiftly pivoted and prepared to unleash a thunderous dunk. Ben was unable to impede O'Neal's formidable slam. But fear not, Lin has already rushed in to provide support. You glutton, I have yet to avenge my previous grievance. A gentleman does not forget a slight. Crack, the swift strike of a palm, leaving no trace behind. It seemed Lin merely grazed O'Neal's wrist. Yet a piercing scream erupted. Ah, damn squids. Damn squids mothers. O'Neal clutched his wrist, hopping about as if performing a cha-cha. Cha-cha, cha-cha-cha. Chapter 95. Are you performing me? I have witnessed this scene before. No, wait. I have experienced it. To be honest, at this moment, Wade felt an inexplicable thrill within him. This move had once been employed by Lin Ke against him, and no matter how Wade explained it at the time, no one believed him. Shaq, I understand you. Wade rushed over, excitedly patting O'Neal's shoulder. You really know nothing. Lin Ke, that shameless scoundrel. Playing dirty. I will retaliate. O'Neal, while suppressing the pain, cursed angrily. Shaq, he merely brushed against your wrist. There is no need to retaliate. Wade's tone at this moment seemed to evoke a long-ago memory. Nonsense. You have no idea how painful his hits are. Dwayne, get lost. Don't flit around in front of me. Upon witnessing Wade's sarcasm, O'Neal was visibly agitated. I call you boss, and you actually take yourself seriously? Shaq, after the game, stick around, don't rush off. I believe we must have a conversation between men. Wade paid no heed to O'Neal's fury, continuing to relive the scene. I'll converse with your grandfather. Wait, why do those lines sound somewhat familiar? O'Neal realized he had uttered this very phrase to Wade. Thus, the pain he now felt mirrored the pain Wade had once endured. Shaq, you finally remembered. Wade felt as though he had found his comrades. When the world is going on, O'Neal was at a loss for words. After a long while, O'Neal regained some composure and strode to the free throw line. Bang, bang. Undoubtedly, O'Neal missed both free throws. Free throws had always been O'Neal's greatest flaw, and now it was even more pronounced. Ben Wallace leaped high to secure the rebound. After crossing half court, Billups continued to pass the ball to Lin Ke to handle. This time, Lin Ke once again opted for a powerful drive and dunk. Bam! Another soaring slam dunk. This time, Lin Ke felt that the Heat's defense had granted him a clear path. O'Neal beneath the basket distinctly avoided him. Eddie Jones seemed to be a beat slow in his lateral movement. Hey, Lin Ke grinned. He knew his iron-blooded plan had taken effect. Only iron blood can truly resonate. If I don't showcase my skills, some might genuinely think I'm a softie. In the All-Star game, Lin Ke displayed a phenomenal dunk. However, during the remaining regular season, the frequency of his dunks was not particularly high, primarily because, as a certain buff, the cost-effectiveness of driving in for a dunk paled in comparison to shooting from the perimeter. Shooting from the outside is far less taxing. Excessive breakthroughs may also reveal Lin Ke's shortcomings in control. However, when a moment calls for action, one must indeed take decisive measures. Once the opponent is thoroughly stunned, one's flaws can be effectively concealed. Boldness is the key. The initial two slam dunks executed by Lin Ke were undeniably invigorating. Yet, the Miami Heat appear to be playing rather peculiarly. Why do both Shaquille and Dwayne seem to be avoiding engagement with Lin Ke? This is certainly not a favorable sign. The Pistons will not afford you much leeway. In the Turner Sports broadcasting room, Kenny Smith found the Heat's performance rather perplexing. Could it be? The suspicion brewing in Kenny Smith's mind was increasingly likely to be true. When Lin Ke first employed the inch palm technique at the beginning of the season, Kenny Smith had taken notice. Has he truly incorporated the essence of Dragon Kingdom martial arts? That would be utterly absurd. The Heat might not withstand this. Kenny Smith pondered, shaking his head slightly. Regardless of what unknown challenges the Heat faced on the court, they should not adopt such a timid approach. This is the Eastern Conference Finals. If you take a step back, the opponent will advance 2 steps. In the end, there will be no retreat left. Beside him, Barkley also shook his head repeatedly, disappointed by the Heat's opening performance. Shaquille's display was particularly disheartening, prompting Barkley to reflect on the past playoffs, where he had often been swept 4-0. Your mental fortitude is lacking, Barkley silently criticized. On the court, the Pistons seized control of the momentum and never relinquished it. The Heat seemed bewildered, especially in the second quarter when Lin Ke deepened Wade's experience with the inch palm, leading to a complete collapse of the Heat strategy. With both core players faltering, how could the Heat possibly recover? As the game progressed into the fourth quarter, the situation for the Heat became utterly dire. What on earth is happening? How did they inexplicably lose Game 1? On the sidelines, Van Gundy felt as though he was cursed. In an attempt to prove himself to Riley, the Heat, under Van Gundy's leadership, suffered a devastating defeat. Riley was absent from the venue, watching the live broadcast from the hotel. Van Gundy was at a loss about how to face Riley upon returning. Damn it! Van Gundy glanced at Shaquille and Wade on the bench, filled with dissatisfaction. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Shaquille and Wade were acting under Riley's orders to sabotage him, intending to provide Riley with justifiable grounds to dismiss him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Coach, this is slander. You are insulting my integrity. After the game concluded, the locker room of the Miami Heat was ablaze with tension as Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade found themselves on the verge of eruption. How could Stan Van Gundy dare to insinuate that they were merely acting? Absolutely not. They were genuinely struck by Lin Ke. Come. You too. Take a look at the replay. Did Lin Ke merely graze your wrists, and yet you reacted so vehemently? Could you not act with a modicum of subtlety? Van Gundy promptly initiated the playback of the game footage, presenting undeniable evidence. Coach, this is truly not as you perceive it. Lin Ke did not merely touch us. How about this? I shall summon Lin Ke now and let him touch you, just to see. O'Neal and Wade fell into a stunned silence upon reviewing the footage. From the angles captured, it was indeed evident that Lin Ke had merely touched them. Get out. Van Gundy, consumed by fury, stormed away. As they exchanged glances, O'Neal and Wade began to sense an unsettling dissonance. Were they perhaps being too timid? It seemed so. Look, their wrists bore no marks of injury, indicating that the discomfort was likely bearable. Prior to the match, they had vowed to conquer Lin Ke to assert their dominance as the premier player of the generation. Little did they know that Game 1 would be such a significant setback. They resolved to rally for the upcoming matches. O'Neal extended his right hand, clasping Wade's in solidarity. After their candid exchange, it seemed they had reignited their resolve. Chapter 96. Unexpected Incident. In the Palace of Auburn Hills, Detroit, the Pistons were engaged in their routine recovery training. The ease of their recent victory had left the entire team in a state of relaxation. This postseason journey seemed to follow a script identical to that of the previous season, a relentless advance. Despite Larry Brown's constant reminders to keep the team grounded, the Miami Heat appeared all too fragile. In Game 1, the Heat seemed utterly unprepared, leading the Pistons to view their defeat as perplexing. Certainly, Lin Ke's remarkable skills and relentless style of play contributed to this outcome. Yet the Heat's collapse was influenced by other factors as well. Hey Lin, pray tell, what was the secret behind Shaq and Dwayne's cha-cha? Just then, Ben Wallace emerged from the weight room, cornering Lin Ke with his question. Ben had little need for shooting practice. It had proven futile for him. Are you truly eager to know? Care to give it a try? Lin Ke replied with a mischievous smile. Absolutely. Let me experience your prowess firsthand. But mind you, no holding back. Ben exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Well, I've never encountered such an audacious request. Consider it fulfilled. Come on, Chauncey. Set Ben up for an alley-oop. Lin Ke tossed the ball to Billups. On the court, whether an official game or a practice match, the special skill could be utilized with a limitation of 5 uses. Billups, filled with curiosity, joined the two as they began their practice. Billups's pass was straightforward, and Ben leaped toward the basket, seizing the ball mid-air to execute a powerful two-handed dunk. In that moment, Lin Ke, calm and collected, struck gently at Ben's wrist. Clang! The ball, mere inches away, was inexplicably sent soaring away by Ben's dunk. And then, a howl erupted. There was no further action. Ben dashed back to the weight room, remaining inside for quite some time. It was said that he felt a profound sense of embarrassment over that howl, as his tough guy persona began to falter. Impressive. Billups gave Lin Ke a thumbs up, finally grasping why the Heat had performed so poorly in Game 1. Such an unexpected maneuver could catch anyone off guard. With this in mind, Billups felt a surge of excitement. If this continued, would the championship not be within their grasp? Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 7. 7 championships could be effortlessly claimed. Lin, is the championship now ours for the taking? Billups conceded that he was indeed getting carried away with excitement, perhaps too much. This maneuver catches one off guard at most. As long as one possesses a robust psychological resilience and mental fortitude, it can indeed be surmounted within the course of a single match. Lin Ke raised his hands in a gesture of candor. This is the truth. If one could effortlessly dominate an entire game in one fell swoop, it would be utterly overpowered. Naturally, players lacking substantial mental attributes may falter throughout the match. Well, I had hoped we could embark on a glorious journey alongside you. Billups chuckled, quickly regaining his composure. By the way, Chansey, will you pursue a coaching career after retirement? Lin Ke suddenly recalled this matter. Perhaps. Look at our coach and many others in the league. The vast majority possess prior playing experience. Billups nodded in agreement. For seasoned players like them, post-retirement options are limited to coaching or commentary. Those who fare poorly may even find themselves incarcerated. The choices are rather scant. However, Lin Ke is different. He is from Longhua. Should you encounter a player named Xiao Yang from Longhua, be sure to treat him kindly. Lin Ke patted Billups on the shoulder. In a previous life, Xiao Yang was the hope of the entire village. Oh, another potential star from Longhua? Billups expressed interest. Under the influence of Yao Ming and Lin Ke, the perception of Longhua players among the management of various teams in the league has remarkably improved. Even Wang Zhizhi, who had limited opportunities with the Heat, possessed unique qualities. Shaquille O'Neal held Wang Zhizhi in high regard. Should more Longhua players enter the league in the future, teams will prioritize them in the draft. This is the benefit brought forth by the combined efforts of Lin Ke and Yao Ming. Indeed, but not quite. He hasn't been born yet. Lin Ke pondered over Xiao Yang's birth date from his previous life. Just 1 month until his arrival. Puffed. Billups burst out laughing. Lin, you are quite the comedian. It would be 2 decades later when Billups would reflect on Lin Ke's words and truly grasp their meaning. A journey across time, mentoring. Clap, clap. Everyone gather around. Larry Brown approached with a serious expression, summoning the players to his side. There is an urgent matter to address. The Heat has changed its head coach. Stan Van Gundy has temporarily stepped down due to family reasons, and the crafty Pat Riley has taken the reins. This is not good news for us. I need not elaborate on Pat Riley's coaching accolades. He will undoubtedly strengthen the Heat. The lackluster performance of the Heat in game may first be attributed to internal issues rather than genuine weakness. Stay alert, gentlemen. Do not relent. Do not forget our ultimate goal. Larry Brown suddenly raised his voice. While Pat Riley's complete takeover of the Miami Heat may indeed pose greater challenges for the Detroit Pistons, Brown perceives this as potentially beneficial. The Pistons require some turbulence to genuinely awaken their competitive spirit. Otherwise, in the finals, any unforeseen mishap could leave little room for error. The Spurs of the West are formidable. Gang Difa. Lin Ke raised an eyebrow upon hearing this news. He truly did not anticipate that Stan Van Gundy would be dismissed so abruptly. Riley is indeed a tough character, daring to change coaches in the Eastern Conference Finals. Could it truly be because I delivered those 2 sudden strikes to O'Neal and Wade? Lin Ke muttered. In Detroit, within the conference room of the hotel where the Heat are staying, the expressions of all the players are exceedingly serious. Riley stands before the Heat players. I need no further introduction. From this moment forth, our journey towards the championship officially commences. Riley took a deep puff from his cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. At this moment, Riley's persona strikingly converged with that of the Godfather. Goodness, have we truly orchestrated the coach's departure? Wade whispered to O'Neal. It's over. We cannot shed our identities as actors. O'Neal replied with a look of dismay. Chapter 97. Do not be deceived. Dear viewers and fans, the Eastern Conference Finals Game 2 is upon us, and it promises to be exhilarating. Pat Riley has personally taken the reins of the team, and thus, I believe both sides will unleash their full potential in battle until the final whistle. You may dismiss the Miami Heat's lackluster performance in Game 1, for from this moment onward, we shall witness an entirely transformed Heat team. In the broadcasting studio, Barkley has already begun to stoke the flames of anticipation for Game 2 with his enticing rhetoric. A coaching change at this stage of the Eastern Conference Finals is unprecedented in the annals of the league. Typically, a head coach is dismissed only after the team has been eliminated. It is rare to see a coach relieved of his duties following a single away loss. Losing 2 games on the road in a series is hardly a catastrophe. The team can easily rebound with victories at home in Games 3 and 4. This is the Eastern Conference Finals. After all, such circumstances seem almost absurd. However, this is quintessential Pat Riley. His ascension within the league is attributed to his decisiveness and resolve. Currently, numerous conspiracy theories abound, suggesting that Riley orchestrated a performance from Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade during Game 1. I must respectfully disagree, as this does not align with Riley's modus operandi. He could simply dismiss Stan Van Gundy with a casual greeting, without the need for such theatrics. Meanwhile, Kenny Smith interjects with his own analysis. The atmosphere at the Palace of Auburn Hills remains electric, with Pistons fans exuding unwavering confidence. They harbor no particular concern regarding the Heat's sudden coaching change. What of Riley? They remain resolute. Yet, on the sidelines, both coaches were serious expressions. When Larry Brown and Riley shake hands, their smiles are more for show than sincerity. In Lin Ke's view, Brown regards Riley as a true rival, while he previously perceived Van Gundy as someone inferior. However, Riley's demeanor suggests he believes Brown has yet to reach his level. The coaching hierarchy within this league certainly exhibits a chain of disdain. Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, the Eastern Conference Finals Game 2 has officially commenced. In this match, Riley has made slight adjustments to the Heat's starting lineup. The rebounding warrior, Mourning, has been included in the starting five. This clearly indicates Riley's appreciation for Mourning's tenacity, signifying that he has recognized Lin Ke's impact. The Heat's starting lineup now features O'Neal, Mourning, Eddie Jones-Wade, and Damon Jones. At times, Lin Ke muses that Riley may possess a penchant for collecting talent. With Christian Leitner seated on the bench, Riley has assembled the entire trio of the 1992 draft. The first overall pick, O'Neal, the second pick, Mourning, and the third, Leitner. Quite amusing indeed. The starting lineup for the Pistons remains unchanged. Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Rip Hamilton, Tayshaun Prince, and Chauncey Billups. Ben and Shaquille O'Neal once again approach the center circle, poised for the jump ball. Hey, haha. Ben glances at O'Neal, unable to suppress a chuckle. What is so amusing? O'Neal retorts, visibly displeased. I laugh because your wrist will surely ache again. Ben responds with a hint of pity in his gaze. Bring it on. O'Neal instinctively tenses his body, clearly still haunted by the psychological shadow cast by Tayshaun's unforgettable play in Game 1. Overcome it. I must conquer. O'Neal steadies his resolve, proclaiming himself the fearsome Shaquille. Yet, the jump ball is claimed by Ben. It is evident that, after substantial weight gain, O'Neal can no longer compete with Ben's leaping ability. Billups advances the ball beyond half court, adhering to routine by passing to Tayshaun. However, upon receiving the ball, Tayshaun is met with an unexpected defender, Alonzo Mourning. Oh my! Tayshaun is momentarily taken aback. Riley is